time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns
and John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leisure with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were swept by the Seattle Mariners in a 3-2 10th inning loss yesterday. The Diamondbacks managed just 2 runs on 3 hits in the loss. The Diamondbacks are back at Chase Field tonight to begin a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch is at 6:40 p.m., and you can listen to the game here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The 2026 NBA Finals is set after the San Antonio Spurs defeated the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals on Saturday. The Spurs will take on the New York Knicks in a rematch of the 1999 NBA Finals. Game 1 tips off in San Antonio on Wednesday, and the Phoenix Mercury look to snap a 5-game losing streak as they host the Minnesota Lynx on Monday. Tip-off at Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products build every window in Tolson's, ensuring factory direct quality with no middlemen or delays. Call 480-676-3600 to schedule your consultation.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
The world.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince.
Okay. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. On this Monday, we broadcast live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings. You know the deal. When I am the first voice you hear, that means Dan Bickley is away. He's begun his Dan Bickley European Tour 2026. And that, the sound effect talent of Kellen Olson, who's sitting in all week.
I think I've got a future.
Good morning.
I think I've got a real future in that business. Hello, it's going to be a wonderful week with you absolute weirdos and lunatics. I love doing the morning show with you guys because there's always going to be something quirky going on at this time, which honestly there should be anyway. Like if this was like regulated standard radio, I would be concerned that I was going insane, but it's got the right energy to it always.
Good.
This early in the morning, which is what I need. So it's always a thrill to be with you guys. And we've got a whole week of doing it. Plenty going on to talk about.
Yes, but we got to talk about what happened yesterday, Jared.
Oh, really?
Because
okay.
We have to. We had Jarrett and I got our Bickley fill before he went on vacation. We went out on a show golf outing.
Oh, my gosh. This is adorable.
Without Sammy Sepulka.
Oh, Sammy,
who's also on a European tour.
Mr. Golf himself, yes, is over in Paris right now at the French Open.
Sammy's going to be a little bit miffed when he hears that we went golfing as a show, I think.
We'll see.
He's at Roland Garros right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's amazing. That was
Quite
like
a
a
life, this guy.
conversation.
Yeah, I think he's playing his 4th-round match this morning.
When you were out and the French Open was happening last summer, Jarrett, that was one of the conversations we had of like, where are the places you would love to go see? And that came up, and Sammy was like, I'd love to go there. And I didn't know that he just actually went there the next summer. How productive.
Yeah.
Manifest stuff, this guy.
He puts something on his list and he checks it off the next year.
So, all right, so this... How much do you want me to tell about it right now? Because I could save some of it for hardware. the specific ridiculousness that happened to me.
Yeah, whatever. You can save your personal ridiculousness.
But yes,
it was
very fun. Vinny has just started to get into golf, just bought himself a set of clubs. Is this your first set of clubs ever? Or did you
I had like a friend's hand-me-down clubs for a really long time. So this is the first set that I've actually purchased. Yes.
And we're nice enough to get invited by Dan, one of his hometown golf clubs.
Yeah.
Remind me
Thanks to Miles at Eagle Mountain.
Yeah.
Set it all up.
Beautiful course.
Great day.
Not so unbearably hot.
No, it was nice, I thought.
And Dan, Mr. Golf's how many, at least once a week it feels like.
He might
sometimes
be on the course
multiple.
right now.
He might be on the course right now, which would be good because then I could tell people that he has these course rules that he does. He comes on the show and he talks about, oh my God, I almost broke 80 today and I'm really in the zone. Mm-hmm. And then we get out and play and he's like, we take a par on the first hole every hole.
That's the Alice Cooper rule. He told us that.
The guy's, picking up the ball from 10 feet away. Give it to him.
Not 10 feet.
No, I'm just kidding.
You're exaggerating.
I am exaggerating. Dan is much better than me and Vinny in golf.
Yeah, I think he was about 13 or 14 strokes better than you and about 23 to 24.
Oh, I was wondering how I did in the final there.
Very weird.
I totaled it up after because I held the scorecard, Jared. I think you want me to say your score?
Yeah, sure.
94.
94?
Yeah.
That's not terrible.
It's fine.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. I think there's just such a big gap from the threshold to like people who start playing golf to getting to competent. And then once you're at competent, you can kind of blend in with everyone. Like obviously someone as experienced as Dan or Sammy will still stand out. But if you can just get to that competent level, you can blend in playing with just about anyone. But getting to that level is really hard. My friends golf all the time. I got into it when I was a kid and fell out of it. So whenever I go with them, it's an adventure for me.
I feel like most people who just casually golf are about the same level.
Yes.
Like somewhere between 90 and 110 or something.
Sure.
Just like I feel like billiards and bowling, most people are about the same level. Occasionally then you'll have the people who are really terrible, and then you'll have the people, small percentage that are really, really good. And when you play with those people, you're like, wow, this is like a different sport.
Yeah, it's true.
I wish I bowled as well as I golfed,
My
the other way around.
My trajectory.
Are you a good bowler?
Yeah, big time.
Really? I'm terrible at bowling.
Not like awesome. Like I'm not saying I'm hitting like 200s all the time or whatever, but I bowled a fair bit growing up and did it more often than I did golf per se. But we did every year for our fantasy football draft, we have a competition, and my friends didn't know that I was a good bowler. So when they said bowling, I was just like laughing when we were doing it. And they were like, "What are you laughing at?" That was nothing. And then I showed up.
And then they found out why you were laughing.
Just at like 140 and 155.
Oh, like to see who got the first pick kind of thing?
To see who got the first pick. So that got me Bijan Robinson. I was very happy.
Wow. Because with my friends, the punishment was the bowling thing that you might have heard version of this, where you are not allowed to leave the bowling alley until you bowl a 300.
So you just...
And the rule is for every hot dog, slice of pizza, or beer that you consume, you take off 10 points.
Okay. We had someone do the Waffle House challenge similarly, and we were like ready to support them for 2 to 3 hours, and then we got a text in an hour 4, and he's like, "I can't do this." Brutal.
Yeah, but a good day out on the golf course yesterday. Thanks again
thank you. That
to
was
Miles.
fun.
Thanks to Bick for setting it up.
Absolutely.
Let's start this show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Get him all coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
What a difference a weekend can make for a baseball team. Upon arrival in Seattle, the Arizona Diamondbacks were red hot. They were cooled off substantially by the Mariners, who completed a 3-game sweep. With a 3-2 10-inning win at T-Mobile Park, D-backs were able to tie things up at 2-2 on a sac fly from Ketel Marte that scored Gabby Moreno, but the Mariners would win it in the 10th. Victor Robles, infield single, scored Randy Arozarena, gives the M's the win. Two main offensive storylines over the weekend. One for each team. For the Diamondbacks, the story was an ice-cold offense that managed just 3 runs and 6 total hits over the last 2 games of the series. For Seattle, it was the power of the home run. Mariners jacked 10 of them. Most of them were solo shots, but still 10 home runs. D-backs now 31-27 after getting the dustpan treatment. They're home to start a tough homestand, which begins tonight with a visit from the Dodgers. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound for the Diamondbacks against Emmett Sheehan. First pitch, 6:40. Pregame coverage gets started here at 6 o'clock on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. We were very, very optimistic going into that series.
Me too.
And with good reason. Optimism's not completely dampened, but I would have liked to have seen at least one win in Seattle heading into this Dodgers series.
One of those series where you can tell your baseball team just doesn't have it, but good playoff teams, they steal at least one of those. They had an opportunity to steal Friday's game. They had an opportunity to steal yesterday's game. They went 0-2 on both those.
Yes, they did. Arizona State's quest for a trip to the College World Series ended Sunday night, 5-4 10-inning loss to Ole Miss. Devils jumped out to a 3-0 lead in the second. Ole Miss climbed back into it. ASU regained the lead in the fourth on a run-scoring wild pitch. It would stay 4-4 until the 10th. Ole Miss would win it in the 10th on a Dom Decker RBI sac fly. Rebels move on. Sun Devils go home. The weekend was a weird one for ASU. They fell in the first game of the regional. Friday night to Ole Miss again, 7-6 in 14 innings, a marathon game. Then they rebounded. They torched South Dakota State 17-0. Then yesterday, they beat Nebraska, the host team, eliminated them an 11-8 win. Landon Hairston, their best player, ejected for flipping his bat after disagreeing with a called strike 3, and he was subsequently suspended for last night's game, which turned out to be their last of the season. Pretty punitive for a bat flip.
Seems like a lot. It seems like a lot for a kid, too. Like, it's a child at the end of the day. Like
He's a sophomore in college.
It's a young adult. Like, give him some slack. But no, we're going to teach these kids a lesson, how to play the game the right way.
NBA Finals are set. San Antonio punched their ticket with an impressive 111-103 Game 7 road win over the Thunder Saturday night. Victor Wembanyama, named the series MVP, led the way with 22 points, while Julian Champagnie had 20 in all. 7 players hit for double figures for the Spurs. They're headed back to the finals for the first time since 2014 when they won their 5th and most recent title. They will take on the rested New York Knicks with Game 1 in San Antonio Wednesday night. A lot on that series on today's show. And Stanley Cup Final will get underway in Raleigh tomorrow night. Carolina hosting Vegas. In Game 1, Carolina got there with a 6-1 win over the Canadiens in Game 5 on Friday night. They're what the kids call a wagon.
They are.
12-1 this postseason is Carolina.
And Vegas is on this historic, unprecedented run. We've never seen an expansion franchise be this successful ever, and they could win their second championship here. They've been in the playoffs nearly every year. I think the only year they weren't in the playoffs, they won 43 games. Like what they've done over the last 9 years when they were in their existence has been pretty historic. It'll be an interesting series.
Jarrett's a big fan. He loves what the Knights are doing up there in Vegas.
Yeah, Jarrett?
I missed the setup to that.
Name 3 players on the Vegas Golden Knights,
Jarrett's
Carlin.
just been very pissed that Vegas has been this successful, hasn't it?
They come into the NBA. They come into the NBA.
Yep.
They don't even play basketball. They play hockey. Then they're put in the NHL. No, they come into the NHL and they're instantly good. Like they're instantly good and
now
consistently good.
Nearly for a decade.
They've won 15 playoff series already, and I'm pretty sure off the top of my head the Coyotes never won that many. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, there you go. There's your splash on this Monday morning, the first day of June. Coming up, Sleepless in Seattle starred Meg Ryan, but nearly going hitless in Seattle left me crying.
Everyone's saying it.
Yeah, everyone is saying it. It's catching on like wildfire. The kids are also saying that. That's coming up next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson in all week for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Game on the line as the 1-0. And Robles swings and grounds it towards short. Perdomo dives to knock it down, but he can't get to it fast enough. And the Mariners have walked off the Diamondbacks by a final score of 3-2. And they sweep Arizona in a 3-game weekend set.
D-backs start up a 4-game series with the Dodgers tonight. So we discuss what happened in the Mariners series and preview what's next for the D-backs on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
It's
Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Why can people trust you to appraise and give them a fair value for their jewelry or watch?
You can't do this anymore and not be trustworthy. People will find out immediately. And sometimes you can hide behind your mother's doing all the reviews or your father or somebody, references from the family and stuff. But eventually they're going to find out you cannot really be trusted. And that's the greatest thing about our business. I'm a long-term planner. I love to work with people and make them feel good about their experience. I want them to leave with a spring in their step when they leave the store. I want them to be happy with the experience. I want them to be happy with us. I want them to be happy with me. And that's how I built my business, Bruce, over all these years, is that what's the right thing to do here for this customer?
You'll find them at the flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Speed and power. Get your Corbin Carroll 30-30 Mystery Bobble on Saturday, June 6th, courtesy of Chase. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
When we talk about precision, we're not just talking about business. We're talking about our name and reputation.
A lot of companies claim they're local, but they're not. They've been bought out, answering to shareholders.
Homes turn into numbers and priorities turn into profits, not customers.
Not here. We'll be here long after the job is done. Make the precision decision. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Summer is calling, and Playcation is back at Talking Stick Resort with rates from just $129 and no resort fees for locals. Book now for stays May 15th through September 13th for one unforgettable staycation. Enjoy $25 in free play, $25 towards your favorite spa treatment, and more. Make Talking Stick Resort your summer destination. Book your stay today at TalkingStickResort.com. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Murata talk D-backs baseball now.
Game on the line as the 1-0. And Robles swings and grounds it towards short. Perdomo dives to knock it down, but he can't get to it fast enough. And the Mariners have walked off the Diamondbacks by a final score of 3-2. And they sweep Arizona in a 3-game weekend set.
We did a lot right throughout the course of this game today to put ourselves in a situation to score runs. We just couldn't cash in with a big hit. That's been the theme for a couple of the games here in Seattle. It's a game of inches. And as we talk about, we got to win inches around here, and we didn't get it done.
Torey Lovello, not doing the little things. Chris Garagiola, final call on the D-backs radio network. A frustrating weekend overall in Seattle for the Diamondbacks. They do get swept. They lose yesterday 3-2 in 10 innings. Those bookend games, Kellen, that game on Friday night, very frustrating. A game where the Diamondbacks had chances in a much more robust offensive game for them. But Saturday and Sunday, the bats just kind of disappeared, which you tip your cap to the Seattle pitching staff. It's one of the best pitching staffs in baseball, but man, that was disappointing to see, especially with an offense that had been playing as well as it was going into that series.
Yeah, any team that goes into a series with the Mariners, even though their starting pitching staff, which you could argue is the best in baseball, hasn't performed to that level this year. Like George Kirby's been pretty good. Brian Woo's been pretty good. Logan Gilbert's been pretty good. One of those guys should be in the Cy Young race. None of them are. Right now, Emerson Hancock, the youngest pitcher out of all those guys, is the guy pitching the best for them right now. So for Woo to did what he did on Saturday, which was just completely dominate and overwhelm the Diamondbacks, was to be expected. But you look at what happened on Friday and Sunday. They were 3 for 26 with runners in scoring position over the course of this whole series, but 3 for 25 in just those two games combined because they were 0 for 1 on that Saturday loss as well. So many missed opportunities on Friday. Bases loaded, 2 outs for Marte in the 6th, 2 on, 2 out for Waldschmidt in the 7th, 2 on, 2 out for Carroll in the 8th, and then bases loaded, nobody out in the 9th, and just getting 1 run off of a fielder's choice as well. It was the same thing on Sunday. There were a few instances there, and a number that I've been looking at all year, Vince, especially in the last couple of weeks, has been about a month into the season, the Diamondbacks were far and away the best team in the league with runners in scoring position at the plate. It felt like a way they were making up for some of their offensive ineptitude. They still lead the league in slugging percentage with runners in scoring position by a pretty discernible margin, and they've got guys like Arenado and Carroll who have a 1.0 OPS right now with runners in scoring position. I don't want to say it's fluky per se, but I think there's some intense regression to the mean coming for that specific part of the game, and I think that's part of what happened here, but at the same time, if just one of those at-bats goes your way on Friday or Sunday, you win this game, and it needed to.
But the last run-scoring hit that the Diamondbacks have is a 6th-inning RBI single Friday night by Jose Fernandez.
Wow.
Everything else has been sac flies, fielder's choices, pass balls, wild pitches. Not that there's been a lot of runs in any capacity, but that was the last run-scoring hit. They got out-homered 10-1 in this series by Seattle.
It is such a bizarre thing because baseball – essentially is just a series of one-on-one matchups with the hitter and the pitcher. The fact that this is happening all year and it happens every year, but a whole team can go cold at the same time, just coming after the whole team gets hot at the same time, it doesn't make any sense. Because you figure, like, even if, like, people are in slumps, a guy like, Ketel Marte, who's been red hot, why can't he just continue and slug a few home runs or get a few? He came up a couple times in this series with a chance to do damage and didn't do it. It's just weird how the whole team could be affected by a slump when you would think that one thing wouldn't have to do to another.
Yeah, well, I mean, the old adage is good pitching beats good hitting, right?
100%.
Yeah, and we saw better pitching by Seattle. Especially, I mean, yesterday to have 2 guys go through, I mean, they got through 10 innings with 2 pitchers, each going 5 innings. To use Castillo as like the piggyback guy yesterday, he was fantastic in that role.
The Murillo 2 innings were, I thought, like a big
really
turning
big
moment
plus
yesterday where I was like, okay, this is the momentum they need, and then they'll figure this out in the extra innings or whatever the case may be in the 9th or the 10th. It wasn't the case at all. In the series, to Jarrett's point, Marte 0 for 11 with 3 walks, Carroll 3 for 16, Perdomo 3 for 13, Waldschmidt 2 for 11, Vargas 2 for 12, and then Troy 0 for 7. Like, no one had it going in this series at all. If just one guy gets hot for them in this series, they're going to be okay and at least get one of these.
And it's really disappointing because as a lot of people, a lot of D-backs fans were getting excited with their winning 11 out of 13. There was the other side of it where people saying, like, look at the competition they're playing. Look at the competition they're playing. Wait till they play some real teams. And this Seattle team, very good on paper, but not having the greatest of seasons, kind of a 500 team. And to get swept, sort of like poured so much cold water and sort of a dose of reality, like, oh, maybe that was a mirage.
Well, they've won 6 in a row. And congratulations to the AL West. They finally do have a team above the 500 mark in the Seattle.
Good job, guys.
AL West, you're the AL best.
On June 1st. Good job, everyone.
Here's Torey Lovella, more on the series in Seattle.
This game is humbling. We came in here, we were playing very good baseball. I thought we did a lot right, but there were some very critical moments today in the other 2 games that we lost that we just didn't execute at the high level that we've gotten used to. So that's the difference in wins and losses. We lost 2 games in a walk-off fashion. It's heartbreaking. It's brutal, but these guys will rebound.
Yeah, in terms of the offense, like, I know they got away with it during the 13-game stretch. And again, I'm not going to apologize for the Diamondbacks beating the teams that they beat in the fashion that they beat them in Colorado and San Francisco. You have to stack wins against those teams. The offense looked really formidable, but how long can this offense continue to rely on basically 3 rookies in the lineup every day? I mean, I like what I've seen, obviously, early from Jose Fernandez. Ryan Waldschmidt has been decent to above decent, in his role. Tommy Troy just getting started, but when you're rolling out 1/3 of your lineup every day with that level of experience, it can lead to things like this.
It's a really good point, and it's the high wire act that they've been working through offensively for the first 2 months of the season. And what I mean by that is, even with the struggles for Marte throughout most of the season, Corbin meeting his mark, Geraldo Perdomo has not. He's done certain Geraldo Perdomo-esque things, but at the plate, he's not been the same guy that he was last year, and the guy, to be honest, they needed him to be this year. You had Ildemaro Vargas winning National League Player of the Month. You had Nolan Arenado exceeding expectations. You had Jose Fernandez at the start of the year. You had so many different guys, even Tommy Troy, right?
Yeah.
Ryan Waldschmidt the last couple of weeks. But when that fizzles out while those 3 guys aren't producing as well, it can just add up to some abhorrent offensive performances like we saw here. And now you go against the Dodgers, who it feels like kind of a ho-hum whatever year from the Dodgers, but they're 38-21 and their run differential is plus 129. And we were kind of like, oh, they kind of have been like, a little bit worse than we expected, and they're just by far the best team in the National League still. It's not even close.
Yeah, and down year offensively so far from Shohei.
Yeah, with an 875 OPS.
Yeah, but that's down for him.
Yeah, it's down. It's not good.
A terrible
Not good.
year offensively for Mookie Betts. Freddie Freeman hasn't exactly been the same. But you know what? Now they have Andy Pages, who just happens to be, at least going into the weekend, was leading the National League in RBIs. So...
Yeah, this Yamamoto guy appears to be the real deal. I don't know if you guys have heard of him, by the way.
I've heard of him.
Oh, and Shohei Ohtani as a pitcher is having the greatest season in Dodgers history.
Can you imagine having that type of fortitude in your life, Jared Carl, when you just decide you're going to do something and you do it, and that something is... He was like, I'm just going to win the Cy Young this year, he said, and now he's making a push for it and might have to overcome some crazy competition in that regard, but he responded to that goal by having a 0.82 ERA.
It's like the year he couldn't pitch, and he just said, I'll go 50-50.
Yeah, why not?
He just did it.
It's good to be able to have those options. D-backs Dodgers get started tonight out at Chase Field. Coming up next, what will we be looking for when the Cardinals resume OTAs this week? We'll let you know. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson sitting in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Darius Robinson is joining us here in the studio at the Cardinals facility. What kind of potential, just from a D-line standpoint, do you guys have?
Yeah, we can be as good as we want to be, but I remember saying the same thing last year, and unfortunately didn't have the results we wanted, so that's why I said now, just one day at a time. But I definitely love my teammates, and I love what we can do, but just focusing on getting better each day at practice and just having fun, competing against one another. I think that's what's going to ultimately bring the best out of everyone.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, where not only do you get the hookup on new and pre-owned BMWs, you now get the hookup on service and parts no matter where you purchased your vehicle. It's the BMW Value Service Program, where Chapman BMW is unveiling huge price reductions on 12 essential services and repairs, from oil changes to brake pads, from spark plugs to filter replacements. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com to see all the money you'll be saving. Chapman BMW also makes it simple to take advantage of these huge discounts. They'll come to you, they'll pick up your car, then they'll drop off a loaner, and then they'll fix your car, wash your car, and bring it back to you when the work is done. That's the kind of red carpet service you get from Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business for nearly 6 decades. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying, where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes, so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
I move mountains for a living. Literally.
That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. GOETTL will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. I remember one Sunday at church, our pastor stood up and said, "Services are canceled. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then, we walked out and rebuilt that fence together. That taught me something. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
I'm Bailey Lager with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were swept by the Seattle Mariners in a 3-2 10th inning loss yesterday. The Diamondbacks managed just 2 runs on 3 hits in the loss. The Diamondbacks are back at Chase Field tonight to begin a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch is at 6:40 p.m., and you can listen to the game here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The 2026 NBA Finals is set after the San Antonio Spurs defeated the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals on Saturday. The Spurs will take on the New York Knicks in a rematch of the 1999 NBA Finals. Game 1 tips off in San Antonio on Wednesday. And the Phoenix Mercury look to snap a 5-game losing streak as they host the Minnesota Lynx tonight. Tip-off at Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7 p.m. And that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
Let's talk a little bit about the Cardinals and Jacoby Brissett. That ain't happening. Jacoby Brissett, though, is expecting starter's money. Is that what we're hearing? At least second range,
yes.
Third range starter money. And Jacoby Brissett, allegedly the leader of that team last year, clearly. Mm-hmm. We are big fans of his. Good luck to the Arizona Cardinals as they continue to get things right.
Yeah, they're going to need a lot of help. Took Jeremiah, at least.
Jeremiah Love, incredible moment coming out of the St. Brown podcast where he was asked about a bunch of players, and he's really locked in.
Yeah, he is.
Pat McAfee on the Pat McAfee Show. We had a little fun with the Jeremiah Love podcast. I said Brandon Aubrey could walk through these doors, Kellen. I wouldn't know who he is.
No. That guy can grocery shop as long as he wants. He's not going to get stopped too much.
But the sarcastic tone of the congratulations to the Cardinals as they continue to get things right. Bick and I have had frequent discussions as the Cardinals' final week of OTAs, and we'll get to what's next coming up. But we've had discussions about direction of the franchise. And there's been some moves this offseason that have called into question maybe a coherent direction. Maybe shiny objects got involved. Jeremiah Love. This is where maybe I'm hypocritical. I like the pick. Is it the most congruent with a direction of the franchise? Probably not. What they've done at the quarterback position, a lot of people still trying to make sense of it. And that is without the best candidate probably right now for the starting role in Jacoby Brissett still not there. It's a little confounding.
It's an organization that continues to find ways to make things more complicated and difficult than they should be. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
it's this whole Brissett situation. This season would already be such an arduous task for them, and LaFleur specifically, for him to build up what he wants to offensively would already be difficult enough. Now, we know it's June 1st. Next week on Monday, that's when it's like, okay, if Jacoby's still not there, if there's still the whole voluntary, involuntary thing takes the turn,
yes,
that's when things start to really get serious. But for now, we can treat it as what it is, which is that Jacoby Brissett's not showing up anytime soon. And it just makes things more difficult. It makes you really have to think outside the box with what they could do at the quarterback position. Like, let's live in the world where Jacoby Brissett doesn't get paid. This whole thing pans out, and you just have two quarterbacks to start the season. What happens if Gardner Minshew gets hurt in week 2? Do you pay Jacoby now? Do you play Carson Beck for the rest of the season? Do you sign a quarterback off the street and play that guy? What happens if Beck plays 6 games and he's terrible? What happens if Beck gets hurt then? Like, what do you do from there? It just sets up so many scenarios now where things could go wrong, where we already know things are going to go wrong. So it's just more complicated and difficult than it needs to be. Like, that's not even mentioning the Josh Sweat angle of all this. He's the big name really to watch a week from now, in my opinion, if he's there or not. It sounds like it's just,
I agree with that.
OTAs might not just be his thing, and he'll be there next week. We'll see. We haven't gotten that confirmed by any means, but I did think that there was a firm difference between Paris Johnson not being there last week and them saying planned absence, he's fine. Didn't hear that about Josh Sweat.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of hit on something that got me thinking. And when the schedule came out, pretty much everybody in the free world does their exercise. They go game to game. And it, with the difficulties of this schedule, and all the stats are out there on the strength of schedule for the Cardinals being one of the toughest, even for a last place team, there's not a lot of expectation. I came up with 3 wins on the schedule. Would it shock me if it's more than that? No, because things happen during the course of an NFL season. But you just made the comment too. Like, things are, probably not going to, things are going to go wrong for this team. I think when they go really wrong and how they go wrong matters in a season like this.
Yes.
Because let's say 3 wins is about the number that they're capable of winning. And I don't know if that's the case, but let's use that as the example. If it's helpless from week 1, you're in big trouble. Close losses have to happen. Competitiveness has to happen early. Or else I think there's a good portion of this fan base that's just going to check out. I'm not saying permanently, but they can check out on a season. Or if things look just absolutely, utterly, rudderless.
You were there with me for the home opener. And
yes.
About 80% of people in their seats at kickoff, and people eventually trickled in, but not exactly like a fan base that was absolutely dialed in for that year. And that was the year where we were hyping up this whole thing and being like, oh, maybe a playoff, or like this is the year to really make it. You wonder about that this year, and then how that can cause a collapsing effect of sorts over the next couple of years. And the interesting thing that they've got to figure out on both sides of the ball, to extend on your point, Vinny, is can you have a foundation of like mild competency, enough of a foundation of mild competency to properly evaluate both sides of the football? Because let's face it, that's what this year is. You need to figure out who's around and who's not. You need to go through your offense, which I think that's pretty figured out already for various positions. Carson Beck is obviously the big one that you kind of want to discover. We know Jeremiah Love is supposed to be pretty awesome. There's some Marvin Harrison Jr. stuff to figure out. Michael Wilson, if you want to include him. But you go to the defensive side of the ball, and there is a ton to figure out. Like, I don't want to go through a 4-win season and just fire Rollis and then bring back the same guys again and say it was his fault, or fire Monty and say it was his fault for talent evaluation. Like, you need to comb through all of these pieces on that side of the football and figure out the core pieces for the next 3 to 4 years and what you need to really be aggressive in seeking out next offseason. And are they going to position themselves in a place where they are able to do that? Because, like, what were we able to, like, really logically deduce about this roster in the back half of last season? Like, it just was not a conducive enough environment to, like, scout and evaluate the team and look at pluses and look at minuses. And I thought you brought up a really good point there of, like, things going wrong. There were so many injuries, too, that it was so hard to, again, evaluate the team. Even the offensive line and the drastic drop-off for them last year, like, I give them a little bit of a break because there was just so much going wrong around them consistently.
I mean, they were able to evaluate the team enough, though, that they fired their head coach. Like, despite all the injuries and question marks. Like,
but if you go back to those discussions we were having in December and leading up to January, I think on this show we were all kind of like, oh, it's bad, but I didn't think they were going to fire Jonathan Gannon because of everything that had gone wrong. But then they do fire Jonathan Gannon. They keep the general manager. They keep the defensive coordinator. That's where I'm talking about this lack of congruency with everything. Darius Robinson was a guest of Wolf and Luke, and we can all agree, big year for Darius Robinson. Huge. He's got to step up as a former first-round pick. Made some strides last year. I don't think enough to make people feel confident yet, but he was asked about that very subject. Nick Rawlis returning as the DC. Here's what Robinson had to say.
Yeah, it's awesome because, like I said, when we go through the installs, okay, I've seen this. I know what he's thinking. I understand, like, the stress of that call, but also understand the positive of that call. So when I line up, like, I'm already, like, just going. Like, and I think that's the biggest thing from, like, my rookie year to now. Like, there's so much less thinking. Just play as fast as you can, be as physical as you can, and just do it consistently. And that's what I got to challenge myself to do every time we practice and all that. But I'm so glad Nick came back, and, yeah, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, for the individuals like Darius Robinson, I can see why he's excited about it because it does make the transition to year 3 that much easier. Overall, is it the best thing for the football team? That remains to be seen.
You talk about a big year for Darius Robinson. It was already going to be a big year for him. But if Josh Sweat is not with the team, where is the pass rush? And then it becomes even bigger that Darius Robinson does something.
It's you.
Yeah.
What's your get-off speed, Jared? Yeah, we need someone.
I got some shifty moves. They can't keep up with me.
That's 15 snaps, I think. That's 15 snaps.
Once I do that, though, and they just grab me and throw me over that way.
Jared's swim move is transcendent.
Yeah, what's your preferred stroke in the pool, Jared?
I swim as though I look like I'm having one.
But you brought it up, Kellen. Today is June 1st. This is OTA's end this week. The mandatory portion of the off-season workouts starts a week from today. That's the date to look for, and I agree with you as well that Josh Sweat is the big name because the lack of information on that front has been somewhat puzzling too. He's just not here. Is he a guy that doesn't like OTAs? Well, he was here last year after he signed his deal.
There were 2 players on the Cardinals last year that had more than 2 sacks. This is a real stat. 2 players with more than 2 sacks. It was Calais Campbell who left, 6.5, and Josh Sweat had 12. The next most, Baron Browning had 2, Walter Nolan had 2.
Oof.
And then 1.5 for Zaven Collins. Then everyone else on the team had 1 or fewer. Hope Josh is content with being here because, boy, do they need him to be here.
Yeah, and if he's not, I really hope that secondary is really good at coverage. Critics are calling it an instant martial arts masterpiece. Enter now to win tickets to see The Furious at an exclusive advanced screening before it hits theaters on June 12th. Coming up next on this Monday morning, good news. The Thunder won't win the NBA championship this year. Bad news. The Spurs might. We'll get into some NBA talk next. Kellen Olson in for Bick. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I've got Carson Beck starting against the Washington Commanders. Week 12, which would leave 6 games, including a bye week. 5 of those games are at home. Only 1 is on the road. And you avoid the brutal defenses that can get you for 6-7 sacks. That's my take. Some people are like, who cares if he's going to get his brains beaten? Get him in there. I'm tired of watching Gardner Minshew and Jacoby. I want to see Carson Beck play. Get him in as soon as you can.
The first interception one of those 2 guys throw, the fan base immediately. Get Carson Beck in there. I've seen enough. Get him in there.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Summertime has arrived in Arizona, a time when your windows are the only thing standing between you and the extreme desert heat. And if your windows are shot, your windows are about to cost you a fortune in electric bills, which is why now is a great time to call Advanced Window Products, Arizona's #1 window replacement company, where they build windows designed specifically for our harsh climate, and they build windows specifically for the dimensions of your home, never retrofitted on site. They replaced all of my windows. I could not be happier with the result. They look fantastic, and everything from the installation to the cleanup process was immaculate, and that's because their installers are vetted full-time employees, never random subcontractors. At Advanced Window Products, they'll build your windows, install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. That warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. Their windows will literally pay you back. Here's my buddy Joe to tell you about their great summer special.
Thanks, Bickley. For 40 years, Advanced Window Products has been the name people trust for replacement windows. Hi, I'm Joe from Advanced Window Products. For a limited time, we are doing a free labor event. If you call today and mention Bickley, you will get $3,000 off when you buy 10 windows or more. And this week only, we are offering free installation. Call right now, 480-676-3600. At Advanced Window Products, we build every window right here in Tullison. No middleman markups, no out-of-state delays, just factory direct quality, custom made for your home. Imagine a quieter home and, more importantly, a cooler home. Our high-efficiency vinyl windows are engineered to lower your energy bills and boost your comfort all year long. You must call today to get this offer. Advanced Window Products, built here, installed here, trusted here. Call right now, 480-676-3600 for that $3,000 off and the free labor, or visit advancedwindows.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
The San Antonio Spurs. The talk was about the future. Well, the future is now for Wemby and the Spurs. They rally down 3-2, and they eliminate the defending champs on their home floor in Game 7. And for the first time in 12 years, the San Antonio Spurs are headed to the NBA Finals.
Mark Kestisher, ESPN Radio. Saturday night in OKC. The night belonged to the San Antonio Spurs as they get the 8-point victory on the road. And a real sturdy Game 7 performance. They got out to the lead. I think they led ultimately for 92% of that game. But wow. I think people watching that game, I know I felt this way. Even though the Thunder had been shorthanded for a good portion of the back end of that series, Kellen, I thought Game 7, we would see things kind of equalize. Even after San Antonio took the lead, I was just waiting for that run. And the Thunder made the run, and San Antonio immediately answered it. And I heard, I was listening to Sirius NBA radio on my drive-in this morning, and Brian Scalabrine used this phrase a lot, and he's absolutely right. San Antonio has got a team full of dogs.
Oh, my gosh.
That is a scary group that they've put together.
I know that Suns fans can't help but watch this team and think back on all the Spurs teams of the past, and even like casual NBA fans will go that far too. But that was the first game, Vince, where it was just very Spursian how every single guy who was out there for a decent amount of time contributed. Cornet's was just the play at the very end, near the very end of the game, where his own turnover, he makes up for it with an unbelievable block in transition. A chase down block from Luke Cornet.
Yes.
Keldon
Didn't have
Johnson,
that on the bingo card.
Keldon Johnson hit some massive threes in the second half. Vassell is just the type of player where if you put him out there for 25 minutes, he's just going to make a lot of stuff happen. Champagny with the 6 threes. Wemby speaks for itself. Dylan freaking Harper, I don't think people understand. Like, this is a 20-year-old rookie point guard who is doing everything that he is doing, and it shows from time to time that he's a 20-year-old rookie, and then other times he's just magnificent. I love Stephon Castle. There's a list of, me and my friends were talking about this while we were watching Game 7, like how many young guards or just guards in general you would take in the next 5 years over Castle. Like, the list is probably 5, 6, 7 guys maybe. That's just about it.
Yeah.
Everyone on their team contributed and just had a big moment when they needed it. And to your point, on the other end, Shea was outstanding. Everyone else on their team was not. And it still took the Spurs getting everything from everyone who played in order to take down a Thunder team, which, man, I'm almost done talking about inexperience in the playoffs anymore because all the experience was in OKC's favor. The Spurs had never been here before. And the team that was fumbling the basketball, that was just making a fool of themselves, was Oklahoma City, not the Spurs. If you were to sit there and tell someone one of these teams is winning because of their championship DNA, you would have said it was the Spurs.
Yeah.
It's just the championship DNA within their organization, not from those guys specifically.
Well, I think the Spurs are the first team to make the finals in their first significant playoff run in a while since the Suns did it in 2021. I did get a kick out of that. Somebody nationally had tweeted out, like, Wemby getting this done in his first playoff series. Man, we just don't ever see this. And somebody responded with just a picture of Devin Booker. It's like, well, we've seen it.
5 years ago.
Hasn't gone well since then for the Suns. You said this, and I agree with you for the most part. SGA's Game 7 performance, he looked more like himself than he's looked like in a lot of this series. But was he good enough in the fourth quarter? The game was still there for the taking, and I thought unequivocally Cason Wallace was the leader of the Oklahoma City Thunder late in that game, was making big shot after big shot. I just thought maybe it was a failure to rely on the MVP a little bit more in the fourth quarter. I don't know. I was puzzled by a lot of what OKC did and didn't do in this series.
He looked tired. And again, I was expecting Wemby to be the guy to look tired.
Yes.
And he was the guy sprinting down the floor like a maniac to close out that McCain three that, honestly, I truly believe goes in if he doesn't have that closeout. Because how does McCain not see that coming out of the corner of his eye?
Out of the corner, yeah. I mean, that's where you're probably a pump fake away from a really, really good look.
That's a good point. That's a really good point. But the desperation that was out there, like Wemby making that play, the 50-50 balls, it went from game to game. It felt like which team was more desperate. It bounced around. But again, the Spurs just seemed like this. And we're going to talk much more about the finals throughout the rest of the week. But it sets up this really fascinating point for the Spurs that we see all the time, whether it's in the first, second, or third round, where this was so meaningful for them to beat Oklahoma City. You still got to play for a championship, guys. So how do they mentally, emotionally kind of take this in and then realize, like, the biggest series is this next one, even though it felt like that was the finals for them with how the Knicks are playing. That's not the point at all.
It's also traditionally they're not supposed to do it on their first try.
No.
Like, it's supposed to take like 2 or 3 years. Then they finally overcome the hump that is Oklahoma City, and they take that next step, you know?
Because the team on the other side, the Knicks, has gone through that very trajectory, not necessarily conquering some sort of dragon in the Eastern Conference, but the hump was the dragon, basically.
The comparison that I had been making with Wemby was Steph 10 years ago, 15 years ago, against the Spurs specifically, where he had 40-plus points in game one, was absolutely out of this world magnificent like Wemby was, but then eventually wore down as the series went on, and then the Warriors would get their comeuppance really soon the next following year. I kind of thought that's the script that we were following here, but instead, man, the year-to-year improvement, like you're there courtside watching the Spurs team over the last couple of years. Stephon Castle, Devin Vassell, how much better they got year to year. And just how everything, and I'm sorry for doing this to you, Suns fans, but how everything fell in their favor. Like, if you look at it, what happened with Wemby health-wise last year was the best thing that could have happened to them because then their draft position gets slightly better. They move up a couple of spots, get Dylan Harper, the Julian Champagnie odds, and just the whole Mac McClung thing in Philly. Everything that kind of worked out for them for this to happen. Like, Keldon Johnson is a guy who I thought they should have traded 2 to 3 years ago. Get off the money. Like, it's just going to be this money that gets in the way for you with Wemby. They held on to him. They believed in his development. Even our guy, Jarrett Carter-Bryant, has come out there for a few minutes here and there and been effective for them as well. It's such a testament to everything that they do well. And, again, I know that I'm making Suns fans want to throw up and vomit right now at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Monday. But I just love when sports you can see that, like, there's DNA still within organizations. And it is such proof of like what the Spurs do with how this team plays. It was just so reminiscent. I couldn't stop thinking about it on Saturday, like how similar this was to the Spurs teams I watched growing up.
Well, and the real scary part about the central point of the Spurs and Victor Wembanyama being as young as he is, as good as he is, as freakish as he is, because I think there's still an adjustment happening around the league just to his size and his length and his agility. Then you add in the care factor. That's where it goes from really concerning to just downright nightmarish moving forward. If he can continue to have that care factor, the sky is literally the limit.
Yeah, shout out caring. Shout out getting emotional at the end of the game. That's awesome.
Crying on camera, talking about how much he loves his teammates.
Not being too cool for school.
Yeah.
Just like going around and thanking everyone within the organization. That was really awesome to see. And everyone's talking about like, oh, can you find like your Wemby stopper? I don't think that there's a person that exists right now that can be that Wemby stopper. Also, it's basketball. Like, we talked about this with Giannis 5 years ago. Like, how do you stop Giannis? Al Horford, I guess, was the answer. Like, it's basketball. We'll see how it goes.
But I said it early in the playoffs. The Wemby stopper is injury. That's it.
That's it.
And the injury risk is still really high for a guy of that frame.
It's crazy. Those 7 plays a game that we were like filming randomly when they were bad 2 to 3 years ago, to see them at these heights. Like, he had that double pump fake mid-range jumper that he banked in, and it's like, who else? Like, no one else has ever done that in the history of the sport before, and he did it, and he's doing it on the biggest stage of the game. It's unbelievable.
Yep. Coming up, every year an NFL team goes worst to first. Well, good news, Cardinals fans. Arizona at least has the worst part down. So you're telling me there's a chance? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
A payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery, the inflammation calms down, and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, We make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
How long? More than a century. That's how long Ford has been here for those who build America. For those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. Yep, American value, literally for American values. Hey, Paul Calvise here. It's here at our Desert Ford dealers, the Memorial Day sales event with employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2026 Ford Explorer SUV. We love the Explorer ST. We bought it at our Desert Ford dealers. Now there's a new Tremor model. Even better, we pay what Ford employees pay, plus $2,000 cash back on a 2026 Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco when you trade. Yep, employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a 2026 Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco when you trade during the Ford Memorial Day sales event at buyfordnow.com.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 motor oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must grant price and possession.
This June 13th, boxing's pound-for-pound superstar steps into a new division with history on the line. Jesse "Ban" Rodriguez moves up in weight to hunt another world title against dangerous champion Antonio Vargas. Live at Desert Diamond Arena for the WBA World Bantamweight Championship. Fast hands, big power, one massive night of championship boxing. Saturday, June 13th in Glendale, Arizona at the Desert Diamond Arena. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Jesse "Ban" Rodriguez chasing greatness at the Desert Diamond Arena.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Bailey Lager with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were swept by the Seattle Mariners in a 3-2 10th inning loss yesterday. The Diamondbacks managed just 2 runs on 3 hits in the loss. The Diamondbacks are back at Chase Field tonight to begin a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch is at 6:40 p.m., and you can listen to the game here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The 2026 NBA Finals is set after the San Antonio Spurs defeated the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals on Saturday. The Spurs will take on the New York Knicks in a rematch of the 1999 NBA Finals. Game 1 tips off in San Antonio on Wednesday, and the Phoenix Mercury look to snap a 5-game losing streak as they host the Minnesota Lynx tonight. Tip-off at Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Bickley and Marotta talking Cardinals OTAs now.
Last play of the season. Stafford takes a snap, takes a knee,
And the Cardinals lose 37-20. Their final record is 3-14 as the season comes to an end. It was a great start to the year. The Cardinals won their first 2 games, but since then they have just one win, and that was at Dallas on a Monday night back in early November.
Going back to January 4th of this year, Dave Pasch putting the wrap on things from SoFi Stadium in L.A. 3-14, the final record for the Arizona Cardinals. They finished 9 games behind the Rams and 49ers in their own division, 11 games behind Seattle, who went on to win the Super Bowl in their own division. Easily a last-place finish, not the only 3-14 team in football. You also had the Jets, you also had Tennessee, and you also had the Raiders at 3-14. And it leads to the yearly discussion, Kellen. And Kellen Olson sitting in for Bick all week as Bick's European vacation getting underway. The worst to first. It is remarkable how often this does happen. People will conveniently say, oh, it happens every year. It happens almost every year. Not quite every year. But there are candidates. There are 8 candidates with the divisions set up the way they are in the NFL for this to happen. We know that last place teams typically have manageable schedules moving forward. That's not the case for the Cardinals this year. At 3-14 and them playing in what is viewed as the most rugged division in terms of competition in football, you can't rank them very high.
No.
With their chances of going worst to first.
No, it's a rough list of candidates, too. The Jets.
I was just looking at that.
Yeah.
The Jets at 3-14 in the AFC East. Don't think that's happening. You've got the Browns at 5-12 in the AFC North. Perhaps there's enough turnover with like the Steelers and Ravens or Bengals where the division is at least like up for grabs like it has been the last couple of years, but it's the Browns.
Who's their quarterback?
The Browns have upgraded in a lot of spots. Quarterback not being one of them. The most important spot they've not upgraded.
You got the Titans at 3-14 in the AFC South. Jacksonville coming off a 13-win year. Texans were at 12.
Yep.
AFC West is where the Raiders at 3-14 are going to undergo a year with Fernando Mendoza. That's a really brutal division. Giants 4-13. The Lions are, of course, the standout here at 9-8. If you want to count them at the bottom, which if you look at the standings, they are the team on the bottom.
Yeah.
The Vikings are at 9-8 as well.
But also a really tough division.
Very tough. And then the Saints at 6-11 in a division that seems wide open every single year. And yet, are you betting on Tyler Shuck to win his division? I'm not so sure, but the Cardinals have easily the worst setup for this, not only with the quality of team that they are, but the quality of their division as well. We saw the numbers come out about like their strength of schedule and how high it is and how ridiculous it is with where they finish, but that's the reality they face because of the division that they're in, and you want to buy into these exercises and the legitimacy of them, just like we had 2 teams do this last year in the Bears and the Patriots, but the Cardinals will not be one of them, but the odds that a team is going to do it are pretty high every single year.
Yeah, on the odds and where the Cardinals stand, the Detroit Lions had 9 wins last year.
Yeah.
The difference between the Cardinals and the 49ers was 9 wins, just between 4th and 3rd.
Look, we can't forecast injuries. They happen in the NFL. They're a big part, and they derail teams. There's no doubt. I mean, the San Francisco 49ers have been derailed by injuries like 5 times in the last decade, seemingly. But if you look at the division, I feel confident in saying right now, and I know it's only June 1st, the Seahawks, Rams, and 49ers are all double-digit win teams at this point. They all easily crossed double-digit wins last year. That would mean at least a 7-game improvement for the Cardinals to get to double digits. It's just, I mean, it's just not in the cards this year unless a miracle happens.
It's hard to even forecast what that miracle would look like. Like Jeremiah Love comes out and is immediately the best running back in the NFL.
Can he throw the ball?
That's what I say. How many wins would that even translate to?
5 NFC teams have an over-under win total of 10.5 or higher.
Wow.
All of them are on the Cardinals schedule. All 5. It makes up 6 of their first 10 games, and the other 4 in that slate are the Chargers, Giants, Broncos, and Cowboys, who aren't necessarily slouches in their own right either. Does anyone stand out to you as a candidate besides the NFC North?
There's a couple. I don't think the Saints deficit is.
The Panthers won that division with 8 wins last year.
They did. I think Tampa Bay is going to be better. Even though there's 3 8-9 teams in that division, I think that's the most even division in terms of competition. So I would put the Saints high on the list, the Lions high on the list. The other team that I can't get past,
I kind of want to put them number 1. I know who you're saying, yeah.
I don't think so. I would put Cleveland up there.
Oh, what? Yeah. I was not going to say them. Okay, you're correct.
With Deshaun Watson?
Look, I don't want Deshaun Watson to do well. He hasn't played well in 5 years. The fact that he is still in a situation because of finances gets penciled in as the starter going into training camp probably is unfathomable to me. I believe in Cincinnati every year. Every year they let me down.
Yep.
Baltimore is intriguing.
Cracks in the foundation the last couple of years.
Cracks in the foundation. They've changed the foundation.
Lamar Jackson in theory.
They still have Lamar Jackson. They also have a rookie head coach. And Pittsburgh, you could pencil them in for 9 wins because they just don't have losing seasons.
And they hired Mike McCarthy.
You thought I was going to go Tennessee, didn't you?
No, I thought it was the Giants.
Yeah, those are my top 2.
I don't hate the Giants' chances either.
I can't tell if my Giants optimism is more based on, speaking of cracks in foundation, with what's going on with the Eagles right now, and then the Cowboys and the Commanders being the other. Like, that might low-key be the worst division in the NFC, which I understand the NFC South exists, but obviously there's Harbaugh, there's the weapons that they have defensively, Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau, Brian Burns. They add Arvell Reese to that as well. Mm-hmm. There's year 2 jumps for Dart. I'm really intrigued by Tennessee.
Camp Academy was going to have 2,000 yards.
He should have.
That's what he told me.
Yeah. He should have a pretty good year. They brought back their right tackle as well, Illuminor, who goes opposite of Thomas. That's a really good tackle duo as well. Their offensive line should be in good shape as well. Tennessee is very intriguing because you get Saleh. They added some talent in free agency on defense, which they needed to, I'll put it that way. But that's like, if Cam Ward takes a big-time jump in year 2, Saleh commands a top 10 defense, all of a sudden is that 10, 11, 12 wins. It's just so easy in the NFL, Vince, and it always blows my mind to win 12 to 13 games now. Like, it's just like we watch these mediocre to good teams like Jacksonville, like Houston, and then you just watch them in the playoffs, and it's about what you expected from them. And yet they won 12 or 13 games. It's just really not that hard to do in the NFL because there are just 1, 2, 3 elite teams maybe, and then everyone else is just in this mess of 15 to 20 teams, and then there's about 5 terrible ones, and we know where the Cardinals land in that tier list.
Yeah, did they have 13 wins combined the last 3 years?
Yeah, they won 8 games 2 years ago.
Right.
People forget.
3 plus 8 is 11 plus 4 is...
Okay, all right. They barely got there.
Put your shoes back on, Jared. Chance the Rapper is bringing the Coloring Book 10-year anniversary tour to Arizona Financial Theater September 16th. We've got your tickets. Text CHANCE to 620-620 or head to the contest page at arizonasports.com to enter for your chance to win. Coming up next, we will get into the OKC postmortem and the question, what happened to Chet Holmgren? And has anybody checked on him recently? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Game on the line as the 1-0. And Robles swings and grounds it towards short. Perdomo dives to knock it down, but he can't get to it fast enough. And the Mariners have walked off the Diamondbacks by a final score of 3-2. And they sweep Arizona in a 3-game weekend set.
D-backs start off a 4-game series with the Dodgers tonight. So we discuss what happened in the Mariners series and preview what's next for the D-backs on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if your current wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park, step up to the plate with Trajan Wealth. Their family office brings your retirement, tax, and estate planning together on the same team under one roof. They understand there's more to retirement planning than crunching numbers. Trajan Wealth builds strategies around real goals and real lives, not spreadsheets, and it all begins with relationships. They'll give you personalized strategies and a second opinion opinion on your current portfolio, and their advice is built around you, your goals, your risk comfort, your future. That's the advantage of working with a true fiduciary firm. Trajan Wealth is also a veteran-led company, and just as our heroes safeguard our freedoms, Trajan Wealth committed to safeguarding your financial future with the same integrity. Call Trajan Wealth to get your plan started today. 855-TRAJAN-1, online at TrajanWealth.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I saw a $29 AC tune-up ad the other night, and I just laughed. I mean, nobody's sending a skilled technician to your house for just $29 without a catch. Our complete AC tune-up is $159.95, and we actually tune it up. We clean your coils, check and replace your Freon, measure airflow. We run full diagnostics. It's real maintenance. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, the president of Galaxy Lending Group. He always tells me, Tom, when it comes to paying off your mortgage, 30 years is optional. Harold, if I told someone they could pay off their mortgage decades faster without changing their lifestyle, they'd think I was crazy.
That's not the only reason they'd think you're crazy. But that's exactly what the Ownership Accelerator loan does. It puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance every single day.
And your clients are paying off their mortgages in about 5 years?
On average, yes. And what really makes us different is that we sit down with you and show you exactly how your money will work to make it happen. Customized specifically to your situation, not just a one-size-fits-all simulator. We'll answer all of your questions with no pressure every step of the way.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio to learn more, or text Galaxy to 620-620 for more information. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. If you find the new home you want, that's a big deal. So buy it now, then sell the old one later. And here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do any showings. You don't have to do any double moves. If you ever tried to do a double move before, you know you don't want to do it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar, and they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hey, it's Luke. Join us at 10 a.m. We'll be previewing Game 1 of what should be a great NBA Finals. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Anytime a player, falls short of the level that they are used to playing at, I think it's important to remember they're on a team, and the global approach of that team has an impact on how everybody plays. So you can't separate one person out from that. It's a team sport. I have a responsibility with every single player. I mean, when any player is falling short of what they're capable of, disappointed in their performance, I take that very personally and am doing everything I can always to try to help them in any way that I can. And when a player isn't up to their level that they're used to, I have a responsibility in that.
That is Mark Dagnall, the head coach of the Oklahoma City Thunder, in defeat. They go down in Game 7 on their home floor. The Spurs move on to the NBA Finals. We're partying like it's 1999, Kellen. Woo! Spurs, Knicks in the finals.
Can't wait. I'm extremely excited for this series.
I am really looking forward to this series as well.
It does come at the cost of kind of seeing what Oklahoma City had to offer in that, and just kind of the abrupt halt that we were We were all ready. We were all on the ride for like, okay, here comes the next dynasty. Parody's been around for a couple of years, whatever. Here comes what we're used to. Yet again, the swerve comes.
A lot of the arrows that are being shot in Oklahoma City are going towards Chet Holmgren, who was, wow.
It was not just this game, Vince.
It was a
real bad series.
Real bad series. It goes beyond the physical. Some wondering whether or not Chet Holmgren was injured and was just gutting it out to be out there. I don't think that was the case because you had two key players missing a lot of this series with injury in Mitchell and Williams. I think this is Victor Wembanyama, another thing that he was able to do this postseason. He was able to break Chet Holmgren mentally because Holmgren, by the end of the series, I responded to one of your tweets on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
And they tried to keep Holmgren on the floor, and they couldn't because he couldn't even catch the ball. My response was, if Oklahoma City got a point for every time he caught the ball cleanly, they'd still be down by 10 points or more. It was remarkable how bad he was.
It was on both ends of the floor, too. This is a guy who finished second in Defensive Player of the Year to Wemby. So if Wemby didn't meet the thresholds or whatever, Chet would have been Defensive Player of the Year. His impact defensively was not felt. And what is the guy who finishes second in Defensive Player of the Year, first team all defense? What is he supposed to do? He's supposed to guard the best player.
Yes.
And yet they can't put him on Wemby because they know what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to lie, Vince, I think that coaching staff knew that they would only make things worse if they put Chet on Wemby and what would mentally continue to deteriorate for him. Because the story of this rivalry going into before even Chet played a year in college or anything like that, and when they were meeting all the youth scenes, was just how Chet got the upper hand on Wemby in those individual matchups across international competitions. And then even when they were playing against each other, when both these teams were a little bit irrelevant 2 years ago, Chet was meeting Wemby. And it was this whole thing coming into this series where it was like, okay, is this going to elevate? Who is this going to elevate more? Like, is Wemby going to play better because of this little extra fuel, or is this going to get Chet to the level, which honestly, Vince, I wanted to see out of him? It's easy to forget last year, the Thunder win the championship. You and Bick came in here a lot of shows and we're like, man, are they going to get something out of Jalen Williams in this series? Are they going to get something out of Chet Holmgren in this series?
Yeah.
He averaged 12 points a game in the finals and shot 39% from the field.
Mm-hmm.
Chet was not good in the finals last year. He was really bad in this series. Offensively, like we talk about, like he can't create his own shot, all this stuff. He was scared to shoot threes. He was not shooting at 7-1, catching the ball in the corner.
Yes.
He was passing those up. That is what he is on the floor to do.
Absolutely, but also scared to shoot from anywhere. The fact that he played 33 minutes in a Game 7 and shot the ball twice. I did the search on it through StatHead. There's only 10 guys that have done that in any Game 7.
Wow.
Only one other player's ever done it in a conference finals Game 7, and that was Damon Jones of the Miami Heat, who might be going to jail soon, by the way.
Not necessarily the guy you had in mind on that team where, okay, the two other lead ball handlers are out. This is the guy that needs to step up offensively. That's not Damon Jones.
Damon Jones had a role. Chet Holmgren is like, okay, Williams is out. Mitchell was great while he played in this playoff.
Let's go, Chet.
He's out. Time for Chet to go. But he would not shoot the ball. And if you look at this postseason, Chet did his thing against the Suns. He was even better against the Lakers, averaged 20 and almost 10 per game. And those numbers go down to 10 and 7. And, here's Chet Holmgren after that game.
You can always learn from the tape, good or bad. And, it hurts a lot more, stings a lot more when, it culminates in the loss, obviously. So, there's no kind of, running from improvement. That's, I always look at it as no matter what, good, bad, win, loss, whatever it might be, you have to continue to improve. So that's the mindset.
Good on Chet Holmgren for having the balls to stand up and face the music after that performance. But I will say this. Oklahoma City might have some real decisions to make because who's standing in your way moving forward? Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. And these teams might trade off going to the finals for the next 5-6 years. But that is your number one competitor. This is the matchup in the NBA right now. And if your supposed second or third best player is going to fold up like he did, you might have to make a move.
You know who is just as big of a a deterrent in the way, who's just as much in their path as Victor Wembanyama? C.J. McCollum. And what I mean by that is what C.J. McCollum did with the CBA and did with these aprons, because the Oklahoma City Thunder last year, this is real numbers, I have them right in front of me, they were 22nd in payroll last year, the Oklahoma City Thunder were. Next year, right now, they are going to have a payroll $27 million higher than anyone else in the league. Their tax bill is projected to be $210 million next year. Because what happened? J-Dub's contract ran out, max extension. Chet's deal ran out, max extension. By the way, not next year, but the year after, Shea, the super max extension kicks in for Shea. He goes from making $40 a year to $60 a year.
Mm-hmm.
Oklahoma City, not necessarily this big titan of Ballmer or Ishbia money.
No.
By the way. So the adjustments that they are going to make this offseason, because there are going to be, have to do with this just as much as what happened against San Antonio as well. Isaiah Hartenstein has a team option. Lou Dort has a team option. Do they pick those up and then trade some of those guys? And I'm going to be really brave here, Vince, and do something pretty much no one does in the basketball space. I'm going to criticize Sam Presti.
Wow.
Isaiah Joe and Aaron Wiggins were huge parts of their team last year to win a championship. Both guys did not play a single minute in this Game 7. Both guys did not have good years, and they did not stand pat at the deadline. They got Jared McCain, but Daigneault had to have known at that time in February that they were worries about those two guys being able to contribute for them. And again, J-Dub gets hurt, A.J. Mitchell gets hurt. If either guy is healthy, in my opinion, the Thunder win the series.
Right, so isn't that just negate the previous statement? Because if they're healthy, they win. It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't, because you need to have insurance policies in case they get injured. And when you have these plethora of picks, which you are having to trade to get off of, essentially, like we're talking about, they have 12 and 17 in this draft. They can't use both picks. They're going to have to trade one of them.
Mm-hmm.
You could have traded one of them with one of those guys at the deadline and gotten someone who could have really helped you. You could have gotten Ayo Dosunmu. You could have gone after other names on the wing that went at the time that could have helped you in those games. Like they had to bring out Kenrich Williams, who I like as a player, but they could have done better the last year. And Presti ultimately, 2 years ago, it nearly cost him the finals because those two guys were nowhere to be seen by the time Game 7 was up. They were nowhere to be seen. And it cost them in this series as well. So there you have it. Actual Sam Presti criticism for the first time in like 10 years. There you go.
Yeah, he's had a good run.
It's been pretty good.
You know who I think should have sent Chet Holmgren a gift basket?
Who?
James Harden.
Oh, my gosh.
Thanks for taking all the criticism off of me.
You're not kidding. And just like their core in general, like Alex, I was trying to think about this and I tweeted about it. Was Chet the 8th best player in that series? The 9th?
On their team?
In the overall series. Like,
well, SGA was better than him. Caruso was better than him. Jalen Williams was better than him.
Yeah.
Case and Wallace was better than him.
Mitchell.
Hartenstein was better than him.
Yeah. That's 6 guys. We haven't even mentioned the Spurs yet.
No, and they had a lot of guys that had really good series.
He's a very good basketball player. We're overreacting in the moment a little bit, but we talk about mental breaking points all the time, and to bring in the Suns into this, we knew that Dallas series had serious ramifications. It sure did. You worry about this with Chet. Was this a big flip moment for his career as a whole? This is a guy who people were pointing at and being like, this is the guy that is going to counter Wemby. Like he's not going to reach those heights per se, but he is the type of player that could counteract him. They were too scared to have him guard Wemby.
Yeah. For the whole series.
Didn't guard him once.
They're one of the only teams that has a guy built just like Wemby, and they wouldn't put him on him.
And that was really glaring in Game 1 when Caruso was getting all of the one-on-one matchups late against Wemby and did his best. Caruso's a gamer. I can't stand him.
And you wonder how much San Antonio built up like an edge over them for the following years. Because what happened? Oklahoma City over the first couple of games of the series was flopping all over the place. And what did San Antonio do? Wemby grabbed Carter Bryant and said, look, he's going to fall. Give him a little knock.
Yeah.
So when he falls, he feels it. Because he's going to fall anyway. Carter Bryant did that. Wemby did that. Their whole team did that. And you wonder if that's going to hold over everything. Because there was a 70-win pace. They beat him 3 times in 10 days. It's like, oh, my gosh, what's happening here? This could be the theme for the rest of the decade. It really could be.
Coming up next, Jarrett's going to take us through the big stories on this Monday in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson sitting in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the last piece of financing you will ever need. You can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off your home in just a few short years. You keep access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity and allows you to buy new properties without additional mortgages. If you have home improvement needs, not a problem. Just borrow from yourself. Need a new car? No need to finance. Just borrow from yourself. Stressed out by college tuition? No worries, just borrow from yourself. Bottom line, if you have great credit and are good with money, there is no need to let the bank control your finances or your future, not when the future of banking and mortgage is here. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more at 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is a job for Sponsored Jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed Sponsored Jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
With Michelob Ultra Zero, there's always what's next. Next play. Next shot. Next score. Next celebration. Michelob Ultra Zero. Zero alcohol. Distinctly smooth taste. And just 29 calories. Stay in the game with Michelob Ultra Zero. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Zero alcohol-free malt beverage, St. Louis, Missouri.
What California Pools and Landscape did for us at Casa Galvisi, they've been doing since 1988, transforming backyards into amazing escapes. Heck, Cal Pools built our original pool in the 90s, so for the refresh, no one we trusted more, but it's so much more. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, and they're Arizona's most awarded pool builder. This month, they're celebrating those 38 years with the biggest savings of the summer. Get a free estimate and see our new backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
I'm Bailey Leisure with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were swept by the Seattle Mariners in a 3-2 10th inning loss yesterday. The Diamondbacks managed just 2 runs on 3 hits in the loss. The Diamondbacks are back at Chase Field tonight to begin a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch is at 6:40 p.m., and you can listen to the game here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The 2026 NBA Finals is set after the San Antonio Spurs defeated the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals on Saturday. The Spurs will take on the New York Knicks in a rematch of the 1999 NBA Finals. Game 1 tips off in San Antonio on Wednesday, and the Phoenix Mercury look to snap a 5-game losing streak as they host the Minnesota Lynx tonight. Tip-off at Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Oh, there is no Sammy, there is no Bick, so zippity poop and zippity pip. It is time for the Rush Hour Reboot.
Morning, Jarrett. How you doing? What's up?
I am filling in here to get you caught up on all the big stories of the day with Vince Marotta and Kellen Olson, who is in for Dan Bickley, who is on assignment overseas. We will start with the Arizona Diamondbacks, who got swept by the Seattle Mariners. Torey Lovullo said that the series humbled them.
You know, this game is humbling. We came in here, we were playing very good baseball. I thought we did a lot right, but there were some very critical moments today in the other two games that we lost that we just didn't execute at the high level that we've gotten used to. So that's the difference in wins and losses. We lost 2 games in a walk-off fashion. It's heartbreaking, it's brutal, but these guys will rebound.
The D-backs were literally an at-bat away from winning either or both Game 1 and Game 3 there. So was the Mariners series a cause for concern or a blip on the radar?
I think, look, I'm going to ride this roller coaster again all summer long, I think. We were riding the roller coaster and lauding them for winning 11 out of 13 games against the Rockies and Giants. When you have 2 games where the offense completely shut down against good pitching, yes, it's a cause for concern. Because if you want to be in the playoffs, you're going to face good pitching, and you have to get more consistent offensive performances. Plus, I'm not letting the starting pitching off the hook either. 10 home runs? It's a lot for a weekend. It's a lot of souvenirs that Mariners fans left the ballpark with over the weekend. So, yeah, cause for concern. They can put a Band-Aid on it by playing better against the Dodgers, but I don't have much confidence in that.
This was the series, Jarrett, coming up off of Giants and Rockies, where I think you had to win 1 or 2. And yes, I say that seeing that it's the Washington Nationals at the end of the week after the Dodgers, but Washington is playing good baseball right now. James Wood, C.J. Abrams have been superstars for them offensively. So this is a stretch here where if you can just get 1 or 2 off it, you just avoid getting swept by the Dodgers. You win 2 out of 3 against Washington, you're back on the right track. But that's a lot easier. I'm making it sound easier than it actually is.
Let's go to the Arizona Cardinals, who resume voluntary OTAs this week. Am I correct? Before moving on to mandatory OTAs.
You are correct.
In about a week or less.
Last week to go.
Way to have your finger on it, Jared.
It's so the phrasing of all these things, and which situation is more likely to be resolved by the time mandatory OTAs begin? Josh Sweat or Jacoby Brissett?
Does it have to be an either or?
You could do a neither, I suppose.
I don't think either one of those things is. Well, no. I will say, what's more likely to happen?
More likely is the question.
I think the Josh Sweat thing is more likely to happen by next Monday.
He just shows up and says, yeah, I train on my own. Like, I just went around. He's not Justin Herbert going around Europe with Madison beer or anything, I'm sure.
Because at least with Jacoby Brissett, we know what the issue is. He wants more money?
Yes.
We don't necessarily even know what Josh Sweat is upset about.
No, he's just not there.
What is the reason not to pay Jacoby Brissett again?
They don't need to? What's the reason to pay him? I mean, we could have this discussion.
To have your best quarterback play, you know? Like, there's no cap ramifications this year. Like, you just give him $3 million more this year.
If that's what he's asking for. What if he's asking for $15 million more?
Then get comfortable at home, yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing. We don't know what the ask is.
It's a good point. Yeah.
Is it $5 million a year? I agree with you. If it's $20 million a year.
To Kellen's point, 3 to 5, you probably don't bat an eye, even if Jacoby Brissett is not in your plans for the second half of the season.
Which you would hope if that's what he's asking for.
Everybody's talking about starters' money.
Right.
That basically starts at about $20 million a year.
Exactly.
That's a little bit steep for the situation that they're
So are
in.
you willing to pay that price on a slightly better version of Gardner Minshew for half the season, or do you just tell him to kick rocks? And again, like this money is just you're just spending. It's not cap or anything. It's just extra money the Cardinals would have to spend. It's not like they've hesitated to do that in the past in the history of their franchise or anything.
True.
They probably shouldn't have just told him he was going to be the starter before everything happens, and then he went, "Oh,
Put photos
really?"
of him up across the facility to replace the Kyler ones. Yeah.
Yep.
not great.
All
Not the
right,
best
and
judgment.
Hey, that wall space is not going to fill itself.
Yeah.
all right, finally, let's go to the NBA, where the Oklahoma City Thunder, the defending NBA champions, were eliminated in Game 7 by the San Antonio Spurs. What did the Thunder do now? Kendrick Perkins has an idea for that, a little bit of a long cut, but react to it afterwards.
If I'm the rest of the league, I'm looking at OKC like eye candy, right? When you talk about the draft picks that they have, when you look at their personnel, you look at guys that like Isaiah Hardenstein, Lou Dortz, that have team option deals for next year. I'm looking at them and I'm saying, if I'm OKC and Sam Presti, I'm going for it. I'm trying to get into the Giannis Antetokounmpo sweepstakes. I want to make an offer to the Milwaukee Bucks that include Chet Holmgren, because what Chet Holmgren displayed in these conference finals was ugly, and it was an embarrassment. And what he showed was no heart, no soul, and Wemby is not going anywhere. And so in order to neutralize Wemby and have a shot at making it back to the finals and winning the championship, you got to go get a player like Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Do the Thunder need to do anything that extreme?
Can I follow up with a question of my own? If all three of these teams, Knicks, Spurs, Thunder, have like relatively mundane off seasons, they kind of run it back more or less, aren't the Thunder still the favorites to win the title next year?
Probably.
Yes, that's kind of my answer.
Although, when you look at Hartenstein, you look at Dort.
The money, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with the cap situation that you just outlined earlier, I don't know if both of those guys are back. I think Lou Dort could be elsewhere next year.
Yeah, the situation I've been painting with is 12-17 in the draft. Do they move up a couple of spots with those picks, maybe another pick somewhere, and get a Daimara out of Michigan, have him replace Hardenstein, and they move Hardenstein elsewhere?
Yeah. Well, possibility. To answer your question, Jarrett, I don't think they need to do anything that drastic. That is, I mean, Giannis is going to move this offseason, I think. Even though the Oklahoma City Thunder are a model franchise right now, it's still Oklahoma City. Do you want to put this gigantic star and take him from Milwaukee to Oklahoma City if you're the league?
Well, the ramifications as well of the Thunder not making the finals, and you look at how everything seemed to line up with Giannis going to New York. What if the Knicks just win the finals now? They're not going to trade for Giannis if they win the finals. They're not going to do that. If they lose a series, maybe they do. That's been the most heavily linked spot for him. So where does he go now? It's probably going to be a lot more relevant to the championship picture, I believe, even if he goes somewhere with Golden State or LA or whatever.
That is the funny thing about us talking about these budding dynasties in the West. What if the Knicks just win it this year?
Yeah. There's only been, I believe, over the past 25 years, there's only been 5 like double-digit winning streaks in the playoffs, and the Knicks have one of them right now.
Heading into the finals, by the way.
They're playing their best basketball at the right time. That's what got the Suns in the finals in the first place. We've seen this plenty of times, and sometimes it gets you a championship as well.
Yep.
You've been rebooted.
Thanks for rebooting us, Jarrett.
Thanks,
we
Jarrett.
appreciate it. For the last couple of weeks, at the end of the reboot, we've been given the Devils in London trivia question.
Yes.
But we don't have a question today because we have a winner to announce. We're not going to do it now. The announcement of the winner of this unbelievable
The
contest.
single greatest prize we've ever given at this
hands
station.
down.
We're going
Not
to
even
announce the
close.
winner at 9:15 this morning to put the wraps on Devils in London. And if that name is not Vince Marotta, no.
No, but if you qualified, if you've been playing all week, make
Yes.
sure you stay tuned for 9:15.
Yes.
It's the trip for 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're going alone.
Oh, that's
just
right.
Take Vinny with you.
I'm
He's a single guy.
I'm free that week.
Vinny's offering him up.
Is the Diamondbacks opening day starter now pitching for his spot in the rotation? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Darius Robinson is joining us here in the studio at the Cardinals facility. What kind of potential, just from a D-line standpoint, do you guys have?
Yeah, we can be as good as we want to be, but I remember saying the same thing last year, and unfortunately we didn't have the results we wanted, so that's why I say now just one day at a time. But I definitely love my teammates, and I love what we can do, but just focusing on getting better each day at practice and just having fun, competing against one another. I think that's what's going to ultimately bring the best out of everyone.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Summer is here, and it brings a lot of great things. Kids are out of school, family vacations, baseball games, and there's also those triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and AHS Home Warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or refrigerator. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin, thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Starting June 1st, the D-backs host Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field for a 4-game series. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Arizona Sports.
Swung on, that is hit high and deep.
Bickley and Marotta talk D-backs baseball now.
The 2-2. Swung on, that's barreled deep center field. Waldschmidt going back to the track, and Crawford's got his second home run of the ball game. He just throttled it into the center field section of the no-fly zone, and all of a sudden Seattle has a 5-1 lead.
That's going back to Friday night. The opener won by Seattle 7-6. They won Saturday, they won Sunday, they sweep. That was the second home run of the game by J.P. Crawford on Friday night. Second off of Zach Gallen, who gave up 3 home runs in that game. Look, Zach Gallen is under the microscope a little bit. It was considered a boon, Kellen, when Zach Gallen landed back with the Diamondbacks right before the season started. Yes, it was a $20 million payday. We've seen the Diamondbacks do that in recent years. Right before spring training really gets rolling, they will make an investment into their pitching staff. I think we had all thought that Zach Gallen was going to move on. There were even times where in the offseason, people were reporting he was going here, going there. In fact, Zach Gallen had to refute questions about him signing with the Chicago Cubs, saying there was nothing to it while he was getting married, by the way. Most recent start on Friday, 5 innings, 8 hits, 5 earned runs, the 3 home runs, struck out only 2. Zach Gallen's ERA right now in the season, 5.16. That ERA has risen, I think, and that's a half season mark.
Yep.
But it's risen 4 consecutive seasons for Zach Gallen. And with the Corbin Burns situation going to be, it's becoming a reality very soon, is Zach Gallen the guy that is pitching for his rotation spot right now?
The reason this is a question is because of how well everyone else is pitching. I know it wasn't the best Ryan Nelson outing, but overall in the month of May, 2.95 ERA, 0.98 whip for him. He was outstanding. Merrill Kelly got back on track, 3.49 and a 1.16, and those 2 numbers for him as well. And then Erod and Soroka were still fantastic. 1.60 ERA for Erod in the month of May with a 1.01 whip, and then Soroka 1.78 ERA, 0.96 whip. All those numbers are fantastic. Zach Gallen, month of May, 7.04 ERA, 1.57 whip. It's a really interesting thing because you look at some of the more in-depth numbers with Zach and you see the extra cause for concern. There are 67 pitchers in baseball this year who have thrown at least 300 fastballs. Zach has by far the least amount of whiffs on his. It's not close. You turn those qualifiers down to 200, and he still got it somewhere around the least. It's a part of his game where getting swing and miss on a fastball, it's crucial to just about any pitcher that is going to be successful. His numbers weren't amazing by any means in the past of his career, but it was solid, and Alex Weiner on ArizonaSports.com highlighted this concern a couple of weeks ago. Good news is he had 3 in the Seattle game, which was a new season high for him, coming off of 2 in the earlier game. These numbers were super low for him at the start of the year, but these are the types of inside baseball trends that the Diamondbacks are going to look at, I think, over the next month in making their decision. But where this gets hairy, Vince, is let's say you decide Zach is not your guy, and you are indeed going to move him out of the rotation. Mm-hmm. We know Torrey doesn't do 6-man rotations. He's not going to do this piggyback crap that the Mariners did the other day. He's not going to do any of that stuff. Do you move him to the bullpen? Do you trade him?
Well, let me say first on the first one, you already have Brandon Pfaadt in the bullpen.
Yeah.
You can't have 2 starters in the bullpen.
But he's not there as a starter anymore. I think we have crossed the threshold point with Pfaadt being a starter for the rest of the year. If Soroka or anyone else gets injured for a couple of months, I think Pfaadt's arm is already at that point now where they risk re-injury. Torrey talked about that, how Randall Delgado was a guy who got hurt when they did that. Drake Jameson is a guy who got hurt that. Pfaadt's just about there. Jack Summers wrote about it on SportsIllustrated.com about just the issues there and the conflicting statements between Hazen and Lavelle and what they're doing with him.
But on that note, though, if you moved Gallen to the bullpen, you could send Pfaadt down to the minors and stretch him out again.
How long does that take?
Yeah, it might be too far gone.
Yeah,
we're in June now.
That's also, it would also be, from a financial standpoint, $29 million of salary into your bullpen for undefined roles. The thing that concerns me about Zach Gallen, and you hit on the swing and miss, the whiff rate being low, his strikeout numbers are paltry, to say the least. Strikeouts per 9 innings 2 seasons ago in 2024, 9.5. Decent number. 8.2 last year. It's down to 6.4 this year. His strikeout to walk ratio is the worst it's ever been, even going back to when he broke into the major leagues with Miami. 42 strikeouts in 59 1/3 innings. He's just throwing a lot of hittable pitches right now.
And last year, 4.83 ERA, gave up 31 home runs. So he is already coming off of a full season, 33 starts, where he was a 4th or 5th level starter, if you want to look at his rotation role. Mm-hmm. And I think all of us did the same thing when the signing happened. We're not asking for 2022 Zach Gallen, 2.54 ERA, the best whip in the National League, nothing like that. Can you get somewhere between the middle ground of what he was in 23 and 24 and last year? Like, can he ride like a 4 ERA? If he does, that's totally fine. I don't think we foresaw this type of complication where he could be the worst starter in your rotation because we had so many questions about Erod, remember, and Soroka too. And now it turns into this different type of situation. The other hold up there, Jarrett, with doing that kind of move and like moving Zach to the bullpen or taking him out in general is like, okay, well, what happens if someone gets hurt right after that? Or if you decide to trade him, then you've got no one left because Fott is not stretched out. I don't think you can stretch him out again at this point. Is that like Mitch Bratt's music? Is it someone in AAA? The complications get really, they stack up here in a lot of ways. The best answer is Zach pitches well, but in May, he was by far their worst starter. So this is my long-winded way of saying this is a giant month for him. If he does not get on track in June, then this really, really becomes an issue.
Because there's nothing pending right now. We know Burns is coming, but it's not going to be in the next week or so.
No, sometime in July-ish.
He said a little earlier maybe,
This is a good conversation. I think it's very, with what we know about Torey Lovello, I think it's very, very unlikely, regardless if Zach pitches the same as he's pitching now, that they would send him to the bullpen. It's more likely to me that they would give him a phantom IL stint and try to correct something in like 2 weeks. Like, I just can't see, with how much respect he gives to the veteran pitchers and stuff, putting Gallen in the bullpen.
Like, if this was pending right now, if Corbin Burns was ready to come back and there was a decision that had to be made now, what do you think Torey would do?
I think he would send Ryan Nelson to the bullpen.
I think so, too.
Again. And to
he
be
has
clear,
the experience, and it's not like Ryan Nelson has been excellent this year.
Each of the last 2 years, 17 homers allowed for him, which are awesome numbers. This year, 15 homers allowed in 65 innings.
Yeah.
The numbers are getting better, but he's not looked the same that he did the last 2 years.
I would agree with that.
I would send Zach, though. I would prefer Ryan stays in.
Yeah, but also if Nelson was the choice, you're not dealing with the financial ramifications of it either, because he's not making the money that Zach Gallen is making. It's gonna be a hard decision.
It's just weird too. Like, what does his market look like this offseason? And like, do the D-backs even want it back? Even if he pitches better in the second half, like if he has like a 3.2 ERA for the second half, that still adds up to a pretty uninspiring number.
Probably similar to this offseason where he wasn't able to get a long term deal.
Well, that was the trajectory last year too, as he got better late, but he's not helping himself.
No, he's not.
No.
It's a bummer too, because I think we looked at Zach 2-3 years ago, well on his way to joining that echelon of like, no one's touching RJ, of course, or Schilling, but like that group of like Webb and the names that we talk about in that ranks. And now
Greinke and
but also
Dan
in terms
Herron.
of like one of the top starters in the National League. But
that's a good point. Yeah.
He has not been.
We were like, how many Cy Young races is this guy going to be? And he hasn't been in one in a few years now.
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select the UPS store locations or by donating today. Coming up next, we roll into the 8 o'clock hour. Fire!
Oh, no, not
No
today.
fire for a couple weeks. We'll have a couple sparks, though. 100 days until the NFL season is upon us. We'll give the 100-day outlook next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson, sitting in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive Lens Exchange, or RLE, from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata here, and I did have LASIK surgery over 25 years ago. It changed my life, but over time, my vision has changed. I'm getting older. My vision is still very good, but I do find myself squinting at times, and I've had to use readers from time to time. So I met with Dr. King because I was wondering what was going on with my vision at K2 Vision. He gave me a thorough exam, and like many people who had LASIK in their younger years, I'm a really good candidate for a refractive lens exchange. It's a permanent solution that would ensure I'll never get a cataract. If you are thinking about changing your vision permanently, you need to talk to the team of surgeons at K2 Vision. They've performed over 300,000 procedures total, and I know from my experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. k2visionrle.com.
Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year again where it's extremely important to keep up on your plumbing and air conditioning maintenance. At Ready Services, we provide our Ready Preventative Maintenance Program, where our technicians come to your home and conduct those preventative checks in order to keep your home life as comfortable as possible. We'll do everything to catch the little problems before they become big repairs. Reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com for information on how to become a member and ensure that your home is in the best hands possible.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The Bunker to Bunker Golf Tour is swinging into summer with their Summer Swing two-person scramble tournament at Verado Golf Club's Victory Course on Saturday, June 20th, benefiting the Arnie's Army Charitable Foundation. The event includes breakfast, team competitions, prizes, and a huge raffle, and even a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $120. Come and enjoy an unforgettable day of golf with your friends. The event is open to the public, but space is limited and will fill up quickly. So register today at bunkergolf.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like customer service associate at a dry cleaning shop.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to pick up my suit.
Ah, yes. Here you go.
There must be a mistake. This is too small.
It shrunk a whole lot. Look on the bright side. Now you have a suit you can give to a child.
This is your job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Bailey Leisure with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were swept by the Seattle Mariners in a 3-2 10th inning loss yesterday. The Diamondbacks are back at Chase Field tonight to begin a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Eduardo Rodriguez is set to start for the D-backs against Dodgers righty Emmett Sheehan. First pitch is at 6:40 p.m., and you can listen to the game here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The 2026 NBA Finals is set after the San Antonio Spurs defeated the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals on Saturday. The Spurs will take on the New York Knicks in a rematch of the 1999 NBA Finals. Game 1 tips off in San Antonio on Wednesday. And the Phoenix Mercury look to snap a 5-game losing streak as they host the Minnesota Lynx tonight. Tip-off at Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7 p.m. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona sports, the local sports leader, Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
We continue here on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Kellen Olson in for Bick. Not just today. All week we get Kellen.
Hello.
And then Tim Ring all next week as Bick taking a well-deserved long family vacation.
Well-deserved.
There's 100 days until the NFL season is upon us. Not that I have a calendar that I count down.
I'm counting. Can't wait.
You probably did. The only reason I knew is because ESPN.
Advent calendar.
Yeah, you get a piece of candy every day. ESPN put out a piece this morning about the 100-day cutoff, or the 100-day warning, we'll call it, for the NFL season. 100 days to the 2026 NFL season, predictions, injuries, and more. By the way, I was going to make a point, but I think I'm wrong.
That never stopped me before.
I was going to say the NFL is really the only sports entity in which people do this. But it's not exactly true, because baseball seam heads will always say so-and-so number of days until pitchers and catchers report. It's never till opening day. It's just till pitchers and catchers report.
Interesting?
Because that's the big milestone, baby.
Yeah, that's
because
what we
baseball
all wait
has
for.
4 opening days now. One overseas, one the night before the real opening day.
The
then
Netflix opener.
Not everybody has the game that real opening day. They have the next day. So it's hard
just
to
wait
say.
till the NFL in 5 years has the season opener for the Paris Baguettes or whatever they're called. I don't know, man. Whatever.
Oh, Jarrett would be a big fan of that team.
Oh, man. I could be the mascot.
No accent? Wow. I'm disappointed, Jarrett. We teed you up for that really well.
Really well, but
Come on, man.
He passed.
Come see there. Oh, is it what do you do? How do you say?
Can you give me quarterback Jameis Winston? No?
I don't think he's ever done that one before.
All right.
So they've got a whole bunch of different sections in this piece. It's pretty lengthy, but off-season buzz, MVP race, bold predictions, things like that. There are some interesting notes of local interest, I would say. One of their big one of their 10 bold predictions. This is from Mike Tannenbaum.
Yep.
NFL analyst. And he's not local anymore, but there's still interest. Kyler Murray will win Comeback Player of the Year. Tannenbaum writes, Murray steps into an ideal system with coach Kevin O'Connell and receivers Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison. I think the Vikings can go 11-6, clinch the NFC North, and win a playoff game with the former Cardinals quarterback at the helm.
What is he coming back from?
I guess
he's injured. He missed half the year last year. Didn't you watch?
He missed more than half the year.
More than half.
That's the comeback now?
I That's a great question. I mean, he missed.
Well, we know what it is. It's
we
like
missed
the
12
franchise
games.
standing that he's jumping from, right?
Yeah.
I guess that's it.
But I guess if you just miss substantial time for any reason, now you're eligible for Comeback Player of the Year.
It's always a weird award to me.
Well, I was going to say, in football, you could just be El Succo, come back and play a much better year the next year and get that award, right? You don't necessarily have to miss a year from injury.
Going from mildly disappointing quarterback to mildly decent quarterback is the jump there that he would be.
It's a great point.
A big, huge leap for Kyler.
If that was the case, that would be the least inspiring Comeback Player of the Year story we've ever heard.
I get the
Wow,
appeal.
he fought his way back from a foot injury that nobody could identify. And nobody talked about.
That he was about to play on and then mysteriously disappeared for 6 weeks heading into an offseason when it seemed like he was for sure leaving.
That he was instantly better from as soon as this season ended somehow.
Interesting. When he was asked about it at his intro press conference, he awkwardly dodged the question.
Thankfully, that dodging of the question didn't lead to a reoccurrence of the foot
injury.
Yeah. We haven't done a show together in a while, Kellen.
Yeah, what's up?
I think the Kyler Murray thing is very interesting. We had some fun last week with the difference of nature of comments between Murray and J.J. McCarthy when OTAs got started for the Vikings. Murray's, coming off as this sage veteran quarterback that I'm willing to impart my knowledge and help J.J. McCarthy out. And McCarthy saying, yeah, we're two guys in a classroom, and he sits on the other side of the room, basically. I see what Kyler Murray was trying to do. Everybody who's forecasting this quarterback race or competition in Minnesota seems to think Kyler Murray's going to be the guy. And, I know there's a faction of Cardinals fans that are looking for Kyler Murray to go elsewhere and fall on his face. I don't think that happens. I think Kyler Murray goes to Minnesota and he will continue to be what he has always been, a middle-of-the-road starting NFL quarterback. Are the Vikings good enough to do what Mike Tannenbaum said, win the division, win a playoff game with Kyler Murray as quarterback? Are they good enough everywhere else, I think is the question. It's not about him to me.
No, it's not at all. I totally agree with you. My take on this all summer and just going back to earlier in the year is that this is going to work and Kyler is going to be successful in Minnesota. I'm not saying he's going to be in the MVP race. I'm not saying that the Vikings are going to win 14 games, but as I said earlier in the show, I really don't think it's that hard to win 11 to 13 games in the NFL these days. We've seen mediocre to good teams do it a lot over the last couple of years. You're not asking for a ton out of Kyler. The ecosystem is in place for him to succeed. We know what Flores is going to do with that defense. We know what O'Connell is going to do with this offense. He just has to be an average version of himself. Yeah. And Kyler is going to do just fine with this.
So, Kellen, as a Cardinals fan, you don't have any of that anxiety or fear that Kyler's going to leave the Cardinals, be in a better situation, and all of a sudden take off?
No, the opposite. I'm rooting for him because of what he had to go through. Anyone who has been in that organization for a handful of years, I'm automatically rooting for them when they leave because of what they had to go through. It's similarly how I felt when guys would leave the Arizona Coyotes after a handful of years. I would just be like, they endured so much. He went through so much. And look, this is not me saying Kyler was not at fault for some of the things that went wrong over the course of the years that he went through. But I was there in the locker room when he played his last game as a member of the Arizona Cardinals when they lost a game that they did not win because of Kyler, but they certainly did not lose because of Kyler in a dramatic, hilarious fashion, and just watched him at his locker room, just kind of sitting there staring straight ahead for a half hour.
Yeah.
I can't help but feel bad for him. And again, like the majority of players who have played for the Cardinals a handful of years and been through these obstacles along the way, especially for a guy like him that was the man at every single portion of his career and then was dealt, in my opinion, an insurmountable obstacle. I know that Kyler has not lived up to the hype of the talent that he was, but at the same time, I don't think there was any overcoming what was in his way the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I look at it now and was there frustration? And I look back at Kyler's stay in Arizona and the things that he didn't do. He grew as a leader, but I think the Cardinals knew that was one of the knocks on him coming out of college, that he was such a superior athlete at every stop that he didn't have to rely on that component of being a quarterback. So did it develop as much? No. Did he grow in the community? Yes. Was it at the point where you'd like to see your starting quarterback grow? Probably not. But I think you said something interesting that you're rooting for him at this point. And I think right now, a lot of Cardinal fans would agree with you. I think that changes if he does just knock it out of the park in Minnesota. And people,
if it's to Jaden Daniels levels, you're kind of saying with what happened for him collegiately, at least?
Yeah, and there are differences in those situations.
Yeah. Jaden didn't win games, but he won awards.
Yeah, true. Yeah. So I think there's room for movement with a lot of Cardinal fans, but I think it's going to be interesting because I do think the Vikings have a really good roster, and I think with better quarterback play, they might have been a factor last year.
They won't win 12 games because of Kyler. They won't lose 12 games because of Kyler.
Yeah,
it's just going to be everything else around them, and if it's functioning well, he'll do well with it, just like he did here.
Yeah, he's got 7 years of proof that he is a competent starting quarterback in the NFL. I don't think he's going to be a MVP candidate, but I don't think he's going to get benched either.
Not too worried about J.J. McCarthy pushing for that spot either.
No. How good do you feel confident in that guy?
I'm shocked that he had some questionable quotes coming out about this. You could have seen that coming.
How much coming up? How much anxiety should Suns fans feel when they look at their competition in the West? We'll get into that and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson sitting in for Bick all week long here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Darius Robinson is joining us here in the studio at the Cardinals facility. What kind of potential, just from a D-line standpoint, do you guys have?
Yeah, we can be as good as we want to be, but I remember saying the same thing last year, and unfortunately we didn't have the results we wanted, so that's why I say now just one day at a time. But I definitely love my teammates, and I love what we can do, but just focusing on getting better each day at practice and just having fun, competing against one another. I think that's what's going to ultimately bring the best out of everyone.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers or baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances. But natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the kitchen. It supports economic development and growth in the community. Southwest Gas fuels the local businesses and industries that help our communities thrive, from startups to large-scale manufacturing. Many of the recent large-scale businesses that have expanded their operations into Phoenix, they're dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Southwest Gas helps businesses succeed while helping our state become a national leader in advanced manufacturing. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you'd like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health, but then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started at A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles for 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Home buyers, hear this. Do not get a traditional mortgage. Did you know a $500,000 mortgage at 5.5% will still cost you over $1 million? That's insane. On a Life Changer loan, you can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off in just a few short years and keep access to your equity. It's faster, cheaper, smarter, more flexible, and totally addictive. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh, no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, it's Gambo. What does this year's Western Conference Finals winner tell us about the chances
the Suns have to get back to the NBA Finals. The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I learned about myself. I would say what I learned is I can go through hurdles that I didn't know those hurdles could get so high. It's just pushing through. I found resources inside of me, relentlessness. I already knew that, but doing it at this level, this is the best basketball on the planet that's being played right now. And the crazy thing is, maybe I'm crazy for that, but I want to do that 15, 20 more times. Let's hope it doesn't become an addiction. Maybe it is already.
Victor Wembanyama from parts unknown, actually France. What he's learned about himself from this playoff. First playoff experience for Victor Wembanyama as a member of the San Antonio Spurs, and it's going to end in a trip to the NBA Finals. They are 4 games away from winning a title. Like you, Kellen Olson, I am very much looking forward to this matchup. I think the difference in styles, the difference in roster types, the difference in just workload so far in these playoffs is going to be fascinating. And I want to see what the Knicks can do with Wemby. And Wemby's had an interesting postseason. He had a concussion early on in the first round. He lost his mind in the second round and elbowed Naz Reid in the face.
Yeah.
He got ejected. I think he talked about hurdles in that soundbite. There were a lot of hurdles in this series, and Chet Holmgren wasn't one of them, but the different looks that Oklahoma City gave him, the physicality with which they played, he was able to overcome that. This is not your normal first trip to the NBA Finals when you look at all what he's experienced so far.
Absolutely not. And I think the amount of experience that they're gaining that will help them in future years right now for this core is amazing and just really unprecedented in a couple of different ways. I just have to keep Googling it and making sure, because I hear people say Wemby's 22 and Castle's 21 and Harper's 20, and I'm like, that can't be right. Someone screwed up. And then you read it because you watch. I know Castle's turnover numbers were really high in those games without De'Aaron Fox,
yes,
but he was absolutely sensational in that series, and what he's going to be doing on Jalen Brunson will be really interesting to watch over those first couple of games of the series. And the fact that they were able to just go as far as they have so far and keep going when De'Aaron Fox has not really been the De'Aaron Fox that we would expect, because what I expected at least was Fox was coming out of a situation in Sacramento where it's the Kings, let's be honest, and once he got to a stable organization with a lot of pieces around him, we were going to see the De'Aaron Fox of old, who made third-team All-NBA, won Clutch Player of the Year, all that kind of stuff. It hasn't bothered them. It hasn't deterred them at all that he's he has been underwhelming to this point, because Castle got so much better over the course of a year. Devin Vassell has fit in perfectly into this, not so much agitator role per se, but just backs down from absolutely no one. He's shoving Chet away and punking him in his face. He's been doing that to everyone all year. And again, what Harper has been able to be capable of, I don't know if you agree, but Wemby had a good series. It's mostly elevated by what he did in Game 1.
Yes.
He was fine in Game 7. He was good.
Yeah.
But to the standard and capabilities we know which he can reach, which we saw in Game 1, which is the best game he's played in his career.
Yes.
He was fine.
Yeah.
And he didn't need to be absolutely incredible out of this world for them to win this series.
No, I think he had a 4-rebound game in this series.
He had 3 straight single-digit rebound games in this series. But he didn't need – it wasn't like – they're not the type of team in that series where he needed to put the entire team on his back every game, and it was just through force of will that he got them to the finals, you know?
Yeah. But when you look at the future, these two teams are San Antonio is set up marvelously moving forward. And to think that they might have a title to show for it this year is a little bit harrowing. But we know Oklahoma City, they still have resources at their disposal. They're very well run. They know what they're doing. Those two teams are going to be atop the Western Conference for a long time. And Bick and I have had this discussion. Are you of this mindset, too, from the Suns' standpoint? 2030 is kind of a magical year for them? Because that's when the Bradley Beal payment goes away. Devin Booker's contract extension ends. And I know there's this push to make Book this lifelong Sun, which at that point I think he'll be 33 years old in 30-30. I'm not sure that makes the most sense. But do you just bide your time and try to improve and stock up assets for when that time comes? Is that how to attack this?
I might be in the minority here, but I am in the mindset of you have to run your own race over these years. And honestly, we will always see how much changes in the league on a year-to-year basis.
Yeah.
Like, I think it's easy to do like what are you going to do with Wemby for the next 15 years? What are you going to do with Wemby for the next 10 years? What are you going to do with Wemby for the next 5 years? You have to operate in a year-to-year thought process because, again, we were 2 months into the regular season, and we were like, is Oklahoma City ever going to lose a title the rest of the decade?
Yeah.
They're just going to win 70 games a year. They're going to breeze through this. They're going to set all sorts of records and stuff. And it took 2 injuries to do it, but they're all of a sudden out of it. I think you have to do what's best for your organization without looking at other factors. And again, it's easy to look at where we're at now and maybe look at the Spurs team we saw previously. But remember, when we were talking about like the 7-8 game, we thought they could push the Spurs, not beat the Spurs by any means, but they were competitive with them. They played against them really well. We aren't that far removed from that. This is not me saying if it's a 1-8 matchup in the Spurs and the Suns next postseason, that it's not going to go. I don't think it's not going to go great for the Suns, but you have to play your own element here, and I don't think you can look at what's going on elsewhere and say, well, we're not going to be competitive or have a chance to contend for the next 3 years. That's not what the Lakers are going to do or the Warriors are going to do, and the Suns shouldn't do that either.
Yeah. One thing that we haven't brought up today, I wanted to bring this up too, on Oklahoma City not repeating and being out of the playoffs at this point. One of the things that I think is a real benefit for the NBA right now in Oklahoma City not being here is, for the most part, I think we're going to be able to put a narrative to sleep for the rest of this postseason that's been the biggest talking point this postseason, especially when it comes to the Thunder, and that is the manipulation, the flopping, the foul baiting, all of that. We're going to have a chance to actually concentrate on basketball and players and skill sets for 4 to 7 games, and I think that's a fantastic thing for the league.
It's a great point, and I think that Brunson has his own ways of doing it.
He does.
We saw Wemby implement it as well, but it's great for the league. One guy I did want to spotlight before we're done talking about the Spurs today, Mitch Johnson, the job that he did in this series, it's his first postseason too, and he outcoached Dagnall in that series. Like, it's clear that he did the buttons that he's pushed, like how many coaches across the league. We saw how long it took Jordan out to play his rookies. He's putting Carter Bryant out there for a couple of minutes a game, and he's screwing up a couple of times. It's clear the connection that he has with his players as well, and to do what everyone listening is going to love and give the Spurs even more credit. This was not a guy that was like some huge rising star that they were going to have succeed Greg Popovich. 10 years ago, he was an AAU coach.
Mm-hmm.
He had a brief playing career professionally, was an assistant coach for the Portland Pilots at the University of Portland for a year. And then that's when he got into the Austin Spurs and their G League program, and then was on the bench on 2019 going forward. It's been a long process for him on their bench, and they've had to look at him for a decade now. But this was someone who, around the league, like everyone knows Chris Quinn by now, the lead assistant for Spo. It was not of that level with him at all, and they gave this guy the job, and they were totally right about it, and he's done a fantastic job, and is clearly one of the best coaches in the league right now.
Yeah, and you got to give Pop a little bit of credit, too, because of what happened after Game 3 when he walked in there and read him the riot act, apparently.
He met Wemby, like, getting off the plane, basically. Wemby couldn't even get in the car before Pop was sitting there waiting to talk to him. Yeah, that guy's pretty good, too.
Guy's still winning championships.
Unbelievable.
Coming up next, we will talk Diamondbacks baseball with one of the franchise legends and broadcaster, Luis Gonzalez. He joined us straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The skipper of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Torey Lovello. Is there a difference with Ketel Marte this year than in previous years?
This has absolutely 100% been the best version of Ketel that I've seen, and not just over the past 10 days since he's been fire high. The entire time when he was grinding, he will make comments about how he's going to go out and do his job and would expect the others around him to do the same. And he's never done that before. I just think emotionally he's ready to take it to that next level, and it's been very inspiring for all of us.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
2 Jeeps, $50,000. 2 big nights. Only at Casino Arizona this June and July. Earn entry starting June 1st, then join us on Wednesday, June 24th and July 29th for the grand prize drawings. You could drive away in one of 2 Jeep Wranglers or win your share of up to $50,000 cash. Don't miss your chance to win big. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Drivers who switch to Progressive could save hundreds just by bundling home and auto insurance, because you can't go wrong saving money. Unless you spend it on a guitar and never learn to play it but lie and say that you did. Then someone hands you a guitar at a party and asks you to play, so you decide to improvise this.
Well, don't you know that but that's not it. Dreams are fun and also good.
Yep, you can't go wrong bundling and saving money with Progressive. Well, it depends on how you spend it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-895-1414. That's 800-895-1414.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts, LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh, no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Terms apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Bailey Leisure with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were swept by the Seattle Mariners in a 3-2 10th-inning loss yesterday. The Diamondbacks are back at Chase Field tonight to begin a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Eduardo Rodriguez is set to start for the D-backs against Dodgers righty Emmett Sheehan. First pitch is at 6:40 p.m., and you can listen to the game here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The 2026 NBA Finals is set after the San Antonio Spurs defeated the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals on Saturday. The Spurs will take on the New York Knicks in a rematch of the 1999 NBA Finals. Game 1 tips off in San Antonio on Wednesday. And the Phoenix Mercury look to snap a 5-game losing streak as they host the Minnesota Lynx tonight. Tip-off at Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surcharges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey, it's Luke. How did the Diamondbacks fare in Seattle? And did Mike Hazen strike another deal with the Mariners while the D-backs were in town? We're reacting to the series at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Sorry to let the cat out of the bag, Luke, and ruin the whole gist of your show, but they did not fare well in Seattle. They got swept, a couple of bookend walk-off wins for the Mariners on Friday and Sunday. D-backs back home. Tough homestand opens tonight against the Los Angeles Dodgers, and joining us now to talk D-backs baseball, one of their franchise legends, and was in Seattle calling the action on D-backs TV, Luis Gonzalez, our guest. Gonzo, good morning. Thanks for joining us today.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. In your professional opinion, what was the biggest issue for the D-backs in Seattle over the weekend?
I think it was a little bit of both offensively and pitching. We had a lot of runners left in scoring position. We couldn't get those guys in, and then our pitching just gave up. These guys were teeing up on the fastball, and they weren't missing them. They were hitting balls out like it looked like a driving range at one point. Those guys were hitting balls out of the ballpark.
Gonzo, when it comes to offensive struggles for the team as a whole, how much of a cumulative effect can that be on a team when like one guy is struggling or the whole team is struggling, and just how it can kind of blend together for a team through a short series like this?
Well, I think what we've noticed right now about our team is if the top two guys in our lineup aren't hitting, we're not going to be successful. I mean, Cattell struggled in the series. I don't think he got a hit the whole series, and I think Corbin had 2 singles in the series in Seattle. And then Nolan, who was hitting cleanup for a while in our lineup, he was injured, so he didn't get to play a couple of those games there too. He got banged up in the series, but we need Perdomo to get going. He's a big part of our offense. That top part of our lineup is really crucial for us to be successful offensively.
Luis Gonzalez, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. On Perdomo, we've said the same thing that you've said for a while. You need Perdomo to get going, and he showed glimpses here and there, but there's also been a lot of talk, Gonzo, and I'm sure you've heard it too, that maybe after the season he had last year, top 4 finish in the MVP, that he's pressing a little bit too hard at this point. Does he strike you as a player that is doing that at this current juncture?
I mean, if he does, he doesn't show it. I mean, every day he approaches the ballpark, he's in a great attitude, great mood. But for me, he's not a number 3 hitter in a big league lineup. He was more productive for us when he was hitting ninth, working walks to count and things like that. But the way our lineup is structured, he's got to be one of those guys at the top because he works to count. Our first 2 hitters are very aggressive hitters. You see when the game starts, they're swinging at the first or second pitch. They don't take pitches and get deeper in the count, especially their first at bat of the game, where most veteran guys would do that. These 2 guys they're just different athletes. They're a special, unique blend of guys in Marte and Corbin Carroll. They go up there and they're very aggressive early in the count.
With some of those factors you're talking about with individual at-bats, I'm curious what you're seeing from opposing at-bats against Zach Gallen right now, and just the difference in how maybe hitters are approaching him, or the stuff that you're seeing from him this year compared to years past.
And he just doesn't have that little giddy up right now that's going on. I don't know if it's just dead arm period or whatever, but there's been a couple guys.
A little connection issue with Gonzo here. Did he drop, Jared?
Guys were sitting on that fastball, and if you can't get a second pitch over in the big leagues, you're going to have a long afternoon. And for him, they were just sitting on heaters and hitting them out of the ballpark. So it was a tough day for those guys. on the mound and for our offense to watch.
Yeah. Gonzo, we were having the discussion earlier, too, and fully admitting this situation might take care of itself because it's not an immediate pressing issue. But Corbin Burns is working his way back. We know what he could mean to the rotation. If you had to make a decision right now, if Corbin Burns was coming back right now, what would you do? Because the Gallon issue or the Gallon situation is fraught with a little peril there because of the money that's involved and everything else.
Doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt. You're not going to pay a guy that much money to be sitting in your bullpen the whole time unless he's a John Smoltz who's going to turn into your closer for a long time. I mean, that's a lot of money. I would say if you had to look at that whole rotation, maybe Nelson might be the guy that has to get pushed out just for the simple fact of seniority and the salaries that are being made. But, I mean, the two guys that are Soroka and Rodriguez, man, think where we'd be without those two guys pitching the way they're pitching right now. These guys have been phenomenal for us, getting us to where we're at right now.
When it comes to the early success of a young player, I'm curious from your experience, whether it was the first couple of weeks for Ryan Walchman or the first week for Tommy Troy, what that's like as a young player when you start to get going and then inevitably the adjustments that come in overcoming that.
I think they're doing a phenomenal job. I'm a little worried about the challenge calls like Waldschmidt's taken with a 0-0 count or a 1-ball, no strike count with nobody on in the third or fourth inning. That kind of worries me a little bit. I'm sure he's going to get guys are going to have to start talking to him because when you're hitting in the middle of the lineup and you use those situations early in the game, that eliminates second and third, and I'm up at the plate, hitting third or fourth in a lineup, and I can't use any challenge calls because I had a rookie use one on a 1-ball, no strike count with nobody on base in the second or third inning. That worries me a little bit about some of the guys, the way they're using these challenge calls early in the count. But these two guys have come up. They've played extremely well. They don't look like they're overmatched. They're learning right now, as you see Jose Fernandez too. In this level, if you have a weakness, they're going to expose it. They're going to figure it out. They're going to start doing it. Jose's been, he likes the ball middle in, and they're pitching him away, and he's still trying to hook balls. He's got to make an adjustment. They're not gonna throw you in because you like it there. They're going to keep throwing you away until you show them that you can make that adjustment, and then they'll go back to pitching you wherever they feel like they can get you out.
Luis Gonzalez, our guest here on Arizona Sports on this Monday morning. You talked about it early on in the conversation, Gonzo, about the difference in home runs. 10-1, Mariners out-homered the Diamondbacks. And if you look at the month of May, which is now complete, the D-backs were tied for the least number of home runs in the entire major leagues. Do you think that's cyclical, or do you think the lack of home run pop is a real legitimate concern?
It just depends. I mean, when we got there in 93, we were the team of chaos. We hit some home runs, but we relied more on our speed. Remember, we were stealing bases and doing that. We don't do that anymore. I mean, Corbin's not stealing 30, 40 bases. Marte doesn't run anymore because he's getting a little bit older. So we have to manufacture runs in a different way. And when you have guys in your lineup that are struggling a little bit or a lot of strikeouts, that's not going to happen. So, it just depends the way your team's made up. And right now we're not showing any signs of power. That's not to say tonight we can't go out and hit 4 or 5 home runs, which would be nice.
Yeah.
But the way it's shown now and our tendencies of the first, 40-something, 50 games, we just haven't shown that sign yet.
4 games coming up against the Dodgers. Where do you even start with the challenge that they pose right now?
Well, I think the challenge is Erod tonight is going to be, hopefully we have to have him on his game. I mean, they've got a high potent offense. They've got even their guys that are starting 3 of the 4 games weren't even guys that were probably expected to be in their rotation, and they're still winning games. So, I mean, they got a juggernaut team. They've got great depth in their organization and in their big leagues. So it just goes to show you that, but you could beat them. Yeah. I mean, we've done it before. They can be beat just like any team in the major leagues. That's why you play the game. You don't just run out there and say, okay, they're going to win. Anything can happen. Our guys can get hot tonight and get on another roll.
Well, Gonzo, as always, thanks for the time and the insight, man. Good to talk to you.
You got it, guys. Take care.
Thank you. Luis Gonzalez, Diamondbacks legend, joining us via video this morning. breaking it down as they head into a very important and tough series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Coming up next, with 100 days until the NFL season starting, we have nearly 100 questions about the Arizona Cardinals. We'll ask and maybe answer some of them next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Game on the line as the 1-0. And Robles swings and grounds it towards short. Perdomo dives to knock it down, but he can't get to it fast enough. And the Mariners have walked off the Diamondbacks by a final score of 3-2. And they sweep Arizona in a 3-game weekend set.
D-backs start up a 4-game series with the Dodgers tonight. So we discuss what happened in the Mariners series and preview what's next for the D-backs on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
If you've got private student loan debt and you're waiting for somebody to swoop in and wave a magic wand and make it disappear, got to be honest with you, that's not going to happen. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, the next best thing for people in this situation. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got into the situation that you're in. They meet you where you are and work with you to build a program that makes sense for your budget, your income, and your real life. If other lenders have said, nope, that's where Y-Refi comes in and does its best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. You can take back control today and take control back with Y-Refi. Give them a call at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
If you want unlimited talk, text, and data on a super fast network, Big Wireless will sell it to you right now for as little as $70 a month. Or you can buy it from Pure Talk for half of that. I'm talking about unlimited talk, text, and data for just $34.99 a month. But wait, there's more. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be switching to an American wireless company that's committed to keeping 100% of its customer service in this country. I appreciate that. In fact, that's why I switched. I also appreciate the way they support our vets and our skilled workforce. Dial pound 250, say micro, and get unlimited talk, text, and unlimited data for just $34.99 a month. That's pound 250 micro. Stop paying twice what you need to pay for the service you want and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's home selling season, and the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home is settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard, though. The whole buying and selling process can be a grind. Lowball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. Don't do that, though. It's your home we're talking about, and you don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar. They're some of the most experienced agents around town, and here's how they do it. First, Orchard will give you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. Get that part done. Do it on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent will help sell your home on market for top dollar. One Orchard customer recently said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. That is amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did the D-back series fare against the Mariners, and what should we expect tonight from the Dodgers? We'll be live from Chase Field starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
And we continue here on the Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Kellen Olson in for Bick all week long. Kind of touched on the piece that ESPN.com put out this morning, Kellen, earlier, the 100 days until the NFL season, kind of looking at predictions and trends and hot takes, if you will. One of the things where they have the Cardinals featured is 10 best bets. Now, this is out of my purview, but one of them I think stands out because one of them, the number 3 on the list, is take the under of 45.5 points in week 1 against the Chargers. That's a little sick to me. We're 100 days away from
Call
that
the
game
number.
happening.
Call the number, everyone. They always tell you the number of the hotline. Call that number.
But number 1 on the list from betting analyst Liz Loza and Pamela Maldonado. Best bet of the season. Cardinals under 4.5 wins.
You know how easy it is to win like 5 games in the NFL? Like just a couple of breaks go your way?
Yeah.
It is not
You were saying how
difficult
easy it
do.
is to win 12 games.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How horrible you have to be to win 1, 2, or 3 games or 0 in the NFL is truly mind-blowing. And yet that is what we expect this Cardinals team to do.
Compound that with how difficult is it to win 3 or less games 2 years in a row in the NFL. Almost unheard of anymore.
I think it's easy for us from our perspective. I don't even know if they're looking at it like this when they say that kind of thing, but I think the schedule and the way that it's flipped, right? If it was more easier like it is in the last post-bye week is when you have those 3 games lined up where it's like you got to win at least 2 of these. Basically, that was our thinking. But then again, last year, they started with the Panthers and the Saints. So, I don't know, man.
I remember last year going into the season thinking, you can't lose those 2 games.
Cannot.
You absolutely have to win them. And the Cardinals won both of those games. I didn't feel great about either one of those games.
No.
Because they kind of held on for dear life in both of those games.
The 2 worst rushing defenses in the league and their rushing attack looked non-existent. That was the big
Talk about a sign of things to come, right?
Yes.
But about 100 questions with this team. And yeah, we could come up with 100 questions about this team. But let's take, for now, the 2 big looming issues, and that's Brissett's absence and Josh Sweat's absence, which might be both will become more intriguing a week from today if they're not there. Outside of those 2 issues, what is your biggest question about the Cardinals this year?
Conveniently, it goes into the Cardinals player that is mentioned in this story. Matt Miller, NFL draft analyst for ESPN, has done a wonderful job over many years covering the draft. Picked out 5 second-year jumps he believes in second-year players. Corner Will Johnson from your Arizona Cardinals on that list. And I think undeniably, look at this offense, okay? We know it's going to feature a quarterback probably that they draft next year. Jeremiah Love is there at running back, at wide receiver. Marv, we'll see, but ultimately he's going to be here in 2027, you would think. Michael Wilson is there. The offensive line, they pay Seumalo. They draft Chase Basantis. That right tackle spot is left. And then at tight end, you got Trey McBride and Tip Ryman holding down the 1-2 positions there. The offense is mostly figured out at this point, even with the gap at quarterback. The defense, if you sat here and told me the core pieces of this defense, who you believe in for sure, you could have as few as 3 or 4 guys. You could have as many as 8 or 9. You really could go that far. And you kind of look at this group and you go, you love Mac Wilson, you love Budda Baker, you love Josh Sweat. Are they part of like the quote-unquote next great Cardinals defense, as Gamble will say all the time on Burns and Gamble? I'm not really sure. Like Zayvon Collins, is he around? And then you brought up Darius Robinson earlier in the show. What does Walter Nolan look like coming off the injury after he looked like an absolute blue-chip, no-doubt guy in the limited amount of time we saw him? And then Will in that corner group, man, they've got a lot to figure out there as well.
I look at that corner group, and maybe I'm naive, but I kind of like what I see at the corner group, led by Will Johnson, led by Garrett Williams, who's really made strides. We had Denzel Burke on last week and enjoyed the conversation with him. But looking back at how he produced in a season where I don't think anybody counted on him to produce what he did.
He was good.
He showed a nose for the football. 3 interceptions on the season. Sean Murphy-Bunting, I know his first season with the Cardinals didn't go necessarily according to plan, and his second season definitely didn't because he was injured all year long. Starling Thomas coming back from injury. Keitrell Clark has been reliable at times. I think that's a pretty good group. I mean, the running back position, Ben Solak from ESPN pointed out rooms that, position groups that got boosted the most this offseason. His number 1 overall room was the Cardinals running back room. 2 reasons for that, because they invested in it with a draft pick and a free agent signing in Love and Algier. And secondly, because it was so unproductive last year. But if you look beyond that in terms of position groups, again, maybe I'm dumb, but I like the corner group right now.
Yeah, the thing with Williams, right, is coming off of another injury.
Yes.
So it's 2 of those injuries in, I believe, 3 years now for him, and how exactly the balance works between the veterans and the younger guys. Like, what's Star Thomas's role going to be when he is back from injury as well? It seems like Sean Murphy-Bunting is the guy playing nickel while Garrett Williams is away. And then there's this edge rush group, which we mentioned the stat earlier. Only 2 players on the Cardinals had more than 2 sacks last year. It was Josh Sweat. It was Calais Campbell. Can you get something out of Zaven Collins or Baron Browning to prove that they deserve to hold like a starting caliber spot? Zaven more of like a well-balanced overall football player than a guy that's supposed to go out there and get 10 sacks. Can you get something out of Jordan Birch, a pick in the 3rd round from last year I think a lot of us were excited about? Can you get something from B.J. Ojulari, a 2nd-round pick from a few years ago that we were really excited about at the time as well? Because you look at the defensive line, the bodies are there, the key names are there. The secondary, I think at least at corner, the same thing. This linebacker edge group, like there's so much mystery there. Big year for Cody Simon, too, if he's going to step into that spot.
No, absolutely. And there were pluses. There was a lot of minuses last year for Cody Simon. Guy who came in with a lot of experience at Ohio State, was, outstanding player of the national championship game while he was a Buckeye. So, and the other thing when we talked about this briefly last week too is the Roy Lopez signing, getting him back in the middle, because especially if you're going to be marginalized on the edge, getting a push up the middle, and if you could get that from Lopez and Walter Nolan, now you're talking a little bit.
Yeah, replacing Calais for sure, a huge part of this team that we have to spotlight here as well. It's a lot of it on the defensive side of the football, and just that applies to the guy running it too, right? Like, I was shocked that Nick Rawls was back when I think I messaged Tyler Drake like every week during the offseason. I was like, have you heard anything on Rawls? Have you heard anything on Rawls? Like, what's going on over there? Is he just going to be back? Like, what's going on? And then he just kind of
hung out.
Back. I was as big a fan of him as anyone, but he had a year last year, and his defense had a year last year, it was a fireable offense, what that defense was. But he's a bright mind. That's why they're keeping him around, and we'll see if it pays off or if they made a mistake.
Yep. It really is. The more you break it down, it really does feel like they were just blaming it all on Jonathan Gannon.
Yep. Guy.
With the moves they made, and more importantly, the moves they didn't make, I think you're exactly right.
Wasn't the guy who got those players, right? Not him.
Nope.
He's good.
Coming up next, we're going to roll into the 9 o'clock hour. Jared's going to take us through some social studies on this Monday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This feeling is brought to you by Aleve for back pain relief. What feeling is that, you ask? Well, it's the feeling you feel when you have relief from back pain. That move how you want to, not how you have to feeling. That keep going through your day without slowing you down feeling. The kind that brings you back to yourself all day long without interruption. Oh, yeah. Because Aleve offers long-lasting pain relief. Feel up to 12 hours of back pain relief with one dose. Feel Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
When you're vacationing in your RV, there are some things you can always count on. Laying out on a hammock, waking up to birds chirping, and board games with the family.
Dad,
What? It's not cheating.
Frank, you're scaring the kids.
Oh, come on, guys. We're having fun. It's family time.
With Progressive, your RV is protected 24/7, so you're prepared for whatever you don't see coming.
Technically, it's a loophole.
It's a children's board game. You're a grown man, Frank.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in D.C.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, I'm Katie, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Daydreaming about bringing your engagement ring vision to life? As a jewelry consultant, I'm here to help. Compare ring styles side by side. They're in stock and ready to try on. Then customize it with an engraving or decorative crown. At Shane Company, there are so many ways to create your dream ring at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at LibertyGMCAZ.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Bailey Leisure with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were swept by the Seattle Mariners in a 3-2 10th-inning loss yesterday. The Diamondbacks are back at Chase Field tonight to begin a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Eduardo Rodriguez is set to start for the D-backs against Dodgers righty Emmett Sheehan. First pitch is at 6:40 p.m., and you can listen to the game here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The 2026 NBA Finals is set after the San Antonio Spurs defeated the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals on Saturday. The Spurs will take on the New York Knicks in a rematch of the 1999 NBA Finals. Game 1 tips off in San Antonio on Wednesday. And the Phoenix Mercury look to snap a 5-game losing streak as they host the Minnesota Lynx tonight. Tip-off at Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7 p.m., and that's what's trending now.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Oh, baby. It is 9 a.m. And while Sammy Cebulka is on assignment in the French Riviera or wherever the hell he is.
I think it's Paris.
Is he spending the whole time in Paris?
I don't know.
Bicycling with a baguette.
He came in one day and just said, oh, by the way, I'm not going to be here tomorrow. I'm going to France. Must be nice.
Sounds like Sammy.
Unbelievable. But
very low-key, that man.
I will lead you through social studies. Please follow us all across social media. Bickley_Marotta on X/Twitter. Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook, where we post videos. You can interact with us there as well. Great place to follow us. And on YouTube, you can watch us live. You can see Kellen Olson. If you've always heard his voice, if you've always read his articles but wondered what he looked like, look at that beautiful sweatshirt. And everybody knows the real prize is just getting to the Final Four.
Yeah, did you buy that after they got eliminated or going into it?
As soon as they won that night, I immediately looked for the link. Probably within 5 minutes of the buzzer. I was very ready. I got a shirt, too. This will be one of those hoodies that I wear for like multiple decades, and it's going to be like the logo won't even be there by the time I'm done wearing it. But
what if they
quite a long time for
what if they make the Final Four again next year?
Won't be the same, just because I waited 25 years for this.
Okay, how about this then?
10 years old.
What if they win the national championship next year?
Oh yeah, big time.
But then would you ever wear that one again?
Yeah, for sure, because there's different significance, right? But
yeah,
there would be a pecking order now.
He's a big hoodie guy also as well, that Kellen Olson.
Big time.
So please go to YouTube, search Arizona Sports, dial it up, hit enter, and then you could watch us live on the show. All right, we'll start with the social studies question. We'll start with the Diamondbacks, who have had an up and down season, to say. They just came off a big upstretch and now got swept in Seattle. And a few guys have stood out to maybe not living up to expectations. So D-backs fans, what player is having the most disappointing season so far and why? Is it Zach Gallen? Is it Geraldo Perdomo? Or is it Brandon Pfaadt? Most disappointing season.
I'm going to let Pfaadt off the hook, even though he's lost his rotation spot, because he had the least in terms of expectations going in. Based on last year, it's probably Perdomo.
I think it's Perdomo, too.
But I thought Gonzo had very interesting thoughts on Perdomo when he said unequivocally, I don't think he's a number 3 hitter on a big league team. And maybe that's what's next to get Perdomo going, is a shift back to the bottom of the order where he was so tremendous last year for most of the year.
The jump from 24 to 25 was just crazy.
Yes.
Again, he finished 4th in MVP and won the Silver Slugger.
Yeah.
At his position. I think it's got to be Domo, but in terms of disappointing, now like surprise, I would probably lean more towards Gallen, because Perdomo's previous precedent set before this year kind of told us that some sort of drop-off was coming. But for Gallen to just be getting worse is surprising to me and disappointing in a different way.
All right, results of the poll and early voting, and the ones that Twitter currently decides to count for some reason, which is only 1 out of every 3, it seems like. Zach Gallen is leading in the poll results, 48%. Geraldo Perdomo, 31.3%. Brandon Pfaadt with a healthy 21% so far in the voting. And Darryl is going in a different direction, though, has a different option. Pfaadt and Gallen have been trending this way the past few years. Last year was an anomaly for Perdomo. I'm most disappointed in Ryan Nelson. He's been the best pitcher the past 2 seasons. He should be the leader of this rotation. We talked going into the year, should he be the opening day starter for this team? And he has been just mediocre this season, not taking that step to an ace like we thought maybe. Okay, let's move to the NBA. Suns fans, what concerns or upsets you most about the Spurs making the finals? Could be personal or it could be bigger picture.
That it's the Spurs. There was an interesting condition going on during this series among Suns fans. And a lot of Suns fans were like, you know what? I want the Spurs to win. And other Suns fans were calling out those Suns fans saying, how could a Phoenix Suns fan that identifies as one ever root for the San Antonio Spurs? I wasn't necessarily waving black and silver pom-poms, but I really don't like the Oklahoma City Thunder and what they were up to. I don't like SGA style of play, but it's still the Spurs. Screw them. That's my biggest thing, is that they're in it.
Just how capable they were of taking advantage of what Victor Wembanyama was. If Wemby was on just about any other organization in the league, it would be some trials and tribulations for him going on right now, but they effortlessly added it. Again, Wemby had 0 guard play around him when he was drafted, and they added 3 fantastic guards in a matter of 3 years. Most organizations will only be capable of adding maybe 1, and they added 3, and 2 of those guys are getting much better very quickly.
Yeah.
S.R. Brown says they always seem to be in position to turn a bad season into a generational player. We got dominating with the top pick. They got the Admiral, the Big Fundamental, and the Alien. They used their lottery picks on Castle and on Harper. We drafted Josh Jackson, Dragon Bender, and Marquise Chris. Now, is that luck, or is that... Some of it is the luck of the draw if you happen to be there.
Some of it is when you have these picks available to you.
Yes.
A lot of it is scouting.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not like there was a generational talent on the board in 2018.
Yeah, exactly.
There was a guy at this radio station that was like really beating the drum for the other guy that they didn't draft.
Verbally accosted at the time, dare I say. Oh, well.
I did my part by putting him on the air with Luke Lipinski. Now, perhaps most of the NBA scouts tuned in, heard Luke's voice, and completely turned the radio off immediately and didn't hear Kellen's great input. So you don't know what that is. All right, last question here.
Jarrett was not on board with the Ayton draft pick either.
No, but I didn't know anything about Luka, so I couldn't say anything. But watching Ayton in college, I knew the negatives that he would bring and that the challenges.
Loves playing power forward, Jarrett.
Yes.
Fan.
They should have done a combo draft and brought in Tucson Dusan with him as well, and maybe that would have worked out.
I wonder what's going to happen for him this summer. I have no idea.
All right. Finally, we started off. I'm talking about Dan Bickley had certain rules when we played golf with him this weekend, using Alice Cooper's everybody gets a par on the first hole rule. Was that what it was?
That's what it was.
Also, he had a rule where you can't get anything more than 3 over on a hole or something like that. Anyway, he had these friendly sort of house rules. So I'm asking you guys, what is a special, unique, or quote-unquote house rule that you always use when you play a particular sport or game?
I don't play that much in terms of sports or games anymore, but I'm trying to think back when I was more active.
For games, for me, FIFA, the soccer game, was huge for me. Like high school, college, would play it all the time. And when you're picking the team that you want to play with, you can click the random button and it'll pick a random team. Everyone listening who plays these types of games, even the NBA one, will know the 3 randoms rule. You get 3 randoms and then you pick the 1 out of the 3 that you want. That's typically what you would do. So 3 randoms in my head for me.
Oh, you just spurred one for me.
Go ahead.
NHL 94, EA Sports for the Sega Genesis is the greatest, one of the greatest video games of all time. Probably the video game I've spent the most time playing. Unequivocally, you shut off the offsides.
Oh.
No offsides.
There you go. It's kind of like when you had broken. I thought you were gonna go the broken players route, no Gretzky. It's like when the Warriors dynasty with KD. It was don't on 2K you can't even play as the Warriors. That's unfair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, some fun ones here. Stephen Ariz, when playing Uno, if you have multiple draw 2 or draw 4 cards, you can play them all at once, and the penalties stack.
Whoa.
Draw 4 more if they're in tiers.
Okay.
Brian, Monopoly, we used to always put the chance or community chest penalties in the middle of the board, and if you landed on free parking, you got the stash.
It's a good take. That's a good take.
I like that.
This is one that I actually used to play with my grandma, this rule. In Scrabble, you can replace a blank tile with the letter it represents if you have it, and then you get the blank tile.
I'm not familiar with that one. I've never done that one before. Did you use that rule?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, like, let's say that the blank would be an L in a word, and you had an L, you could put the L on the board and take the blank off and put
The
it in
mystery to your wide-ranging vocabulary finally revealed.
Oh, I'm a big Scrabble, big words with friends guy. And Ryan says before
you still play Words with Friends?
I do.
Oh my goodness! You're keeping that app alive,
Was it like
probably.
15 years ago at this point?
Yes,
Like,
it's
how
a long
has that
time.
sucker been around?
I haven't played it in at least a decade.
It was like the year of the boom. I was there, and then I was out.
Got to do something on the toilet now.
You're spending a lot of time there, aren't you, Jared?
And finally, Ryan says, before we play any board games, my wife and I take off our wedding rings. When the game begins, she is no longer my wife. She's just an obstacle between me and my glory. There you go, social studies.
Who puts it on? I needed a follow-up from this listener. Like, how do you put the rings back on? Like, who puts it on first? Is it like the loser of the game, like, waits a while to put the wedding ring back on? I need a follow-up.
Depends how fierce the competition is.
Exactly. Do you wait a whole day sometimes? Does it get that fierce?
I don't know if I want to play any board games with Ryan. He sounds cutthroat.
Yeah, my goodness.
All right, social studies is over because we got a big thing coming up next.
Yep, 30 homers, 30 steals, 2 mystery bobbleheads, 1 epic night at Chase Field. You could win a family 4-pack to D-backs Nationals coming up on June 6th for Corbin Carroll mystery bobblehead night. Head to the Arizona Sports on Instagram. Comment bobble on any post and then check your DMs for the keyword to enter. Speaking of giveaways, Jarrett said it. Coming up next, we are sending somebody and a guest to London to watch the Arizona State Sun Devils take on Kansas in the Union Jack Classic. We'll announce the winner of the Devils in London contest next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Kellen Olson in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Game on the line as the 1-0. And Robles swings and grounds it towards short. Perdomo dives to knock it down, but he can't get to it fast enough. And the Mariners have walked off the Diamondbacks by a final score of 3-2. And they sweep Arizona in a 3-game weekend set.
D-backs start up a 4-game series with the Dodgers tonight. So we discuss what happened in the Mariners series and preview what's next for the D-backs on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, Arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think having a 401k and a CPA means they have a plan, but they don't, do they?
Well, they have accounts and not a strategy. And there's a big difference. A real plan connects your income, taxes, investments, and estate planning all working together.
All right, let's say they're not connected.
Things start working against each other. You can do everything right and still make costly mistakes, especially in those first years of retirement.
So what does Bright Wealth do differently?
We build one coordinated plan, everything aligned, no gaps, no surprises, and right now we're offering a complimentary written financial plan, no cost, no obligation.
Nice. All right, how do people get in?
Call us right now, 844-726-9116. One call, and we'll show you exactly where you stand and what needs to change. Don't wait. Call us at 844-726-9116 or online at brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I don't like the cold. You know who really doesn't like the cold? Your water heater. When temps drop, that tank expands and contracts over and over. Eventually, it cracks under pressure. Get your water heater inspected or replaced before it fails. Call Gettle. We'll check for leaks, corrosion, even flush the tank and test efficiency. Because if your water heater is over 7 years old, it's time to take action. Gettle, GUE-TTL, will keep your water hot, but it's hard to spell.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
When we talk about precision, we're not just talking about business. We're talking about our name and reputation.
A lot of companies claim they're local, but they're not. They've been bought out, answering to shareholders.
Homes turn into numbers and priorities turn into profits, not customers.
Not here. We'll be here long after the job is done. Make the precision decision. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Ooh, Devils in London. Hello, London!
Cheerio. Jolly good.
The Arizona State Sun Devils in London, England for the Union Jack Classic. And you could be there to see ASU versus Kansas at Wembley Stadium this September. Arizona Sports will send one winner and a guest to London with round-trip airfare from Phoenix, 4-star hotel accommodations, royal box seats at Wembley with hospitality, sideline passes, a VIP Tower of London private experience, and a nighttime river cruise on the Thames. Crikey. Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
The grand prize.
The grand prize winner.
Winners of the big prizes will be announced on this program.
All right, we've had almost 10,000 entries into this contest, Kellen. Over the last couple of weeks, contacted 10 finalists. They're all on hold. They're waiting for the announcement of who's going to London. The Devils in London competition. Jarrett?
Let's do the ping pong balls.
The ping pong balls.
The drum roll.
Please.
Here we go. All right, pick out the winner.
That sounds like about 10,000 ping pong balls. And the winner is Michael Martinez from Maricopa.
Boy.
And we have, since we had 10 finalists online, Michael's online. Michael, you there?
I'm here.
Congratulations, man.
Thank you so much.
All right, we got to ask you a couple questions here.
Uh-oh.
How big?
Go ahead.
How big a Sun Devil fan are you?
I'm a huge Sun Devil fan. Got my stuff on right now.
All right. And have you ever been to London before?
I have not been to London, no.
This is the perfect winner right here.
Here we go.
Can you do a British accent for us?
Can you do a British accent, Michael? Without cursing.
It's a beautiful day, isn't it, Governor?
All right, we'll let it. We'll allow it. Michael, congratulations. That is such an awesome prize.
How does it feel?
I can't even think right now. I don't know.
Michael, do you know who you're taking? Because if you don't have anyone you're taking, Vinny Murata would like to volunteer himself.
You can even take a Wildcat fan if you even want to.
Not taking me? Yeah, I should take me.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Sammy, but he didn't show up to work today. So.
Oh! Ouch, Michael. Oh. Well, congratulations. I'm truly envious that you get to take this trip.
Awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I'm so excited, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to Michael Martinez from Maricopa. Devils in London, brought to you by Desert Financial. Almost 10,000 entries.
You've been here even longer than I have, but I've been here for 10 years. We run contests all the time. Our promotions work over there. They do an excellent job of giving away a bunch of cool stuff, but we've never given away something like this before. And like we're talking about like the trip to London, all the amenities that come with it during the game, the tickets themselves. We haven't really mentioned like Wembley Stadium. Like that's an iconic venue.
Yes.
Like one of the world's biggest venues. The fact that you get to be there to see your team
playing the first college football game ever in that iconic venue.
Unbelievable stuff.
Yeah.
Shout out, Michael. Congrats, man.
I'm still trying to, I know I'm not expecting an invitation from Michael, but as you well know, we're trying to grovel our way onto this trip, Bickley and I.
As you should. I think every show is. Every show has offered, like, hey, we'll do it from London if you guys
Derek
need
Hall,
us.
right, is going to set it all
Yeah.
up.
I mean, Gambo has become Captain Wildcat in the last 5 to 10 years, so I think he should be disqualified.
To be fair, 2 of the members of our show are already in Europe. They're already getting their feel for the area right now.
They're scouting locations. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Michael's got a little bit of time to work on the accent. Can start fine-tuning it.
No, we got to see what we got to do is after the game when Michael gets back from the trip. That's when we got to check the accent because when you get
incredible
when you get into the environment and the atmosphere, that's when the accent starts to rub off.
Thoughts on the breakfast situation they got over there, Jarrett?
And the English breakfast?
Yeah, a proper British English
I'm
breakfast.
a huge fan.
Really?
So, all right. So to break it down, you usually have eggs of some sort. Then you have a sausage or a banger of some sort.
Yes.
Usually grilled tomatoes, which I love. The wild card that most people don't like is the baked beans that they usually put with the English breakfast. I happen to love that. Mixed all together, this sounds fantastic to me. I've had it before, and I'll have it again. Can't stop.
Michael, you'll have to tweet the show and tweet Jarrett when you get your English breakfast in London.
I think England, not known for their cuisine, to me that is one of their more culinary fantastico, as they call it in England.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other,
they put beans on a lot of stuff. Beans on toast.
Fish and chips is the thing they're known for,
chips,
but it's like very, like we do things so crazy over here in terms of the way we season and salt and pepper and all that kind of stuff. They just douse the thing in vinegar to make it taste appealing.
Let's make this taste better. Cover it in vinegar.
Yeah, that'll do the trick.
Yeah, this doesn't smell so good, a little fishy. Put vinegar on it. That'll help the... Anyway.
I'm excited for Michael. Thanks to everybody who got involved in Devils in London. And Michael, enjoy your trip.
Yeah, outstanding. Thanks for everybody. Do you feel the same way about college sports overseas as you do about American professional sports? Because we talk a lot about that, the global expansion of it.
Well, there's the connectivity that you have to the school, right? Like, I don't know if Michael went to the school perhaps, but even if he didn't, he has such a deep connection to the school and the university itself that doesn't exist for like a professional entity. Like Jared and I will always be connected to the U of A forever just because we went there, right? And like my mom grew up an Arizona Wildcats fan. That's why I'm an Arizona Wildcats fan, and everyone has that kind of story that intrinsically I think kind of connects you. So to get to do that in that sort of sense, I think you would agree, Vince, that like traveling wise, you're traveling to see your school play more often than like the professional team.
Yeah, I think
like, he's not going to be alone there. Michael's going to be amongst a lot of Sun Devil faithful there.
But I think it's different because I think kind of the criticism of the NFL expanding this and expanding it is because they're eventually going to have teams overseas. That seems to be the thought. I don't think we're ever going to have an American college team relocate to London. So the novelty of it kind of stands out.
They don't really have college sports in England.
Yeah, they're not taking on Oxford.
That is something that is very North American in nature, college sports.
When is it? When is the trip? What day is it again?
September 19th is the game.
Oh, okay. Soccer will be in full swing too, so you can see football and football.
And what a 2-week stretch for ASU football.
Woo!
In College Station against Texas A&M, and then straight to London to take on Kansas.
Oh, can't wait.
Yeah. Congrats, Michael. We're going to hand out some hardware on this Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson in for Bick. Next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Darius Robinson is joining us here in the studio at the Cardinals facility. What kind of potential, just from a D-line standpoint, do you guys have?
Yeah, we can be as good as we want to be, but I remember saying the same thing last year, and unfortunately we didn't have the results we wanted, so that's why I said now, just one day at a time. But I definitely love my teammates, and I love what we can do, but just focusing on getting better each day at practice and just having fun, competing against one another. I think that's what's going to ultimately bring the best out of everyone.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with some great advice for sports fans. If you are looking to upgrade your viewing experience, stay away from the big box stores and head on down to Waltz TV and Appliance, and here's why. Waltz will give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you great selection, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, and all the major name brands you are looking for, and you will not pay a premium for all that because Waltz also offers unbeatable prices. To prove it, if you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz. They will match it. They also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you'll enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Finally, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or you can shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
It's here, and you can trade the world's biggest soccer tournament on Kalshi. You can trade every match on Kalshi from the opening stage all the way to the final. That's right, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states, Kalshi. Hey, group stages here in North America, and right now France trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they win soccer's biggest prize. The red, white, and blue kick off group stage against Paraguay, trading at nearly 50% right now. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as probability changes, you can buy in and buy out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use the code AZSports to get $10 when you trade 10. That's the code AZSports on the Kalshi app. KALSHI, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
For decades, Morgan & Morgan has represented hundreds of thousands of people at their hour of need. Injuries on the job, car crashes, medical malpractice, and nursing home abuse, Social Security claims, dangerous drugs, and dangerous products. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason, and no firm is even close. Then we got to thinking, what if we could prevent these terrible events before they occurred? So we built the AI-powered People Protector. Simply visit peopleprotector.com and type in the product you have questions about before you buy it. Children's toys and accessories, cars, drugs, products, you name it, we got it. With our success, we decided to pay it forward for all of America. Our way of saying thank you for your trust all these years. Morgan & Morgan, protecting America. And if you've already been injured, just visit us at forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
When we talk about precision, we're not just talking about business. We're talking about our name and reputation.
A lot of companies claim they're local, but they're not. They've been bought out, answering to shareholders.
Homes turn into numbers and priorities turn into profits, not customers.
Not here. We'll be here long after the job is done. Make the precision decision. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
I'm Bailey Leisure with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were swept by the Seattle Mariners in a 3-2 10th inning loss yesterday. The Diamondbacks are back at Chase Field tonight to begin a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Eduardo Rodriguez is set to start for the D-backs against Dodgers righty Emmett Sheehan. First pitch is at 6:40 p.m., and you can listen to the game here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The 2026 NBA Finals is set after the San Antonio Spurs defeated the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals on Saturday. The Spurs will take on the New York Knicks in a rematch of the 1999 NBA Finals. Game 1 tips off in San Antonio on Wednesday, and the Phoenix Mercury look to snap a 5-game losing streak as they host the Minnesota Lynx tonight. Tip-off at Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7 p.m., and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question.
Hey, look at today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, and you can vote on this on the homepage at arizonasports.com. Can we still say brand new? Still brand new to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which Cardinals rookie intrigues you the most? Is it Carson Beck, Caleb Proctor, Reggie Virgil, or Carson Shire? So I guess they're saying outside of Jeremiah Love.
Yeah, and them assuming that
outside
Jeremiah
of Chase
Love
Basantis.
would, Jeremiah Love and Basant. I would have loved the inclusion of a couple more rookies there to fill it out there, because I think Beck, especially when qualified with this company, is the runaway.
Right. How could you not be most intrigued by the quarterback?
It would be interesting to see Beck, Basantis, and Love, those three, or even just Beck or Love next to each other, and how many people would say Beck over Jeremiah Love, who's going to be an incredibly dynamic and electric football player to watch from the jump.
But I'm also intrigued by Jaden Williams. Candidate
Not
at
an
right,
option.
at right tackle. Not an option. We'll go Carson Beck. I have not seen the percentages.
Okay, what's your guess?
My guess is 92% Carson Beck.
I'll go 94.
You're not even close.
72%.
But it's still a runaway.
Caleb Proctor, 24%. 2% each for Carson Shire. and Reggie Virgil.
The Proctor gang, Proctor crew, making their voice known.
Fun personality. He's been showing it a little bit.
Yeah.
The Proctorologists are really, as their fan base is known.
I think they don't want to be known as that.
He really saves his best stuff for the fourth hour, doesn't he?
He really does. Consistently.
I got him to laugh. I'll take that.
That is today's Arizona Sports Poll question. Vote on it now at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're gonna go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
Hardware is our version of the award show. We do it on Monday mornings based on what we took in over the weekend. Kellen, you're kind enough to be here all week long. I'm going to let you start it off and hand out the first award.
Oh, I appreciate that so much. I've got the Wily Old Vet Award. I'm going to give it to Bismack Biyombo. Could not think of many veteran big men that would be better to mentor someone like Victor Wembanyama than Biz. I think that it's easy for fans to look at a player like Bismack Biyombo giving sage advice to Victor Wembanyama and being like, what does Bismack Biyombo have to offer Victor Wembanyama in that advice department in that situation? A whole lot. Biz has been a beloved teammate across his entire NBA career. He was a joy to talk to when he was here in Phoenix. It was also just like an underrated basketball player. Was a legitimately great defensive big man for a handful of years, and just the international connection there, of course, that he shares with Wemby. The upbringing, Biz's story is awesome. So to see him this relevant in such a big moment is really cool to see. And probably one of Biz's biggest moments of his career. Like, I guarantee he has had far more positive of an impact, on Victor Wembanyama than you would think.
Yeah, and one of my favorite former Suns. Just cool personality. Great story, as you said. What he did with his salary, given his salary to build the hospital in his home country. But did Wemby order the code red to Bismack Biyombo and Mason Plumlee?
And Biz probably couldn't have been prouder in that moment when he heard the Order 33 or whatever it was called, right? Yeah. Order 3 for Jared McCain.
Sorry about that, Jared McCain.
Yeah, tough.
You're going to get another one,
basketball, baby. It's back. I love it. Devin Vassell dunking at the end of the game.
Yes.
Beautiful.
My first award is the Unsung Hero Award. A lot of talk about Wemby. A lot of talk about Dylan Harper, Stephon Castle, De'Aaron Fox. If the San Antonio Spurs win a title this year, Luke Cornett is going to be the answer to trivia questions for this.
Harper, Castle, Hartenstein, overplay, took it away. They want the double dribble, not called. Hartenstein blocked by Cornett. Oh, Cornett goes up and stops it.
That was a 6-point game at that point with 6.5 minutes to go. Still plenty of basketball. That kind of set the tone for the last 6.5 minutes, though. And it was a very short stint of playing time for Luke Cornett, who I think was a really good signing. I liked that signing at the time for San Antonio. What a play. My son texted me immediately after that and said, is that a top 3 defensive play in the history of the NBA playoffs? Because obviously LeBron's chase down block against Golden State. And then he also brought up the Tayshaun Prince block on Reggie Miller.
Yep.
If the Spurs win that one, that's legendary stuff.
It's up there for sure. And
I mean, the timing is probably going to work against it.
He deserves some of the credit for the biggest stat of the series, which is when Wemby would come off the floor, the Spurs were getting annihilated. It was not the case in this series, and that has a lot to do with him. They're paying him like $14 million a year right now or something ridiculous for 10 minutes a game in the Western Conference Finals. They were big 10 minutes a game, though. Big 2.7 points per game and very unsung in your awards fashion.
Yep. Jared?
Okay, my first award is the Mr. Bean Award. And it goes to me.
Oh.
We teased this earlier. But this has to do with a golf outing that me, Dan Bickley, and Vince Marotta had yesterday, in which a series of calamities happened to me that would only be befitting of the beloved British bumbling boob himself, Mr. Bean.
Bumbling boob Bean.
Now, to start off, I was pretty inaccurate with many of my shots and lost, I think, at least 10 golf balls, swinging wildly, zipping and zopping the ball all over.
Jared can really hit the ball.
I can hit it very far,
He
but
doesn't
not
know where it's
necessarily
going.
straight.
Yeah. I just don't believe him.
Into houses, into bushes, into the street. Then, the golf shoes that I was wearing and have had for quite some time.
Did you mean to say golf shoes?
Golf shoes, yeah.
Okay.
The golf shoes, golf shoes like spikes, golf spikes?
Sure.
Have you ever been golfing, Kellen?
Yeah,
A time or two in my day.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you wear golfs that have like cleats, spikes, soft spikes in them to get a grip on the thing.
Gotta have the support. Yeah.
I've had my golf shoes now for quite a long time. I don't even know, 15 years maybe.
Yeah, they looked it.
They had been sitting in my garage, in my bag, in the heat for quite some time now. And even when I put them on, they weren't in the greatest of shape. But about on the 8th hole, I look down and I take a step. And all of a sudden, the bottom of my shoe comes off. Like in a Charlie Chaplin movie where I'm a hobo of some sort. The entire sole of my shoe came off. So the rest, I'm holding like the spikes in one hand and the shoe in the other. So the entire rest of the round, I'm walking like this because I have two different size shoes now.
It was pretty hilarious.
And here I thought the only thing that you would share in common with Zion Williamson was your love of buffets.
That's right.
Incredible stuff.
Yes. And Instagram models. But that's neither here nor there. And then third, do you think that's nothing more ridiculous could happen to a guy?
The image is ridiculous.
Showing the picture right now.
The image is ridiculous.
Jarrett GC on Twitter to see the
There you
picture.
go.
Finally, as our golf tee time was at 10 a.m., played until about 2. So right during lunchtime, right? So I didn't want to wait till after. I didn't want to really eat before. So
He didn't want to eat lunch with Bick and I after the round.
I can't eat at 2:30 is too late to eat lunch. So I was a mighty appetite I got playing this game. So the cart lady had sandwiches. So I got a delicious turkey sandwich and
You're
a bag
welcome,
of chips.
by the way, Jarrett.
Thank you, Vinny,
I bought you
for
lunch
covering that
before
one.
you paid your burrito bet. Just let the record show that as well.
Anytime. Just name it and I'll pay off the bet. So I had the turkey sandwich and I'm eating it. Oh, what a tasty treat this is. My turn to hit. I put it down on the seat, go out and line up my shot. All of a sudden, a blackbird flies in, swarms in, and starts eating my sandwich. I chase after it with a club, and it flies away with half of my turkey sandwich in its mouth.
Sounds like a D-tier sitcom that gets canceled like 6 episodes into what happened to you.
A bird stole my sandwich. What a ridiculous thing.
He was really, it threw him totally off his game at that point.
Yes.
It was pretty much
So
done.
all those things happened to me in what otherwise was a lovely round of
Shout
golf.
out Mr. Bean.
If you would have been able to get the sandwich like
Back.
out of the beak of the bird,
Would I finish it?
would you have eaten
I
it?
might have picked off the crust part that was in his mouth.
Wow.
All right. Last one here, guys.
You got
a
another
couple
one?
more?
Yeah, sure. It's June for God's Sake award to Milan Momcilovic. There is a significant player still available in college basketball. It's June. Jared and I are waiting to see. There is a hole on the Arizona roster. It's that starting 4 spot. Cole Pete didn't take it. Milan Momcilovic, the best shooter in college basketball, the Iowa State transfer, could be coming to Arizona. He could be coming to Kentucky. He could be coming to Louisville. It seems like any day now we're going to get this update. Hopefully so, because it's freaking June, and I would like to know who is playing for my basketball team, please.
That would be cool. He's milking this for all it's worth, right?
Oh, yeah.
My thought on this is that he wants to land at Arizona?
Just waiting for
waiting for somebody to come up with some money to make it happen?
Yeah, Louisville's throwing money at everyone, and they're just doing crazy stuff over there with like the $5-6 million they're throwing around. Kentucky, same thing. We're going to have the lowest bid, but it's the smartest place to come.
Yep.
Louisville.
There you go. There's hardware on this Monday. Some final thoughts straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings with Kellen Olson in here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I've got Carson Beck starting against the Washington Commanders. Week 12, which would leave 6 games, including a bye week. 5 of those games are at home. Only 1 is on the road. And you avoid the brutal defenses that can get you for 6-7 sacks. That's my take. Some people are like, who cares if he's going to get his brains beaten? Get him in there. I'm tired of watching Gardner Minshew and Jacoby. I want to see Carson Beck play. Get him in as soon as you can.
The first interception one of those two guys throw, the fan base immediately, get Carson Beck in there. I've seen enough. Get him in there.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
7.7 million. That's how many student loan borrowers are currently in default across the country. If you're one of them and your debt is private, you should really know about Why Refi. Hi, it's Vince Murata, and Why Refi are experts at helping people that are struggling with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. They've helped thousands of people in this situation, people just like you. What makes Why Refi different is they don't start this process by looking at your credit score. They start by looking at your life. What can you realistically afford? And what does a payment need to look like for you to actually be able to make it every month? Then they build a low fixed rate payment plan around that number. Once you're in with Why Refi, you are in. No surprises, no rate jumps. Just steady, predictable payments that let you start moving forward again. I've heard from people who thought they were at the end of the line when it came to options and called Why Refi thinking there was nothing left to try. And they walked away with a real plan for the first time in years. That could be you. Give Why Refi a call today at 888-WHY-REFI-85 or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
I was a 10-year-old boy holding the flashlight for my dad while he worked on an air conditioner for a customer. He didn't talk much, but there's a certain kind of magic that happens when a son holds the flashlight for his father. Dad talked to me while he worked. He said, when a person needs help, you respond right away, not when it's convenient for you. That was the first night I held the flashlight for my dad, but it wouldn't be the last. At Dad's funeral, I realized that every time he handed me that flashlight, he was passing the torch. Gettle, G-O-E-T-T-L. Will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. The song of the day is thanks to Gettle Air Conditioning and Plumbing. G-O-E-T-T-L. Keeping you cool, but hard to spell.
Bean. It's me. Hello. I'm Bean. Mr. Bean. Hello, I'm Bean. Mr. Bean. Hello, I'm Bean.
Did you know this existed, Jarrett?
No.
Neither did I.
I could tell you, there's no bigger fan of Mr. Bean than me.
Really?
They used to show reruns, I guess, on PBS or something when I was a kid. Just the greatest thing. And then I saw one of the movies he did, which is also good. National Treasure, Rowan Atkinson. And if you think I'm exaggerating, he was literally in the opening ceremonies of the London Olympics.
Yeah, National Treasure, but not here.
No, International Treasure.
Weirdly, my point of identification with him is Rat Race. You remember that movie?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Very underrated comedy.
Absolutely.
I've
Remake
seen that
of
forever.
It's a Mad World. Yeah.
I'm Bean. This came out in 2017. It's labeled as children's music, but there's also a parental advisory on it, which I'm not sure I get.
Scary.
Those crazy Brits.
That's today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
It's a shame that Bic's not here for this very reason, because yesterday I was thumbing through social media and I came across the fact that May 31st, 1985, 41 years ago yesterday, was the release of the Chevy Chase movie Fletch in theaters. Have you seen Fletch?
I have not.
Okay. You're off the hook.
Thank you.
I've been trying to get Dan Bickley to watch the movie Fletch the whole time we've been doing the show together, which is 13 years. Jared, you've seen Fletch.
Yes.
Great movie.
Probably the quintessential Chevy Chase movie.
Yes, but I was thinking of it through this, and I would love to pick your guys' brains on this. Fletch, to me, is probably in my top 3 movies all time in terms of quotability within my friend group. We're all different ages. So I would love to hear, I'm springing this on you, I know, I'm putting you guys on the spot. But are there movies that constantly get quoted back? Because we know how guys operate. 90% of how we really communicate with each other is movie lines.
For me, it's pretty easy. It's just insert Will Ferrell movie here.
Yeah.
Like it's just a lot of those. You and I share a certain fondness for the Sandman as well. Like when I was like a child growing up, that was a lot of it for me as well. But just like any Will Ferrell movie, and I mean any movie, like our maybe it's because we're basketball fans, but our friends really love Semi-Pro. I think it's criminally underrated.
It is hilarious.
The starting lineup intros in the first 5 minutes, I could recite all of them on the air. If I did, I'd get fired, but I could do.
I think that's a good choice.
Yeah, from a weird little country called Lithuania. Just an incredible movie.
And by the way, probably also in the top 3, Semi-Pros in my top 3 too, of hardest laughing for me in a movie theater. The scene where they're trying to lift Jackie off the court.
The Other Guys when they jump off the roof. The Eva Mendes scene in The Other Guys.
Yes.
Amazing stuff. Of course, like Anchorman, so many others. Wedding Crashers comes up in there too, for sure.
Talladega Nights. That's a one that I can quote from Will Ferrell.
And that's within your friend group that you're back and forth. You're going back and forth with it.
Yeah, between that and Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh.
Ooh, that's a good call.
Jarrett, what is it for you? Is it Mr. Bean?
No,
He doesn't really talk that much. He talks like this.
No, Big Lebowski.
Okay.
And then it would be Simpsons quotes, not movie, but a TV show.
Okay.
That's a great call.
Especially with a few of my friends who are hardcore Simpsons fans, always using references like that.
Yeah, for Fletch is right near the top. Fletch and obviously Caddyshack.
And then not necessarily the whole movie, but certain stuff from like Super Troopers, Office Space, movies like that.
All great choices.
Office Space is fantastic.
But would you agree with me that most male friend groups have that group of movies that that kind of shapes their lexicon within the group?
Anything to resist talking about their actual feelings and thoughts.
Probably pretty right on that, Jarrett.
I think you nailed it.
D-backs at home against the Dodgers. They have not seen the Dodgers since the opening series of the year. That was in L.A. It was a painful way to start the season, quite honestly. They got swept by the Dodgers. The Dodgers were wearing their gold highlighted uniforms because they were the defending champs. They got their rings. They put the banner up. We get it. A lot has happened since then. Again, I would feel way better about the D-backs going into this series had they performed better in Seattle, and they just didn't. They're going to run into Shohei on Wednesday. It's shaping up. What are your thoughts on this series going into it?
Just to feel the frustration that I always feel in being in the same division as the Dodgers and hating the Dodgers, because what has happened over the course of their season is, like, Will Smith has not been that good. He's one of the best catchers in baseball. He's not been that good. Age is starting to show, to say the least, for Mookie Betts, and then to a certain extent, Freddie Freeman, like the heights of Freddie Freeman. We're not there anymore. Kyle Tucker has been average. He's been fine. But as you allude to in the show, never fear, a career year for Andy Pages is here, like they needed it. Max Muncy having one of his best years, on pace for that as well. And then you look through their rotation, it's guys that you didn't expect to see. Robleski, who we're going to see in the series, has a 2.87 ERA. Where did he even come from? I don't know.
And he's 7-2, by the way.
Yes, Glasnow is hurt. Edwin Diaz is hurt. Blake Snell is hurt. It's the same story every year where they have all of these injuries, they have all of these guys underachieving, and yet they find enough contributions across the board as well. And something you and I talked about as well off air was, I was wondering if this would be an Alek Thomas moment, but Teoscar Hernandez was recently moved to the 10-day IL. Dodgers had some guys that they could have called up in the outfield. Ryan Ward was the guy that they chose who recently made his debut. And, of course, in his day, he homered. Of course he did. It's the Dodgers, the Dalton Rushing thing from the start of the year as well. Alex still in the complex league, so still a ways away, it seems like.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that on the show. When that deal went down, the Diamondbacks DFA'd Thomas. Dodgers swing the trade for him, give up a very, very young prospect who's years and years off, if ever making it to the major leagues, away. But it wasn't, I think a lot of people expected Alek Thomas to just report to the Dodgers and start playing. He went to the Complex League and didn't play in a game for weeks. He's still only played in 2 games in the Arizona Complex League, and he's 1 for 7 in those games. So they probably jumped at the chance to get him, the Dodgers did, but said, we got to tear him down completely. And it looks like they're in the process of doing that.
Major refinement for his swing. I would imagine it was the number one priority there.
Yeah, which apparently happened in the offseason and just didn't pay dividends. To your point, too, on what frustrates you about the Dodgers, because when you think about it logically, we're in Arizona. We don't like the Dodgers. They've won the last 2 World Series. They've got unlimited spending potential. But the difference between teams like that and most other teams is when they do swing wildly and miss, it's okay.
Yeah, they're fine.
Like you said, Kyle Tucker, who got, I think, completely overpaid. He's a nice player. He's hitting .242 with 4 home runs right now. His WAR is 0.9. It's the same WAR as their second baseman, Alex Freeland. But it doesn't matter. They just those punches roll right off of them.
And we say a down year for Shohei Ohtani. He's 8th in the National League in OPS. That is a down year for him. And
well, when the number is not a 9 or a 1 on OPS for Shohei, you're like, what's wrong with him? He does have an 8. His OPS could be above 9 after today. And he does have 10 home runs. And he's hitting .280. But what he's done pitching-wise has just been ridiculous.
And also, I wanted to get your guys' reaction real quick to the semi-breaking news that Serena Williams is coming out of retirement to play doubles next week at the HSBC Championships, which I assume she is warming up for the U.S. Open because of that.
Wimbledon would be first.
Wimbledon, yeah. What do you think?
Doubles really doesn't do much for me. I would love to see Serena try to come back. What is she, 45 now? I'd love to see her come back and try to play singles because I think the women's game could use that jolt of energy right now.
I'm misplacing the name of the woman that she lost to in her retirement match effectively, but she made that woman completely earn it, and I thought it was a fitting retirement for her, so I kind of don't like it in singles. If it's in doubles, that's fine, but I thought the singles ending for her, she advanced further in the tournament than we thought, and she made the woman that beat her earn it.
Thanks to Gonzo. We're back tomorrow. Wolf and Luke up next.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins at Galaxy Lending Group. He always tells me, Tom, when it comes to paying off your mortgage, 30 years is optional. Harold, did you know the average pro basketball career is only about 5 years? And you're telling me your clients are paying off their mortgages in about the same time?
They are. With Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator loan, our clients are paying off their mortgages in about 5 years or less, and they don't need a pro basketball contract to make it happen.
That is incredible.
It's true, Tom. The Ownership Accelerator loan puts your existing cash flow to work against your mortgage balance every single day with absolutely no lifestyle changes.
What I really like about Galaxy is you're all so easy to work with.
Thanks. We talk with our clients, not at them, and we'll answer every question until you're totally comfortable. Zero pressure.
Check it out for yourself at GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Can't raise your arms, climb stairs, or kneel down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without exhausting pain. Let's celebrate what you can do. And that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain. It's gone. They've moved on, back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics game-changing regenerative treatments, done right in the office. No missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down. The pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on KTAR News helped you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. Let's get rid of that pain, starting now. The consultation's totally free to see if you're a good candidate. Call QC Kinetics now, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Bailey Leisure with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks were swept by the Seattle Mariners in a 3-2 10th inning loss yesterday. The Diamondbacks are back at Chase Field tonight to begin a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Eduardo Rodriguez is set to start for the D-backs against Dodgers righty Emmett Sheehan. First pitch is at 6:40 p.m. You can listen to the game here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The 2026 NBA Finals is set after the San Antonio Spurs defeated the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals on Saturday. The Spurs will take on the New York Knicks in a rematch of the 1999 NBA Finals. Game 1 tips off in San Antonio on Wednesday, and the Phoenix Mercury look to snap a 5-game losing streak as they host the Minnesota Lynx tonight. Tip-off at Mortgage Matchup Center is at 7 p.m. This report is brought to you by Western Governors University. Thinking about a career in AI? At WGU, you'll learn how to use AI to make a real difference. Your next chapter starts now. Visit wgu.edu and enroll today.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday morning. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. John Lund is in for the vacationing Wolf. What's up, John?
I'm doing better than the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, I was pretty much ready for this weekend to end, which I don't think I've ever said.
But it's not a good weekend.
Friday was well, I was going to say Friday was great, but the sports on Friday didn't go real well either. No. How many extra inning games did ASU lose this weekend?
Sports were sportsing this weekend.
They really were.
That's a good call. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I was having fun. Even though the games were not exactly going my way, I was still having fun. Like, usually I'm mad when ASU loses, but on Friday when they lost that marathon extra innings game, I was just like, you know what? That was just a great baseball game. And then Game 7 was incredible.
Oh.
And then you had
who let this guy in here with his positive outlook?
And then you had
this ain't the same guy. This is like Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Seriously.
You had a bunch of French Open that was incredible this weekend as well. So
the French Open does not make up for the fact that ASU scored a fifth run yesterday that didn't count for reasons that remain unclear. I
was focused on the Ringo Starr concert I was at.
Okay, maybe.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
Jamal, would you like to counter, or do you agree this was a great weekend for sports?
That's what I say.
That was a lot more mild than I thought you were going to go with that. Well, here we are. Probably the start of just an unruly run of Spurs titles. That's probably what we're on the cusp of right now. Diamondbacks had 6 hits the last 2 games total and got swept by the Mariners. And ASU is out of the tournament, even though they probably should be playing another game today.
Yeah. That was a heartbreaker, and to have Landon Harrison get kicked out, and then right after
he's like banned from baseball because he flipped his bat.
He flipped his bat. Come on, man. I mean, and they even huddled with Willie Bloomquist and went, "Hey, should we kick your guy out? Nah, please don't kick my. We're gonna kick your guy out." And missed it.
He's suspend him for a game.
It's not like in college football where you take a guy's head off and it's like, sorry, like he flipped a bat.
It's like he threw the bat at the umpire. Even that should only get you the rest of that game.
Plus, the umpires need to chill out, man. It's not the ump game, man. They need this kid for the next game. And then the depressing part of the NIL is he going to stay? Is he going to stay? Like right away, like the season ends and it's like, can we keep this kid? Like, my God.
Good times.
Man.
All right. Well, let's. The good news is we're going to talk to Jody Jackson in like 40 minutes, who is, as I've said in the past, maybe the most optimistic person in sports.
Shiny, happy people. We need her today.
We do need her today. There's been quite a few times we've needed her on,
we need her
on the
today.
show, especially today.
Yeah.
Let's start with the Diamondbacks, who went into the weekend on an absolute tear, 11-2 in that 13-game stretch, 10-1 in their previous 11 games. And they proceeded to lose to the Mariners, get walked off on Friday. Zach Gallen wasn't great. Lose to the Mariners on Saturday, Ryan Nelson's worst start in a while. And then get walked off again by the Mariners on Sunday.
Let me ask you this, because this is where I'm really confused.
You're not going to like my answer, and I don't even know what the question is.
What are they? Like, okay, I know those are bad teams, but they're major league teams, and then you go into Seattle and you get swept in now, and I don't care what anybody says. Like, I heard something like this today, like, well, it's a good time to play the Dodgers. It's never a good time to play the Dodgers, and it's sure as hell not a good time to play the Dodgers now.
Why is it a good time to play the Dodgers?
I don't get it. But I don't know what they are, and we're more than a third of the way into the season, and I have no idea what they are.
Hold on, I'm just doing the math on the Dodgers. Let's see, they're 7-1 in their last 8, 14-3 in their last 17.
Yeah,
why is this a good time to play the Dodgers? Shohei just retire?
Right. Yeah.
And
you get them, by the way, and you get them for 4. So it's, like 3 would be like, okay, get out of town or something, but you get them for 4.
Take all 4, right?
Right.
That's good.
It's like, oh.
Awesome. What are the Diamondbacks? I don't know. I think they are a slightly above 500 team. They are angling, and this is not great news, almost exactly for my preseason prediction of 84 wins, except they're angling not for the second half of my preseason prediction that 84 wins would get you in. 84 is not going to get you in the National League. So they're going to have to be better than this. Look, sometimes you get swept, whatever. They caught the Mariners at the wrong time. Doesn't excuse it. I think it does raise some questions when you really can't hit the ball for 2 of the games and Zach Gallen continues to struggle. They are probably I think, an above-average team, but not a great team.
Yeah.
So
I think what the front office has to do, and they're getting a lot of guys back, and that's really great. But here's the biggest problem. We can get into the pitching, but from what I see, when Marte's 0 for 12 and Carroll's 3 for 14, so I'm not a math guy, but that's 3 for 27 combined.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't hit those 2 guys, there's no juice in the order whatsoever. So it's a long way away, but either somebody's got to step up or they're going to have to go get a big bat if they're still in contention for this thing. And the scary part of the National League is there's a lot of bad teams at the bottom, like the Giants and the Rockies that we've seen. But outside of that, the entire NL Central is in it.
Yeah.
The Mets are out, I get it, but the Phillies are fairly hot. And there's some teams that you don't normally see in there that are going to stay in this thing. We didn't think the Cardinals were going to be good. We didn't think Nationals would be above 500. We weren't sure about the Pirates. So we're getting extra entries in here for the wild card, and there's a lot of teams that you have to deal with. So you can't go through this becomes a huge series. Yeah, it's the Dodgers, and that's a big deal. But it's not even like the Dodgers are in the NL West. They're going to win it.
Yeah.
These games are huge because you've got to stay within a bunch of teams, and if you start going the other way, then all that feel good from all those 11-2 the way they did May, that all goes away if you don't at least split this series.
You don't have to be better than the Dodgers in the regular season, but you can't go 0-13 against them. Now, again, they went 6-7 against them last year. They went 6-7 against them the year before, and they swept them out of the playoffs the year before. The Diamondbacks swept the Dodgers out. So, I mean, they traditionally have hung with the Dodgers even in this amazing run the Dodgers are on. I remember having this conversation a few times out at Chase Field with different people last year talking about, okay, where's this division going to be decided or, the wild card race? It might be the teams that – do you take care of business in your 13 games against the Rockies? Do you go 12-1, or do you give up some games there and other teams pass you? It's almost like the flip side, too. As long as you just kind of hang with the Dodgers, you're already 0-3 against them this year. Can you split the next 10? Can you go 5-5 and finish 5-8 against? That's fine, because you did just take care of business against the Rockies and the Giants. The thing you said in there, though, that I don't want to say worries me. It was one series. It was 3 games. I don't want to overreact. But the thing you said in there that was a concern of mine before the start of the season is, are they too reliant on Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte? Corbin Carroll has MVP potential. I think he would win a couple in his career. It's tougher because you're in the same league as Shohei, and that's such an outlier that I don't know how many he's going to actually win, but he's going to be in the conversation quite a few times in his career. And we know what Ketel Marte is, but you can't lose every time those guys don't get hits. That's just not conducive to success.
Yeah, and I know we're going to have a conversation about Zach Gallen. He had 6 starts in May and had a 7.04 ERA. I consistently say, hey, your 5th starter is going to struggle, your 5th starter. And even though he's their number 1 starter, he's their 5th best pitcher. So you're going to get inconsistencies out of your 5. But I don't know how long you can go. And I get it. Corbin Burns is going to come back. But he's not going to be back till mid-July. And if you want to stay in this race, how long can you go with a pitcher that in May had a 7.04 ERA, a 1.6 a whip, so that means your 1.5 runners are reaching plus per inning.
Mm-hmm.
You're just not going to be able to work around that, and it's disheartening because he's, last year was last year. He got off to a pretty decent start this year, and you think, okay, he's a different guy, and now he's a worse guy than he even was last year. And even if he is considered the 5th starter, you can't run a starter out there that's got an over 7 ERA and is giving up home runs the way that he is. At some point, whether it's Fott or somebody else, they're going to have to replace him just for the sake of giving him a mental break to say, hey, we got to do better here.
It's one of the worst things in sports. I'm sure it's one of the toughest things to navigate as a GM or a coach or a manager when your best players are the ones holding you back, because it's not so easy. If this were Michael Soroka, if Soroka was brought in as kind of like the 6th starter and he was struggling, okay, easy decision. Yeah. Like if Soroka had a 7.04 ERA this month, all right, sorry, you're going to the bullpen. Point. We're going to figure something. It's so much tougher when it's Gallen or like earlier this season when Ketel wasn't hitting. It's like even if you play fantasy football, you can relate to that, right? You take some guy in the 2nd round, supposed to be your number 1 running back, and he's just terrible all season. It's tough to pull him out of your starting lineup because you don't want to have him on the bench the week he goes off or whatever. I mean, this is obviously so much higher stakes because the Diamondbacks are built around their pitching, and their number 1 starter, the guy who lines up to pitch against Shohei on Wednesday, has been their worst pitcher. You like Gallen or Shohei in that game? Shohei gives up less than a run a game. I'm not real confident in them winning on Wednesday.
That might be the worst pitching matchup as far as disparity. He's got an 0.82 versus a guy who's rocking a 7.04 in his last 6 starts.
Gallen might have given up more runs in his last start than Shohei has all season. I don't want to look that up, but I'm probably going to during the break. Nonstop action, 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. Text Furious to 620 to win tickets to the advanced screening of The Furious on June 9th. When we come back, well, here we are. The Spurs are already headed to the NBA Finals. Are we going to be saying that every year from the next decade? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The skipper of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Torey Lovello. Is there a difference with Ketel Marte this year than in previous years?
This has absolutely 100% been the best version of Ketel that I've seen, and not just over the past 10 days since he's been fire high. The entire time when he was grinding, he will make comments about how he's going to go out and do his job and would expect the others around him to do the same. And he's never done that before. I just think emotionally he's ready to take it to that next level, and it's been very inspiring for all of us.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. The number one killer of children, age 1 to 4, in Arizona is drowning. As a first responder of 36 years, a child drowning was my worst nightmare. On those calls, I would desperately try to revive a cold, limp, lifeless little child with every ounce of the skills I possessed, many times with no success. In just a few devastating moments, a child gone too soon. Don't let this be your nightmare. This is preventable. Surround your pools with an approved fence, have high locks and audible alarms on all doors leading to the pool area. Have a designated adult with eye-to-eye contact when children are in the water. Learn how to swim and learn CPR. Drownings can happen to anyone. Please, don't be that anyone.
Your local bar could be your ticket to a global stage. Enter Michelob Ultra's Soccer Shootout at participating bars for your chance at FIFA World Cup 26 tickets. Your neighborhood, your chance to witness history. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 26. Enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 21 plus. Contest ends on May 31st, 2026. Official rules at www.michelobultra.com/rules for prizes and details. Message and data rates may apply. Void where prohibited.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz. Computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories. Everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Devin Duvernay wants to be the ultimate team player for the Cardinals and sees nothing but Carson Beck's upside. The Diamondbacks were swept by the Mariners as the offense disappeared. And ASU baseball eliminated by Ole Miss in another close one to end the Sun Devils season. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, I'm just going to ask this question, then we can have the conversation, okay? Command and control, you're in on this too. I think I asked this like 2 months ago, but I'm going to ask it again. Who finishes their career with more titles, Wemby or SGA?
Wemby.
100%.
I feel like your answer has changed, though, like in the last 2 months.
I don't think so.
Okay,
I think
maybe you were with me.
I think Wemby's winning, 3 or 4 championships for sure.
I think you can bump that number up. Jamal?
I agree. Wemby's going to win. I've said it before. I think Wemby's going to be the greatest player of all time.
Yeah, I said that before. And I don't know that I agree with you, but I can't laugh you out of here. That's the scary part.
I'm just a little bit scared with his like body type and the injuries potential there. And when he falls from a higher spot than most players. True. So I am going to go with like the under if we're saying like 6 championships.
Oh yeah, I mean
so I think 3 or 4. But I do think he'll stay relatively healthy, but I don't know if he's gonna be like healthy enough to be like a Jordan or LeBron.
Here's what's scary. This is the worst version we're going to see of him because he is going to fill out. He is going to get bigger. And here's the thing. This happens to every guy when he comes into the league, the great players. It happened to Jordan. They were really physical with him. It happened to Durant, who has a similar body type. It happened to Steph Curry. Every team tries to be physical. So expect the Knicks just physical, try to be physical with him. And then when they see that enough times, then they just get better. He's 22.
Yeah.
He's going to fill out. He's going to get bigger. He's going to get stronger. He's going to understand what defenses are trying to do to him. He's going to become a better passer. And that's when he becomes really, really scary because we have never seen a player of his size with this kind of skill.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many titles he's going to win, but this is the worst version of the Spurs we're going to get. Think about how much better Harper and Castle and all these guys are going to get. This is the worst version of the Spurs we're going to see.
No,
and they're favored to win the title.
Yeah, it's you and I were talking before the show. I think we both agree on this. I think the Knicks have a chance.
Yeah,
they better win this year because I don't think anybody's winning for a long time.
That's it.
And I'm not saying the Spurs are winning the next 10 titles, but it's just however far you feel comfortable projecting out. Let's say 5 years. Let's say what's the league going to look like for the next 5 years. I feel pretty comfortable saying if you want to say it's 5 years, the Spurs or the Thunder are going to win at least 4 of those 5 titles. I'm not even really counting this year. And I think the Spurs are going to win more. The only year it's probably going to be a year where Wemby's hurt. Right? Oh, Wemby's out for the playoffs or whatever, and they're not going to win that year. But, I mean, I don't know who's stopping this team when they really get rolling because the other part of it, and I've said this before when Wolf was in here, but it was kind of an eye-opener to me when the Olympics hit a little while back, and it was the U.S. and France in the title, and just even kind of since then, we heard how great Wemby was going to be. I didn't know quite how driven he was. Sometimes you get these guys that are great, but they're not really that. You start talking about a guy that could win multiple titles. You have to have that drive where even if you've won 2 in a row, you still feel slighted and you're going for the third one and you're not just going to coast and get complacent. And it sucks because it's the Spurs, but this is to me a much scarier outcome than Oklahoma City winning because San Antonio is already here and Oklahoma City might go out and get Giannis now.
Yeah, the thing about it is, as far as the Spurs, like you said, he's got that drive, and he's not even really that consistent. Like he was really good in games 1 and 3, and then he was like even the last game 22-7, but he came off to a good start. When he gets consistency, that's what I mean. He's going to fill out. He's going to get more consistent. He's going to get smarter. His basketball IQ is going to go up. I mean, he's going to be an all timer. But like you said, because of his body type, he might get hurt. And then the scary part about Oklahoma City is Sam Presti, their general manager, who's one of the best around. Patience.
Arizona sports. Breaking news.
Did the Spurs just trade Wemby to the Suns? Is that the breaking news here?
No, and this is not good breaking news for the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, no.
This is according to Ian Rappaport. Bombshell. The Browns are finalizing a trade of Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett, to the Rams. And a shocker, sources tell Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero, and Adam Schefter. Cleveland would send Garrett to L.A. in exchange for star edge Jared Verse.
Wow.
A first-rounder and more.
Rick,
is that done or is that rumor?
This better be like a fake account or something.
Nope,
you better be getting
it's not.
tricked.
It's Ian Rappaport. It's not.
This better be Ian Rappaport or something.
They are finalizing a trade. So
is there anything we can do to prevent it? Like as a show, can we get involved?
To be kidding me.
And Ian Rappaport says, this is real and eye-popping and on brand for the #Rams.
How does Matthew Stafford feel about this?
I'm sure he's elated.
Like if they get Myles Garrett, does Sean McVay have to pretend he's upset about it at the press conference, or can he actually just...
Can I play devil's advocate here and say that Jared Verse is a lot younger than Myles Garrett, and I don't know if I would have given him up for a 31-year-old Myles Garrett.
I wouldn't have given Jared Verse up for much, but Myles Garrett's on the short list of things I would have given him up for.
The thing is, they're trying to beat Seattle, and they're singularly minded and focused, and... when you're trying to win a championship, which is which flies in the face of them taking Ty Simpson, which was stupid. But getting Myles Garrett is just saying we're absolutely going for it. And this to me makes the Rams the favorite. Not that you were going to beat the Rams anyway, but this just is a message to the entire NFL. This is the team to beat.
I feel like Jacoby Brissett's holdout just got longer.
Yeah, why would you come back?
And, I can face
He's
Myles Garrett
unblockable.
twice now too. Awesome.
I mean,
Okay.
he's unblockable. He's ridiculous.
Cool. Thanks for that, Rick, on a Monday morning. Do you still feel great about the sports weekend?
Well, this wasn't the weekend. This is Monday, so
still.
I guess we should have expected
No, I
this.
just had fun.
Okay.
Man. No,
Jamal, any
look,
thoughts?
That's a bombshell, man.
Why? That's all I have.
I mean, seriously, the Rams really didn't even need to do that because, like I said, Verse is a really nice player. He's not Myles Garrett, but he's a really, really nice player. But
The real loser here is Jared Verse.
Right.
He's like, he woke up this morning like, I'm going to
that's a
challenge for a
great
Super
point.
Bowl. And then he heard, I like to picture Jared Verse driving around Phoenix randomly right now, and he just heard that breaking news and is like, I'm going where?
I wonder if Aaron Donald will come back now.
Could you imagine, too, you wake up, it's a beautiful day, palm trees, you're in L.A., maybe you go for a jog, you're feeling great, and then maybe you got,
probably running along the beach right now.
And all of a sudden,
probably doesn't even know.
You get a text, and you like hit a button to read it back to you. This is Les Snead. Please give me a call immediately. And then by the time he can even do that, he's getting something from Adam Schefter.
Man.
Beep. You're going to Cleveland.
Les, I'm getting traded. Just tell me it's not it's Cleveland. Okay.
I think the other quarterbacks. I think Gardner Minshew and Carson Beck should also hold out now.
That'd be hilarious. Only Keaton Slovis is showing up in OTAs.
I'm not going to play unless Myles Garrett is away from the Rams.
Well, Gardner's not going to hold out because I'm not sure he has like phone service or electricity. So he's probably actually going to still play because he probably doesn't know about this.
That's a bombshell.
That's the way to go through life. Gardner Minshew has it figured out. He's not going to know Myles Garrett's on the Rams until they play the Rams.
Right.
Kind of jealous right
Plus,
now.
he's not just a pass rusher. I mean, he's just all around.
No, it's like driving a bulldozer across the field.
Right.
All right. Enough of this, how great the Rams are. Let's talk about how great the Spurs are.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Let's get back to something that also makes me want to throw
depressing.
up. Here is Victor Wembanyama after the win on Saturday over Oklahoma City, which was both enjoyable because Oklahoma City lost, but miserable because I think we all know what this means now.
Winning the Larry O'Brien, it's a childhood dream, and having a real shot at it, having a chance, tangible chance at winning it, at realizing a dream, it's a chance. It's a lifetime chance, it's you never know what's going to happen again. But it's, the day we win it, speaking for myself, it's going to be an amazing day of, like, realization of a dream, It's hard to put into words. It's almost like the meaning of my life,
Well, I'm happy for him.
No,
He's a
you're
fun
not.
player
I
to
can see the
watch.
look on your face.
I'm just it's
You're very conflicted, aren't you?
it feels, well, first of all, I'm still trying to recover from the fact that Myles Garrett's on the Rams.
Now it's on like a team. Now
now it's
Rappaport's
just right
talking
across
about it.
everything. It's
Jeez.
everywhere.
I'm shocked. The Rams are just like dag with it.
I just want to talk to Ian Rappaport and be like, dude, you said the Cardinals are going to make the playoffs. Now you're up there reporting that Myles Garrett's going to the Rams.
Playoffs? I'd be more upset if I was in Seattle because the Cardinals are the Cardinals, but like Seattle right now is going, so wait a minute. They went out and got Trent McDuffie this offseason and they got Myles Garrett? And they did us a favor by drafting Ty Simpson.
Now it really doesn't make sense that they drafted Ty Simpson.
They're going for it.
Like, why not just go get Mekhi Lemon or something?
Right.
And I mean, maybe they'll need him. Here's more from Wemby. He was asked what he's learned about himself during this playoff run.
I learned about myself. I would say what I learned is I can go through hurdles that I didn't know those hurdles could get so high. It's just pushing through. I found resources inside of me, relentlessness. I already knew that, but doing it at this level, this is the best basketball on the planet that's being played right now. And the crazy thing is, maybe I'm crazy for that, but I want to do that 15, 20 more times. Let's hope it doesn't become an addiction. Maybe it is already.
Did anybody ask him a follow-up of what he learned about Chet Holmgren's retirement after the Lakers series, or is that still
2 shots in 33 minutes? Like Jamal Crawford said during the broadcast, dude, if you took 15 and you went 1 for 15, fine.
Yeah.
But you took 2. Like
maybe he didn't feel tall enough.
Like, God.
I told you I was talking to a friend of mine over the weekend about that. And I was like, I thought Chet Holmgren was significantly better than this. And his response was, dude, he's going up against Wemby. And my response was, do you think Wemby's retiring anytime soon? Like, that's who he has to go up against. If he's not even going to try to shoot, what's the point of having him?
Well, and that's the scary part as the Suns relate to this, because it's going to be OKC, San Antonio, OKC. But if somehow, and Giannis would have to sign off on this because a lot of people saying he wants to go to Miami, but they've got the resources. They've got they've got picks 12 and 17.
They've got more resources than
I don't know
anybody.
if Milwaukee would want Chet, but it would ultimately, Giannis would have to want to go to Oklahoma City. But why wouldn't you? I mean, maybe you don't want to deal with Giannis, or with Wemby, but all of a sudden, if they got him and you got San Antonio doing their doing, it's like the rest of the West might as well pack it up.
All right, cool. That was a fun segment. When we come back, how much could the Cardinals running back room help them this season? That's actually a topic I really cared about until about 4 minutes ago. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Game on the line as the 1-0. And Robles swings and grounds it towards short. Perdomo dives to knock it down, but he can't get to it fast enough. And the Mariners have walked off the Diamondbacks by a final score of 3-2. And they sweep Arizona in a 3-game weekend set.
D-backs start up a 4-game series with the Dodgers tonight. So we discuss what happened in the Mariners series and preview what's next for the D-backs on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com or pick up the phone and call 855-TRAJAN-1. Maybe you got some spring cleaning to do on the list? Well, don't forget to refresh your finances as well. Trajan Wealth's family office can actually help you tidy up scattered accounts, taxes, and estate details into one clear plan. Call today and let them help organize your wealth management strategy. 855-TRAJAN-1. Imagine talking to one team that knows your investments, ladies and gentlemen, your tax picture, and your estate plan. That's what you get when you deal with Trajan Wealth in their family office. One big picture view of your financial life under one roof. Start by going to TrajanWealth.com or pick up the phone and call 855-TRAJAN-1, 855-TRAJAN-1 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, we've said it, and now Ranking Arizona confirms it. America Roofing #1, ranked #1, the top roofing contractor 2026. Yep, what an honor for Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide, because home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Costa Galvisi. Book the best at AmericaRoofingCo.com. Ranking Arizona's #1 roofing company. Even better, get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was a kid, we didn't have much. One day, a box showed up on our doorstep. No name, no note, just things we really needed at the time. I was probably 7 or 8, and I still remember opening it and feeling what real kindness felt like. That's why we show up the way we do at Moxie Pest Control, because one small act of kindness can mean everything.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Calling Sun Devil Nation. It's time to start planning for London, where your Arizona State Sun Devils make history. Playing in the iconic Wembley Stadium against the Kansas Jayhawks. The Union Jack Classic kicks off September 19th. So grab your official tickets, hospitality, and travel packages now at UnionJackClassic.com. Experience everything London has to offer while supporting our Sun Devils in the first ever college football game played in the UK. Bring your family. Bring your friends. Buy your packages today at UnionJackClassic.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Los Angeles Rams are finalizing a trade for Cleveland Browns star pass rusher Myles Garrett. Garrett set the NFL record with 23 sacks in 2025. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40, with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury hosts the Minnesota Lynx tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And that is what is trending now.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
Wow. Just keeps getting better, too. The Browns are getting a first-round pick back next year in that quarterback draft in that deal.
Well, that's even more damaging to the Cardinals because they're not even near the Rams. They were just joining us. McAfee now is saying it's done, that Myles Garrett's going to the Rams, but it's Jared Verse going to the Browns and a number 1 pick. And a big part of this is these teams that are really bad are loading up for the quarterback draft at 27. So the Browns just went through their organized team activities and went, ugh.
Yeah.
And so they have 2 first-round picks. The Jets have 3 first-round picks. These bad teams, they're loading up for the 27 quarterback draft.
That first-round pick they just got from the Rams, who I think have made one of their first-round picks in the last 10 years. So, I mean, this is, would you rather, if you're the Rams, would you rather have a first-round pick or Myles Garrett?
It's going to be pick 32.
Yeah, but it's still, if the Browns have the 3rd pick on their own and the 32nd pick, they could package those together to move up maybe, or whatever. If they have the 5th pick in the Cardinals or picking 4th, maybe they can move ahead of the Cardinals with that. So either way, it doesn't help the Cardinals on either end. Yeah. Now, so I was looking at the story on ESPN, which might be mildly outdated now, partially. It was ranking the 10 biggest position upgrades in all of football. This is all of football, all right? Now, you could say the Rams' defensive line maybe should be number 1 on this list now. They were on there. It was Rams cornerbacks are 6th on the list. So they went out and got Jalen Watson and Trent McDuffie. So I'll give you some of these names. Ben Solak wrote it. Let's see, the Titans wide receivers they have as the number 4 most improved unit in all of football.
From Ohio State.
Yeah, and Wan'Dale Robinson from the Giants. It's not like a huge name, but he's fairly consistent, right? Number 3, they have the Commanders improving their linebackers. Number 2, they have the Raiders improving their linebackers. According to Ben Solak on ESPN, the most improved position group in all of football is the Arizona Cardinals running backs. Now, I don't disagree. I mean, they didn't really have any running backs last year. They added Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier, but I just, full disclosure, when I saw what this list was, I opened it to see if maybe they would have Cardinals running backs somewhere on the list. Like, did they sneak into honorable mention? Did they have them at number 10? Most of these lists right now, they just don't even pay attention to the Cardinals. It's always just talking about Super Bowl contenders. They have the Cardinals running back room as the most improved position group in all of football. Any position, any team. If that's the case, why do so many people hate the Jeremiah Love pick?
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I think they're right, actually. I mean, what the Rams did and what they're going to do with Myles Garrett and everything, I don't know that would make it number 1. But Jeremiah Love is supposed to be all that. And Tyler Algier, and we talked about this last week, when Bijan Robinson had his first year in the league in 2023, he split carries with Tyler Algier. And they were a really good combo. And the difference was the catches, and I think it's going to be the same way. It was 214 runs for Bijan Robinson, was 186 for Tyler Algier. And while both guys ran the ball a lot, as I said, the difference was Robinson caught 58 balls and Algier caught 18. So I think it's going to be a very similar split. I don't think they want to give him 300 carries. I think it is going to be an A-B kind of a situation. And I know that Algier initially was kind of upset, or at least those were the comments. He thought he was going to be RB1. But that's really a thing of the past. So, yeah, I would agree with that. And they're going to have to aren't they going to have to trade somebody at some point? I mean, you're looking at Benson, even at guys like Bam Knight.
It feels like if all these guys, especially if Connor's like good to go and healthy, and you start getting into camp, and I mean, you've already see some of these teams around the league that need a running back that feel like they're contending right now. Yeah, you're obviously not trading Love. I wouldn't really trade Algier either. You kind of brought him in to. I have to think on some level when they brought in Algier, they at least had the thought in their head they might draft Love. They pretty much knew they were going to be in position to do it all offseason because you knew that the Raiders were taking Mendoza and you knew the Jets weren't taking a running back. So I think that was part of the plan. I wonder if some team comes along in the middle of August and it's like, hey, we'll take Trey Benson. Then, maybe you do. Because I hear what Monty's saying, and we talked about him, or we talked to Monty about that room right after the draft that night on Thursday night after the first round. And he was like, look, I thought I had a loaded running back room last year, and a couple weeks into the season we had no running backs left. That's always a possibility with that position, but I think you take that risk at this point this year because you're not winning the Super Bowl this year.
Yeah, plus you need to upgrade, and he's right. I mean, if you look at teams like San Francisco, Seattle, who run the same kind of a system, the inside zone, outside zone, it's one cut and get up the field. You don't want to juke, you don't want to dance. You're going to run over guys, which means you're going to get hurt. And if you look at like Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco, they always have their backs hurt. Zach Charbonnet just got hurt in Seattle. And like you said, Green Bay with the Josh Jacobs situation, even Seattle, I don't know if you'd trade in division, but Zach Charbonnet is not back till the middle of the season, and Jadarian Price is a rookie out of Notre Dame who they got at the end of the first round, so they might need – there's always a handful of teams, and then guys always get hurt at the running back position. So what you think – is Trey Benson going to get your third-round draft pick back? Probably not, but you could get a couple of picks. Connor might stay around. I could be wrong in this, but – from a standpoint
I think Benson's the one you want to trade.
Because Connor's a little bit of a mentor to a young running back. I could see that.
Yeah.
Even though I don't think he's enamored with being like RB3, but I don't know how healthy he is anyway.
But I also think James Conner's pretty smart. I'm sure he probably could see what was coming. I don't know if they went to him and said, hey, we're going to draft Jeremiah Love, but like a month ahead of time. But, I'm sure they talked to him right before they did it. I think, I don't know, my impression is that James Conner wants to be here, and that's certainly somebody I would want around mentoring my players. Definitely, if you get into the season and all your guys are healthy, and teams are going to lose running backs in week 1 of the season. So you get closer to the trade deadline, I really think Trey Benson would get moved because he's your 4th running back. Like, you can replace your 4th running back. That's why last season was so frustrating because he had a chance to show what he could do and immediately got hurt. And it's like either he wouldn't have been good, and okay, you at least know, or he could have shown he was good, and then maybe it alters your pick, but if nothing else, you got a lot of trade value right there right now. So right now you'd be selling low, but at the same time, like what's the point of having 4 of them? But going back to the article, they pointed out, okay, you're basically for the Cardinals, you're losing Michael Carter and Amari DiMercato, and you're adding Jeremiah Love and Tyler Algier. That's not to say the Cardinals have the best running back room in football, but most improved, yeah. And, to your point, even if they updated this right now after that Rams trade, Rams defensive line might be the best in football, but I don't know that it's the most improved because they did just give up Jared Verse to get. It's very improved. I don't know if it's the most improved.
Plus, here's the key to the Cardinals even having a decent season, which is you got to run the ball as much as you can, play some keep away. It's really important, and that's what they're going to do. And because Mike LaFleur is, the offshoot of Matt LaFleur and Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay and all that kind of stuff, they're going to run the football a ton.
Yeah.
And it's the smartest thing that they can do. You don't want to be, as they had to do last year, you don't want to be throwing the ball 40 times a game.
They might not throw it at all now after this trade.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's Monty Austinfort from back in April talking about the running back room.
Yeah, it is. It's a good room. There's no question. It's a good room, and I think as with anything else, the competition will take care of itself. So that'll be for Mike and his staff to sort out. But it's a good problem to have.
They're showing like reports from LA right now. Has anybody talked to Jared Verse? What do you think? Okay, let's play a game here. How long until we hear from Jared Verse?
Never.
He just doesn't speak to the media ever.
So Jared Verse is from Ohio, I've learned. So he might actually like this, in a way that like, I can turn around the franchise.
But he knows how good the Browns are.
Yeah, but
I think he's currently like typing out his retirement.
No. People from Ohio love Ohio.
You can go live in Ohio in the off season and win Super Bowls during the regular season.
Home's overrated.
Went back to the Cavs though. They were terrible when he went back to the Cavs.
Yeah, but how many guys that are good don't go home?
Yeah. And I know a lot of people hate LA, but once you live there, when you're from a place like that, I'm just imagining him out jogging today, and it's a beautiful day.
I'm telling you, he's like jogging along like one of the beaches. He's like jogging along Newport Beach right now.
If he's like raining and he falls to his knees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It starts raining as he opens his phone.
You can go visit home, man. You can go visit the parents. Whatever.
Well, the second part of my question is whenever Jared Verse does talk, how well is he going to sell the, hey, I've always wanted to go play for a 3-win team that's tanking for a quarterback instead of challenging for a Super Bowl?
Man.
Probably a big Shador fan.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Shador and Taylon Green and Dylan Gabriel and Deshaun Watson and our other 18 quarterbacks.
Plus, he's probably like, this is kind of the dead time, I mean, I don't know if they're in OTAs or whatever, but he might even be on vacation. He might be in like Spain, I don't know. Man.
I hope for his sake he's out of cell range for a while so he can enjoy his vacation. All right. Biggest.
He keeps calling and texting him. Call me quickly, because Schefter's already.
You get service, and there's 48 texts from Les Snead. And you're like, oh, this must be good. The biggest soccer tournament on the planet starts this summer. Play Bracket of Nations. Predict the winners, and you could walk away with a $500 gift card. Enter at the contest page on ArizonaSports.com. All right. When we come back, how do the Diamondbacks get back on track against the Dodgers? We're going to talk to broadcaster Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures and followed the outcomes. They have the experience to know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery, the inflammation calms down, and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
You know who's here for those who build America? Ford. For those who believe giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow, well, Ford believes if that's who you are, then you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value for American values. Paul Calvi's here. Hey, the Memorial Day sales event is here at our Desert Ford dealers again. We pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs, like that 2026 Ford F-150. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, during the Memorial Day sales event, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back. That's on a 2026 Ford F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back during the Ford Memorial Day sales event at buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Why Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states. Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
2-2 pitch. Late swing and a miss by Gonzalez. Seawald, he strikes out 2 in a spotless 1-2-3, top of the 4th inning.
Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y-Refi today.
All right, about 40 minutes ago, we opened the show and we said we could use the positivity of Jody Jackson today, the optimism. Then the Rams traded for Myles Garrett, so now we could really use the positivity and optimism of Jody Jackson.
Did we mention the Spurs are going to dominate the West for the next 10 years?
And one of the teams that the Cardinals are probably competing with for a quarterback in next year's draft just added another first-round pick. Yeesh. Okay, let's talk to Jody Jackson as the Diamondbacks are ready to start a 4-game series against the Dodgers tonight. She's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, Jody?
Beat LA.
Well done. Well done.
Beat LA. Come on, let's go. Now, yeah, the Myles Garrett thing has me down a little, I guess.
Jeez.
But I liked Garrett verse too. But yeah, Myles Garrett. Wow. All right. Yeah. But it's baseball season, and I always bring up. Mark Grace actually texted us this today. He said, he always harkens back to that 2023 playoff series. No one would have thought. You never know. It's why you play the game. So maybe my dose of positivity is, yeah, they look like a juggernaut right now. I can go through all the numbers. They've been really good, the Dodgers, recently. But that's why you play the game. And the D-backs have been good at home. I know it's going to be an electrically charged environment there, as it always is. So, come on out, regardless of who you're cheering for, I suppose. And, I think that's what makes it fun. And I think the Diamondbacks can thrive on that a little bit.
Let's look at there's a lot of things to discuss here in this sweep, but it's concerning because Ketel Marte, who had been hot, goes 0 for 12. Corbin goes 3 for 14, combined 3 for 27. And it just seems like if those two don't get it done, nobody else in the lineup does.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's, again, that's the glaring thing is that, during the Rockies and Giants series of 13 games, they were raking and at an incredible rate. And then, Ketel for 11 and then Corbin had that double that was really kind of a chopper because Ketel was on first. Their alignment was a little odd, but look, Seattle, unfortunately, when I spoke to you guys was that Friday when we talked? I believe it was.
Yeah.
Right. Did I not say that Seattle, they just pitch. I mean, it's funny in Major League Baseball, like some teams are just right on brand with what they are, and they pitch and they hit some homers, and that's exactly what happened. And they pitched so well, in fact, that, and to be honest, I mean, the Diamondbacks, Merrill yesterday and then the bullpen throughout, I think, Gallen and, Ryan Nelson struggled with the long ball, did not have the starts that they wanted to have. I mean, otherwise, it's easy for me to say, oh, yeah, besides the first 2 starters, the pitching was great. But that's kind of what it was. I mean, the bullpen was excellent yesterday, and they kind of went toe-to-toe with them, and they didn't execute in extra innings. That's been a problem. I feel like they many times are getting that runner to third now at least, but then they can't get them home. So, Seattle, it's hard to come across. It's hard to scratch across those runs against good pitching late in games, and that was the case. And with Seattle, and I do think Gabby Moreno probably is the one guy you look at that had the good series, but other than that, they just weren't able to get a whole lot of offense going. They had 3 for 17 on Friday night, 0 for 8 yesterday. Runners in scoring position showed up again as a problem, which. It happens when you face that really good pitching. So now here you go against the Dodgers. I will say this, the first 2, if you just look at it on paper, tonight, Sheehan and Erod, Lauer, Soroka tomorrow, those favor the better pitchers have been the Diamondback starters. It's clear. It's the numbers bear it out. The wild card is this Dodger lineup right now. So how are they going to be able to attack that? But it is encouraging that with Sheehan and Lauer going in these first two, not to diminish those guys. I mean, they're capable of making pitches, but Erod and Soroka have been better so far this season, and that's kind of the way I see that setting up. Now, can the lineup go back to answer your question, John? I mean, can the D-backs lineup show up in a way that can go toe-to-toe or at least keep pace in areas with this Dodger lineup, because that's going to be the hard part.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, there's always that theory that when you play a team like this, it puts you on point, and you could, if you want to look at this optimistically, you may get the Diamondbacks' best baseball. I wanted to ask you this, because you're around this team all the time. They've played the Dodgers pretty evenly now for the last 3 years. I know they're 0-3 against them this year, but they were just below 500 against them each of the last 2 years, and they obviously swept the Dodgers out of the playoffs the year before that. Do you see, I know there's different pieces now on this D-backs team, but do you see any consistent trends over the last 2-3 years that have kept the Diamondbacks fairly even with the Dodgers when they're head-to-head?
I mean, I'm going to come up with something non-scientific here. I don't have it all in front of me, but you're right. Just being around them, the eyeball test is they've gotten their bullpen at times. I mean, and it's been very memorable. It's been very joyful at times. But unfortunately, there have been, like the game we saw last year, they came, when I think it was Lourdes hit the homer, they've gotten their bullpen, and then the Dodgers, though, came back and it counterpunched. And that's, maybe that's the advantage. Maybe that's another part here. If they're able to, right now, both teams' bullpens are going well, and that's even without Edwin Diaz. Right now, so just some quick notes is that Teoscar Hernandez is out of the lineup. But they're still very strong at the top. The top five guys are very good. They're having good seasons. Shohei is Shohei, But that's the thing is there's been times when Shohei was in a little mini slump. That is not the case coming into this series. But yeah, Luke, I would say that's the one thing that stands out to me is it's always exciting when the Diamondbacks can kind of keep it close and then come back against their pen. But then can the D-backs pen hold? And, again, this is very not, like I said, it's not something that's based on a ton of data. It's just my brain coming out with, hey, what have we done well? Jumping on Sheehan tonight. Maybe that's, I mean, these are the things that you see, like anything you can see as you prepare for this game that you perceive as a strength versus their weakness, you need to absolutely jump on that and make the most of it, because some of the other areas that they've tightened down are going to be a lot harder to come back against. So, I mean, I would say, again, these first two games, before you're facing Ohtani and Robleski, it doesn't take any rocket science to figure that out, right? Like you really look at these two as potentially advantageous from the front end.
And I agree with you. You got to win these first two because you have the pitching matchup advantage. You mentioned Zach Gallen. He finishes up May in 6 starts with a 7.04 ERA. Does he need a mental break? Do they just have to stay with him? Where do you look? What do you see when you see Zach Gallen?
Gosh, it's like the magic question, right? How do you? I think I talked to you guys the other day about spotting the fastball, using the breaking stuff. I mean, it's just when he's locating and he's mixing, the biggest issue with Zach sometimes is how does a guy that spends all of his time trying to be unpredictable become predictable? Yeah. And I think that's the biggest problem a lot of the times. And we've heard even Jeremy Bleish, I believe on your show, guys, talked about the book is out. So what does that mean? And then it becomes a zigzag of outthinking yourself. So got to make pitches. He knows the Dodger lineup. He's faced them before. He's had good results. He's had bad results. So, he's going. That's the Ohtani game on Wednesday. So, look, he made pitches pretty well early in that game in LA. Let's not discount that. Let's give credit where credit is due. Until he gave up the 3-run homer on a ball low in the zone, I believe it was a curveball to Pages. And then they kind of took that from there, and then the game got out of hand. So if I'm Zach, I'm looking at you have in this crazy game, regardless of the numbers, you've got to stay positive. You absolutely cannot get down on yourself. So I would be giving him the biggest pep talk of like, hey, you are capable of doing this, and he is. But he's got to go out there and execute pitches.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And, one of his biggest issues over the last year or so has been consistency. I mean, he's had great individual games against some good teams. Jody, we appreciate talking to you again. We'll catch up again later this week, all right?
Sounds good, guys. Enjoy the series.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jody.
It's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. I feel slightly better, but then I just looked. I have X open on the screen.
You probably saw the same thing I did.
Aaron Donald is trending.
Oh, he is?
That's the top trending thing.
Back?
No, but it's not that. It's just, well, maybe. I mean, I'm assuming that's what everybody's saying.
See,
but
this is my depression. Now you see they've got.
You already have it on your phone.
Well, no, they just sent this out. Like they've got the projection now. Look, he's in a Rams uniform. Myles Garrett's in a Rams uniform. There you go.
Has Jared Verse posted anything of him in a accountant's outfit?
No,
he's
but look,
retiring
they
from football?
do have him in a Browns uniform. He looks so happy to be going home to Ohio.
Who put that one out? Cleveland?
Yeah, it's just together. See, there you go.
Oh.
That's right. That's very.
If I was Jared Verse, I would issue one of those SGA cease and desist things to whoever Photoshop me into a Browns uniform.
Maybe this will fall through like the Max Crosby.
Yeah, maybe this
would be awesome.
That
actually.
would be.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. The Rams don't care. Seriously, the Rams.
They
are
would
just
just
like,
go make
whatever.
another. They would trade for Crosby.
Yeah. He walks in like Monty Python. I'm not dead yet. We don't care. We don't care if you have legs, arms. This trade's happening.
Yeah, this is really Myles Garrett is really on the Rams. If you're joining us, Myles Garrett is getting traded to the Rams. When we come back, we'll talk about that. How does that trade affect the Cardinals both now and in the future? Both ways are horrible. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Call Y Refi today. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Hey, homeowners, if you're ready to move and found the perfect home but can't buy until you sell, you're not alone. With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, unlock your equity up front by using her buy before you sell program so you can buy your next home first with a strong, non-contingent offer, move in on your timeline, then sell your original home the right way for 100% of market value, guaranteed. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller, Mr. Grand Price in possession.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Los Angeles Rams are finalizing a trade for Cleveland Browns star pass rusher Myles Garrett. Garrett set the NFL record with 23 sacks in 2025. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury host the Minnesota Lynx tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7. And sticking with the Mercury, they have brought back guard Lexi Held. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. 2 Jeeps, $50,000. 2 big nights at Casino Arizona. Don't miss your chance to win big on June 24th and July 29th. Details at casinoarizona.com.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
All right, we are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Monday morning. And what a Monday it is. What's going on, John? I just moved my chair way too far. We like that Maurice Jones-Drew video that was up on TV where he had the camera over half his ear.
Seriously, TV has gotten so ridiculous since the pandemic. They don't even care. Like, they used to try to set up studios, or maybe you'd have a nice background or something behind you. If you don't know, Myles Garrett's going to the Rams, so they go to Maurice Jones-Drew, who does pre-half and post or whatever for the Rams. And he's got half of his face on the screen. They don't even care.
He's on his phone, which I get it. Like, the news just happened.
Yeah.
But it's like, hey, MJD, can you just turn the phone a little bit so we can see who
One
you are?
eye, half of his nose.
They just got Maurice Jones. They didn't get the Drew part on the actual camera. But that's not a joke. Myles Garrett's really going to the Rams. Yeah. So if you are just jumping in your car for lunch or whatever on this Monday, hope you're a Rams fan, and I hope you're not Jared Verse, because if you're Jared Verse, you may as well get in your car and just drive straight to Cleveland, because that's where you're going. This is not great for the Cardinals in any way, because obviously Myles Garrett twice a year. That affects them this year, but it also doesn't it affects them those 2 weeks. Nobody's looking at this and be like, oh, now the Rams have passed the Cardinals in the division. The problem, the part that really bothers me, John, is Cleveland is going to want a quarterback in that 2027 loaded quarterback class, and they just got another first-round pick.
And so what that does is the same with the Jets. The Jets have 3, and now Cleveland has 2. And everybody's part of this, why they did this, Cleveland went, well, look, we're going to stink, so we might as well. We get a younger player in Jared Verse. But like you said, they know that Shedeur Sanders is not the answer. Watson is not the answer. And so you pointed this out earlier. I think it's a great point. Let's say the Cardinals are sitting at 3.
Yeah.
And the Browns are at 4, the Jets are at 5. Well, those teams can leapfrog. Is Dante Moore gonna have a better year? Arch Manning? There's supposed to be a lot of them, but we know this, 50% of those fail. So they're going to go out. Cleveland's in a position and the Jets are in a position to get their favorite guy and to potentially, unless the Cardinals get the first pick, which they might. But if they don't, and then they can get jumped by the Browns or the Jets. And I don't think this is the last we're going to see of this.
No.
Teams that want to get up there for their franchise quarterback, I think are going to try to stockpile picks in this draft and try to jump teams to get their preferred quarterback.
And we have heard now for a few months going back to the season that teams are really hesitant to give up those 2027 first-rounders for that exact reason. The Rams are probably one of the few that would be willing to do it because the Rams don't care about first-round picks.
And they already have their quarterback, which is weird because this flies in the face of what they did to do this. By the way, for McDuffie, what do you think of this? For McDuffie and Garrett, so this is totally what they gave up. So they gave up Verse, of course, but they gave up 2 first-round picks, a 5th, a 6th, a 3rd, and more draft pick compensation to Cleveland, which hasn't been announced, to get McDuffie and Garrett.
You know what, though? I'm going to go cross-sport comparison here, and that's dangerous because different size rosters, different rules as far as trades and drafts and all that stuff. Very similar, the Rams, and I'm not talking about right now, I'm talking about over the last 10 years, to what Vegas has done in the NHL, where they don't care about their picks. We'll get another pick next year, and we'll trade that for a great player, too. I mean, the Rams just traded for a Hall of Famer, a future Hall of Famer. So is Myles Garrett going to be amazing in 10 years? No. Is Jared Verse younger? Yeah. Did they just give up a first-round pick? Sure. Doesn't matter. They'll contend for the Super Bowl this year. If everybody in the league stayed healthy, I think the Rams are the best team, so they probably would win it. But either way, when Myles Garrett retires, that's probably not going to be for a while anyway. Whenever he does, they'll trade their first-round pick for somebody else that year that's already playing. The Rams view first-round picks as either a way to get Ty Simpson or a way for another team to develop a player for you that you can go trade for in 4 years.
Yeah, look, and this is not a horrible trade for Cleveland in that you get a first-round pick. You're going to get your quarterback of choice next year maybe. Jared Verse is a really nice young player, so it's not like they gave up nothing. But what I think is depressing for Cardinals fans, and I know this hurts maybe even more for Seattle or San Francisco, but what's depressing here is you see teams like this, whether it be the Dodgers or the Rams or the Yankees, they always seem to take advantage. The rich get richer and the poor get more poor. It's just they're taking advantage of a situation. They're in a window. They're trying to win a championship. They go get McDuffie in a trade. They go get Myles Garrett in a trade. And if you're a Cardinal fan, you're sitting back going, why doesn't my team do those things?
It's a great point because, and I made half this point a week ago, but now I guess you can make the whole point because this is making it even look more absurd. I think the Rams are the best team in the NFL last year. I know they didn't win the Super Bowl, but either way, if you are a Rams fan or you are the Rams, you feel like you had a real good crack at it last year, right? And their offseason right now is they don't have the hardest schedule in the NFL, and they've added McDuffie and Myles Garrett. Whereas the Cardinals won 3 games last year. They have basically the hardest schedule in the NFL, and they're not even sure Jacoby Brissett's coming back. Like, you want to talk about being stuck in it's not even neutral. It's like in reverse, and then some other team in your division, and some of this isn't even within the Cardinals' control, really. I mean, they have a harder schedule than the Rams. Now, I get it. That's because the Rams are on their schedule. Like, I can do the math. But either way, it just feels weird coming off that. And I'm guessing they didn't think Jacoby Brissett was going to be holding out, and they probably didn't think the Rams were just going to go out and get Myles Garrett. There's nothing they can do about the Myles Garrett thing. Right. You and I were talking during the break. I didn't even really hear rumblings of this.
Usually you hear stuff.
Yeah, like, I mean, we've heard that Myles Garrett's unhappy in Cleveland. So I guess we should have just assumed he would go to an NFC West team because that's the way this always works. But we didn't know that until today.
Yeah, and it is. And here's the other thing, too, is that we hear this all the time. Well, players don't want to come to the Cardinals. The Cardinals have to overpay. I mean, that's where they are right now, where everybody wants to go to the Rams. You know, everyone wants to go to winning teams. That's why I think the Rams made a huge mistake in drafting Ty Simpson, because when Matthew Stafford was gone, If Joe Burrow's disgruntled in Cincinnati, he's going to want to go to the Rams.
Him, yeah.
So you can get players.
That's a really good point.
Right. And so that's the disadvantage that you find. Not, the Cardinals, you wake up this morning, you see that Myles Garrett goes to the Rams. It's frustrating in that your team is not even in a position to get those players because Myles Garrett's got to okay this deal. He's got a no trade. He wouldn't okay a deal to Arizona.
Yeah.
He wouldn't okay a trade to 90% of the teams, but here are the Rams sitting there. Everyone wants to go play there. So you're in a similar situation. The frustration that you feel with the Dodgers is the same frustration that you have with the Rams or these
There's
other
salary
teams.
cap in the NFL, and they're still doing it. The Ty Simpson pick now, I see now I'm going back and forth on this. Maybe they were looking at that like, you know what? We're all in every year anyway, so let's get our quarterback of the future. We're going to fill in basically a Pro Bowl team around him. But you're right. Why not just hold on to use that pick on something else? Yeah. Because whenever Matthew Stafford retires, you're going to be able to make a trade for. There was already Joe Burrow rumors. Right. Maybe they just took Ty Simpson because they didn't know what to do with a first-round pick. They're like, wait, we're on the clock? What do we do?
Crazy.
Catch the D-backs Twins game on June 19th and do it on Four Peaks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for your chance to win 4 tickets and $200 in food to enjoy at Chase Field. When we come back, what exactly should the Diamondbacks do with Zach Gallen right now? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lunson for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I've got Carson Beck starting against the Washington Commanders. Week 12, which would leave 6 games, including a bye week. 5 of those games are at home. Only 1 is on the road. And you avoid the brutal defenses that can get you for 6-7 sacks. That's my take. Some people are like, who cares if he's going to get his brains beaten? Get him in there. I'm tired of watching Gardner Minshew and Jacoby. I want to see Carson Beck play. Get him in as soon as you can.
The first interception one of those two guys throw, the fan base immediately. Get Carson Beck in there. I've seen enough. Get him in there.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk diamond sourcing. Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As one of 3 diamond sourcing experts, I'm going to explain just how differently we source our diamonds and why that guarantees your engagement ring will be the most beautiful. For starters, there's no middleman. We source directly from trusted industry leaders we've partnered with for generations. We work with them in person and negotiate on our customers' behalf so they get the best prices possible. We also pay our partners in cash, and in return, they reserve the most beautiful diamonds just for us. I handpick and inspect each stone under 10 times magnification. Other jewelers use the Diamond Database to buy stones sight unseen with grainy pictures and videos. When you purchase a diamond engagement ring with Shane Company, you can trust that me and my team have personally handpicked your stone for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com to find yours. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I saw a $29 AC tune-up ad the other night, and I just laughed. I mean, nobody's sending a skilled technician to your house for just $29 without a catch. Our complete AC tune-up is $159.95, and we actually tune it up. We clean your coils, check and replace your Freon, measure airflow. We run full diagnostics. It's real maintenance. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Decision with Precision Air. Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend and the guy who will hook you up, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where the summer sales event is already in full effect.
That's right, Bic, and the savings are incredible. So if you want to spend your summer in the ultimate driving machine, now is a great time to make it happen. And to all your listeners, remember to ask for me by name. I'll make sure you get the best price you're going to find in the Valley.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Calling Sun Devil Nation. It's time to start planning for London, where your Arizona State Sun Devils make history. Playing in the iconic Wembley Stadium against the Kansas Jayhawks. The Union Jack Classic kicks off September 19th, so grab your official tickets, hospitality, and travel packages now at UnionJackClassic.com. Experience everything London has to offer while supporting our Sun Devils in the first ever college football game played in the UK. Bring your family, bring your friends. Buy your packages today at UnionJackClassic.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did the D-back series fare against the Mariners, and what should we expect tonight from the Dodgers? We'll be live from Chase Field starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
This feels like Jared Verse's theme song right now. We were trying to figure out during the break how that call sounds from his agent. Where it's like, hey, Jared, how was the weekend? And he's like, good. And they're like, don't believe everything you read on the internet. And he's like, am I going to Cleveland? And they're like, well, yeah, but you can't believe everything else you read on the internet.
Right away, he's like, I want to trade. Where? To the Rams.
Yeah. I would like to demand a trade to the team I was on an hour ago. Brutal. In case you're just joining us, let's see, who are the biggest losers in this trade? Okay, so the NFC West, because Myles Garrett's going to the Rams.
Yeah, Seattle
so,
specifically, too.
I think Seattle takes the biggest hit there, then the Niners, then the Cardinals, because they still have to face Myles Garrett. Then I would say the Cardinals are a big loser in this because Cleveland's getting another first-round pick, and probably the Cardinals and Browns are both looking for a quarterback in that loaded draft next year. But maybe at the top of the list is Jared Verse, who woke up this morning on the Rams and is now on the Browns.
No, that's not good. That is not good.
Not good.
And he's screaming. I either wants a trade or an extension because he's not even extension eligible. Look, this is a good trade for the Browns at the Cardinals, potentially at the Cardinals' expense. You get Verse, a nice young player. You get a first-round pick. They're going to get more compensation as well. So it's one of those win-wins.
It's a smart trade by the Browns.
Yeah, and the Rams are in a window, so I get it. It's just that if you're the rest of the league and you look at the Rams, and stuff happens, and there could be injuries. But I was just looking at a graphic that they had up. The reigning defensive player of the year and the MVP have never been on the same team. Well, they have been. They are now.
Awesome. Man. And Ty Simpson. Just for fun. We'll get more. We'll get back into that here in a little bit. But now we're going to focus on good. No, we're not. It's not good news.
Boy.
Zach Gallen, roughed up over the weekend by the Mariners. 5 earned runs, 3 home runs in 5 innings. The Mariners are a good team. I would say they're probably a little bit better than their record indicates, but it's mostly because of their pitching. It's not really because of their hitting. They have really good pitching. So you want to write that off and say, okay, whatever, rough outing for Zach Gallen. His ERA in the month of May is 7.04, over 6 starts too. And you were talking about this earlier, John, at a certain point, what do you do here?
Well, he's not the reigning Cy Young guy. He's not the guy that's been so effective because last year wasn't very good either. And I think you brought up a great point. Even though he's on a 1-year deal, you still have to show him respect. I mean, there's certain unwritten rules in baseball that not everybody loves. But if he was a lesser pitcher and hadn't done the things he's done for your organization in his career, you'd just say, hey, let's have a cooling off period. Let's work on your mechanics. Let's look at some things. Let's get the pitching coaches in here. Let's just take a couple of starts off, take a deep breath. They're probably not going to do that because, A, there's probably not a guy. I mean, do you want to put Brandon Pfaadt in there? You could. But that's what I would do. I would say, okay, Zach, 704 over 6 starts. That's a pretty good sample size. Let's just take one off, especially given the fact that you're going to pitch against Shohei Ohtani.
What's the opposite of taking one off? Yeah. Well, how about Wednesday you pitch against the Dodgers and Shohei's pitching for them, so if you give up 1 run, you lose.
Right. So maybe this would be a great week for that, to just say, hey, let's take one off and let's look at your mechanics.
Yeah, if I'm Brandon Fott, I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm fine back here in the bullpen.
Weren't you going to send me to Reno?
Yeah.
Like, I'd rather go to Reno.
We talk next week or something when I'm not facing Shohei.
But he's got one more, in my opinion, and no matter what his status has been on this team in the past, I think that you have to look at it and say, let's take some time off. There's the mental side for it. There's mechanics always in baseball. There's something gone wrong for him, because if you have a 704 over 6, you're not giving your team a chance to win.
Yeah. I will. I'll fully cop to this. I thought Zach Allen was going to have a bounce back year. I absolutely thought that at the start of this season, and I would say until this month, I felt pretty good about it, because if you look at the beginning of his season, faced the Dodgers in March, gave up 4 runs in 4 innings, but he was throwing a no-hitter through 4 innings. Like, whatever, it's the Dodgers, okay? It's the opener. 5 starts in the month of April, he had a 2.19 ERA. So, like, not only did I think he was going to have a bounce-back year going into the season, I really felt like it a month ago at this time. But his ERA now for the season is actually worse this year than it was last year. And last year was obviously the worst of his career.
I think it's third worst among qualified starters.
Yeah, it's not good, whatever it is. It has gone up every year since 2022. 2022, he had a 2.54 ERA over 31 starts. That's pretty much elite, right? When you put it out over the course of a full season. 2023, he had a 3.47 ERA. I'm just using ERA because that's the one I always kind of look at.
Yeah.
The other metrics are pretty in line with this. 3.47 ERA is still real good. And if you remember 2023, it was basically him and Merrill Kelly in the second half dragging the Diamondbacks to the playoffs, because everybody else in the rotation was either hurt or ineffective. Then it goes up to 3.65 in 2024. Okay, that's not ace stuff anymore. It's not terrible. 4.83 last year isn't good. 5.16 this year is bad. And I don't think it's getting better on Wednesday.
Right. And it's not like, with Ketel Marte, we're like, look at the deeper metrics. He's just bad luck. It's not bad luck. It's 1.5 runners. It's giving up home runs. It's things you can see while watching. Give me all the metrics you want. You can see where the pitches are. He's just he looks completely lost. And that's why I say that if you're the Diamondbacks, okay, give him the shot against Ohtani. That's the ultimate right now, the way Ohtani's pitching. That's the toughest pitching matchup maybe in baseball right now. But and it's not him against Ohtani. I mean, he's got to pitch his own
Well, it is
game.
when he also has to pitch to Ohtani
Right.
in that game.
True.
But yeah.
But if he struggles here, I think you have to take him out of the rotation for a minute, because it's not. There's something physical. There's something mental. It's getting worse, and you're not giving your team a chance to win. And what starts to happen in the clubhouse is guys start looking around, going, "What? You don't have the balls to make a move? Like, this is ridiculous. Come on, guys. The front office has to do something here, and they know it."
I think there's a lot of truth to what you're saying. I also think, though, that if you're the Diamondbacks, you're still in a position where you can almost just treat it like, yeah, okay, he started the opener for us, but right now he's our 5th starter. I mean, once you're in the season, you're just kind of going. It's not like there's some guy that's tearing it up in Reno where you're like, we definitely have to get him in there. But what happens? We keep having this conversation, and it keeps getting closer. What happens if the rest of your pitching staff is pitching the way they mostly are? Merrill was good yesterday. Ryan Nelson got into trouble on Saturday, but still, Ryan's been pretty good over the last month. If they're all pitching like this when Corbin Burns comes back, that's when I think what you just said really comes into play. If I'm on the team right now, I'm not walking around like, hey, why haven't we gotten rid of Zach? Like, I'm not. But if Corbin Burns comes back and I'm putting, like, I don't even know who it would be. I guess it would be Soroka in the bullpen. Then I might be like, okay, wait a minute.
Right, if you had a guy.
Yeah. So, I mean, if Torrey was here right now, he'd be like, look, we'll deal with that when Corbin Burns comes back. That would be a great problem to have. And I get all that. But he is supposed to be your best pitcher. And to me, when you have the rest of your rotation pitching the way they are, your, quote, best pitcher doesn't have to be an ace. Like, that's the benefit of Erod pitching the way he is and the way some of these other – you got to have Zach Allen pitching well, though. He can't be giving up a run every inning.
Well, and this is how they win. If this was an offensive-driven team, then it might be a little bit different, and you might be able to score runs. But really, the way they win games is they get a quality start. Like I said, they were 17 out of 22 going into the weekend. Now they're 17 of 25. 3 bad starts. Well, not bad. I can't say Merrill Kelly's was bad, like you said, but they gave up a lot of home runs. They gave up 9 home runs from starting pitching over the weekend. But this is how you win baseball games. You're not going to outslug teams consistently 7-6. You're just not going to do it. So if you're Torrey, and I'm sure they're having the conversation, look, we love Zach, but we can't just sit here and do nothing. It's kind of like what the offense did early in the year. They bring up Waldschmidt, and they had injuries, so they bring up Tommy Troy. But when they brought up Waldschmidt, they were like, okay, we're going to play a card here. And you're right. There is not really a card to play, but Fox had success. So you may want to just say, well, let's just give him a start. And look, this doesn't have to be permanent. You just tell Zach, let's just take a mental break for a minute. Let's look at your mechanics. Let's not do, okay, you start and then you start your process of starting again. Let's sit back for a minute.
Your hands are so tied when it's your best players. Like I keep coming back to this, but when it's the guys that you are counting on to be your best players, if they're the ones not getting the job done, your hands are so tied because your options are real limited. I know I said this earlier, but I'll say it again. If it was somebody like Soroka that was struggling like this, you could make a move. Or you could just say, you know what, he's our number 5 starter, right. Whatever. Like most teams' number 5 starters are not, they're not consistent at all, whatever. Gallen's had some really good starts this year, but they haven't been in a month now. And it's hard to just ignore last year when he's pitching like this over the last month. So when it's your best players, you're just, for lack of a better term, you're stuck with them. I mean, that's the way it felt with Ketel earlier this season, except to your point, and this was brought up a lot even when he was struggling, the underlying metrics indicated he was just getting unlucky. And so that doesn't do anything for you when he just went 0 for 4. Like, he still went 0 for 4. You can't be like, yeah, but you're going to sound like the Cavs coach when you're like, yeah, but analytically, we won this series.
Hey, I'm showing up in New York with an excellent.
But over the course of 162 games, and given what Ketel Marte's career had been like up to that point, you figure like, okay, he's hitting the ball hard. It's just going right at people. Like, he's going to break out, and he did in a big way until this weekend. But with Gallen, it's like, this has been trending in the wrong direction now for a few years. He's only 30. Like, he should not.
See, that's what I'm shocked by. But like you said, the underlying
shouldn't
analytics.
Be struggling like this.
In the 30 innings in May, he gave up 37 hits. He gave up nearly a 300 batting average. His whip was over 1.5. Like all these analytics, and you don't have to go really deep into the analytics because people's eyes will glaze back in their head, but they're all bad. And it's not like you said, Ketel, if you want to go into analytics, it was like his hard hit ball rate was really good. And all these things indicated that it was just bad luck for the most part. All of Zach Gallen's analytics point towards you suck right now.
We need to get Zach Gallen to pitch for Venezuela in the World Baseball Classic because that basically didn't just resurrect Erod's career. It made him better than ever before.
Yeah. Well, and here's the other thing, too. When your other pitchers struggle, like let's say he was an outlier, right? Yeah. And he was for a while because we didn't really talk a ton about him because you're playing the Giants and Rockies and you're winning those games. But now it becomes really important because Ryan Nelson struggled over the weekend and Kelly was just okay. And then we look at tonight, and Jody brought up a great point. These first 2 starts are massive.
Yeah,
because
this
the last
is where
2
you have
don't
your
have
advantage.
the advantage.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, let's get back to football. Which Cardinals rookie is under the most pressure to produce right away in 2026? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta morning. The golf outing that me, Dan Bickley, and Vince Marotta had, I take a step, and all of a sudden the bottom of my shoe comes off. Like in a Charlie Chaplin movie where I'm a hobo of some sort. Then I got a delicious turkey sandwich, and I'm eating it. Oh, what a tasty treat this is. My turn to hit. I put it down on the seat, go out and line up my shot. All of a sudden, a blackbird swarms in and starts eating my sandwich. I chase after it with a club, and it flies away with half of my turkey sandwich in its mouth. A bird stole my sandwich.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Bay Sidonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan 4.
Paul Calvisi here with Matt Degas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people think they're done paying taxes when they retire.
Paul, not even close. If most of your savings is in a 401k or an IRA, you've built a tax time bomb. And without a strategy, the IRS becomes your biggest beneficiary. So the time to act is now. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116. We'll map out your risk and show you how to fix it. BrightWM.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
What California Pools and Landscape did for us at Casa Galvisi, they've been doing since 1988, transforming backyards into amazing escapes. Heck, Cal Pools built our original pool in the 90s, so for the refresh, no one we trusted more. But it's so much more. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, and they're Arizona's most awarded pool builder. This month, they're celebrating those 38 years with the biggest savings of the summer. Get a free estimate and see our new backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Meet Keith. He runs a 30-acre ranch. 8 years ago, his knees started giving out.
Climbing a ladder was almost impossible. If I could get down, I have to have something next to me to get up.
Keith's wife had a knee replacement. The recovery was hard and the results, not great. Keith wanted another way.
I won't go under the knife because I believe the body can do whatever it needs to do to heal itself.
Surgery wasn't the answer. QC Kinetics was. They're regenerative treatments. No surgery, no long recovery.
After the first one, the inflammation dropped 90%. Today, my knees are just amazing. I could not do what I've done if I had not gotten treatments to QC Kinetics. I just pray that my physical model continues to go and help other people.
Maybe that's you. Tired of dealing with the joint pain? Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word swim to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Los Angeles Rams are finalizing a trade for Cleveland Browns star pass rusher Myles Garrett. Garrett set the NFL record with 23 sacks in 2025. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury host the Minnesota Lynx tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Mercury announced they have brought back guard Lexi Held. And that is what is trending now.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs now.
All right, there's no wrong answer here, John. John Lund is in for Wolf today.
I always know there is when you start it like that. What are you, stupid?
There's no wrong answer. Anything you say is fine.
All
right. Which Cardinals rookie is under the most pressure to perform this year? I'm not talking about over the course of their career. Just like in 2026. Who do the Cardinals need a big year from the most? Just of the rookies. Bearing in mind the Rams just got Myles Garrett.
Chase Basantis.
Yes.
Gotta block Myles Garrett.
Exactly. There you go.
Now I don't feel so bad that they didn't take an offensive lineman in the first round. Just play with 3 offensive linemen if the Rams are going to have Myles Garrett.
When you first started in, right in the top of my head, it because you're saying this year, I thought Beck. But you know what? I think it's Jeremiah Love in that everyone is staring at this pick you just mentioned on ESPN that they called the running back room for the Cardinals the most improved, and everybody is waiting to pounce, I think, on the Cardinals to say, he's not a special back. He's not he's like more of an Anson Genty than he is a Robinson or a McCaffrey or whatever, or a Gibbs. So I think it's on Love because I think the expectations for him are so high. And I don't think there's any real expectations on Carson Beck. So I'm going to say Jeremiah Love because of the position he plays, and people are going to judge him right out of the gate.
I'm looking at the chat. There's a lot here. Okay, hold on. I'm looking back a little bit.
But you said there's no wrong answer,
There's
which
no
those
wrong
people
answers.
are probably going to say, "You idiot."
No, they maybe, but they haven't done this quite yet. Let's see. Groovy Doug says I'm done with the NFL season already. Like they took Groovy Doug's groove away.
That is depressing, man.
Let's see. Inspector Todd said, "What a great day to be a Cards fan." Eric said, "I'm a Florida State fan, and Jared Verse's mom lives in the Valley, so he might have heard it." Remember we were saying when we broke the news, like hopefully Jared Verse doesn't hear. I mean, he's eventually going to hear he's going to Cleveland. He probably already knows. Alex wrote in, "Poor Jared," which is true.
That's what everybody's thinking.
I was looking for somebody had posted earlier. I can't find the name now, but because I was asking like, what's the deal if people nationally are like, oh, that's a terrible pick by the Cardinals, and then the next words out of their mouth are Jeremiah Love's, the best player in the draft, and this makes them the most improved unit in football. Like, okay, but then it's not a terrible pick. And somebody wrote in and said it's because they don't want him to just go disappear in Arizona, basically. Like, he's this phenomenal talent, and from a national perspective, you don't want to just be like, oh, okay, he's just gone, whatever.
Right.
Like, if Dante Moore ends up being amazing and electrifying in college football this year, do we really want him going to the Jets? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, just nationally, do we want that? So, I mean, that probably is it. I wish I could find the name of whoever said that, but that probably is it. It's funny. When you heard the question, you went, I guess it's probably Jeremiah Love. I went the other way.
Okay.
I was like, when I was thinking of it, I was driving in, I was like, it's obviously that's Jeremiah Love. And I was like, I don't know if Carson Beck gets a second year if he's not good this year, just because of the circumstances.
Yeah, he doesn't. You're right.
So it might be more on him. Rick, do you think Wolf really would say Chase Basantis? Because I was going to say just Beck or Love, but then I was like, somebody might say Basantis for real.
I wouldn't rule it out.
Okay.
I wouldn't rule out Wolf saying.
And then you would play Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Because that's where it starts.
Yeah, okay.
Starts up front.
It does.
Starts in the trenches. I mean, it does. Well, see, the thing is that, like, we make fun of Wolf, but, like, usually he's kind of right about
No, he is right. That's what I'm saying. Like,
and now with Myles Garrett in the NFC West, it's like, is it Chase Basantis? Because does everything start with Chase Basantis? Like, can Jeremiah Love have success if Chase Basantis doesn't pan out? Like, can Carson Beck have success if Chase Basantis doesn't pan out?
Yeah, I mean.
So is the most pressure on a second-round pick guard?
No, that's bad.
Do you even need an offensive line at this point? Like,
yeah, it's bad content, but it might be right.
I think individually it's on Beck. Look, if Jeremiah Love goes out there and is terrible, I for one will be stunned, and then you have other problems.
Well, think about people like this year who ripped on Ashton Genty, even though if you look at like yards before, like he was getting hit in the backfield, and it's not really his fault. And I think he's going to be a good player, but people are saying that's a bad pick. And I don't think it's a bad pick.
Since you bring up Genty, there's two things. One, I thought Love was better than Genty anyway in college. Like, you have to look. Genty's a great college player, but look at who he was going up against. But two, it's not like his career's over. Right. It's not like the Raiders got him for a year. He wasn't amazing because they couldn't block for him, and now he goes back in the draft or he retires. Right. Like,
it's just our news cycle, right? Like, it's just boom, boom. It's so fast.
But people do treat it like that.
Right.
Like, people were saying that when the Cardinals took Love. Like, well, okay, the Raiders took Genty, and look what happened to him. Like, okay, he's going into year 2. Now he has a quarterback potentially. Like, if the Raiders actually build a good team, Ashton Genty could still be good. And I think Love's better anyway. But I don't know that Love's going to be great this year because I don't think he has enough pieces around him necessarily. If Jeremiah Love is okay this year and Carson Beck is okay this year, then Jeremiah Love's coming back as the unquestioned starter in year 2, and the Cardinals are probably drafting Carson Beck's replacement next year. Yeah. So that's the only reason I would say it's maybe actually Beck. Here's Mike LaFleur. This is from last month now, since we're in June, talking about Carson Beck and the fact he doesn't face the pressure of being a first-rounder like Fernando Mendoza does.
Yeah, the pressure's real, but at the same time, once they're picked, you got to throw that to the side. You got to figure out what they can handle at any position, quarterback all the way to the defensive tackle. So I understand the outside pressure. I'm not going to sit here and lie and say, hey, the first round's different than the 7th round. I understand that, but part of our job in this building is to say, hey, take all that away and let's develop them at the pace that they can develop. Let's make sure we have great urgency in the way that we coach them. They need to match that urgency back, because again, the clock starts now for all these guys, because again, no one really cares at that point. You got to put the best 53 on the roster and the best 22 out there from a starting standpoint.
Man, last time I heard a Cardinals coach say the clock starts now was after Amari DiMercato handed the ball to the Titans at the goal line, and the season ended in week 5 or whatever.
He brings up a great point. He kind of contradicts himself at the beginning, but once you're out there, no one cares where you got picked. So to me, the pressure is always on the quarterback. So when Carson Beck goes out there, and he knows, and everybody knows, we all know that if the Cardinals aren't very good and the schedule is very tough, that this is his only chance.
Yeah.
And you're always under pressure as a quarterback. I don't care where you're picked, because you generally, and actually, I think there's more pressure when you're picked later, because you're not seen as the savior. If you're a first-round pick, you might get 2 years. You're going to get time to either absolutely positively prove if you're the guy or not. If you're a third-round pick like Carson Beck is, like you said, you might get a handful of games.
Yeah.
And if you're not very good, we just spent a third on you, not a one.
It's like, I'll use Mendoza as the example, right? Like Mendoza, there's probably a ton of pressure nationally. We're all watching this guy's first pick in the draft. Like, he better be amazing. But on some level, internally from the Raiders, he's not facing as much immediate pressure as Carson Beck is from the Cardinals. Carson Beck's facing less external national media fan pressure or whatever. But if he's not amazing, the Cardinals will just move on. If Mendoza's not amazing right away, the Raiders will stick with Mendoza.
Yeah, they have,
Real quick, here's Jeremiah Love. This is from right after he got drafted. He talked about the pressures of being taken third overall.
No added pressure at all, I mean, I try not to listen to a lot of things that are said about me, whether they're good or bad. I know that I was just picked as the third overall pick in the NFL draft, but, I'm still myself at the end of the day. I still have my same work ethic. It's only going to get better. And I'm still just, Jeremiah Love, man. I'm still on the hunt for something greater than this. And that hunt is never going to stop. So there's no pressure here.
Now, respectfully, there's a lot of pressure if he ends up, if he were to become a bust. But I like that Jeremiah Love has that perspective on it. Like, I feel like Marv, the 4th overall pick a couple years ago, has felt like he has to be this generational receiver and a top 5 pick, which would be nice because he was supposed to be a generational receiver. They took him with the top 5 pick. But it feels like Marv sometimes is almost trying too hard because he does feel the pressure. Whereas if Jeremiah Love truly can block that out, I think they'll actually serve him better on the field.
Yeah, you're never going to come in and go, there's a tremendous amount of pressure on me.
Bring it on.
Exactly right. And sometimes you see it in Marv. Like when he dropped that ball against the Niners and Fred Warner kind of came up to him afterwards.
Yeah.
And he just sat there for a second. I mean, those kind of things start to happen, and it does get in your head.
Catches that he
Yeah.
That one anybody in the NFL would make. Marv has really sure hands, except for some reason in the games, it seems like it's not a physical thing with Marv sometimes. All right, when we come back, let's get back to basketball. Okay, the Spurs are going to the finals. They're going to face the Knicks. What does this do now to the Thunder, though? Did they just potentially create a monster in Oklahoma City? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball. Game on the line as the 1-0. And Robles swings and grounds it towards short. Perdomo dives to knock it down, but he can't get to it fast enough. And the Mariners have walked off the Diamondbacks by a final score of 3-2. And they sweep Arizona in a 3-game weekend set.
D-backs start up a 4-game series with the Dodgers tonight. So we discuss what happened in the Mariners series and preview what's next for the D-backs on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon. Typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com.
K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
How long? More than a century. That's how long Ford has been here for those who build America. For those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. Yep, American value, literally for American values. Hey, Paul Calvise here. It's here at our Desert Ford dealers, the Memorial Day sales event with employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2026 Ford Explorer SUV. We love the Explorer ST. We bought it at our Desert Ford dealers. Now there's a new Tremor model. Even better, we pay what Ford employees pay, plus $2,000 cash back on a 2026 Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco when you trade. Yep, employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a 2026 Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco when you trade during the Ford Memorial Day sales event at buyfordnow.com.
Hey, homeowners, what if you can get offers on your home and know it's sold before you even list it? With Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, get up to 12 cash offers on your home so you have options from day one. Plus, she'll back it with a guarantee. Carol will sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay you the difference. And if your home doesn't sell, Carol will step in and buy it. Don't get stuck waiting. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and sell Mr. Grand Price in possession.
Hey, it's Gambo. What is this year's Western Conference Finals winner tell us about the chances the Suns have to get back to the NBA Finals? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, at 98.7 FM.
Yeah, I don't feel great about the Suns' chances to get to the Western Conference Finals next year. Not after watching what we just watched. That's not a Suns issue. I don't feel great about Denver, Houston, the Lakers, anybody that isn't Spurs, Thunder next year for sure. You and I were talking about this earlier. The Knicks, I do give the Knicks a chance in this series. They're not my pick, but I give them a chance. But you better do it now because San Antonio is getting better by the week.
This is as bad as they're going to be. I mean, that's
Yeah.
what's scary, and is as bad as, I think, Wembanyama. And then look at all these young guys. Harper stepped up in this thing. A lot of their young guys did. Castle. These guys are really young players. And we talked about this with Oklahoma City, that when these guys get a championship DNA injected into their veins, they're that much tougher because they'll think to themselves, well, we won a Game 7 in OKC. It's not going to get tougher.
Yeah.
And then they're going to go to New York, and that's going to be bonkers. And they're going to say, okay, we went through that. Even if they don't win, you have this experience that you can draw on now, and that's where you can beat teams when they're young. And then once they get up to this point, remember, this is this group's first foray into the playoffs. Normally, you lose the game in Oklahoma City and you learn, you come back. They're going to the finals in Wemby's first shot and all these young players' first shot at the playoffs.
And there's definitely, there's pressure on the Spurs in the series against the Knicks. That series doesn't start till Wednesday, so we'll look more at that going forward, because everything I'm about to say, you could easily flip the other way and say, okay, remember Dan Marino, when he gets Super Bowl in his second year, there's no guarantee you ever get back if you're Victor Wembanyama. So there's pressure on you if you're in the finals to win. There's no guarantee that they're going to be back. I just feel like they're going to be back a lot. And I think most people feel that way as well. The other not great part of this, if you are a team in the Western Conference, is what is this no pun intended, but what does this spur Oklahoma City to go do now? Like, do they? Here's SGA after the game on Saturday.
It was a failure. Like, I failed at my goal. Like, I didn't achieve what I wanted to achieve. But through my experiences, I learned the most about myself, and I make the like greatest amount of increases I have in my career when I fail at my goal and don't get what I want. And I look at this no different. Like, I didn't get where I wanted to go this season. There's a reason for that. Now I have to look at that reason and try to make sure it never happens again.
So look, does
Chet Holmgren, is that what he's saying? Make sure it doesn't ever happen again.
Now I have to look at Chet Holmgren and make sure he never does that again. In fact, he was asked about Chet Holmgren right after that.
We need Chet. Like, we need Chet Holmgren. Like, before Chet was here, we weren't who we are today. We didn't have the success we had today. Like, when he's the best version of himself, we're the best version of ourselves, and it's no secret. And yeah, we need Chet. Like, he's another guy that got all the offense, defense, and all-star in 1 year at a super young age. So, like, guys like that, you need on your team. Both those guys are in the same caliber. Like, we need them to be the best version of themselves for us to be the best version of ourselves.
Okay, so Oklahoma City, people were talking about them as a potential dynasty 3 days ago, certainly 2 months ago, definitely at the end of last year. It's not going to be good enough for them to just be, okay, well, yeah, I mean, we're so much better than everybody else. I mean, sure, Chet is terrible when Wembanyama's out there and we can't beat the Spurs, but, man, we're the second best team. That's not going to work. So what are they going to do? I mean, the harsh reality is any big name you hear that might be available via trade, and people spin it this way, oh, this team could give up this or that. Oklahoma City has the most assets to trade. If they want Giannis, they can go get Giannis.
Yeah, and look, they have picked 12 and 17. Whatever you think of Chet Holmgren, I'm sure there's a lot of teams out there that still really like him. They could do that. We saw Cason Wallace, who needs an extension at the end. He was the only player in the fourth quarter that was hanging with SGA. I think he had 14 of his 17, hitting a bunch of threes. Jared McCain is a really nice young player.
A.J. Mitchell.
Yeah, Mitchell was
They
hurt.
could have up to 3 first-round picks next year, too.
So if they wanted to go out, and this is what scares you, and you can kind of make a correlation with what the Rams have done. They just got Myles Garrett, if people are just tuning in. They got Trent McDuffie earlier. They lost to Seattle in 2 really close games, and they went, look, we're on the verge here. Seattle's really good. It's going to be us and them. What do we need to do better? We need to pressure Sam Darnold better. We need to cover the receivers like JSN better. And so they addressed that. And Oklahoma City, their whole mantra has kind of been with Sam Presti, their general manager, let's be patient and let's let it grow. But they're at the point where, as you just pointed out, there's one player in particular that they need to stop and they don't match up well. And Giannis is a guy who's big, strong, you're going to use physicality. That makes a ton of sense. Giannis has to want to go there. In the Western Conference is a lot harder than the Eastern Conference where he's rumored to go to Miami. But even if it's not Giannis, they're going to try to go find somebody that has some physicality that can play better against what Wemby offers, because Chet is not a good matchup for that. So I'd be absolutely shocked, because they've been so patient, but I'd be absolutely shocked if they didn't upgrade in a major way.
Well, it's such a unique situation now where they've been doing pretty much everything right. Not that they've done it perfectly, but they've been doing pretty much everything right. So you feel like, hey, we're just going to do this on our pace, because our pace was so much better than everybody else's pace anyway, and we have all these picks, and we have all these players, and we've drafted well, and we've been intelligent about it. Like, you guys can all figure it out. But San Antonio has Wembanyama, and they were in position to draft Harper and Castle, and Castle probably slipped to them when he shouldn't have after what he had done at UConn that year. But either way, I mean, they have those players. They've put a good team around Wembanyama. He's such an outlier that you have to react now if you're Oklahoma City. Otherwise, you risk throwing it away next year too. And I don't know, like, I don't really remember a time like this in the NBA where there were potentially 2 great teams on a tier above everybody else. I know New York fans are driving around screaming right now, hey, we could win the title this year. Very true. Absolutely very true. But over the next couple years, it's hard for me to put New York, even if they win the title this year, on the same level as OKC with how loaded they are, and San Antonio with Wembanyama. But it just feels like throughout history, when we've ever had like a potentially great team, there was one great team. And then there was maybe 2 or 3 good challengers, but not 2 teams that are pretty even. Because, I don't know, like, I feel like when Golden State was great, if you're another team, there's always a chance Steph's just hurt that year, and you can step in. You know, if Wembanyama's hurt next year, Oklahoma City's loaded, and vice versa. So this is going to be a little different than what we're used to seeing.
Well, and normally what happens is it's the other conference. So like the Warriors had the Cavaliers, and the Cavs won the one because of the weird situation they had. But the Lakers and the Celtics, it's not it right now, like you said, for the foreseeable future, outside of injuries, the Western Conference, and this is bad news for the Suns because you can reload all you want, but what it does is it forces teams down a little bit to take major swings. Like if the Suns trade Jalen Green for Zion Williamson just for the sake of conversation, they're not any closer, not to me. So
they could leap. Best case, they could leap most other teams.
Yeah, maybe you could be 3 or 4, and that's great, wonderful, and your fans will be happy. But for the foreseeable future, it's going to be these two teams. And like you said, if San Antonio all of a sudden gets a championship here, now you've got two teams with championship DNA that are really confident in themselves. Oklahoma City's going to make a move, and I can guarantee you, too, with San Antonio, with all this young talent, they're not going to sit around either. They might win a championship, and they still might make a move.
They're both young teams, too. But with that said, you ready for the Knicks to win the championship and have to hear from Knicks fans for the night?
No. And like you said, it's hard because I don't want to root for San Antonio, but just the repercussions of a bunch of New Yorkers like, Tracy Morgan and Ben Stiller and all those, all these people yelling and screaming.
Every celebrity fan now is suddenly a Knicks fan. That's what's happened over the last couple of weeks.
And I just, the late night shows and all these people.
They're all Knicks fans too.
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't have that.
Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts, man. All Pro Shade Concept. They came out to the Wolfley compound. And, man, they addressed our shading needs, Basinonians, and I can tell you right now it's one of the best things that we have done. Now, these shades are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand the Arizona sun. You can choose from manual or motorized, sealed track, or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all. When you work, by the way, with All Pro Shade Concepts, you are working with the most trusted local shade company available, voted #1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They have an A+ rating, as a matter of fact. Also in 2025, they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, of course, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews from people just like you, man. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch. There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
It's here, and you can trade the world's biggest soccer tournament on Kalshi. You can trade every match on Kalshi from the opening stage all the way to the final. That's right, the largest prediction market in the world, regulated and live in all 50 states, Kalshi. Hey, group stages here in North America, and right now France trading at 18% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $500 if they win soccer's biggest prize. The red, white, and blue kick off group stage against Paraguay, trading at nearly 50% right now. And remember, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as probability changes, you can buy in and buy out of your position. And for a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use the code AZSports to get $10 when you trade 10. That's the code AZSports on the Kalshi app. KALSHI, trade on anything.
18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, value, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Los Angeles Rams are finalizing a trade for Cleveland Browns star pass rusher Myles Garrett. Garrett set the NFL record with 23 sacks in 2025. The Arizona Diamondbacks start a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. And according to our John Gambadoro, Tim Howell will be sent down as Pavin Smith will be brought back from the injured list. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury host the Minnesota Lynx tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Mercury announced they have brought back guard Lexi Held. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it's noon on a Monday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick, anything big happened this morning?
The Los Angeles Rams are reportedly finalizing a trade for Cleveland Browns star pass rusher Myles Garrett. What do you guys make of Myles Garrett being on his way to the Rams?
I hate it. I hate it. And I hate it. That's about it. I hate it.
By the way, here are the full terms. The Browns did pretty well. And like I said, this affects, for those who are tuning in, this affects the Cardinals in that the Browns clearly are going for a quarterback in next year's draft. So they got their pick, and they're going to stink. And then they have the Rams pick. But get this. So they get Myles Garrett. Jared Verse goes as well. 27 first-round pick, 28 second-round pick, 29 third-round pick. This is Albert Breer reporting this.
That's a lot.
So it's Verse, a first, a second, and a third. That's good for Cleveland.
That is. It's one of those trades where if a trade helps both teams, it sucks for the other 30 teams, right? Because it obviously helps the Rams right now. Jared Verse is good, though, so it's not like they went from an empty roster spot to Myles Garrett. They went from a really good player to a really great player. I get that. But if you're Cleveland, I don't care if Cleveland gets good. That doesn't affect the Cardinals. but it's the fact that they now have 2 first-round picks next year, because we're already seeing this with the Jets. The Jets have 3 first-round picks next year, so there's a pretty good chance those 2 teams are going to pick ahead of the Cardinals just because they have picks they can package together.
Well, now the Browns have 2 2s in 28. They have 2 3s in 2029. So if they want to get up, it's not like the Jets who have the 3 first-rounders, but still, now they're equipped with 2 firsts, 2 seconds, 2 thirds, and whatever else they have. I don't know their deal, but they're one.
Nobody knows the Browns' deal,
Right.
to be
Who
honest.
knows?
We've been trying to figure out their deal for a while.
You pointing this out, and it's smart. If the Cardinals are picking 3rd and the Browns are picking 4th, and the Browns really like a quarterback, they can leap, no problem.
We'll give you the 4th, and even if that Rams pick is the 30th, we'll give you the 4th and the 30th and the 2nd next year to move up from 4 to 2. Yeah, that's very much in play.
Yeah, I agree with. By the way, I agree with Lee. It stinks.
It's not good.
I'll probably go to a Rams-Cardinals game next year and be like, oh, it'll be cool to see Myles Garrett, and maybe the Cardinals can at least keep it close, and then it'll be what I've done a lot of times when I've went to a Cardinals-Rams game, be like 35-7, and those annoying fans with the whose house chance.
Hey, this is not making me feel any better, Rick, but thank you.
I think I like the Niners more than the Rams and the Seahawks.
This is where we are.
Do not like
Which
the
opponent, which division rival do we hate the least?
Rams are the most annoying right now. This trade.
I don't know. Seattle's always the most annoying.
Yeah, McVay's so obnoxious, though, the way he is.
I don't mind McVay for some reason.
Yeah, I don't mind him either.
But, I mean,
don't like him.
just
Seahawks fans are the worst.
There's no winners here,
No.
except all the other teams in the division.
Yeah, no. According to our John Gambadoro, the Diamondbacks are sending utility man Tim Tawa to Reno to make room for designated hitter Pavin Smith. Can Pavin help this offense? Everyone's favorite D-back, Pavin Smith.
Can he help them in some games? Sure. We've seen him do that, but I am not optimistic that he's their answer on offense consistently. What is he, a career? Well, they don't even have his career. No, he's a career 246 hitter. He's had some great games. I was actually filling in on the pre and post game show, the game where he had 9 RBIs and 3 home runs or whatever that was. But that was like a year of his career at one point. So I don't know. Yeah, could he help out a little bit? Maybe, but he's never hit more. He's hit double-digit home runs in a season once in his career. He's, like I said, he's a sub-250 career hitter. I don't think he's the answer.
Tim Tawa is, I think a lot of people are happy about that. But like you said, Pavin Smith is one of those guys that is just, everybody's got an opinion on him, and a lot of people are upset. So we saw it in Seattle. Their biggest hole is a power hitter. And if they're going to stay in this race long enough, that's going to be the number one thing that they're going to have to get at the deadline. And that's something that they don't have coming back. They've got relievers coming back. They got a starter coming back. They got Lawler coming back. They don't have power, especially at first base. They need a middle-of-the-order hitter. He's not it.
Pavin is better than Tim Tawa, and he can walk. So maybe he can help ever so slightly.
Everyone in this show is better than Tim Tawa.
He can help.
That's not true.
But he's just
Jamal probably thinks he can.
Yeah, he just
he's
did a fist bump.
After Jamal loses to Angel Reese in basketball, he's going to face Tim Tawa in baseball.
I actually went to the batting cages yesterday with my sister.
okay.
Getting ready for
Here we
season.
go.
I was horrible.
I'm sure you were.
God.
God, that's so surprising because I thought you were going to be like, I hit 20 out of the yard.
Isn't baseball your sport, too?
That's my main sport. But I haven't swung a baseball bat and actually swung at baseballs in probably
Could you strike out Tim Tawa?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you ever pitched before?
When I was 12.
Okay, well, that's good.
He'd throw 70 to Tim Tawa, and he'd hit it to literally Scottsdale.
It would
from
land in
Chase
this
Field.
studio.
I'm with
from
you,
Chase
Jamal.
Field.
I'm with you. I think you strike him out on 3 pitches.
Yeah, okay.
Tim Tawa, who played quarterback at Sam Levitt's high school.
Is that right?
Before Sam Levitt.
He was a really good quarterback.
Yeah.
Maybe you should switch.
Yeah, I was not going to say it, but he's only 5'11".
Lane Kiffin's calling him right now.
He's only 5'11".
Calling him right now. Well, he's still got eligibility left, I'm sure. It's NCAA. He can always go back.
We had a conversation earlier in the show about which Arizona's Cardinals rookie has the most pressure on him. Our Arizona Sports poll question is also related to the Cardinals rookies. It asks, which Cardinals rookie intrigues you the most? Carson Beck, Caleb Proctor, Reggie Virgil, or Carson Shire?
I don't want to say Beck because that's the obvious answer. He's the quarterback. It's got to be Beck.
Yeah.
Because if he's bad, okay, we're getting the quarterback in 2027.
You can answer Beck. It's fine.
If he's good, maybe you have your quarterback already.
Yeah.
Some people thought he could be the guy a couple years ago. If he's, middle of the pack and you're indecisive, then you could be screwed for a very long time as a franchise. So Beck's the answer, but my second choice would be Caleb Proctor, because I do wonder if maybe he could be and he's not going to be Myles Garrett, but could he be like a decent pass rusher? I wonder if maybe he could be.
Well, and I'll be completely honest. We were down there, and he's a really good guy. I like him, and he seems confident, especially for a rookie. So I really like him. It's Beck, but like you said, I would go with you too. I really liked what I heard from Proctor.
It's Beck, but I'm kind of intrigued by Reggie Virgil myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm interested to see if they because we've seen wide receivers drafted in later rounds become really good. Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
So maybe he's one of those guys.
Maybe there's something there.
So I will vote Beck, but I also understand being intrigued about Proctor and Virgil, and even Shire. I mean, he could be a really good special teams
Much like Nacua, too, like Virgil, we all saw him a lot in college because where he played. Saw Puka a lot in college, too, and he was okay. He wasn't this player.
What he's become. By the way, the Rams, I'm not saying there's a downside to their deal, whatever, but giving up all those picks, but Garrett has 173 on this deal, and they haven't signed Puka Nacua yet.
That is like all the chips to the center of the table.
Should the Cardinals sign Puka Nacua? That's next.
Yes.
They've got serious financial gymnastics to do. That's all I'm saying.
Carson Beck leads 75%, Caleb Proctor 22%, Reggie Virgil 2%, and Carson Shire 1%.
Okay.
So understandable, I would say.
That's fair.
All right, and lastly, hold on, I'm sorry, I was on the wrong page. According to ESPN's Adam Schefter, free agent quarterback Russell Wilson is finalizing a deal to become an analyst for CBS. Are you guys excited for Russ to cook on TV?
No.
That was very enthusiastic. That's it.
Mr. Unlimited.
This is where I'm a little
cheesy.
This is where I'm a little interested in it.
Be careful though. It's spicy.
Oh God.
He bothers everybody else more than he bothers me.
Really?
It's called the Danger Witch, and it's dangerously good.
Oh my God, I hate him.
I'm not saying he doesn't bother me, but he bothers everybody else more than me. So it's
you play a drop, so you might change your.
Yeah, I was gonna say every time you play one of those, I'm
Be careful though. It's spicy.
I have a
So
mute button
cheesy.
on my TV. I mean, I can just not
So
listen.
cheesy.
No, he bothers everybody else more than me, so everybody else's reaction will amuse me for the first year. I mean, if this goes on and on, I'm not saying like I'm immune to it,
Right.
but I think for the first year, he's going to bother everybody else more than he bothers me.
Okay, but here's a good thing for us. He's going to CBS, right? That's the AFC side.
Yeah, although the Cardinals have a good amount of games
They
on
do.
CBS.
I don't have to watch him. And like you said, the mute button, I don't know if I can program it to every time he opens his mouth to just make it automatic.
Just mute Russell
Because-
Wilson. There should be a second button
yeah.
on the remote.
I mean, let me ask you this real quick. I know we got to run. Who's more annoying, him or A-Rod? Because he's the NFL version now of A-Rod.
Oh, Russell Wilson, because
Arrogant, all
A-Rod's
that.
so corny, it's funny. Russell Wilson's just kind of corny.
Russell's corn meter is high.
Russell Wilson, like
Mr. Unlimited.
Seriously, that's so bad. And that's not even the most cringy thing when he did the Bronco thing, let's ride. And he would try, remember, because he was like, go Hawks. And then he goes over to Denver and he's doing the interviews. Bronco country, let's ride.
He used to do the high knees on
Broncos
the plane.
country, let's ride.
God, and the way he says it, let's ride. Like, dude, stop.
Like he has
Broncos
a
country, let's ride.
Well, it's going to be
Come on.
something. It's going to be A-Rod's more annoying as a person to me than Russell Wilson is.
Oh,
but
that's terrible.
check back at the end of the season and see how we feel about that. All right, that's Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, are the Cardinals in a position where they could maybe move somebody from that crowded backfield? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lundzen for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's called the Danger Witch, and it's dangerously good.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The skipper of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Torey Lovello. Is there a difference with Ketel Marte this year than in previous years?
This has absolutely 100% been the best version of Ketel that I've seen, and not just over the past 10 days since he's been fire high. The entire time when he was grinding, he will make comments about how he's going to go out and do his job and would expect the others around him to do the same. And he's never done that before. I just think emotionally he's ready to take it to that next level, and it's been very inspiring for all of us.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, it's Wayne from Amco stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any Amco.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and Amco is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say Amco has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, Amco does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call Amco first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free, floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
When we talk about precision, we're not just talking about business. We're talking about our name and reputation.
A lot of companies claim they're local, but they're not. They've been bought out, answering to shareholders.
Homes turn into numbers and priorities turn into profits, not customers.
Not here. We'll be here long after the job is done. Make the precision decision. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting fast, and if you're carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that's exactly why Y-Refi exists. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's their whole focus. They look at where you actually are financially and build a low fixed-rate payment plan around it. Not a temporary patch, a real long-term solution. And they work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. There's no judgment, no shame. They've seen it all, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you'll know exactly where you stand and what's possible. Call 888-YREFI85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Buying a home comes with a lot of upfront cost. Earnest money, inspections, movers, it adds up fast. That's why Lund Mortgage is stepping in. Right now, we're covering the cost of your appraisal on every purchase loan we close. That's $600 to $800 you keep. We've got it covered. Think about it. Hundreds of dollars back in your pocket? That's a big grocery run, your first HOA payment, or just a little breathing room when you need it most. Give us a call and let's talk about your free appraisal today. Or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
Wolf and Luke talking Cardinals OTAs. Now.
Welcome back. It is Wolf and Luke on a Monday. John Lund is in for Wolf. In case you missed it, the Rams trading for Myles Garrett this morning. Gave up a lot to get him. Do you have the trade there in front of you?
Yeah, it's incredible. So they for Jared Verse, they gave up Jared Verse, who's a former first-round pick and really, really good. Then they get the Browns get a first-round pick next year from the Rams, which will be a high pick. But then in 28 they get a second, and in 29 they get a third. So in total, you get Verse, a 1, a 2, and a 3.
Yeah. A 1 next year that, it could be the 32nd pick in the first round, but it is that first round where teams aren't trading those picks because It's supposed to be a quarterback-heavy draft. So was there going to be one at 32? Look, maybe. It'll be one that nobody's identified if he's somehow there at 32, but that's not where the Browns are going to take their quarterback. They're going to take it with their pick, which could be 1, could be 5. But if you package 5 with the Rams pick or, maybe the second round, one of those second rounders from the following year, whatever, the Browns have the chips now to move up and be picking top 3 next year if they aren't already. And so do the Jets. The Jets have 3 first-round picks next year, so that's
really the bigger issue for Cardinals fans. I get it that you're like frustrated and look at the Rams are doing this stuff. I wish we could do this stuff. All that, I get it. But they were going to beat you regardless. And in the 2 games, as far as the spread is concerned, they're both 13.5-point spreads. So, were you going to beat the Rams? No. But the Browns getting these picks, and if they finish like 1 behind you, and then they can just jump you because they've got an extra 1, 2, and a 3 in the 27 quarterback class, and that's really where this trade hurts.
Think if it plays out this year where the Cardinals. I tend to think the Cardinals are going to steal a couple wins that we're not all looking at this year. But that's a different conversation that we're actually going to have later in the show. The schedule isn't really conducive to it, so maybe not. But let's just say the Cardinals are picking 4th, and I would assume the Jets and or Browns are picking ahead of that anyway. But maybe they're not. Maybe one of them is picking 5th, or maybe the Cardinals are picking 3rd, the Jets are picking 4th, and the Browns are picking 5th, and just 2 other teams we're not thinking of end up with the 1st and 2nd pick. The Jets and Browns probably are going to be able to jump ahead of the Cardinals, maybe not to get the number 1 overall pick, but certainly to get 3 or maybe even 2 if they needed to. So I don't know, just something to keep an eye on. I agree. I think in the moment we're all looking, oh, this sucks. They have to face Myles Garrett twice a year, and it does. Don't get me wrong. But I think the more impactful thing for the Cardinals is potentially Cleveland getting that additional first-round pick.
Well, and I think what's going to be interesting, too, is we've gone over this, but the first half of their schedule is absolutely brutal. But when you get to, say, Week 12, Commanders is a 4.5-point spread. It's at home. Eagles, that's going to be tough. But then you get your bye. But then this could be for the number 1 pick. Jets at home. Saints on the road is a 5.5-point spread. The Raiders at home is a 1.5. And then by Week 18, are the 49ers going to already be set? So you look at the end, and you could be like, oh, we're going to get the number 1 pick. And then in true Cardinals fashion, they beat the Jets, they beat the Saints, they beat the Raiders, and the Niners have nothing to play for.
Yeah, exactly.
And they get themselves like the 5th pick. And it's like, damn it.
Great.
We were right there.
Just what you wanted.
Right.
Meaningless wins right at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Our own Tyler Drake, I believe, is the one who put this together on the website. Yeah, on ArizonaSports.com, is looking at the potential of, the Cardinals have. Look, you've got a potential game breaker in Jeremiah Love. You've got a really steady number 2 back in Tyler Algier. James Conner is a monster when he's healthy. You've got Trey Benson, who, yeah, you took him in the 3rd round, but when the Cardinals took him, there's a lot of hype around him as being one of the best running backs in that draft. Not one of the best players, one of the best running backs. So Tyler has a story up on our site. Could they potentially trade one of these guys? Look at a team like Green Bay that now has questions at running back. Other teams are going to have questions. Teams that feel they can compete this year are going to have questions at running back. Could the Cardinals potentially trade? I would think it would be Trey Benson. I guess it could be James Conner. It's not going to be Love or Algier, I wouldn't think. But it's something to consider. And I was looking at that, and you brought this up during the break. What about Josh Sweat? Mm-hmm. Now, not because he's not at voluntary OTAs, but because what did the Browns just get for Myles Garrett?
And, we've heard that maybe there's some personal stuff going on in his life, but also if you look at this whole thing, and neither of us are saying that he's Myles Garrett, but he's not. But when you're telling me that, okay, by comparison purposes, I do this right now and everybody needs an edge rusher, we know how valuable that position is. You just got Verse, who was a 1. You got a 1, so that's 2 1s, a 2, a 3. I mean, that's a lot to give up. So I'm just trying to do a little bit of math in my head, which is difficult, but a 2 and a 3, a 2 and a 4. What's he worth? If Garrett's worth that, and I'm a team who needs a passer, I don't know if you trade within division of Seattle, but Seattle lost some edge rushers. Bowie Mafe goes to Cincinnati. They need some edge guys. I don't know. To me, if I'm the Cardinals, look, I'm not in Seattle's league either. I got to get the best deal for my team, but Green Bay needs an edge rusher. Dallas still needs an edge rusher. These teams that are trying to go for it.
Can you imagine if they trade him in division? Hey, Jacoby, you're going to hold out? Okay, now you got to face Myles Garrett, and we're going to trade Josh Sweat to some team we've played twice.
God.
That would be
He'll
awful.
never come back.
No, and I might not either, honestly.
But I mean, what do you think his value is? I mean, if you look at this kind of a trade, does it affect what you think Josh Sweat is worth?
You could get at least a second for him. I mean, it's all different, right? I mean, the Rams are so all in on this season. You'd have to find another team that is that all in. Sweat's not Myles Garrett. I get that, but it's not that the Rams just gave up a first, a second, and a third. They also gave up Jared Verse, who's really good.
Yeah.
Like if Cleveland came to you tomorrow and was like, we'll give you Jared Verse for Josh Sweat, wouldn't you do it?
In a second.
I like Josh Sweat, but
He's
Jared Verse is, yeah.
And he's not even on his second contract yet.
I think look, I don't really want to trade Josh Sweat because they don't have any established pass rush beyond that. But if teams are calling, you got to answer the phone in light of what happened today.
No doubt.
Because you might be able to not get a similar deal in terms of return, but a similar deal in that it helps the team you're trading him to, because Josh Sweat will help you win right now. If you could stockpile something like that, like the Browns just did, maybe you get a second, like what did you say, a second, a fourth?
Yes, I would think he could get that. I mean, he's a 12-sack guy, he's a double-digit guy in a very important position. And then what that does is, for Cleveland, this is about positioning themselves for the 27 quarterback draft. If you're the Cardinals, if you could get a 2 from somebody, and if you possibly need to move up to get the guy that you want, because beauty is going to be in the eye of the beholder. Everybody likes what Dante Moore brings to the table. He was maybe going to be the second pick last year. But Arch Manning, for me, I don't know. It's just going into my head that I think a lot of executives are just not going to be able to resist the last name.
As long as he's got to be better than he was last year for Texas. He was pretty just mediocre for a good chunk of the season, but then he kind of took off. So I don't know. The positioning for the 2027 draft is going to be crazy. I don't think that they would get anything that could significantly impact that for one of the running backs that they're. I mean, you trade Trey Benson, I don't even know what you would get. He hasn't done anything in the NFL yet. But going back to Tyler's story on our website, usually when you are in a position of almost absurd depth, which is what they have at running back, especially at that position, and that to me might be something I would go into the season for a little bit and just let other teams lose their running backs, because they will. And as long as you haven't lost your running back, then maybe you trade one of these guys for something.
And just real quick, I mean, Benson's 6'1", 210. He's a great size. In his last 2 years at Florida State, he ran for over 1,800 yards at about 6 yards a clip and 23 touchdowns.
Trade him to Cleveland, too. He can be reunited with Jared Verse.
Oh, my God. But he can. I think there's a lot of teams that would go back to their original college scouting on him and go, hey, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
He just, like you said, he's been hurt. He hasn't had a chance. Now he's buried.
He was the one that when they drafted him, Tomlinson was like, this is the best running back in the draft. He's like, I don't even want to say it loudly because it'll mess up my fantasy draft. And that's LaDainian Tomlinson, who I'm not saying he's everything he says is exactly right, but you would think he would know something about running backs. And I don't know what you would get from him. You almost need to play him a little bit to drive his value up, but I don't know when you're going to play him unless it's the preseason. All right, when we come back, let's get back into baseball. How concerned were you with the Diamondbacks starting pitching over the weekend? Not just Zach Gallen. Ryan Nelson wasn't great either. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I've got Carson Beck starting against the Washington Commanders. Week 12, which would leave 6 games, including a bye week. 5 of those games are at home. Only 1 is on the road. And you avoid the brutal defenses that can get you for 6-7 sacks. That's my take. Some people are like, who cares if he's going to get his brains beaten? Get him in there. I'm tired of watching Gardner Minshew and Jacoby. I want to see Carson Beck play. Get him in as soon as you can.
The first interception one of those two guys throw, the fan base immediately. Get Carson Beck in there. I've seen enough. Get him in there.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
Hey y'all, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
What California Pools and Landscape did for us at Casa Galvisi, they've been doing since 1988, transforming backyards into amazing escapes. Heck, Cal Pools built our original pool in the 90s, so for the refresh, no one we trusted more. But it's so much more. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, and their Arizona's most awarded pool builder. This month, they're celebrating those 38 years with the biggest savings of the summer. Get a free estimate and see our new backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
Hi, I'm Amanda, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of bridal design, I travel the world for inspiration so that your engagement ring stands out from the rest. My team of in-house designers and I work alongside skilled artisans to curate the most beautiful collection of exclusive engagement rings. At Shane Company, you'll find the ring that's a reflection of your unique style. No cookie-cutter designs here. See our selection in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Los Angeles Rams are finalizing a trade for Cleveland Browns star pass rusher Myles Garrett. Garrett set the NFL record with 23 sacks in 2025. Over to the Arizona Diamondbacks, our John Gambadoro reports that designated hitter Pavin Smith will be reinstated from the injured list and utility man Tim Towel will be sent down. The Snakes start a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. The Phoenix Mercury are in action tonight hosting the Minnesota Lynx at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And the Mercury announced they have brought back guard Lexi Held. That is what is trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Can the Diamondbacks get the bats awakened against the Dodgers? That and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, it's Wolf and Luke on a Monday. John Lund is in for Wolf today. D-backs taking on the Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. You know, not the ideal way to go into a series with the Dodgers. You just got swept up in Seattle, and it's not even a 3-game series. It's a 4-game series. Erod on the mound, though, that is ideal. He's been not just the D-backs' best pitcher. He's been one of the best pitchers in baseball this year, really.
I think the first two, these become really important because Erod versus Emmett Sheehan, he's 3-1 with a 4.70. You've got an advantage there. And then Soroka, the way he's pitching, he's 7-2 with the 3.25 against Eric Lauer, who they just picked up, and he's sporting a 5.95. So the first two become really important because you and I were just talking about this during the break, and of course we don't want to leave people out of the conversation. If you're going to the Diamondbacks game on Wednesday, heaven help you, because Zach Gallen with a 7.04 ERA is taking on Shohei Ohtani, who has an 0.82. That won't be fun.
Well, at least, I mean, yeah. I was going to try and...
Your thoughts?
I can make it slightly better. Gallen's ERA for the season's 5-something. It's not 7, but it's Shohei's ERA for the season is 0.82.
Ridiculous.
That's not like over the last week. I think Shohei's whip is 0.82 too, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
something
ridiculous.
just absurd. He's going to win the Cy Young after he's won every other award.
So I guess I'll ask the question, like, you want to go see him, and I've seen him a few times in person, and it is cool, and there's a lot of buzz in the building. That's great. But if you're a Diamondbacks fan, that's not great. So are you going to go see Ohtani, or because the pitching matchup is so bad, you're like, I'll skip that one?
The thing is, like, could you not see Gallen having a good game there, but then going out and struggling in his next game? I mean, the issue with Gallen, no, probably not.
It's just this weekend stuck in my head. It was just
well, and as I'm saying this, I'm thinking, well, the Dodgers didn't trade all their hitters, so
No.
they do actually still have all their players. Yeah, that's going to be a rough.
Plus, Ohtani's heating up at the plate.
Yeah,
now.
he is.
That's great.
So good times there. But you know what? We're going to stick with this because I don't want to talk about the Rams getting Garrett or the Spurs winning a title. So we're going to stick with this. It wasn't just Gallen over the weekend. Ryan Nelson struggled against Seattle, too. With the Diamondback starters gave up 9 home runs over the 3 games. And I kind of take Merrill out of this conversation because Merrill, he didn't give you a ton of innings, but he didn't give up a ton of runs either. He only went 5 1/3. But
Yeah, he just wasn't efficient.
yeah. But Ryan Nelson struggled. Zach Gallen struggled. I had this question in the email. I'll ask you right now. And it's not like this isn't like a rhetorical question. This may define their season, actually. The other 4 starters, and I put Ryan Nelson in that group because prior to Saturday, he's been pitching really well. The other 4 starters are pitching at a really good to, in some cases, elite level. Like, Erod's been pretty much elite this year. So is it more likely they start coming back down to earth or that Gallen gets better? Because that might really decide this team's season. If Gallen starts pitching better and these other guys stay like this, then they're in pretty good shape. If Gallen keeps pitching like this and even like one of those guys just pitches average and the other one kind of is a little bit below average, you're going to be in real trouble.
Yeah, I can almost split the difference. I believe in Erod. He's given us no reason not to. I believe in Merrill Kelly, even though, like you said, it wasn't great in Seattle, but it wasn't horrible.
That's fine. It was a fine start.
Nelson had been really good, so my jury's going to be a little bit out on him. Soroka's been great. So
Yeah.
Soroka's been great. And then Zach Gallen, I have no confidence in whatsoever, but with your 5th starters, that's the way it goes. So 3 I really think are solid. 1 in Nelson, we'll see. And Zach Gallen, I have no confidence in whatsoever. So but I think that's okay. When you're a team in Major League Baseball, if you have 3 solid starters, Erod's pitched like a clear number 1, and your number 5 is kind of, squirrely a little bit, then you're okay.
Yeah, you're okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you're counting on Erod to be elite.
Yeah,
all year.
I guess that's the problem is Erod has to keep it up. Kelly has to keep it up.
Erod's his ERA over the last month is well below 2.
Yeah.
I mean, how
I'm not
much are we going to
panic
ask of
on
this
it.
guy?
I'm not going to panic on it. The home run ball, like you said, that's unusual, especially up in Seattle. But I think what becomes really important here is they've got to win these first 2 games. Now, the season's still going to go on. I understand that. But you're at a real disadvantage in game number 3, and the Dodgers get a guy that comes out of nowhere who's pitching in the 4th game in the series who's been really, really good.
Yeah. Just for sort of context or I guess a reference point for people, the season ERAs for the starters right now, Erod's 2.31, Soroka's 3.25. And then you get to Ryan Nelson's 4.82, but I do think that's a little deceptive. I mean, that's still his ERA. Like, he's got to wear that. But I still have a good amount of confidence in him because most of those runs came in Mexico City or in that 3rd of an inning against Toronto. Merrill's a 5.08. It's not like, or 5.06 rather. It's not like his ERA is amazing, but he hasn't made that many starts yet. Gallen's 5.16. So, I mean, just when we saw them go on their run, we're playing the Rockies and Giants, but 4 of their pitchers were basically elite. Every start was quality start, and some of them were whatever's better than a quality start. Like, it wasn't 6 innings, 3 runs. It was like 7 innings, no runs, or 7 innings, 1 run. So When your strength is supposed to be your starting pitching and your main guy is not pitching great, it feels like you're like one push away from being in some trouble. Real quick, here's Torey Lovello after the game on Friday. His assessment of what he's seeing from Zach Gallen.
Well, I thought there were some mistakes, some middle mistakes. And, there were some situations where I thought he could have put away some hitters, and he just couldn't, and he let the count linger. And that's part of the game. That's part of it. Sometimes you execute, sometimes you don't. He just got beat today. I think he had him 1-2. I'm not mistaken. And then he ended up walking him. And then Rodriguez hit the big home run. And then they're good hitters between Crawford and Rodriguez and Naylor. They're tough customers, and they put it on us today.
The most concerning thing of what he said right there is the middle. Because you're a major league pitcher, you can't do that. Major league hitters, you go middle on them, especially that's Julio Rodriguez does this every year. Slow start and he gets hot, and he's talking about that. But we're hearing and seeing when we watch the games from Zach Gallen, way too many pitches that aren't where they're supposed to be. Like I think that fans look at things and they think, oh, you throw this amount or do that. It's ball placement, just like it is in the NFL. It's ball placement and where the ball is, and there's too many pitches where you see him and you go, dude, you can't put the ball there.
Yeah. Luis Gonzalez was on with Bickley and Murata this morning. They asked him what happens to the rotation whenever Corbin Burns does come back.
Yeah, no doubt. You're not going to pay a guy that much money to be sitting in your bullpen the whole time unless he's a John Smoltz who's going to turn into your closer.
Yeah.
For a long time. I mean, that's a lot of money. I would say if you had to look at that whole rotation, maybe Nelson might be the guy that has to get pushed out just for the simple fact of seniority and the salaries that are being made. But, I mean, the two guys that are Soroka and Rodriguez, man, think where we'd be without those two guys pitching the way they're pitching right now. These guys have been phenomenal for us, getting us to where we're at right now.
The other part of this, and I want Gallen to turn it around. Like, I like Gallen. He's a good dude. He's been a really good pitcher for this team before. But the other part of this that you have to factor in, especially as you hear Gonzo talking right there, like, seniority comes into play. What this guy has done for you in the past sometimes comes into play with a manager. But he's only signed for this year, Like, Erod's signed for a long time. You couldn't move him. Now he's pitching great, so you don't need to. But when he was struggling, it was like, you going to move him to the bullpen? Probably not. He's signed forever. Gallen signed through September.
Yeah.
Or October if they make the playoffs.
I mean, might be able to move him. The thing about Nelson, and it's not that he's wrong in this, it's just that he and Gallen have flipped. So what happened is in March and April, 6 starts for Nelson. He had a 7.71 ERA. Mm-hmm. But even with this outing in Seattle, he's got a 2.95 ERA in May. He's in his 6 starts. So he's going the right way. Gallen's going the other way. And I get what he's saying about seniority, this, that, and the other. But if this continues, you may have no choice either to trade him, bench him, because what starts to happen is now you're compounding the problem. Okay, we're paying him too much. He has seniority. We've got to keep pitching him. But if he keeps giving you no chance to win, now you're compounding the problem. And at some point, you're going to have to say he's the odd man out.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out so he's got the Dodgers, obviously, on Wednesday. Then he the way the rotation lines up, and, they can move things around with days off or whatever, but he most likely would make his next start in Miami against the Marlins. This is Gallen. Then in Cincinnati against the Reds.
Ooh, that's bad.
Then at home, that's not a good place to pitch.
You're playing in Cincy there.
Home against the Twins after that, and then probably on the road against the St. Louis Cardinals. But yeah, I mean that means 2 of the next 3 starts are real tough matchups for. And maybe that doesn't matter. Sometimes he pitches his best against the really good teams and his worst against the bad teams. So maybe that's irrelevant with him anyway. All right, when we come back, which bold predictions are going to come true this NFL season, not counting the one that just happened this morning? We'll run through some of them next. It's Wolf and Luke, John Lund, in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo, and when you think about Diamondbacks baseball, everything comes down to what you can see. The pitch coming in, the movement of the ball, the play unfolding in the field. The clearer your vision, the better your game. That's why I've always believed in the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Schwartz and his team have built a reputation on precision, experience, and results. And it's no surprise he's the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks, trusted to help keep the pros seeing their best. If you're ready to ditch glasses and contacts,
LASIK is your winning play. It's a quick procedure with fast recovery and proven results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange could be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. With locations in Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa, visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need to get the job done. With fast delivery you can depend on and access to technical product experts ready to help you meet any challenge. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
Make the move to Mopsy. Call Mopsy Pest Control.
Hey, it's Austin at Moxie Pest Control. I grew up in a neighborhood where people really showed up for each other. I remember one Sunday we were all sitting in church when our pastor stood up and said, "The rest of our services are canceled today. A neighbor's fence was knocked down, their home was robbed, and they need our help." So right then and there, we all walked right out of church, grabbed our tools and materials, and we all rebuilt that fence together. I'll never forget how that felt. Seeing an entire community stop everything to protect one family's home. That day taught me something I've built into Moxie Pest Control. When a home doesn't feel safe, nothing feels right. And when people show up for each other, a community becomes a family. At Moxie, we don't just control pests, we help families feel secure. Moxie Pest Control, the highest and most reviewed pest control company in Arizona.
Make the move to Mopsy. Call Mopsy Pest Control.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-895-1414. That's 800-895-1414.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in for Dan Bickley on Bickley and Murata. We will get more in depth on the NBA Finals. Knicks Spurs, fascinating matchup. We'll get into all the details at 6 o'clock here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
Still just fascinated by this Myles Garrett trade, just from the perspective of if you're Myles Garrett, you demanded you get paid more, you're going to leave Cleveland. They paid you, you didn't leave. Then you got traded. You go from a team that has no chance of winning ever to the Super Bowl favorites. You go from Cleveland to whatever you think of LA, it's nice to have the beach right there in that weather. His famous girlfriend is from LA, like all this stuff, and then you're just like, if you're Jared Verse, you got banished to Cleveland.
Exactly.
Like, it just feels like how like a superhero story starts or something. Like Jared Verse is just like in an alley somewhere getting rained on in Cleveland, and everything's going Myles Garrett's way.
And the only thing I can think of in this whole trade, and if you're just joining, it was Garrett to the Rams, Jared Verse to the Browns, a first, a second, and a third. So it's a lot.
It is a lot.
But all I can think of is like who had to call Jared Verse to tell him he was going from L.A. and a Super Bowl favorite to Cleveland. And I was going to say no offense to Cleveland, but all offense to Cleveland. No one's going to pick Cleveland over L.A. I don't care. Even if you're Travis Kelce, who just bought a piece of what did he buy a piece of? Whatever.
Guardians.
Oh, yeah, Guardians. And he's all excited, and he loves Cleveland, this, that, and the other. I'm sorry, man. You're just not going to win that.
Nope, it's not great for Jared Verse.
So somebody had to call him and go, "Hey man, we just traded you to the Browns." And went, "Yeah, you're messing with me."
Probably
dude."
better if the Rams or one of his friends tells him than if the Browns tell him. Because if the Browns are like, "Hey, we're so excited to have you," and you're just like,
"Huh?"
Click.
Exactly. Click.
All right, ESPN has a piece up looking at what about 100 days away, I guess, from the start of the NFL season. And one of their sections in here is 10 bold predictions, which I've glanced over, but I haven't really read deeply into them or given them any thought yet. So I'm going to read them. Rick's going to jump in on this. Jamal is off training to play basketball against Angel Reese right now. So I'm going to throw this out there for you guys, okay, and I'll answer too. So just tell me if you think these are realistic or not, okay? These are ESPN's bold predictions. They're not mine. None of them, I would say, are as bold as Myles Garrett getting traded to the Rams, which just happened. Number one, the Ravens will be the last undefeated team in the NFL.
I don't think that.
Yeah, I don't think that either.
They got a new coach. We'll see, but I'm not going to automatically give them the benefit of the doubt.
Their schedule's not great.
Yeah, it is.
I am looking at that.
It's the anti-Cardinal schedule early.
And then obviously the Ravens, had such a tough year last year. They should have an easier schedule than the Cardinals. I don't know every team's schedule off the top of my head, so I don't know if they're going to be the last undefeated, but they start with the Colts, Saints, Cowboys, Titans, Falcons, and Browns. So that is a pretty nice path to start 6-0. And
who knows how healthy Lamar will be. Derrick Henry he's 32 at some point. He's going to slow down, but so I don't know.
They play their best football. Sorry, the next name's Kyler Murray. That's why I was thinking baseball. They play their best football in September and October.
That's true, but I still think there's a lot of factors that would take me away from predicting that they're going to be the last undefeated team.
The NFL's comeback player of the year will be Kyler Murray.
No.
Do you have a name that you like more?
Not off the top of my head. I just don't think Kyler Murray is going to have success in Minnesota. I don't think that he is a very good quarterback. I think he is too short. Yeah, I mean, it's the same things are going to happen here that we saw, or happen there that we saw here. He's going to be fine at best. I don't even know if he'll start every game for them because, they got 9 too.
Wow. Okay.
For me, it's, that
you just set up.
I call him 9.
You did that whole preamble by Rick was just to play that cut.
I watched him too. I saw him and I'm like, oh, he's going to do it.
I think Kyler's going to put up numbers in Minnesota. I'm looking at the odds-on favorites for comeback player of the year. He is second, but the guy who is the odds-on favorite is probably going to win it, and that's Patrick Mahomes.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think Mahomes.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's who I think will win.
But I will say this: that if Kyler Murray doesn't succeed in a system like this with Justin Jefferson, with Jordan Addison, with Juwan Jennings, then I don't know when he will.
Yeah, this is his. If he doesn't succeed in Minnesota, he's going to be a backup probably, or just like he's going to be playing. He's going to be starting for Cleveland in 5 years or whatever. Okay, here's another one. The Lions will. These are not my predictions, by the way.
Yeah.
These are ESPN's bold predictions. The Lions will go from last to first in the NFC North in dominant fashion.
Disagree. I like the Bears.
Okay. John?
I think the Bears might go back down to earth. They have a really tough schedule, so that leaves the Packers, the Vikings.
Yeah.
I think they could do it.
I think you could convince me the Lions are going to win that division. I don't know about in dominant fashion. I mean, I think the Bears are still right there.
I have issues with their offensive system.
It's weird though.
He just has issues with Petzing.
Oh, I got
That's
you.
all.
Well, his system. Petzing's fine. I don't know.
But you didn't have issues with their offensive system last year.
Yeah, no. I have issues with Drew Petzing's offensive system, so therefore
You pulled it out of him.
I think that they will not be very good.
Okay. Give me a win total for the Lions.
7.
Really?
7 or 8.
Yeah, they were like the hottest team a couple of years ago. Everyone was picking them.
Yeah.
I think they're going to win 10 games, but in the NFC, maybe that's not enough to get in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're a 10-win team in a normal division. Maybe 9 in that division. They won 9 last year. I'll take 10 for the Lions. Either way, they're not winning the division in dominant fashion.
Yeah, that's a good division.
But I think they could certainly win that division. Let's see. Ooh, okay. The Texans are going to earn the number 1 seed in the AFC and go to their first Super Bowl.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Did anyone watch C.J. Stroud in the playoffs?
I tried not to, actually.
He's horrible.
I blame him for the Patriots being in the Super Bowl.
I think the Patriots are going to regress. I'm trying to think. I guess the Ravens are in there.
Chiefs.
Yeah,
the Chiefs are going to make it. The Chiefs are going to bounce back.
Yeah, they
Come
are.
on.
Buffalo?
You're right.
No, and at some
Denver's
point,
there,
Buffalo? Yeah,
still with their
Denver's there.
defense.
Jacksonville.
Though, once the playoffs started, and I didn't think there was a dominant team, I thought the Texans could win the AFC, but C.J. Stroud's
They could have.
so bad.
Their defense was so good. If Stroud doesn't throw 18 interceptions to the Patriots, they probably would have.
Yeah,
because then they would have played the. Yeah, I don't think that one's crazy. I don't think they're earning the number 1 seed. I mean, bear in mind these are supposed to be bold predictions, so we're not going to
Well, that
automatically
defense
agree
is
with them.
dominant.
I do.
And C.J. Stroud did cut his hair, so.
Well, okay, there you go. And did he actually cut it, or was it like a
No,
Trevor
wasn't it?
Lawrence?
Yeah, the Trevor Lawrence fake one. No, he did.
Okay. Now this is an especially bold prediction because
doesn't cutting your hair sometimes make you less strong?
It does.
Though?
Yeah, with the long hair and
or
all that.
I'm just this is a biblical reference.
Yeah, of course.
It would make you more aerodynamic, though. I would think.
Yeah, possibly. I would do it if I were him. I'd do anything I could to change what he was at the end of the year. And then Houston's going to give him a big contract. So be like, ugh.
Yeah. Now these ones are kind of tough. I don't think they're both going to happen. Patrick Mahomes will win his 3rd MVP, and then also on the list, Caleb Williams will win NFL MVP. So
What's
I'm
more
pretty sure they can't both happen. They're both on the list.
I guess they could tie.
I guess they
Didn't
could.
Steve McNair and Peyton Manning one year tied.
Did they
Nobody
really?
say yeah. But
Well,
nobody likes
for the purposes of this conversation, let's look at the Caleb Williams one. Caleb Williams wins the NFL MVP. Bold prediction. You guys like it or not?
I think it's too bold, but I think he'll be good.
I just think they were kind of like Washington the year before. They just got a lot of breaks. They came back in a lot of games. They have a much tougher schedule. I think their schedule actually is the toughest. I think I like Ben Johnson a lot, but I think they are going to tumble a little bit.
I think Caleb Williams has NFL MVP ability. Rick, you'll back me up on this. I've been all in on Caleb Williams since he was at USC for
I like him too.
That I don't know, but
he's not the most accurate passer in the world.
Exactly.
No, I don't think he's winning MVP this year in this division.
He made a lot of big plays last year, but as far as the consistency of his play, it's not there.
He's in the same division as 9. How can you expect to win MVP?
He's more of a big play guy than he is like a great quarterback.
I do like him, though. I still wish the Texans would have just sucked that year and the Cardinals would have had the first pick.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Taking him. I'm going to throw one more out here. Okay, real quick before the break. Fernando Mendoza will start within the first few weeks. So that's vague. But
I think he's their week 1 starter, to be completely honest with you.
So you think yes.
do too. Kirk Cousins is pretty much fried. He's had so many injuries, and I like him as a mentor, but you took this guy 1. Let's go.
Kirk looked okay when he played here last year, but he wasn't amazing. And you get Fernando Mendoza is their number 1 pick. Why would you not start him?
Did you see the Raiders schedule release video? I know this is a few weeks ago.
Yes.
Now, but that one was hilarious.
That was really
That
good.
was funny.
I didn't watch a ton of them, but I did go back and watch that one. That one was with him and with Kirk Cousins and Fernando. That was really good. Raiders, they open with the Dolphins, then Chargers, Saints, Chiefs, Patriots, Bills. I don't know. I mean,
with the Dolphins, come on, you got to start him against the Dolphins.
Considering 2 of your first 3 games are against the Dolphins and Saints, and then if you don't start him there, you're going Chiefs, Patriots, Bills, Rams.
Take a guy 1 nowadays. You start him.
Probably, yeah. All right, that was some of their bold predictions. It wasn't even all of them, but they all got overshadowed by the Rams trading for Myles Garrett like 2 hours ago. When we come back, this is difficult to even read. Could the Arizona Cardinals make the playoffs in 2026? Okay, that's fine if you feel that way, but one very prominent analyst says, yeah. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Playoffs? One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
The payoff pitch to Beatty. Swung on and hit out to deep center. Waldschmidt moving back, makes an over-the-shoulder catch.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your new home, you move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. If you find the new home you want, that's a big deal. So buy it now and then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do any showings or double moves. Then the Orchard experts will take it from there. They'll handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades. And then once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. And they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home right now. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. It's quick, it's easy, it's all right there on Orchard.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Dan Bickley here, and when life throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan helps you knock it out of the park. And that is because in times of unrest and financial uncertainty, you have the power to pay down, pay off, or borrow back whenever you want, and you become instantly more liquid by always having access to your equity. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. According to NFL Network's Ian Rappaport, the Los Angeles Rams are finalizing a trade for Cleveland Browns star pass rusher Myles Garrett. Garrett set the NFL record with 23 sacks in 2025. Over to the Arizona Diamondbacks, our John Gambadoro reports that designated hitter Pavin Smith will be reinstated from the injured list, and utility man Tim Towell will be sent down. The Snakes start a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury hosts the Minnesota Lynx tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. What does this year's Western Conference Finals winner tell us about the chances the Suns have to get back to the NBA Finals? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
All right, this is from about a week ago, a little bit over a week ago. I don't know if we were just all in such shock that we figured we all hallucinated this. I don't know.
I thought it was maybe a fake account.
Yeah. And this was obviously before the Myles Garrett news today, but I don't know how much that would directly impact. I don't know. I don't even know what would impact this prediction, okay? But this is Ian Rappaport on Between the Tackles, now last month because we're in June.
How about a team that's didn't make the playoffs last year that's going to surprise people?
Cardinals. Cardinals had a good offseason.
Are you serious? The Cardinals?
I think Cardinals will make the playoffs as a wild card team.
Wow, okay. I think the Cardinals have the number 1 pick in the draft, so you and I are on polar opposites there.
We'll see.
That's really Ian Rappaport.
Did you hear his reasoning?
Not really.
He said they had a good offseason. That's it.
It was okay.
He doesn't elaborate as to why their offseason was good. He gives a very had a good offseason. What?
He was hungover.
I don't know the context of that. I don't know if that was like hey, give us a crazy pick and you're on the spot and if you got to pick a team that was in last year to make the playoffs this year, you only have 8 teams to pick from, I guess. I don't know. In a vacuum, I could see the Cardinals. Let me make sure I phrase this right. Otherwise I'm not going to go online because I don't want to hear the response.
Did you hear what Luke said?
Let me phrase this correctly, okay? In a vacuum, I could see the Cardinals surprising some people this year. Like, I do think their defense will probably be better than it was last year because you figure it's going to be healthier. And I do think Jeremiah Love could steal you a game or two here somewhere. And you do have Trey McBride, and maybe Michael Fleur is worth a game here or two, somewhere, a game or two somewhere. But then I look at the schedule and the division they're in.
Ruthless.
And so if, we went through and did the game-by-game picks when the schedule came out. I think I had him at 5, and that was by far the highest at the station. I think Dave Burns had him at 5 too, and that was high. And I think that's probably going to be right. I don't think it'll be the games I picked, but I can see them winning 4 or 5 games. Except they also don't know who their quarterback is right now either. Mm-hmm. So I think they'll be better than people think. But if you told me they're going to make the playoffs or win 1 game, I think I would have to lean towards 1 game. It's all set up for them to win 1 game more than make the playoffs.
Well, I looked at their schedule, and look, it doesn't mean that because Vegas has it this way, that's the way it's going to go. But they have 7 double-digit spreads. Mm-hmm. They played the Seahawks twice.
Are they favored in all those?
Yeah.
You just said
exactly.
spread. You didn't say they were underdogs or favorites. Okay.
But the Rams, let's just call those losses Seattle, San Francisco. That's going to be tough, those games. But then you're looking at other games, like the Chargers is a 9.5-point spread. The Lions is an 8.5. There's some high ones. You're playing the Broncos. We all know the schedule. It's just really difficult. If I gave it to follow along his reasoning, I would give them every game they might win. All right, so they might, like some games they could win. The Giants, they could win. That's a 7-point spread. The Commanders at 4.5, they could win. Jets 1.5, Saints 5.5, Raiders 1.5, and maybe the Niners at the end of the season aren't playing anybody because they've already got it sealed.
Dallas is could winnable.
Yeah, and you could give, so even if you could throw in Dallas because they always do well against Dallas. Even if you threw in all those games and said, okay, they're going to win a crazy 1 or 2 too, that's only like 6 wins.
Yeah.
Like it's really hard to go because I think the NFC is going to be so tough. Mm-hmm. I don't even know if 10 gets you in this year. So, but let's just play with 10 because that's normally what it is. I don't see where you could get to the other 4.
I don't either. I do think collectively, just as like football fans and media, we get too caught up, in June and July and August. Like we get our predictions or whatever that we start to formulate around the draft, and then we have them like locked in as like they're just etched in stone. Like, do I think the Rams are going to be good? Yeah. Do I think the Seahawks are going to be good? Yeah. Do I think the Chiefs are going to bounce back? Yes. I don't know that anything else is like a lock in the NFL, but over these next 3 months, we start to get it in our head that all of these things are locks. So it's just like
Right.
all of these teams are good teams. There's no way a
We
bad
don't know
team.
about injuries or whatever.
Like stuff is going to surprise us this season, and there will be a team that missed the finish last year that everybody just thinks is going to be terrible this year that's going to at least make a run at a playoff spot. I just don't think the Cardinals are in a spot to do it because they would have to jump the Niners. Okay, well, like what does the path even look like? I say this with all due respect to the Cardinals. Like I like the Jeremiah Love pick. I think that sets them up to potentially do some good. Like I meant everything I said. I think their defense is better than it was last year because they were down to their fourth stringers in a lot of those positions. I think they will be better than they were last year, but they might win less games because what's the path to doing this? The Niners. McCaffrey would have to get hurt. They'd have to just totally implode.
And that's happened in San Francisco. They've had some years under Shanahan where they've had a lot of injuries. So I mean, it could.
But how are you going to catch the Rams or the Seahawks? And who's your quarterback?
Yeah.
Like in this scenario, this dream scenario where the Cardinals make the playoffs, who's the quarterback all year?
Well, and the thing that makes it, and you and I talked about the schedule a lot, but so we mentioned the double digits like the Rams, the Seahawks, but the reason why they get screwed on this schedule so much is really good teams fell into last place a lot because of injuries. So the Lions were a last place team. The Chiefs were really bad because they didn't have Mahomes. You're going to play the Giants, and they happen to get John Harbaugh. You know, you're playing the Eagles. I think they're going to bounce back. All this Jalen Hurts talk. The Commanders were a really bad team last year, but I think if they get healthy and they have Jaden Daniels, they're going to be a better team. So it's not only is it difficult, but the circumstances around getting this last place scheduled really didn't help you.
Yeah.
And then you don't get a bye till week 14. So if you're
That's the other
banged up,
part. There's no way you can make it.
you're banged up and you don't get a break till the week 14. It's the worst possible bye. So every part of their schedule kicks them right in the groinal region.
All the full region, just right there. You're right. All the nuances, like you knew you were going to have to play Seattle twice. You're going to have to play the Rams twice. Okay, it's San Francisco. Like this is just that's the division you're in. And then you're like, okay, well, then what's the division that your division plays? Oh, okay, you're going to have to play Denver. Oh, you're going to have to play the Chiefs. Okay, it's not great. You're going to have to play. But then you're right. It's all these other teams where it's like, oh, you got Detroit. They're not really bad. You caught them in a weird spot last year, which doesn't affect them next year. Washington, I mean, they play him in week 12, so maybe Jaden Daniels is not playing again by then. I don't know. But you're right. All the little, like, tiny detailed coin flips that maybe fly under the radar, they all went against the Cardinals with the way the schedule was made. There's not any games on here that are easy except the Jets and maybe the Raiders.
Yeah, near the end of the season, you get a few.
And I mean easy if you are just a league average team. Whoever you think the most league average team is, if they had this schedule, they would have a losing record.
Yeah, and it's not a rip on them. It's just week after week after week, and then having the late bye and playing in the best division in football and having those teams who were bad last year, but it was unfortunate circumstances, as we said. It just makes for a ruthless schedule. And so when Rappaport says that, I got to be thinking to myself, dude, did you just barely wake up and you were hungover last night? And I'm not ripping the Cardinals about it. It's just you look at the schedule. It's like, did you even look?
We talked, the schedule. And that's the thing I can't get past. Like we talked about this last week. If you see development from these young players, there's a way where the Cardinals may not have a great record, but you can look at it and say, okay, they're on the right track now, and not be lying to yourself. I mean, we got to see the games, but like if they're playing a lot of close games and Carson Beck's in there and he looks decent or whatever, or maybe he doesn't, but you know you're going to add a quarterback and Jeremiah Love just looks amazing, and the defense now healthy is actually pretty good, and you feel better about Monty's drafting. It's not inconceivable all that stuff could happen. I just don't know how that translates to enough wins with this schedule. It's just more sets you up for 27.
Well, and if you look at a team like the Patriots, for example, they came out of nowhere, right? And they go to the Super Bowl, but they had Drake May.
Yeah, so if play anybody,
right? So you could say to yourself, and maybe, hey, you know what? If you're overly optimistic, you could say, hey, that's going to be Carson Beck. Next year at this time, if we're having this conversation and they got one of the top quarterbacks, that can lead you to that type of thing. But I just don't think they have the personnel or specifically the quarterback to do it.
I don't think the Cardinals have to be buried for years and years. I do think we're going to see some players on this team that either people have written off that were drafted the last couple of years, or just Jeremiah Love's going to go crazy. We're going to see players on this team that make you feel a lot better going into 2027, assuming they get the right quarterback in 2027. But I just don't know what it would even look like to make the playoffs this year in this division with that schedule. The biggest soccer tournament on the planet starts this summer. Play Bracket of Nations, predict the winners, and you could walk away with a $500 gift card. Enter at the contest page on ArizonaSports.com. When we come back, how big of a measuring stick is this week for the Arizona Diamondbacks? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke, John London for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Game on the line as the 1-0. And Robles swings and grounds it towards short. Perdomo dives to knock it down, but he can't get to it fast enough. And the Mariners have walked off the Diamondbacks by a final score of 3-2. And they sweep Arizona in a 3-game weekend set.
D-backs start up a 4-game series with the Dodgers tonight. So we discuss what happened in the Mariners series and preview what's next for the D-backs on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Bay Centurions, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Hey, students, are you on summer break and need a great paying seasonal job? Are you looking for work this summer because you're just that kind of productive person? Well, your Uncle Wolf is here. I got a great opportunity with you, an amazing company, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 has excellent pay, great benefits, overtime, and bonuses that will make your summertime fruitful. And they are looking for go-getters just like you. And this is more than a job. You're going to be joining a team. And when you make the decision to join Moving Team 6, you're actually going to get a signing bonus of $500. Listen, their East Valley location is continuing to build and serve, giving them full coverage of the basin right here. They got one in Mesa, and they have one in Phoenix as well. No one wants to move in the summer, but it's inevitable. You know what? Get the professionals to do it. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. Is private student loan debt wrecking your life? There are so many families stuck with student loans they can't afford, and with payments so high, they feel hopeless. If that sounds familiar, Y-Refi can help. They refinance distressed and defaulted private student loans, the loans other lenders won't touch. They're not a debt settlement company, and your credit score doesn't matter. Y-Refi works with you one-on-one to create a custom payment based on your ability to pay. They can reduce your monthly payment, guarantee interest rates under 6%, and they may even lower your total loan cost, saving you thousands. They offer a 3-minute rate check with no credit impact, accept bad credit, and can release co-borrowers from the loan. Take control of your student loans today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi, a light at the end of the tunnel.
Not available in all states.
You know who's here for those who build America? Ford. For those who believe giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow, well, Ford believes if that's who you are, then you should pay what Ford employees pay. American value for American values. Paul Calvi's here. Hey, the Memorial Day sales event is here at our Desert Ford dealers. Again, we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs, like that 2026 Ford F-150. Remember, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, during the Memorial Day sales event, get employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back. That's on a 2026 Ford F-150 and Ford Explorer and 2025 Ford Maverick and Bronco. Employee pricing plus $1,000 cash back during the Ford Memorial Day sales event at buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility, retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2025.
Don't you open up that window.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Can the Diamondbacks get the bats awakened against the Dodgers? That and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's low key.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. All right, John, I'm going to ask you this, okay? Because you said something last week that has set you up.
Uh-oh.
All right.
I don't remember.
Well, that I can make up anything.
stupid.
You said last week that the Browns are going to win the Super Bowl. Defend yourself.
Exactly. I said the Cardinals are going to the playoffs.
You did say that. No, that was Ian Rappaport. You're confusing yourself for Ian Rappaport again.
Clearly.
So you did say last week in talking about the Diamondbacks, you see the series against the Dodgers as more of a measuring stick than any of these other ones around them. Like I was saying the Mariners series might be a good measuring stick because they're more of a realistic, okay, this team almost went to the World Series last year. The Diamondbacks actually had a better record than the Mariners coming into that series. I think they still do by a game. But either way, that's maybe something if you play well against the Mariners, because they just played the Giants and the Rockies. So as good as they fared in those games, it's like hard to tell how good you are against the good teams just because you're beating the Giants and the Rockies. So I thought the Mariners would be a good measuring stick. Hopefully I was wrong because that went horribly. But you said you think it's more the Dodgers because that's the team everybody's trying to beat.
Well, and I think they can give you the ultimate amount of confidence. And look, in the month of May, they were 11-2 against those two teams. They were 4-11 against everybody else. We know what the 500 record is. Much different between sub 500 and over 500 teams. So it's not great. But the one thing that would give me hope if I was a Diamondbacks fan is the first two games. Eduardo Rodriguez has got to be a stopper tonight. Emmett Sheehan has not been very good. And then Soroka's been their second best pitcher. So you actually have this series set up, I think, the best way. I wouldn't want these guys going in the last two. I want them to get some confidence back, this team, and win these first two games. Soroka versus Lauer. Lauer's just okay. He's a veteran guy they just picked up because they've had injuries up, which shocking. Blake Snell is hurt, and
Tyler Glasnow
is hurt. What a shock.
He has glass in his name.
It's unbelievable. So I think these first two are really, really important because you're probably not winning the third game with Zach Gallen versus Shohei. And then Ryan Nelson has a really big game, I think, in game number 4 to bounce back. So I just think these games can give you a lot of confidence. And by the way, I don't care if they play close. Like at the beginning, the opening series of the season, they were getting accolades for playing the Dodgers close. An L's an L. So you can get blown out 10-1.
Especially now.
Yeah, you get blown out 10-1, you can get blown out 3-2. You've got to win the games. Close does not count.
Yeah, and along those lines, that you just kind of led into what I was going to say about the way the pitching lines up. Gallen hasn't been good. If he's going to have a good game, he's going to have one. Like that's kind of where he has been. I mean, he was really good in the month of April, but he was really not good in the month of May. I'd almost rather throw him against Ohtani than Erod right now because Erod goes out there and gives up a run. That's great. Ohtani doesn't give up any. You know what I mean? So I'm with you on that where I'd rather have Erod out there against Emmett Sheehan tonight. Sheehan's fine. He's not anything amazing. I mean, you still have to face that Dodgers lineup. That's the real issue. Yeah. It's never Dodgers pitching that you're going up against that you're worried about. It's their lineup or Ohtani, the pitcher. But they got to take one of these first two at least, I would think, and that's never a given. You could have whoever you think the best pitcher in baseball is. Let's say Paul Skeens, just for sake of art. If you could have Paul Skeens on the mound against the Dodgers, you don't feel like it's a lock you're going to win the game. It almost doesn't matter who their starting pitcher is. But now, because you just got swept by Seattle, you got to win some games here. Like we talked to Amiel Sadeh last week, and it was in the middle of when everything was going great for the D-backs, and we asked him, like, hey, at what point do you kind of look at the standings, or do you try to avoid that? And he's like, no, I mean, right or wrong, I'm looking at him right now. But he gave that reasoning of like, you kind of want to have a plan heading towards the trade deadline. It's 2 months away, but you kind of want to feel like, hey, maybe we're going to be buyers or sellers. If you go out there and lose 3 or 4 to the Dodgers, then you've lost 6 of 7. That's sending you in the wrong direction.
Yeah, and you might be. They're not determined to what they're going to be yet, and we got really excited to what they're going to be. But it's 4 against the Dodgers. That's a lot. But the Nationals are after that. They're better than what we thought they were going to be. And then the Marlins stink. But then the Reds are in this thing. The Angels stink. The Twins are better. Then it's the Cardinals, which is at above 500, and then the Rays are above 500. So June is not going to be what last month was. The main thing that I think they have to figure out in general is, this Dodger series is big, and these first 2 games especially, but they've got to solve the above 500s. If you think you're a playoff team, you cannot have the discrepancy that they have between bad teams and good teams. They're absolutely mashing bad teams, but they cannot beat teams over 500. And so this month is going to tell them with the Dodgers, the Nationals in this whole thing, the Cardinals are going to play, the Rays are really good. You're playing a lot of high-quality teams. And I think the one thing, if we had to go back and talk to front office people with the D-backs, and this is what stinks about the season. It's so long that they need a masher now in the middle of their lineup, and you probably can't get one unless you vastly overpay.
Yeah, you basically have to wait until the end of July because which teams in baseball really feel like they're out of it? Colorado?
Giants.
Probably San Francisco.
Yeah. And a lot of teams in the AL. There's a lot of bad teams in the AL, but
there's so many bad ones that all of them are within 7 games of a wild card spot.
And the Angels are really bad.
Yeah, but even if you want to go like, okay, the only teams that aren't within 3 games of a playoff spot in the American League right now are the Angels, Royals, and Tigers. Every other team in the American League could whether they deserve to be where they are or not, could with a straight face say, I don't want to give up because even the Red Sox, who are terrible, are 3 games out of a playoff spot.
I think a perfect example, too, is like you look over the AL West, and the Astros should be, like we talked last week, there's an Alvarez or there's a Walker, would you bring Walker back?
7 games below 500. They should be out.
They should be, but because that division, and obviously we just saw what the Mariners did, but they're just hovering around 500. So the Astros are sitting there going, yeah, we're not very good, but they got a couple of really good starting pitchers that if they somehow slipped in, that's you've got a couple of good starters. So
the White Sox are in a playoff spot right now.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, that's all you need to say. Yeah, the American League's not good, but like you said, it's making it so the teams near the bottom can realistically say, well, we're not completely out of it.
Or even if they don't believe that, they can say it in a negotiation. If you're Mike Hazen and you're calling the Red Sox or whatever for a hitter, and you're like, hey, I don't know who that hitter would be off the Red Sox. Jarren Duran's good. You have outfielders. I don't know. But whoever, you call the Red Sox and you're like, you guys are 8 games below 500. We'll use Houston as the example. You guys are 7 games below 500. What's the point of even having Yordan Alvarez? And Houston can say, we're 2.5 games out of a playoff spot. You have to give us everything.
And they've come back before, so they're not going to quit.
You'll hear trash cans in the background, like getting sharpened.
Absolutely. That's what they're going to do. So, yeah, you're right. And this is all because, they added the extra team and they wanted to have these short series and they wanted to have Game 7 type atmospheres early in the playoffs. And I get all those kind of things, but it does make it difficult to say, okay, we're done on the season. Even, the Mets stink. That's a team that but do you want any of their hitters? That's the whole thing too, is, well, there's a reason you're bad. Like the Tigers.
I think Juan Soto.
Yeah, I would. I mean, if they want to absorb
Francisco Lindor's pretty good too. I like him.
Yeah,
how much does Juan Soto make? Like $1 billion?
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, who cares?
That's a good point. I never looked at it that way.
But like the Tigers, everything you hear is Tarek
Skubal
could
be a great GM.
Absolutely.
Who cares?
Take them all. But Tarek Skubal right now, as much, and we're going to have this conversation before the trade deadline. He's an Arizona guy, get it. But that's not what they need.
They need a hitter.
And if you're going to give your resources up to the Tigers, well, I think you got to do it for a hitter.
Rick would trade for Skubal and Soto.
Yeah, why not?
And Giannis.
Just why not?
I think what would be great if Rick was a GM is the conversation between him and the owner. Like, if he's like, yeah, I'm going to go make this trade, and Ken Kendrick's like, that he's owed $340 million.
Not my money.
That's true.
Exactly. Just write the check, old man. Come on, man. You got this.
You want to win? Although Juan Soto doesn't guarantee that, so maybe. All right, when we come back, the NBA Finals are set. So how much of a chance do you realistically give the New York Knicks? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf and Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The skipper of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Torey Lovullo. Is there a difference with Ketel Marte this year than in previous years?
This has absolutely 100% been the best version of Ketel that I've seen, and not just over the past 10 days since he's been fire high. The entire time when he was grinding, he will make comments about how he's going to go out and do his job and would expect the others around him to do the same. And he's never done that before. I just think emotionally he's ready to take it to that next level, and it's been very inspiring for all of us.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the ARIA difference. ARIA is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle. Let us sit down and show you exactly how it works.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Best data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery. The inflammation calms down and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. It is now official. The Los Angeles Rams traded outside linebacker Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 second-round pick, and a 2029 third-round pick to the Cleveland Browns for star defensive end Myles Garrett. Garrett set the NFL record with 23 sacks in 2025. Our John Gambadoro reports that Arizona Diamondbacks designated hitter Pavin Smith will be reinstated from the injured list, and utility man Tim Towell will be sent down. The Snakes start a 4-game series against the Los Angeles Dodgers tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame coverage starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Phoenix Mercury hosts the Minnesota Lynx tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
Again, double the breaking news in the same show. Rick, is this at least better news than your earlier announcement?
Yeah, because it's not as local.
Okay.
So
Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
We will.
Who else did the Rams trade for?
Yeah.
So this is official now, but the details aren't. So A.J. Brown has been traded from the Eagles to the Patriots, as we all expected.
Okay.
According to Mike Garafolo of NFL Network, here are the details. They traded Brown to the Patriots for a 2028 first-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick.
Well, you knew this one was probably going to happen because this was getting talked about like 2 months ago, and Mike Vrabel didn't even deny it when it was getting talked about 2 months ago. And if Mike Vrabel's not denying it, you know it's probably happening.
Right?
Yeah.
Diana Rossini was telling Diana Rossini, so how could he deny it?
Well, there you go. But I remember Mike Vrabel sitting at a press conference and them asking him about A.J. Brown, and he didn't shoot it down. And that was before the draft even. So, yeah.
Are you surprised, though, they could get a 1? Like, usually receivers, especially late in their career, and I think that A.J. Brown is addition by subtraction with the Eagles. He was just moping around all year and everything, and he was already traded. Look, Tennessee to Philadelphia, it really worked out for him. But usually late career wide receivers, they don't get number 1 picks.
Especially because, like, I don't know. I feel like that's just as much, if not more so, on Jalen Hurts because other players are having a problem with him. But A.J. Brown played a role in that.
Yeah.
You know, so if you're trading for him, don't you have some questions if you're the Patriots? Like, hey, is this guy going to come in here and be mad at Drake May within 2 weeks or whatever? And we don't even know if Drake May is going to have a coach next year, so he might be coaching the team himself, so we don't need to put extra stuff on his plate.
So they left – so they got rid of Stephon Diggs and brought in A.J. Brown. So, like, you go from one receiver with issues, I would say, that are – to one receiver with slightly less issues, but still issues.
I would say A.J. Brown has much less issues.
Yeah, he doesn't have any off-the-field concerns.
And his biggest issue is that he reads books on the sidelines and drops passes occasionally.
But this also goes to, you know, if I'm a Cardinals fan, here's the way it relates to me is you got some GMs playing checkers and some playing chess because Howie Roseman gets a number 1 pick out of New England in 2028. Now, it also tells you how good the 27 draft is because New England's like, hey, let's do this in 28.
We're not going to give you anything from 2027.
Yeah. Because all those good quarterbacks are going to have other players slide down the board, and so it's going to be a really good draft.
Let's say the Patriots are even picking like 12th. Let's say they come back to earth because they have to play NFL teams this year. They're still going to they're not going to take a quarterback, obviously, but they may get a player that should be second off the board at 12 or something.
But this is why Howie Roseman's playing chess. He jumps the Cowboys to get Mekhi Lemon, the wide receiver out of USC, after the Rams don't take him. So they already get the replacement wide receiver, and they've got A.J. Smith, and you know they got Saquon still. Like they're still going to be great. And then he goes, and everybody knows he's going to be traded. But I didn't think he'd get a 1 for A.J. Brown for not only the off the field stuff, the way he acted on the field. He wasn't overly productive. He's a good player, and he can be a number 1, but he can be moody like a lot of receivers. He gets a 1 and a 5, takes Mekhi Lemon. Gets those picks, and then next year in 28 at least, the Eagles have 2 first-round picks, and they've already got a boatload of young talent. Yeah. He's a great general manager.
And they hit on their picks too.
And
that's the other thing. Like the Eagles having the 21st pick in the draft is better than some teams picking 7th in the draft.
And then so you and I are sitting here talking about Monty Ossenford and what are you doing? And it's not that he didn't have a good offseason. He did. And when you're good, you can do these kind of things because players want to come and play for you and all these kind of things. But he gets rid of a disgruntled guy, he gets a 1 and a 5, and has already replaced him. That's high-level GM
You have to take advantage of the – I don't even want to say mistakes. Like, we don't know what Ty Simpson's going to be, but just like the sort of weird things that happen around you. All of a sudden, no, the Rams didn't take Mekhi Lemon. Okay, we'll just take him then. And A.J. Brown probably wants out of here, even though he kept saying he didn't. I mean, look, if Jalen Hurts isn't going to throw to his receivers anyway, then what's it matter which receiver you're running out there? You just put in a rookie. And, yeah, like you said, you still get a 1st and a 5th back, and all your picks seem to hit anyway over the last few years if you're Howie Roseman. So, yeah, it's clearly trade season in the NFL. Like, this might
well, today's June 1st, which means when you do trade guys, you can manipulate the cap today.
That's 2 big names getting moved today, though.
Yeah.
I want to get into this, and we may need to continue after the break with it too, but it's Knicks Spurs in the NBA Finals. It'll start on Wednesday. How much of a chance do you give the Knicks? I actually give them a fairly good chance in this series. Not my pick. I'll just stick with the Spurs, obviously, at this point. If I'm taking them over Oklahoma City, I'm going to take them over the Knicks. But I think this could be an interesting series because you pointed this out earlier. Like how I asked you a question, I'm not going to let you answer it.
Yeah, that's good. I'm good.
Victor Wembanyama is great some nights, but he's not consistently great yet.
Yeah.
He will be, but he's not yet. So the nights when he's not great, I think the Knicks are going to win those games.
Plus, you know, some guys are wired for this and some guys aren't, and I don't know this yet. There's a difference between getting to the NBA Finals, playing the NBA Finals. How is he going to respond? Because here's what New York's going to do. They're going to be really, really physical. They're going to throw a bunch of different guys at him. OG Anunoby is apparently going to get first crack at him, but I wouldn't even be surprised if like a Jason Hart, who's really smaller, where they had a Hart going after him, and then they go with a big. Now, not having Mitchell Robinson's a big deal. Cattle get his time. But I know Mike Brown's by his very nature, what Mike Brown is best at is defense. And they're going to throw a bunch of different things at him. And then the other part of it is you're going to New York, you're playing in your first finals, it's going to be loud, they're going to get on you. How is he going to respond? He's a 22-year-old guy. Now, look, he's really good, but this is his first finals. And we've seen guys over and over and over again, it wasn't their best finals when it was their first finals. Maybe he'll be absolutely great. Maybe these young Spurs continue to do what they did, like they did against Oklahoma City. The difference with Oklahoma City is, and we see this in every single sport, you know that team really, really well, and you've played them and you know their intricacies. You haven't played the Knicks a whole lot. Was it the Cup? They played them, and who cares?
Yeah.
They haven't played
Adam
a whole
Silver
lot.
cares, but yeah.
And the Knicks have had rest, and Mike Brown's a really good defensive mind. Do I think the Spurs are going to win? Yeah. But I don't think it's going to be like in 4 or 5 games. I think it's going to be a long series.
Yeah, I don't think the Spurs are at a point where they just destroy teams yet, and I do think the Knicks are legit. Like, if this were the Knicks against, I don't even know who else would have come out of the West that wouldn't be the Thunder or the Spurs, but I think you would really have to probably take the Knicks against any of those teams. This is also, and maybe this is a little bit of a test for this old theory that I don't know if it holds true so much anymore. But like the Knicks were in the conference finals last year, and they were in the second round the year before, and they were in the second round the year before that. They are playoff battle tested. They had won, they've won 7 playoff series in the last 4 years. Like they've been through. Whereas this Spurs team is just kind of, hey, here we are. We're great. We're probably going to be here for the next 10 years. You haven't been there really recently, not with this group at all. So if playoff experience is a factor still, that's heavily on the Knicks side. Maybe it isn't now because this is the 4th round of this year's playoffs, so the Spurs have won 3 rounds this year. I mean, I still think the Spurs are going to win. I think they're minus 205 to win. The Knicks are plus 170, so that's fairly significant.
Yeah, look, if you're going to, you said this before the show, we were talking in the pre-show, if you're going to get the Spurs, this is the time to get them because they're going to get all this experience, and the next time they come in, are you going to walk into a tougher arena than Madison Square Garden for the finals? Probably not ever. Mm-mm. It's going to be loud, obnoxious, all those things. So if you're going to get them, you might get them now just because of inexperience to a certain point, and maybe the physicality that they're going to throw at Wemby. But just on paper where the game is not played, San Antonio should win. But I think there are a lot of factors, and I don't think anybody's underestimating the Knicks. I think when this all started, whoever comes out of the West is going to win it. But because the Knicks have been so impressive, it's 11 in a row at about 23 points a game they're beating teams. I know who they've played, but you can't completely ignore that.
No, you can't because even regardless of who they've played, like it's clearly built some confidence and some momentum for the Knicks. Now, they haven't played a game in forever. Their last game was May 25th, so a week ago today, and it's not like game 1 is tonight. So they're going to be very well rested, if not rusty. I don't know how much of a factor this is in the NBA playoffs. Like, I know you want to get through the series as quickly as you can to just, stay relatively healthy. But they've played 14 games. They're 12-2. They're 2 shots away from, I guess, being 14-0, but they would have only played 12 games. Yeah. You know what I mean? But, like, either way, they're 2 shots away from being undefeated. What if the Spurs have played 18 games? Does it make a difference? This isn't hockey where you're just getting beat up all over the place.
I don't think so. I mean, coaches always tell you that they'd much rather be rested. I've asked that question to coaches, and they glared at you like, of course I want to be rested. But they'll come out, and this will be a storyline if the Knicks are rusty at the beginning. Oh, they're a little rusty, rest versus rust. And, they'll get into that whole thing. But the Spurs are young. I'm sure they're banged up because everybody is at this point of the season, but I don't think you can use rest or rust or anything. That's not what the series is going to be about. I kind
of want the Knicks to win just to see your reaction when you're hearing like every actor in Hollywood talking about how much they love the Knicks.
And they're all going to be wearing Knicks hats and like it's just going to be so obnoxious.
Knicks hats with like the tag still on them because they just went out. Yeah, like for the hardcore like angry New Yorker Knicks fans, like you guys have waited long enough. Go ahead and win a title.
But it's going to be, like you said, it's going to be a bunch of courtside sitting, front running, bandwagon jumping New York fans saying I've been there all along. And it's like, stop it.
Yeah.
It's going to be endless all off season.
I've been there all the way since they had Randall on the team. Like, 4 years ago. Cool. When we come back, did the Diamondbacks offense come back down to earth over the weekend, or was that more a reflection of how good the Mariners rotation is? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke. John Lund's in for Wolf on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I look back at Kyler's stay in Arizona and the things that he didn't do. He grew as a leader, but I think the Cardinals knew that was one of the knocks on him coming out of college, that he was such a superior athlete at every stop that he didn't have to rely on that component of being a quarterback. So did it develop as much? No. Did he grow in the community? Yes. Was it at the point where you'd like to see your starting quarterback grow? Probably not. But I think you said something interesting, that you're rooting for him at this point. And I think right now, a lot of Cardinal fans would agree with you. I think that changes if he does just knock it out of the park in Minnesota.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation. And that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
At the UPS store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired. They worked so hard. They built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax-efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Scorpions don't hate you. They ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller.
Hey, Wayne, what's going on today?
Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs?
Wayne, that's a good question. Do you?
No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Gambo. How did the D-back series fare against the Mariners, and what should we expect tonight from the Dodgers? We'll be live from Chase Field starting at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Don't love that Aaron Donald's name is still trending on.
I don't either. Because if I was him, and he always stays in shape, people know that.
Yeah.
He always stays in shape. Like, if I'm him, it's like, geez, I got all these guys now, and we just added Myles Garrett. Like, I don't know if they could financially fit him in. I'm sure they can because the Dodgers and the Rams have that ability to
Yeah,
just
he
fit
could just
anybody
take
in.
the league minimum and have his money deferred to whenever Shohei starts getting paid.
Exactly.
So he hasn't played since 2023. But, I mean, like you said, he's still in really good shape. And what is he? I don't know how old he
He's not
is.
even that-
35? I mean, it's not like he'd be coming back for 10 years. He'd be coming back for this year.
And plus, they did a thing, speaking of Jared Verse, who's now a proud member of the Cleveland Browns. And Verse tried to work out with Aaron Donald, and he couldn't get through the workout.
Yeah.
I mean, the dude's just a monster.
And that's why they were like, we're trading you to Cleveland.
Yes, exactly.
Where it doesn't matter if you worked out or not. Anyway, yeah, his name is trending. Nobody's saying he's coming back, like, that's reputable, but there's just a lot of memes out there that would indicate, that's great day for sports. Following up a great weekend for sports. The Diamondbacks really struggled. Rick had fun.
He's still sticking with it. That's good. I thought maybe near 4 hours would beat him down, but it has not.
If you missed it earlier, we started the show being like, man, okay, this weekend kind of sucked. Like the Spurs.
Before the big trade.
Yes, the Spurs might be on the verge of starting off like a crazy run. The Diamondbacks got swept by the Mariners. ASU's out of the college tournament. They probably should still at least be playing today. They kind of got screwed on a call at home. And Rick's like, well, I had a good weekend. And then Myles Garrett got traded to the Rams. So, yes, that's where we are. To the Diamondbacks part of this, John, just because I think people have kind of had a little skepticism about the lineup anyway. Then they went on that tear through Colorado and San Francisco and Colorado and San Francisco. They end up going up against Seattle. They lose 7-6 on Friday night. But then Saturday and yesterday, the Diamondbacks scored 3 total runs. And worse, in my mind, they had 6 total hits over the 2 games. It's just really 2 games. I think we can set aside Friday in terms of the offense.
Yeah.
It's really just 2 games in a very long schedule against a team with really good pitching. I mean, the Mariners threw 2 starting pitchers yesterday because they have too many good starting pitchers.
Yeah, they do that piggyback thing.
Yeah, which is it's weird, but I would imagine both pitchers hate that, but they're good at it.
They showed Castillo before this last one, and they took him out after 4.
Yeah.
And he just threw his glove and was screaming, and it was like,
that's good.
Keep doing it.
It's a good system.
Yeah.
But it is working for them. So how much of this is just, hey, you ran into a team that has really good pitching, or how much of this stirs up questions about the lineup again?
I think we're right back where we started because, as you pointed out, Marte and Carroll combined for 3 for 27. Marte went 0 for 12. Now, am I freaking out over Ketel Marte? No, I'm not. But what I'm saying is that there's nobody else in the lineup. And conversely, you look at the Dodgers, and it's just one after the other, after the other, after the other. They don't give the pitcher a break. Now, they are going through a couple of injuries right now, but especially at the top of their lineup, and Ohtani's hitting again now, they don't give you a break. Well, after Marte and Carroll, who's scaring you? Nobody really, and that's why at some point they're going to have to add a big bat. And then the other thing that's crazy over the weekend, 3 for 17 with runners in scoring position Friday night, 3 for 26 the entire series, but yet the Diamondbacks lead Major League Baseball still hitting 281 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
But the problem has not been, Friday night they had 17. They hadn't been getting enough chances. Then Friday night they get the chances and they go 3 for 17.
Yeah, it's it's just one thing starts working, the other thing doesn't. I mean, if you look at the individual games, you go back to Friday, Perdomo had 3 hits, Gabby had 3 hits, Jose Fernandez had 3 hits. And that's pretty much it. Like, nobody really did anything yesterday or Saturday. Eldemar Vargas had a hit in each game, but it was 1 hit. I mean, there wasn't really much going on there. And they never led in the entire series. I mean, that's not a real encouraging stat. Like, you want that series to end. Now, they had a chance to win 2 of those games. They got walked off in both of them. But you're going to need a lot of runs to beat the Dodgers. I just don't think there's going to be a lot of games where we walk in here the next day and we're like, nice 1-0 win over the Dodgers for the D-backs. Oh, the D-backs beat the Dodgers 2-1. The Dodgers are not like some unbeatable team, but they're also not a normal team. They're probably going to score some runs, even off of Erod tonight, the way he's pitching.
Well, and they have such a deep lineup. that's when you hope he can harken back. I mean, he was in the World Baseball Classic, and the Dodgers probably have a better lineup than Team USA did. But, you know, he
depending who Mark DeRosa played,
right.
like where he thought they were in the tournament.
We don't even need to win this game. So, you know, look, if they're going to win, though, I think you're right. This Diamondbacks team is not built to win 7-6, 8-7, 10-9 games anyway. So Erod's got to be great tonight. Soroka's got to be great. We'll see what Gallen's got. Ryan Nelson, we'll see. But if you're going to win games against the Dodgers, you've got to get great pitching because you're not going to outslug them.
Yeah. Here's Luis Gonzalez was on with Bickley and Murata this morning. I thought this is interesting, talking about the lineup and talking about Jerry at number 3.
I mean, if he does, he doesn't show it. I mean, every day he approaches the ballpark, he's in a great attitude, great mood. But for me, he's not a number 3 hitter in a big league lineup. He was more productive for us when he was hitting ninth, working walks, the count, and things like that. But the way our lineup is structured, he's got to be one of those guys at the top because he works the count. Our first 2 hitters are very aggressive hitters. You see when the game starts, they're swinging at the first or second pitch. They don't take pitches and get deeper in the count, especially their first at bat of the game, where most veteran guys would do that. These 2 guys they're just different athletes. They're a special, unique blend of guys in Marte and Corbin Carroll. They go up there and they're very aggressive early in the count.
I don't know when this changed really, but it's not a D-backs thing. It's just it's a baseball thing now. But the Diamondbacks, like this lineup right now, is Exhibit A, where you just put your best hitter at first, second, third, and then But with them, it really trails off. Like if you go back, probably even 5 years, right? Maybe not even 5 years. You know, Cattell and Corbin Carroll, those are your 2 best hitters. They'd be hitting 3-4 probably. Right. But now it's just they bat 1-2, and then you just you almost stack them in order of who you're. I mean, I'm with Gonzo on this. I kind of feel like I was saying this during spring training. Love Jerry. He's a great player. He's huge for this team. Defensively, he's probably their leader. I love what he does as a hitter. Number 3 hitter?
No.
Like that's no.
Even with things like you said, changing the way that they have, he had a success down in the order, and I also understand because he works pitchers and everything else. I would move him down in the order. Arenado, when he gets fully healthy, I think you can move him up. I think you could see what Waldschmidt could give you. Like you said, by his very profile, I just don't think that's his place. Also, I think maybe he's putting a little too much pressure on himself. Yeah. I didn't expect him to hit over 20 again, knocking 100 again, but he's better than this.
Put him in position. I understand why they're doing it because their lineup has some holes, but like put him in position to be the best Geraldo Perdomo he can be, because we saw that last year. He almost won MVP. That's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For John Lund, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Home buyers, listen up. This is a big one if you're in the market to buy a home. Right now through June 30th, Lund Mortgage is offering a free 1-year interest rate buydown on your purchase. That means your interest rate is a full 1% lower for the entire first year. A lower monthly payment right from day one. And normally, you would have to pay for this or the seller does. Not this time, we've got it covered. So don't wait. This ends June 30th. Get your 1% savings today. Call Lund Mortgage or go to lundmortgage.com.
Terms and conditions apply.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You know what you can trust? The protection you get when you bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive. You know what you can't trust? Everything else, apparently. Like when you saw that article that said that thing you eat every day is a superfood and great for your gut health. But then 30 seconds later, a different article warns you to avoid it and it's taking years off your life. Well, which is it? Kind of a big difference there. Anyway, bundle home and auto insurance with Progressive for reliable coverage in a reliably unreliable world. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. Question for you. I've heard that gold is at an all-time high. I know there's people that have a drawer or the back of a jewelry box. Maybe it's pieces they've never worn or don't wear anymore. Maybe they inherited something. How easy is it to turn that into cash?
They walk out with a check. Oftentimes, they're really flabbergasted by the amount of money that it's worth now. His gold was $300 an ounce for 25 years, which is really significant. So even if you have one charm left over and one earring that doesn't match anymore and a broken chain and something like that, you can get a little bit of money and go out for dinner. So it's fun. One of the other things is that you can come in anytime we're open. You don't need an appointment. We're flexible to work with your schedule, and we'll get you in and out of there quick.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks are back at Chase Field after their 6-game road trip, where part of the road trip went well, the other part of the road trip not so well. They're coming off of being swept by the Seattle Mariners in 3 games, and now they get a nice, easy layup. I'm choked up by it, as you can tell, against the LA Dodgers. 4 games starting tonight. Eduardo Rodriguez will kick things off on the mound. He'll oppose right-hander Emmett Sheehan. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. We've also got Burns and Gambo. Gambo and Tim Ring today, live from Chase Field, getting you ready for this pivotal series against an NL West rival. Mercury are also in action in downtown Phoenix tonight, so plan ahead if you haven't already. They also brought back Lexi Held earlier. They've announced she was waived by the Tempo. Now she's back in the Valley. Potentially could make her debut tonight with the Merc. Tip-off against the Lynx is at 7. And then in the NFL, a massive trade with ramifications out west. The LA Rams have acquired single-season sack leader and the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett, from the Cleveland Browns. Browns received Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick, 2028 second, and a 2029 third in the deal. By the way, the Half Day Club is back. You can get lower-level Diamondbacks tickets for just $9.87 before tax and fees. Catch D-backs Angels on June 17th, Diamondbacks A's on July 22nd, or catch both. Text HALF to 620-620 for details.
Burns and Gambo with Ringer in for Burns. Live at Chase Field to preview D-backs versus Dodgers on the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Swung on by Thompson. Fly ball slicing towards the left field line. It's hit fairly well. Waldschmidt going back.
He makes an acrobatic catch, bangs into the netting, and then hurls the ball back in the vicinity of second.
Incredible catch. Listen to every D-backs game on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Monday in Phoenix. John Gambadoro and Tim Ring coming to you from Chase Field as we get set for a 4-game set against the Los Angeles Dodgers, a huge series. Diamondbacks and Dodgers, it always is. I've always had a hatred for this team. Tim, I think it goes back to the 70s. The Yankees played them in the World Series 3 times, beat them twice, lost to them once. So I've never really liked the Dodgers. There's players I liked. I always liked Tommy John. I love Tommy John, but then he came to the Yankees. But there's always been that hatred of the Dodgers. So when they come to town, it's a big deal.
Well, Reggie Jackson took him yard for 3.
3 home runs in one game.
1977.
Incredible. They won the back-to-back
77,
78, and 76. They were swept by the Reds. The Dodgers came back later and beat them. They had that vaunted infield that was incredible with Steve Garvey at first and Davey Lopes at second and Bill Russell at short and Ron Say at third base. Just an incredible infield. And had some tremendous players. They've had a great storied history and tradition coming from Brooklyn to L.A., but there's always been a dislike with the Dodgers. Always been a dislike.
And we'll get more into the series, obviously, over the next 4 hours. But speaking of the Yankees, one of the Yankee dynasties in the mid-'90s won 3 in a row. And the Dodgers this year, this club, this team, is trying to become the first team since that Yankee team to win 3 World Series titles in a row. And right now, as we hit June here on the old calendar, the Dodgers look very much like one of the top 2 teams in baseball, if not the best.
Well, let's waste no further time. Let's tell you what our top story of the day is.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Game on the line as the 1-0. And Robles swings and grounds it towards short. Perdomo dives to knock it down, but he can't get to it fast enough. And the Mariners have walked off the Diamondbacks by a final score of 3-2. And they sweep Arizona in a 3-game weekend set.
Yeah, you can't play the Giants and the Colorado Rockies all the time. They ran into I don't even want to say a buzzsaw. They just they got swept by the Seattle Mariners in a series in which they just couldn't hit. I mean, they just could not hit. The Arizona Diamondbacks held to 3 hits on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. Their top of the lineup guys really struggled. Cattell went 0 for 11. Corbin went 3 for 14. So what's that, 3 for 25 for your number 1 and number 2 hitters? Couldn't score with the runner on second in the 10th inning on Friday. Couldn't score with the runner on second yesterday. So twice they couldn't get that run home, and they end up losing those 3 games to the Mariners after that incredible run of winning 11 out of 13 against San Francisco and Colorado.
Well, you lose a couple games in 10 innings, and you lose some ground in the standings and the wild card race. But again, I think in early June, you can't get wrapped up in that. What you can get wrapped up is in the narrative now that certainly surrounds the ball club. You hope it doesn't really permeate the clubhouse, but the D-backs can't beat good teams. And the fear is this team a paper tiger in terms of beating up the easier teams on the schedule. Now, we're going to learn a lot more about that exact topic, I think, over these next 4 days with the Dodgers in town. But they had a speed train of momentum going into Seattle, and that train was stopped dead in its tracks. I mean, when Marte and Carroll both don't hit, and also, Gambo, that long run of great quality starts in the last 22 games.
Yeah, it comes to an end.
They didn't get a single one in Seattle. Kelly wasn't awful.
Kelly was fine.
He was fine,
not great, but
he didn't get through 6, so he doesn't get the unofficial quality start. It's just, I think, Gambo, they were down 5-1 on Friday night, and they came back to get that game into extra innings. I think if they would have found a way to pull that game out, not only would they want to have at least one game in the series, I think momentum would have carried maybe into Saturday and Sunday, and you would have had a different story. So now they got to fight to get it back against arguably the best team in baseball now over the next 4 days.
Yeah, really, really, really strong. Outside of the one big inning that you mentioned on Friday, they scored single runs in only 5 of the 28 innings. They were blanked in 23 of the 29 total innings they played. Very limited chances. Even yesterday, Fernandez lined out in the second. It was just too shallow to score Waldschmidt. He got held up at third base. Then Fernandez was also out on a bunt attempt when the bunt hit him. They had a one-out walk from Marte and a double by Corbin in the 6th, but they only scored the one run because Perdomo hits into the fielder's choice. Crawford throws out Marte at the plate. Corbin then scores on a wild pitch. That's a one run. In the 8th, I thought they had their chance in the 8th. Gabby's got the pinch hit single. He goes to third when Naylor throws the ball away on Tawa's bunt attempt. So you got first and third, nobody out. But again, just the one run in that inning, the sac fly by Marte. Corbin then grounds out, and Perdomo was robbed of a great play by their second baseman. Young just made a terrific play. There was a roster move today, as I reported earlier. Tim Tawa has been optioned to AAA Reno. Pavin Smith has been reinstated. Pavin Smith, I'm expecting he will be in the lineup today. I was told to expect that, but I haven't seen the lineup yet. But I'm expecting that he is going to play. So Pavin Smith is back with the Diamondbacks, and Tim Tawa was optioned to AAA Reno. So that'll be the move, and we'll see if Pavin can get some opportunities, give them a little bit of a pop from the left side of the plate.
Yeah, and they could use some of that too, Gambo. And getting back to what I talked about in the opening monologue there is the D-backs right now are feasting on teams below 500. They're 23-8, and they're 8-19 against teams with a record of 500 or better. That's a bottom 5 mark in all of baseball, and now they got the Dodgers coming in here this week for 4 at Chase Field. The good news is, Gambo, here at Chase Field, they're 18-10 through 28 games. That's the best 28-game home start, I think, in about a half dozen years for this D-backs ball club.
I think LA's 18-10 on the road.
Well, they're good at home and on the road. I mean, yeah. the Gamble, the Dodgers have won 14 out of 17. Okay, they're 14-3. In fact, the D-backs
on a tear.
When the D-backs were 2 games under 500 in mid-May, and they weren't playing all that well, they were 5.5 back. And even after the strong showing against the D-backs, against the Giants and the Rockies, the D-backs have, at the end of the day, since mid-May, lost ground to the Dodgers. Not much, but it's interesting, Gamble. You and I have talked about this before. Is this season really about challenging the Dodgers for the division title? It'd be nice, but I think for the D-backs, really the goal is to win enough games to put yourself in a good wild card spot. Because I think this team behind me that's warming up right now in Dodger Blue, they are going to be a very tough team to catch, and I don't care who the other team was in the National League West.
Well, the National League is very strong this year, and the American League is not so strong. So it is a difficult year to make the wild card. But that stretch of baseball they played put them in the top spot for the wild card. Now, with the 3-game loss to Seattle, tough streak. I would have loved to have gotten one of those games. Yesterday was I would have loved to have got that one yesterday. They're just not hitting right now. So, they ran into pretty good pitching in Seattle, some really good starting pitching, and even the piggyback game yesterday, and they just weren't able to get it done. They get swept. It would have been nice to take one, but they still today, even after that sweep, that's why that 11-2 stretch was so important. It gives you a little bit of margin for error. Not a lot, but a little bit. Today, they are still in a wild card spot, the last wild card spot, but they're still in a wild card spot thanks to the 11-2 record against San Francisco and Colorado. Get swept by Seattle, but here comes the Dodgers, playing better, like you mentioned. They're on a little bit of a tear right now. They're not the best team in baseball. They don't have the best record in baseball, but they're probably still the World Series favorites.
Oh, I would think so, and I know in a power ranking that came out, maybe today they were ranked number 2, but I think you put a gun to every GM's head and ask him who's the best and most dangerous team in baseball. I think it's the team that's here tonight. Now, you got Erod going tonight for the D-backs. That's a good thing. He's been one of the best pitchers in all of baseball here in the first 2 months of the season. I'm really concerned about Game 3, Gambo. We'll talk about that more, obviously, after tonight. But Zach Gallen struggled again over the weekend against Seattle, and Ohtani takes the mound for the Dodgers. They're going to miss Yamamoto. That's good.
Yes.
Because he absolutely shredded the Pittsburgh Pirates on Sunday. So they'll miss him.
And he didn't go deep in the game, but he had, 10 strikeouts?
In less than 6 innings.
In less than 6 innings, he had 10 strikeouts. So, yeah, you're happy to miss him. But still, good pitching staff. They've got a bunch of guys shelved. Their bullpen, Edwin Diaz is out, and Phillips is out, and Stewart's out. They've got a little bit of a left field problem right now with Teoscar Hernandez out. But and Mookie Betts is not having a good year. I don't think that they're as feared as, they were coming into the season because some of the issues they had. But there they are, still in first place in the National League West and still a threat to win the World Series.
Well, they just, the rookie, the depth of the Dodgers, right? I mean, they just plug dudes in. I mean, a rookie came up on Sunday in his 3rd game and hit a home run to help his team get a win. And listen, when you have that kind of payroll, you should have a lot of depth when you spend over $400 million.
Youth over experience. The Spurs get it done in Game 7 and send Oklahoma City packing. We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Game on the line as the 1-0. And Robles swings and grounds it towards short. Perdomo dives to knock it down, but he can't get to it fast enough. And the Mariners have walked off the Diamondbacks by a final score of 3-2. And they sweep Arizona in a 3-game weekend set.
D-backs start up a 4-game series with the Dodgers tonight. So we discuss what happened in the Mariners series and preview what's next for the D-backs on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
At Liberty GMC, the deals are great. The best offers on the best GM trucks and SUVs you can find, but it doesn't stop there. Dave Burns back here with you for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. No, it doesn't stop there, because at Liberty GMC, they take servicing your vehicle to the next level, starting with what I think is the best tire deal you're going to find. Now, normally, I hate buying tires, but with a deal like this, it makes me want to get new tires for my car. Buy 2 tires and get 2 free on any make, any brand. That's right. Any make, any brand. All you do is buy 2 and you'll get 2 free from Liberty GMC. Now that's on top of the already great service that you're going to get, and that includes their late night shift. You drop off your car by 8 p.m. It's ready for you the next day. It's all at Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time. libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Speed and power. Get your Corbin Carroll 30-30 mystery bobble on Saturday, June 6th, courtesy of Chase. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
Hey,
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Can the Diamondbacks get the bats awakened against the Dodgers? That and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Ahead to Vassell, who goes in for the dunk, and the San Antonio Spurs have done it. There will be a new champion in the NBA. A new era has dawned. It's Wemby's West. The Spurs are going to the NBA Finals.
Look at the emotion from Wemby. Unbelievable.
What a hell of a call. Who was that on the call?
That was Mike Tirico on NBC.
That's a great call right there. Wemby's West. There'll be a new champion. Yeah, the Spurs take down Oklahoma City 111-103. Just an incredible game. Like always, I can't not take notes on the freaking game. I just don't know why. I don't know why. I can't not take them.
I do that. I do that for Suns games, not for this game.
I'm
but for
sitting
Suns
there.
Games.
It was so close going into the fourth quarter, 80-77. And I'm like, I just got to have this in front of me so when I do the show, I'm able to chart it and see what happened. But the Spurs, way ahead of schedule. Champagne's 22, Vassell's 25, Castle's 21, Harper's 20, Fox is 28, Keldon Johnson's 26. What's Wembanyama, 17?
Wembanyama in the game.
Age?
Oh, yeah, right.
No, I'm teasing. Like,
no, he's 22 years old.
Right. It's just it's such a young basketball team that nobody thought that this team this year would be in the position that they were. Now, they benefited from a huge injury to Oklahoma City's second-best player, a huge injury. But when it counted most, they were able to get it done. Why? Chet Holmgren was a disappearing act. Wemby had such an incredible supporting cast in that basketball game. It was absolutely unreal. One of the youngest teams in the NBA to get to the finals. The average age of the Spurs is 25 years and 20 days. Rutrow for the West. The average Harper, Vassell, Castle, Wemby, like we always said that. We said it about Oklahoma City too. Like they're going to be back for a while.
And we said it about the Nuggets too when they won it. It's like, okay, this team is not going anywhere for a long time.
But then they didn't want to keep their two biggest role players, Bruce Brown and who was the other one? Mitchell.
Well, no, Jeff Green got old. I mean,
they got rid of two of their best role players from that team that won the championship. They thought they'd rely on,
but that's starting
on the young guys, and it didn't work out. But this team, the 77 Portland Trailblazers were the youngest to make it to the NBA Finals. You got to go back to 1977 to find a team that was as young as the Spurs. They got it done. They were incredible. Wemby, and they didn't have to rely on Wemby down the stretch because he was useless. When he picked up his fifth foul with 6 minutes and 48 seconds left, they got him out of the game. They took him out of the game for about a minute, just 1 minute, then they brought him back. But if you go look at the baskets, Champagnie, three-pointer. Harper put back off a Champagnie miss. Harper, three-pointer. Castle put back off a Champagnie miss. There was nothing that Wembanyama was doing. And the end of he was just there. His presence was there.
Champagne hit monster shot after monster shot. It's like every time Oklahoma City
I thought Johnson was unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean every time
he was the key to that fourth quarter for them. He was so three-pointer, corner three, so many big shots that Johnson hit. But it was everybody, right? It was Johnson.
It was everybody.
It was Castle. It was Champagnie. But it wasn't Wembanyama in the fourth quarter because in foul trouble, not wanting foul out of the game, I think his presence was just there to deter guys from going in the paint. But they clearly didn't want him to foul out, so they went to other guys for big shots.
But he hit big shots in the first three quarters. I mean, look, everybody on that team right now was a star in his role, and I think any basketball coach will tell you the great teams have guys that are stars in their roles. You look at Oklahoma City, they were without Jalen Williams, and they were without Jalen Williams, and they were essentially without Chet Holmgren because he was completely neutralized from Wembanyama. Now, when you say stars in their roles, now you had guys on the Thunder having to do above and beyond what they normally would do, and SGA is out there looking for Alex Caruso to be a second banana in the fourth quarter for Game 7, and as good as he is as a role player, that's not really what he's built to do. And I think the Thunder were completely out of sorts with Williams being out and Holmgren being neutralized. I'll tell you this, Gambo. RIP home court advantage in the NBA in Game 7s of these playoff series over the last 5 years. In fact, home teams have a losing record. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I knew it wasn't looking as dominant as it was for the first 50 years of the league when home teams won about 80% of the time in Game 7. I mean, since 2021, we won't count the bubble, but home teams have a losing record. They're 7-10 in home games in Game 7s. We saw what, obviously, the Mavericks did to the Suns a couple of years ago, but this right now with the Spurs, and not only were they a lottery team last year, they've been a lottery team the last 6 years. And I'll be damned, they hit on those top 5 draft picks. I mean, you're not going to miss on Wembanyama. We understand that. But to hit on Harper and to hit on Castle, compared to like what the Suns did with 3 top 5 picks in a row with DeAndre Ayton, Josh Jackson, and Dragan Bender, it helps to hit on your draft picks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So they'll take on the Knicks, and they will start in San Antonio. So we're going to be joined by Corbin Carroll in a second. Whenever he's ready, he'll come on by. After that tough series against Seattle, we're out here at Chase Field, Diamondbacks and the Dodgers for a 4-game series starting tonight with Erod Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound. So we'll get you set for that. And our good friend, always joining us, Corbin Carroll. We're going to let him put the headphones on and talk about his return to Seattle. And that was I'll give him a chance to put those headphones on. How are you? Good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, you guys as well.
So how was it? How was it returning to Seattle? You grew up a Mariners fan. You grew up in that area. What was it like to be back in Seattle?
Yeah, it's always a great time. It's like you said, growing up a Mariners fan, that being the ballpark that I went to growing up, I kind of caught myself looking around a couple times and being like, this is pretty cool.
What was your favorite memories of being a fan of Seattle? What teams or what players do you remember the most outside of Ichiro?
Yeah, I mean, King Felix.
Yeah, of course, Felix Hernandez.
Yeah, and the King's court, everyone's got their K signs.
Man.
That was kind of probably the coolest little gimmick that they had there.
Did you go to a lot of games as a kid?
Probably 10-ish a year.
Oh, that many, huh?
There. Yeah.
Yeah. So you grew up at basically grew up in the ballpark.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to more than 2 or 3 games a year, 10 games a year. It
was definitely more than 2 or 3. Dad kind of did a group ticket split.
Yeah. Was your first love baseball as a kid growing up?
Yeah. I always loved baseball. That was always my favorite sport.
Now, how many friends and family were at the game? At the games? Did you have to get a lot of ticket requests?
I got really lucky. My mom handled that. She got like a group ticket package, and kind of was just like, hey, like, let's all sit together, get a good group. So had over 100 between the couple days.
You know, it's always great to go back, as you said, but I was thinking back to what a magical All-Star game appearance that must have been for you, so young in your career, to go back. I mean, that nothing will probably ever top that when it comes to homecomings, unless you go win a World Series there, of course.
Yeah, no doubt. But that was super special.
Yeah, and what, 40,000+ in the ballpark every night? Great atmosphere to play in, huh?
It was. That first night, honestly, was playoff loud. It was, I think a big weekend for them in terms of great weather, doing a couple giveaways, like 90s weekend. So they got a great crowd there, and it was loud.
Any memory of the A-Rod, Randy Mariners from back in the day?
No, Ichiro's kind of my first memory. But, yeah, I mean, I'd go to games when I was a little kid. But yeah, probably 2006, 2007. Those are kind of my first memories.
First memories. All right, tough series. You guys got swept. Offense really struggled against their pitching. What did you notice in that series?
Yeah, I mean, notice that they've got some good arms over there. That's undeniable.
Yeah, their starting pitching was great.
Yeah, they pitched really well. So you got to kind of tip the cap there. But in my mind, you can't let something like that, run into a hot team like that, change your approach as a team. You in some sense, you have to have a short memory. You've got to stick what's been working for us the whole year and just keep going.
Are you guys aware, Corbin, of the record against teams over 500? Because there's a narrative building now. After doing so well against the Giants and the Rockies, it was like, hey, great stretch. Let's see how they do now against a team that's over 500, and then you go out and get swept. How difficult is that? And I'm sure the clubhouse is not talking about that, but it's important, obviously, to beat the better teams in the league as well.
Yeah, I mean every team, every team we got to treat them the same. Every win matters. For us to be where we want to be at the end of the year, and obviously stacking up against teams like we just played and we'll continue to play tonight. Those are the teams that are playoff caliber teams, and in order to have success in the playoffs, you obviously need to be able to stack up well against those teams, and so. We're fully aware of that and just want to play good baseball.
Now, I would have said if somebody said one of the Diamondback players was at the fish market tossing fish around, I would have thought it would have been you. And it was Ginkel.
It was Ginkel? Okay, yeah.
Did you know that? What's it called? Pike something or other?
Pikes Peak?
The big fish market. I've been there plenty of times. It's awesome.
Pikes Place.
Yeah, Pike's Place. They were showing video of Ginkel catching the fish and throwing the fish, and I thought it would have been you.
Yeah, I saw Vargy and I saw Barroso over there. I didn't know it was Ginkel chucking those fish around, but yeah, no, I mean, had a nice day with friends and family.
Yeah, it's a good place to eat too in Seattle, right? A lot of good food.
Yeah, Corbin, let's talk this Dodgers series real quick. I mean, obviously you haven't seen them since the first 3 of the season. You guys are a much different ball club, I think, since then. Keys to getting out with a series win when it's all said and done on Thursday night.
Yeah, got 4, so series win. That'd mean
that'd be 3 out of 4. We'll take it.
3 out of 4 or 4-0 would be great. Yep.
Yeah, I would say that would definitely be a win to come away from a series, with a record like that against a team like this. I would say that would give us a lot of confidence in something to build on going forward. But yeah, I mean, it's a really good team over there. They play well in all facets of the game. Their bullpen's very tough. Their starters, I know they got a couple guys banged up right now, but we've seen these guys plenty, so we know we're in for a tough task.
Have you talked to Alek Thomas at all? I know they were kind of working on his swing a little bit. He told me when he got over there, trying to kind of break down his swing a little bit. But ever since he got traded to LA, any conversations with your old teammate?
Yeah, a little bit. Just kind of asked him how he was liking what he was working on when he was doing his his swing stuff. And yeah, he was complimentary. He said he liked what they were working on, and I saw he got into maybe like an AZL game the other day, maybe trending towards getting back to really competing. So yeah, just always wish a guy like that you've played so long with and had so much just so many experiences with. You wish him all the best.
Yeah, I root for him. Good kid. What has the youth movement done for you guys when you see Fernandez coming up and contributing, and then Waldschmidt with the way he's played both offensively and defensively, throwing the runner out at the plate the other day, and then Troy comes up? I mean, has it been a little bit of a shot in the arm to get some of these young guys up?
It's been awesome. Waldschmidt has done a really nice job since he's been up. Tommy is obviously, still getting his feet wet a little bit, a few games in, and I think the job that Hosey's done, Fernandez, with you play for a stretch and then sit and just kind of plug and play.
It's hard.
As a young player, as a player, seeing major league pitching for the first time, I'm so impressed with him and the job he's done.
The 11 out of 13 against San Francisco and Colorado. You guys played some of your best baseball there, and it started with you and Ketel at the top of the lineup. You guys getting the job done offensively. Do you feel that? Do you feel like you guys really have to set the tone for this offense to go?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've got a great offense. We've got a lot of players that can get the job done, and so I think my mindset's always to be one of 9 and just play complementary baseball. I think when you try and start forcing yourself to be the guy, I think that that's not where you play your best baseball. And I think just trying to flow and play good baseball and let good things happen.
Yeah, expound on that a little bit, because it seems like when you study the Arizona Diamondbacks, especially this year, when Corbin Carroll and Ketel Marte are hitting, the D-backs are really tough to beat. And when those two guys are not hitting, they're a lot easier to beat. But listening to you, it sounds like you don't want to kind of put that pressure on yourself. I don't know how Ketel feels about it, but that's not the way you look at it individually.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's applicable to life, and just some things like the harder you try, especially in a game like baseball, it's not always when you're trying your hardest that you have the best results. And so I think just trying to trust my process, take it a day at a time, realize that not every day is going to be great, and being okay with that, and just keep working and putting in the hours. That's kind of my mentality. Has been my mentality this year.
Have you faced Ohtani yet?
Yeah, I have. I think just one time though.
Just the one time. Do you look forward to that? Like, is it a matchup like, do you think about it a couple days ahead and say we're going to have to face Ohtani with what he's been doing so far this year?
Yeah, obviously he's been having an incredible year, especially on the mound, and I feel like his highlights are everywhere, and so if you're a fan of baseball, you're pretty aware of what that guy's doing. So definitely understand, that he's going to be a real tough task here in a couple days, and just excited for the opportunity.
You got him, you got Sanchez, you got the Milwaukee kid that throws the ball 103 miles per hour every time. How do you hit a pitch that's 103 miles an hour?
Not easy, yeah, not easy.
You have to start, honestly, 98 is, and 99 and 100 is tough, right? But to face somebody throwing 103 miles an hour, any strategy to that? You just try to get the barrel of the bat started a little bit quicker?
Yeah, I mean, that kid's special. You see the 103, but it's a low release, so it's got some ride on top of being 103, and he's got real top of the league extension as well. So it's a special fastball, one of the best fastballs I've seen, if not the best.
How ballpark should be jumping tonight, Corbin. I would imagine there's going to be a lot of energy in the building tonight. Basic question, but how excited are you guys to get out there tonight and face the Dodgers? Not only game one, but all 4 games in terms of the environment that this ballpark will probably serve you guys this week.
Yeah, definitely excited. I think, starting off the road trip hot, and then, going and getting our tails tucked a little bit in Seattle. It'll be nice to get back in front of the home.
Could have won 2 of those games. You could have won all 3 of them, to be honest with you.
Losses.
We struggle a lot of times getting that runner in the 10th inning. Last year, same thing. We just can't get that run in from second base sometimes. It's frustrating, and these other teams do it. But when you look at the Dodgers and you go into the season, the talent you've got. You got Corbin Burns coming back, in July. You've got A.J. Puck on the verge of coming back. You got Pavin back today. Everybody just pencils the Dodgers in. I mean, do you feel like this team can – you are competing to win the division. Do you feel like you could overtake the Dodgers?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a talented team. I think reasonably a lot of things would have to go right for us, but I just feel like we have the players and the staff and the will to go out there and compete with anybody, and so I wouldn't put anything out of the question.
Good. Beat their ass, because I hate this team. I've hated this team my whole life. Ever since I started watching baseball, I've always hated the Dodgers. Corbin, thanks for joining us, my friend.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Corbin. Appreciate it.
Always good to have Corbin Carroll on the show. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Corbin. Good luck tonight, man.
All right, so we are going to be joined by the Dodgers athletic beat writer, Katie Wu. We'll get an update on that in just a couple seconds. So we have a lot to go on the program. I think we were supposed to have her at 2:30, but we're going to push that back just a little bit to see where we are at. So when we come back, we'll talk a little bit about one of the biggest trades in the National Football League, and it had to do with the Los Angeles Rams. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The golf outing that me, Dan Bickley, and Vince Marotta had, I take a step, and all of a sudden the bottom of my shoe comes off. Like in a Charlie Chaplin movie where I'm a hobo of some sort. Then I got a delicious turkey sandwich, and I'm eating it. Oh, what a tasty treat this is. My turn to hit. I put it down on the seat, go out and line up my shot. All of a sudden, a blackbird swarms in and starts eating my sandwich. I chase after it with a club, and it flies away with half of my turkey sandwich in its mouth. A bird stole my sandwich.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. I saw a $29 AC tune-up ad the other night, and I just laughed. I mean, nobody's sending a skilled technician to your house for just $29 without a catch. Our complete AC tune-up is $159.95, and we actually tune it up. We clean your coils, check and replace your Freon, measure airflow. We run full diagnostics. It's real maintenance. Make the precision decision today. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Make the precision decision with Precision Air.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate.
What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Big one tonight at Chase Field. Diamondbacks' first of 4 games against the Dodgers. We got an announcement for their roster as well. Pavin Smith, he's back from the 60-day injured list. Tim Taw was sent down to AAA Reno to clear room and to clear space on the 40-man roster. Carlos Santana transferred to the 60-day injured list. First pitch at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
D-backs Dodgers tonight from Chase Field. Coverage begins at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
I want to thank Corbin Carroll for joining us, stopping by, spending a few minutes. We're going to be joined in just a couple of minutes by Katie Wu, covers the Dodgers for The Athletic. We'll talk some Dodgers baseball with her. Before we do that, we just got a couple quick minutes. I wanted to talk about this blockbuster trade between the Browns and the Rams. I got to be honest with you. I love Myles Garrett, and he's a better player than Jared Verse. This is a great trade for Cleveland. They get Verse, 2-time Pro Bowl player, NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year, 25 years old. They get a first-round pick in 27, a second-round pick in 28, a third-round pick in 29. The Rams get Garrett. They're in a go-for-it-now mode. They're trying to win it all. 23 sacks last year. I get the trade from the Rams, but, man, I like it for Cleveland. A first, a second, a third, and a young superstar in Verse.
Well, if you're going to trade Myles Garrett, the best defensive player in football, you might want to get a haul. You know,
they got a haul.
And this, every once in a while, a trade is a win-win. It's a fair deal. Both teams get what they want out of it. They shake hands and they move on. I think of Pat Riley in the NBA. He wants Giannis. He wants to give up a bunch of guys that he doesn't care if he loses or not. You want Kevin Durant. You want to give up a bunch of guys that you don't care if you lose. The Rams cared about losing Jared Verse, and the Browns got him. and that's a good young football player, and you get a first, a second, and a third. I mean, Myles Garrett was the NFL Defensive Player of the Year, I believe, 2 of the last 3 years.
Twice in the last 3 years.
Yeah, and he set the NFL record for sacks in a season last year. He's a 5-time first-team All-Pro. Look, this makes the Rams better in 2026.
And that's all that matters. Because Stafford's got a limited window because of the age, 1 or 2 more years. They added McDuffie. They're doing everything they can to try and win right now. All right, when we come back, we'll be joined by Katie Wu. She covers the Dodgers for The Athletic. We'll talk a little Dodgers baseball as we get set for a 4-game series right here at Chase Field. That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I'll fully cop to this. I thought Zach Allen was going to have a bounce-back year. I absolutely thought that at the start of this season. And I would say until this month, I felt pretty good about it because if you look at the beginning of his season, faced the Dodgers in March, gave up 4 runs in 4 innings, but he was throwing a no-hitter through 4 innings. Like, whatever, it's the Dodgers, okay? It's the opener. 5 starts in the month of April, he had a 2.19 ERA. So, not only did I think he was going to have a bounce-back year going into the season, I really felt like it a month ago at this time. But his ERA now for the season is actually worse this year than it was last year.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. And if you're looking for a great financial advisor, I recommend Stuart Willis, a fiduciary. 5 locations in the Valley, helping people with their retirement plan, financial plan, estate plan, tax plan. Nobody does it better than Stuart. You may have seen him on TV locally here with the Asset Preservation Hour. Does an outstanding job of helping people. Tax plan, you got to have it. A lot of us are putting money away tax deferred. One day that tax bill is going to be due. So you want to make sure that your financial advisor is not just helping you grow your money, but also has a tax plan for you. Get a free portfolio review right now. Call 602-877-PLAN. They'll put you in touch with Stuart. You set that meeting, get that plan together. It's very simple. Just call 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a diamond sourcing expert, I'll tell you just how differently we source our diamonds so your engagement ring can be the most beautiful. We work directly with our diamond partners who reserve the best stones just for us. We handpick and inspect each diamond, then negotiate the best price. At Shane Company, we believe this is the only way to properly buy a diamond, because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I don't even know how many friends and neighbors that I've referred America Roofing to. All I do know is that America Roofing was just named Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year. Literally the best in the biz for a quarter century now. Home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Calvisi. There's a reason why. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide are also A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. And right now, at AmericaRoofingCo.com, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius.
Mm-hmm.
He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. If you find the new home you want, that's a big deal. So buy it now, then sell the old one later. And here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do any showings. You don't have to do any double moves If you ever tried to do a double move before, you know you don't want to do it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar, and they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
It's D-backs Dodgers at Chase Field, and the Burns and Gambo Show is live on location ahead of tonight's series opener on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Dodgers Diamondbacks tonight from Chase Field, start of a 4-game set. Arizona was putting a little pressure on L.A. when they won 11 out of 13 from San Francisco and Colorado, but a little slip-up in Seattle, getting swept by the Mariners. Meanwhile, the Dodgers are on an absolute tear, playing some great baseball. What is it, 14 out of 17 for the Dodgers right now? And joining us, covers the Dodgers daily, Katie Wu from The Athletic, Tim Ring, John Gambadoro. Katie, how are you?
Gentlemen, I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Thanks
how
for
are
coming
you?
on. Appreciate you. Let's start with Nolan Arenado. You covered the Cardinals for many years. Nolan Arenado, they basically gave up on him, paying a lot of his salary. Got off to a terribly slow start here, but has really heated up, giving them a great bat in the middle of the lineup and still playing great defense at his age.
And I think that's exactly what Arizona was looking for when they traded for Arenado. They wanted the defense at third base. We know that he's a future Hall of Famer at the hot corner. And the question was, can he be enough of the secondary offense? They don't need him to hit cleanup. They don't need him to hit third. They need him to drive in some runs in the middle of the order. I know the beginning of April didn't look so hot, but you look at his swing, the pull tendency at the ballpark, and how he's always kind of raked in the NL West. And you thought, okay, maybe he just needs some time to acclimate. And now I think you're seeing a much better version all around from Nolan Arenado. It's great to see.
Did you feel like he was just on the decline the last few years? What was the issues with the decline and why St. Louis didn't want him anymore?
I think it was more the direction that the Cardinals were going. They're supposed to be rebuilding. They are winning a lot for a team that's supposed to be rebuilding, but they really wanted to put an emphasis with their new front office on their young up-and-coming core. Arenado is 35 years old, didn't really fit that plan, and he was very candid. He wants to win. He wants to come to a contender. That's why he waived his no-trade clause to come to Arizona, because I think he believes they can be a wild card contender. That wasn't really in the cards for St. Louis when the season first started, so it was a combination of both the team wanting to move on to open up other opportunities for their young players, and Arenado saying, hey, I'm 35 years old. I'm, again, one of the game's best third basemen. I've played in 8 total playoff games in my 13-year career. I would really like to improve that number.
Well, Katie, you're here to talk Dodgers. I can't find many holes in this ball club. You can talk about the Atlanta Braves and everybody else in the National League. They're still the team to beat in the NL and maybe all of Major League Baseball. We've talked about their play lately, winning 14 of 17, 38 and 21 now. Through 2 months of the season, give me your kind of top 2 or 3 storylines about this ball club. Man, not only a lot of talent, Katie, but a lot of depth. Anybody can beat you on any given night.
Yeah, it's the Dodgers world. We're just living in it. Even when I think they're going to be tested with their depth shows up, and they keep winning ball games. They had no Mookie Betts for almost the first month of the season, no Tyler Glasnow, no Blake Snell for the immediate future. Edwin Diaz is on the IL. They have 14 players on the injured list right now, and they've still, again, won 14 of their last 17. They're platooning in left field right now. Teoscar Hernandez landed on the IL with a strained hamstring. So you're seeing some guys kind of from AAA that would probably start for any other club now getting their shot to kind of platoon. Alex Call, Ryan Ward in there and left. And again, it just goes back to the Dodgers being able to fill holes with their immense depth. And then when you have guys like Ohtani and Freddie Freeman and Kyle Tucker and Mookie Betts, you can kind of get away with taking a gamble on your depth. The thing for the Dodgers, as you all well know in the division, is their depth is still pretty good.
I remember when I was Daniel Hudson is a friend of ours. He lives in the Valley here, pitched for the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. And I asked him, like, how are they so freaking good? He goes, they just don't make mistakes. Like, outside of maybe, like, Noah Syndergaard, you know, like the Diamondbacks have made mistakes. Madison Bumgarner was a mistake, right? So they've made – the Dodgers very rarely make a big money mistake. All of these guys – I know Betts isn't having a good year, but Betts works out. Freeman works out. A lot of their big free agent signings usually work out. You may have to deal with some injuries, but those guys usually, you know, aren't like Madison Bumgarner where you sign a guy and he just can't pitch anymore.
Right, that's the luxury of having this payroll that the Dodgers do. And, you can talk about the big free agent signing outside of Kyle Tucker was Edwin Diaz. He didn't look right when they had him for the first couple of weeks. Then he had elbow surgery. He's going to be out until at least the second half. And you're thinking, okay, that was the biggest hole for the Dodgers coming into the season was their bullpen in
Last
2025 wasn't good. And that's why they went out and they got the best closer available. And then he lands on the IL. So you're thinking, oh, no, here they go. They have to run it back. All of a sudden you're seeing a resurgent year from Tanner Scott. Blake Trinan's refound his form. Alex Vesia power from the left side. Kyle Hurt has come in. He's had a sub-1 ERA in May. They just find guys. Will Klein, remember him from the World Series, that you think, okay, well, we're not talking about them because they're not stars necessarily, but because the Dodgers are so rich and so deep, they come up with guys that you've never heard of, and all of a sudden they're posting zeros.
Yeah, Will Muncy leads the team in home runs with 14. Their run differential is plus 129. I mean, the offense is just devastated. And then when you got guys like Yamamoto and Ohtani that can take them out and throw up goose eggs inning after inning after inning. I mean, that's how you win 14 out of 17, and you're 38-21. Just a well-rounded baseball team. But this offense, again, top to bottom, you mentioned Muncy. I mentioned Muncy, 14 home runs. I mean, everybody's dangerous.
Everybody. And we'll look at their number 2 hitter today, Andy Pages. If Andy Pages is on any other club.
He has 13 home runs.
Right. He's the face of he's a star. He's a for sure all-star. I still think he is, but because he's buried in a team full of superstars, we're probably not talking about Andy Pages enough. He's been one of the most consistent hitters in all of baseball and also one of the best defensive center fielders in all of baseball. He went from hitting 8th for the Dodgers to hitting 2, and he's such a pest, and I say that in such a complimentary way. D-backs fans will probably see that over the next week or so. He has pop, he has speed, he can get on base. He's just, I think, another example of the budding superstars on this Dodgers roster. We get so focused on the Hall of Famers or the future Hall of Famers that we forget to think about the next level, and Andy Pages is that face for me.
All right, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but are the Dodgers a problem for Major League Baseball? The Dodgers make $300 million on their television money. The Diamondbacks make $25 million. They used to make $65, but then the Sinclair, Fox Sports Arizona went away. Now they make $25 million. So $300 million, $25 million. We're probably not going to have baseball next year. I really don't think we are. Are the Dodgers an issue for the rest of Major League Baseball?
I think 29 other fan bases would think so, but I think you are spot on with the television, with the regional sports network and the rights holders and how teams are getting their payroll and their revenue kind of mixed in with that. I came from a market in St. Louis where it was the same thing. They had their revenue sharing teams cut. They lost money. They didn't put in payroll. The Dodgers have the most lucrative TV deal there's no other team like it that does what the Dodgers can do with their television contract. So is that necessarily a Dodgers problem? I don't think so. Nothing that they're doing, obviously, is outside of the rules.
Right?
They are very much permitted within the current CBA to do what they're doing, and I'm with you. I think it's going to be a while before we have a new CBA. I certainly don't anticipate the season starting on time next year.
They do defer a lot of these contracts, though.
They do.
They defer a lot of that money, brings the value of the contract, changes the value of the contract quite a bit when you defer it. I mean, it takes 25 out of the 30 owners to be able to put a proposal through. So they could do it without the Dodgers. If the Dodgers say, no, we don't want this, that you could still get it done without them. But I think, like, maybe if the Blue Jays had won the World Series last year, we wouldn't be here. But I think people look at, wow, you just got Kyle Tucker, you got Freeman, you got Betts, you paid Ohtani, the money with Schnell and Glass now. And I think, having 1 or 2 years, if you didn't win it, the Yankees spend a lot of money, the Mets spend a lot of money, they don't win. The Dodgers winning combined with what they spend is hurting. The feeling is it's hurting a lot of teams in baseball.
But then you make the counterpoint, right? The Yankees are spending, the Mets are spending. They overspent compared to the Dodgers last year, and they're not winning ball games. But that
not
you
winning
can't
World
say.
Series.
Certainly not. I mean, they're barely winning right now. You can certainly say, like, the Dodgers are maybe the biggest spenders this year.
And spend wise.
They spend wise. That's the difference. And they have players that go out there and perform and win.
How much revenue, TV or otherwise, is coming in from Japan because of Ohtani's presence?
Exactly. I mean, it's a global market at this point. So you have Ohtani, you have Yamamoto, you have Roki Sasaki. I mean, the Dodger Stadium, which was, I think, one of the most historic venues in all of baseball, is now called Uniqlo Field at Dodger Stadium. I think that answers your question there in terms of the Japanese impact.
All right, leave me with this. Do you feel like the Diamondbacks are a threat to the Dodgers at all?
I came into the season thinking that we probably weren't giving the D-backs enough credit. I know there were some questions here, but looking at the NL West, I was never super high on the Giants. seeing why. The Padres have the talent, but I like how sneaky the D-backs can be. They have the veteran pitching. I know Zach Gallen hasn't looked great. They have the offense, and now it's just about what can they do if they can hover around where they are right now into the trade deadline. What can this front office do to give them a boost? Because the National League is more competitive than I think we thought it would be, but I still think the D-backs have enough talent right now to make a good run in the second half.
They'll get Corbin Burns back in July. A.J. Puck's getting close to coming back too. Katie Wu from The Athletic, thanks so much for joining us. Great job.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
We'll see you up in the press box later.
You got it.
All right, that is Katie Wu from The Athletic talking a little Dodgers baseball as they get set for a 4-game series against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Eduardo Rodriguez on the mound tonight. D-backs starting pitching. It struggled in Seattle. And is there a Zach Gallen decision looming? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
Marte grounds it to first, and it's under the glove of Sheets. That's into right field.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, who did a great job with my LASIK surgery about 15 years ago. One of the best things I ever did was going to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and having that LASIK surgery done. Dr. Jay Schwartz does a fantastic job of helping a lot of families with their eye care needs. Maybe you have dry eye, glaucoma, cataracts. Maybe somebody needs glasses or contact lenses. That's where the Schwartz Laser Eye Center comes in. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Dr. Jay Schwartz is the team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks. So he's here for you, just like he is for the pros. Give him a call at 480-483-EYES. Ask about 2 years of interest-free financing with the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. 2 years of interest-free financing from Dr. Jay Schwartz. And, of course, a free, thorough eye exam. All you have to do is call 480-483-EYES or go online for more information at teamidoc.com.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Right now, the student loan landscape is shifting fast, and if you're carrying private student loan debt, none of those changes help you. Private loans don't qualify for federal programs, but that's exactly why Y-Refi exists. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That's their whole focus. They look at where you actually are financially and build a low fixed-rate payment plan around it. Not a temporary patch, a real long-term solution. And they work with you even if your credit has taken a hit, even if you've been in default for years, even if every other lender has turned you away. There's no judgment, no shame. They've seen it all, and they just want to help you get back on solid ground. One call, and you'll know exactly where you stand and what's possible. Call 888-YREFI85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back home after that 6-game road trip. Prior to tonight's game, the Diamondbacks announced the return of Pavin Smith from the 60-day injured list. He's already back in the lineup, DHing and hitting fifth. Tim Tawa was sent down to AAA Reno in his place. And to make room on the 40-man roster, Carlos Santana was transferred to the 60-day injured list. Now the Diamondbacks start a 4-game set against the division rival Dodgers. Eduardo Rodriguez will get things started on the mound. He'll go against right-hander Emmett Sheehan. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. It's going to be busy downtown tonight because the Phoenix Mercury also in action, so plan ahead if you haven't already. They've also brought back Lexi Held after she was waived by the Tempo earlier the week. We'll see when she makes her debut. Maybe it'll be tonight. Who knows? They're playing the Minnesota Lynx. Tip-off will be at 7. And in the NFL, 2 huge trades. First, the one we didn't see coming, the LA Rams acquiring single-season sack leader and reigning Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett, from the Cleveland Browns. Browns will receive Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 second, a 2029 third in the deal. Meanwhile, the Patriots acquire wide receiver A.J. Brown from the Eagles in exchange for a 2028 first and a 2027 fifth. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
It's D-backs Dodgers at Chase Field, and the Burns and Gambo Show is live on location ahead of tonight's series opener on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
All right, Burnsy off today. He is, I think he went to the Coliseum today in Rome. He is finishing up his vacation. I think he comes back on Wednesday. He already did the Florence part of the trip. And then he did Positano, and now he's over in Rome. So Tim Ring filling in. We're at one of my favorite places in the whole world. Like I could sleep here. I could live. I love baseball. Baseball's my favorite sport. It always was. I grew up a baseball fan, so being out at the ballpark is tremendous to me. Diamondbacks taking on the Dodgers. I believe there are some limited tickets available. Go to dbacks.com. They've got some great giveaways coming up. June 30th, they've got the Peanuts Bobble Pack. So you can get that, dbacks.com/peanuts if you like Snoopy, dbacks.com/peanuts. But you could also go online to dbacks.com, get some tickets, come out to the ballpark. I was seeing those crowds in Seattle, over 40,000, 45,000 a game for the Seattle Mariners against the D-backs. School's over. No reason not to get out here to the ballpark. And the Diamondbacks have a pretty good baseball team. They got a pretty good baseball team. They'd be a playoff team right now. So all the reason in the world to get out here and support them. And don't wear any Dodger blue. Oh, we lost your mic. Jamal, we lost Tim's mic. Yeah, there we go. Sorry about that.
Check one. Hey, I'm back.
Okay.
Hey,
right.
Jamal, don't turn my mic
Jamal.
off over there.
What do you do? Stop texting. She's kids today.
Anyway, what I was trying to say before I was rudely cut off by Jamal.
Oh, my goodness.
I got 4 night games too, Gamble. 4, 6,
4 night
starts.
games. Yeah, no day games. No day games. All night games.
Yeah, all night games.
I might come every game.
And you got a chance to see, for my money, the best team in baseball. And Ohtani takes the mound on Wednesday night in Game 3. So there's a lot to like at this ballpark right now. There's a lot to be excited about. I know the Diamondbacks, their train of momentum was stopped dead in its tracks in Seattle. Speaking of Burnsy at the Coliseum, it's like the Christians fed to the Lions against the Mariners. Gamble.
Well, they ran into a buzzsaw with that starting pitching.
And they lost 2 extra inning games.
And they lost 2 extra innings. But the starting pitching for the Diamondbacks was not up to par. It struggled in this series. The main thing that was crazy to me, the Mariners homered 10 times in a 3-game series. 10 times.
7 hit off a Gallen and Nelson, by the way.
So they gave up 4 on Friday, 4 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. That's brutal. The last time the Mariners homered 10 times in a 3-game series was in September against Atlanta. That had 2 5-homer games. For the season, this is crazy. The Mariners have scored 131 of their 255 runs thanks to the home runs. I thought Merrill Kelly had a good outing.
It was okay.
Merrick was okay. He went 5 1/3. He gave up 2 runs on 8 hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. He gave up solo homers to Young in the 2nd and then Canzone in the 6th. On Saturday, Ryan Nelson went 5 1/3, 4 earned runs, 7 hits, 3 strikeouts. He gave up homers to Raleigh and Canzone in the second, Emerson and Rodriguez in the fourth. And then on Friday, Zach Gallen gave up 5 runs on 8 hits in 5 innings. He gave up homers to Crawford in the first, Rodriguez in the third, Crawford in the fifth. The only home run given up by the bullpen was one by Brandon Pfaadt. That was the only home run given up by the bullpen. But overall, I thought Kelly was the best. I thought Gallen really struggled. I thought Nelson struggled too. So the starting pitching that had been lights out, we had talked about 17 quality starts in 22 games.
Yes.
You went 3 games in a row without a quality start against the Mariners.
Well, they better do it the majority of this series or they could get swept again. I mean, let's not pretend the Dodgers aren't capable of doing that if you don't play well and you don't pitch well. And we talked to Corbin Carroll about it too, Gambo. I mean, listen, complimentary baseball defined the D-backs during that stretch. The bullpen was great. The starting pitching was great. And Carroll and Marte were leading in offense. Those two guys were red hot. It made them a very tough team to beat, albeit against the Giants and the Rockies. Now you go to Seattle and you lose 3, and now you got the Dodgers coming in tonight. Rodriguez goes for the D-backs tonight. Thank goodness, right? He's been the most consistent and by far the best starting pitcher this year, and he's going to go up against them at Sheehan. So it would be great for the Diamondbacks to get a win in Game 1 here to kind of set the tone, because I'll tell you right now, that Game 3 is going to be a bear to win with Ohtani going up against Gallen. And Gimbo, you mentioned Gallen going to the tees. I want to touch on that and get your thoughts, because Gallen did have 2 good starts in a row. He posted a couple of wins in a row. But let's be honest. I mean, this is a season that has been a struggle and an uphill climb for Zach Gallen. Luis Gonzalez was on the radio, I think earlier today, maybe late last week, saying, hey, look, there's a contract attached to Gallen. There's some experience attached to Gallen.
It's a one-year contract.
Yeah.
It's a one-year contract.
Right, but this is Gonzo's words, not mine. He talked about based on contract and experience, it's going to be tough to take him out of the rotation, and maybe Ryan Nelson, when Burns comes back, would be the guy. I don't know.
I love Gonzo. That's crazy. That's crazy. If you had to make a decision right now, there's one guy that's off that's out of the rotation. Zach. He's got an ERA of 5.16. He's got 3 wins on the season. They've only won 5 of the 12 games he started. He hasn't pitched well. He hasn't pitched well enough. Now maybe you could trade him. I mean, if you could find somebody to. Now I'm always fearful of trading, because if somebody gets hurt, then where are you? If you get a. But again, if you get to the trade deadline, you're not talking about 162 games left. You're talking about 60.
I don't even know what would the market be for a Zach
very,
Gallen
very
right
limited.
now. Very limited, right?
Well, what was the market for him in free agency?
Also very limited,
There was
clearly,
nothing.
because that's why he's here. Yeah.
He had a 1-year deal, and I think only $7.5 million being paid this year. The rest of it's deferred. They're going to have some really tough decisions to make. Corbin Burns is expected back in July. Hey, we're in June now. We can officially say it. Next month, they expect Corbin Burns to be back. So when he comes back, you've got to look at how guys. Now, there's still plenty of time between now and when Corbin Burns returns for guys to turn things around and pitch better. Zach has been a great Diamondback pitcher. He's not missing the bats the way you want him to, right? So you want to get that. So I think that's something. There's still 6 weeks left before Corbin comes back. You've got these guys had 17 quality starts out of 22. 17 out of 22. The starting pitching struggled a little bit against Seattle. Tough place to play. That team hits a lot of home runs. I couldn't believe how many home runs they were hitting in that series. 10 home runs in the series, which is crazy. But, you're going into this series, now you're facing the Dodgers and this lineup. And Muncy's been raking. And Ohtani's on a tear right now offensively, even though the numbers aren't on par with what he usually did. Mookie Betts has been struggling. That's the one guy that's been struggling for them. But this is a tough lineup. I mean, even when you get down later in their lineup and you start looking at 7, 8, 9, they're good. So this is a tough lineup. If you can get a quality start against this team, that would be a good shot in the arm, but it's difficult.
We talked about it with Katie Wu. I mean, Max Muncy leads the team with all that star power and all that money spent. Muncy's got the most home runs. He's got 14. Paez, who we talked about, has 13. Mookie Betts is having a down year, but when you have that kind of talent and depth up and down the lineup, you can afford a player like Mookie Betts to not have a great opening 2 months of the season. He was hurt a little bit too. We should mention that, but you can survive that and still posting a 38-21 record with a 129 run differential, which is just fantastic through basically 60 games of the season. So yeah, this is going to be real difficult. In fact, they have a couple rookies, and Alex Freeland and Ryan Ward both homered on Sunday as they won yet again. I mean, so they're racking up wins against 14 of their last 17. So this is going to be a challenge. We all know that. We all understand it. And you just hope the D-backs who have not played well against teams that are pretty good in this league can find a recipe to get out of here over these next 4 games with at least 2 wins. Certainly 3 or 4 would be amazing. But you don't want to drop 3 or 4 because now if you drop 3 or 4, that means you've lost 6 out of 7 to 2 pretty good teams.
Yeah, and then they pick up 2 games on you. The Dodgers do. Look, we asked Corbin Carroll about it too. You're not giving up this division. You're not conceding this division. They've got a bunch of injuries. Edwin Diaz and a couple of bullpen guys are out. Teoscar Hernandez is out right now on 10-day IL. Betts isn't playing well. They don't have the best record in baseball. I don't want to say they're vulnerable, but you know what? If you could stay within 4 or 5 games, now if you can win 3 out of 4 and you pick up 2 games, you put a little pressure on them. And that's what you want to do. You want to put some pressure on them. The Padres are doing it. You want the Diamondbacks to do it as well and give yourself a chance to, try to win this division. Now it's, again, easier said than done, but you want a chance to do it if you can win 3 out of 4 here. But at the very least, I agree with you. You want to at least split. When we come back, Wembanyama. Yes, Wemby and the West. We'll talk about the unbelievable series that he had to lead the Spurs to the NBA Finals. That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondback skipper Torey Lovello, the man who makes the lineup, joins Burns and Gambo Friday afternoons at 2:30 to talk D-backs. Brought to you by Budweiser. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz. Computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories. Everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
You've got the project. We'd love a shot at earning your business. Space Solutions is a family-owned company that designs, builds, and installs custom closets, mudrooms, pantries, and garage build-outs, all built around your budget and your design goals. From Scottsdale to Phoenix, across the valley, and all the way up to Flagstaff and Munns Park. Whatever the space, we've got a solution. Call us today at 602-536-4199. Visit spacesolutionsaz.com.
There are 6 things that must be exactly perfect for your air conditioner to use less energy and last longer. If even one isn't perfect, your system works harder and wears out quicker. For just $129, Gettle will give your system a rejuvenation. We'll test and adjust all 6 things and clean the outdoor coils the right way, not the easy way. Those coils get hot, so that plaque is baked on. A garden hose just won't do it. No one knows air conditioners like Gettle. G-O-E-T-T-L will keep you cool, but it's hard to spell.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Power your drive with Mobil 1 Motor Oil. Buy 5 quarts, get $15 back, and score a fast and furious prize after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Luke. Does the Myles Garrett trade make the Rams the clear favorite to win the Super Bowl now? We're talking NFC West tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Winning the Larry O'Brien is a childhood dream,
and having a real shot at it, having a chance, tangible chance at winning it, at realizing a dream, it's a chance. It's a lifetime chance, you never know when it's going to happen again. But it's, the day we win it, speaking for myself, it's going to be an amazing day of, realization of a dream, It's hard to put into words. It's almost like the meaning of my life,
41 points and 24 rebounds in Game 1. That set the tone. 22 points, 7 rebounds in Game 7. He earned the Irvin Magic Johnson Trophy as the MVP of the Western Conference Finals. For the series, Victor Wembanyama averaged 27.3 points, 10.9 rebounds, 3.1 assists, 2.7 blocks, 1.4 steals, shot 48% from the field, 40% on three-pointers, and 89% from the free throw line. And the Spurs are going to go to the NBA Finals.
Well, that's a lot of numbers.
You watch it. Okay, forget about you just watch it and you're like,
yes.
How are you going to compete against this kid for the next 10 years? I mean, it's the first thing you think. Now, people will. We're going to have a different champion for like the 8th straight year. But I look at him and I look at what the hell is anybody going to do to combat that kid? Chet Holmgren was useless. Chet Holmgren, who's got a contract kicking in for like $239 million over the next 5 years, couldn't do anything against him.
He's suddenly the subject of trade rumors all over the country right now.
Because of Victor Wembanyama.
Because
nobody
of one
else
guy in one series.
Right.
I mean, I read a great line about Wembanyama earlier today. For most of his career, Wemby lived in the space between rumor and reality. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals changed everything. Reality was now here, and it was now. It is now. And we all understand the physical attributes of Wembanyama. We've never seen a player like him before. But for me, it was the mindset, the championship mindset at the age of 22, the will to win, the ability to finish and close out games and hit big shots on the road in Game 7. 22-year-old kids, unless they're transcendent athletes, I look over at the course of my lifetime in terms of watching NBA games. I mean, that's rarefied air for guys like Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. Michael Jordan didn't win at that level at 22. LeBron James didn't win at that level at 22.
No, Jordan could never get through the Pistons early in his career.
So for Wembanyama to do that and dethrone a really – I mean, I know they didn't have Jalen Williams. That's a really good basketball team, obviously, even without him. And for Wembanyama to lead his team – because his teammates are young too. I mean, De'Aaron Fox is like the old man operation in that.
He's not even 30.
Team. He's not even 30.
No,
so this was so impressive, not only physically speaking and X's and O's and basketball and execution, but the mindset that the Spurs had to not only win Game 6 but also win Game 7. Once the Thunder won Game 5, Gambo, I was on the air Thursday with you. I thought maybe the Thunder might close this thing out in Game 6.
Well, the numbers show like 80-something% of the time it's in a series tied 2. Whoever wins Game 5 is going to win it. But we sat here on I sat there with Kellen Olson the other day.
Yeah, it was on Friday.
Kellen and Mitch liked the Oklahoma City Thunder to win. I went with the Spurs. I went with the Spurs. I just, with Jalen Williams being limited, not having their second best player, I just figured the Spurs were going to get this. I just did. Now, the injuries are a factor here. I think if Oklahoma City was healthy, Oklahoma City would be in the NBA Finals again. We'll talk about them later. But Champagny is 22, Vassell's 25, Castle's 21, Harper's 20, Keldon Johnson, who was incredible in that fourth quarter, is 26 years old. Like, that's such a young team. Like, you do. Sometimes you get to the point, like, how are you going to compete with them? Like, how are you going to compete with that team over the next 5 years, 10 years, with them being the age that they're at? Like, you hope for injuries. You hope for contract disputes. You hope for they can't handle the pay. Like
you hope for injuries.
I don't know how you're going to compete with them. Now, do you remember when Ralph Sampson came into the league?
Of course.
And I think a lot of people were like, a lot of people then thought that Sampson would dominate the way Wembanyama is right now. And Sampson obviously had injuries, and the Twin Towers didn't work. He had bad feet.
And he was 7'4", and he displayed some of the skill set of Wembanyama, but, I mean, and Sampson was the college player of the year.
He was great.
He
was a great college player.
At Virginia. He was
great.
Yeah, he was no slouch now, but Wembanyama is he's a few cuts above even Ralph Sampson.
Sean Bradley when he came into the league.
Yeah, but he never. I mean, the way that Wembanyama can pull up and shoot threes and score facing the basket,
and that's the difference.
I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, we've never.
But
seen
that's a lot of the European big men that can do what they would do what he's doing.
Yeah. I will say this. What seems like it's going to be a dynasty, you just don't know.
You don't know.
We talked about it earlier when Jokic won his first title. Well, how's anyone going to beat this guy? And everybody else is young around him in that starting lineup. And then the Thunder, they're so young. They dominated. Look at them this year in the regular season. I mean, when they beat the Suns by like 60, I mean, there were a lot of folks on Twitter that at that point were like, season's over. They're winning the title. Nobody's beating this team. And they got beat. And they got beat on their home court. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Let's see if the Spurs can beat the Knicks. Right now, I would think San Antonio is going to win that series, but I would have thought the Thunder were going to beat them as well.
The Knicks are healthy outside of a Mitchell Robinson pinky, which has had plenty of time to heal over the last week. And he said he's going to play with it. That's also not a starter. It's a guy who plays 12, 15 minutes a game as a backup, but those are valuable minutes for the backup. But, yeah, this was, I mean, Wembanyama had 41 and 24 in the double overtime game one, which was a huge game to get. Then he had 33 as they evened up the series in game four. And then great efforts by everybody in game six, game seven. And they're back in the NBA Finals for the first time since 2014, taking on the Knicks. Series starts Wednesday on ABC. And we'll see. The Knicks have had a lot of rest. The Knicks were playing at a level that almost unsurpassed in the playoffs with what they were able to do, and that point differential was unreal. They're a veteran team. They got a lot of veterans compared to a lot of young guys, so we'll see if that's a factor. A healthy team with the experience that the Knicks have. You know, Mikal Bridges has been to the NBA Finals. Jalen Brunson has had a lot of experience. Karl Anthony Towns, a lot of experience. The Knicks are a much more veteran-laden team than San Antonio. San Antonio, as everybody said, nobody expected them to get here this quick, but they did.
If you're a Knicks fan, here's what you like. First of all, they've won 11 games in a row. They've got a lot of momentum right now. They're playing really good on both ends of the court. Number one in the postseason in field goal percentage, three-point percentage, and assists. Also number one in the playoffs in defensive rating at 103.5. They are mowing teams down. Okay, 11 straight wins, I mentioned that. Here's where I caution in terms of, do you feel the Knicks have a legitimate shot? They knocked off a 6 seed in Atlanta.
Right.
A 7 seed in Philly.
Yep.
And a 4 seed in Cleveland, a team that had...
Yeah, no Boston.
No Boston. And Cleveland had played back-to-back 7-game series, and Cleveland was able to knock off the number 1 seed Detroit, also another Game 7 win away from home. Boy, the home teams stink in Game 7 in the NBA. They're 7-10 since 2021.
Isn't that crazy that the home court?
In our era, if you had Game 7 at home, series over.
Right.
Series over. Now, not even close. But, again, the Knicks, take nothing away from them because they've crushed these teams. Again, they're 12-2 in the playoffs, but you look at their road to get there. I mean, the Hawks, the Sixers, and the Cleveland Cavaliers, not exactly murderer's row. So they will be tested. I think the Spurs are certainly not only favored in Game 1 by 4.5, favored to win the series, but I wouldn't count the Knicks out because of their momentum right now and the way that they're playing.
Home team's record in Game 7 before 2017, 101 wins and 25 losses. 80% of the time, before 2017, Game 7s, 101 and 25. Since then, since 2017, if you have home court advantage in the Game 7, you're 14 and 16.
Under 500.
Under 500.
Not only dominant.
What the heck happened?
Not only not dominant anymore, actually under 500.
Crazy. All right, when we come back, we'll talk a little D-backs baseball. The struggles against some of the better teams in the league. What do they got to do to fix that? That's next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Game on the line as the 1-0. And Robles Swings and grounds it towards short. Perdomo dives to knock it down, but he can't get to it fast enough, and the Mariners have walked off the Diamondbacks by a final score of 3-2, and they sweep Arizona in a 3-game weekend set.
D-backs start off a 4-game series with the Dodgers tonight, so we discuss what happened in the Mariners series and preview what's next for the D-backs on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, Dave Burns here. They're changing what Arizonans can expect from their money. Instead of piling up fees and watching your hard-earned cash disappear, Global helps members keep more of what they earn. Last year alone, they helped members save over $194 million through better rates and fewer fees. That is real money staying in your pocket. Being a member comes with perks, too. With early payday, you could access your paycheck up to 3 days in advance, giving you flexibility when you need it most. And if you ever have a question or need help, Global offers 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support, something you just don't see at many banks these days. Joining is simple. You can sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 branches to experience it for yourself. I'm a member myself, and I can honestly say it feels good to have a financial partner that actually has your back. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
It's a hot spot on your dog's leg. But the internet says you can treat it at home. You're not sure though, 'cause now it's oozing.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Ooh, he's licking it. Super gross, dude.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
What California Pools and Landscape did for us at Casa Galvisi, they've been doing since 1988, transforming backyards into amazing escapes. Heck, Cal Pools built our original pool in the 90s, so for the refresh, no one we trusted more. But it's so much more. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf, and they're Arizona's most awarded pool builder. This month, they're celebrating those 38 years with the biggest savings of the summer. Get a free estimate and see our new backyard at calpool.com/Paul.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. You know, I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. You know, markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You know, you're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? You know, so it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks are back home after that 6-game road trip. Prior to tonight's game, the Diamondbacks announced the return of Pavin Smith. He's activated off of the 60-day injured list, hitting 5th in tonight's lineup against the Dodgers. Tim Tawa was sent down to AAA Reno to make room, and then Carlos Santana was transferred to the 60-day injured list to make room on the 40-man roster. Now the Diamondbacks start a 4-game set against the division rival Dodgers. Eduardo Rodriguez will start things on the mound. He'll oppose the right-hander Emmett Sheehan. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6, and you can listen to it all right here on the home of the Diamondbacks, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If you're planning to be downtown tonight, plan ahead because the Mercury also in action at Mortgage Matchup Center. They also announced they brought back Lexi Held on a 1-year deal. She was waived recently by the Toronto Tempo, but now she's back in the Valley. Potentially could make her season debut with the team tonight. They're taking on the Minnesota Lynx. Tip-off will be at 7. And in the NFL, 2 huge trades went down today on this June 1st. The LA Rams have acquired single-season sack leader and reigning Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett from the Cleveland Browns. The Browns will receive Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 second, and a 2029 third. Meanwhile, the Patriots acquired wide receiver A.J. Brown, so all those rumors can stop. It's officially happened now. A.J. Brown comes via Philadelphia. The Eagles will receive a 2028 first and a 2027 fifth. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona. 2 Jeeps, $50,000, 2 big nights at Casino Arizona. Don't miss your chance to win big. June 24th and July 29th. Details at casinoarizona.com.
It's D-backs Dodgers at Chase Field, and the Burns and Gambo Show is live on location on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
We got the defending world champions coming into our building, and we're playing good baseball. So we gotta make a statement, be ready, and these guys will let it loose.
That's Torey Lovello talking about the Dodgers in town for 4 games. We are on the field right here, just outside the Diamondbacks dugout. Right past the Diamondbacks dugout, just a little bit past third base, doing our show from the field. Big series. Dodgers in town for 4 games. School's out. These games are all night games. Great time to take your kids to the ballpark, see the Dodgers. You get to see Ohtani. You get to see Betts and Freeman, the world champs. And you also get to see a Diamondback team that right now would be in the playoffs. Arizona's 6.5 games behind the Dodgers in the NL West, but they do have the third and final wild card by a very slim margin, but they do have it. The Dodgers are playing great baseball right now. They won 14 out of 17, had a good series against the Phillies. And now you've got Arizona. And the one thing is, listen, the Diamondbacks have done a great job beating the teams that they are supposed to beat. They are 23-8 versus teams with a 500 record or less. So 23-8 versus teams below 500. The struggles have come when they played the better teams in baseball. Right now, they are 8-19 when they are playing teams that have a 500 or better record. So that has been one of the issues for them. They do a great job beating up on San Francisco, Colorado, the bottom feeders. They've had a harder time beating up on some of the better teams. You could try to write that right now against the Dodgers.
Well, you have to. And keep in mind, the Mariners were not even over 500 when that series began. They were playing pretty good baseball. They were in first place, but they were technically a game under 500. And that's the narrative around the D-backs right now. You hope it's not the narrative in the clubhouse. I don't suspect that it would be, but the narrative around Major League Baseball, fans and media that cover this sport, is that the D-backs can beat the bad teams in this league and they can't beat the good teams, and they'll have an opportunity to not only rectify that narrative in 4 games here against the Dodgers, but then you got 3 games against the Nationals. So 7 consecutive games against teams that have a 500 record or better. And when you look at it, Gambo, I mean, there's not just one thing, but complimentary baseball is there for the D-backs when they play the bad teams in this league. And then it seems like everything shuts down when they play the good teams, like in Seattle over the weekend where they couldn't get quality starting pitching.
Could have won every one of those games, though.
They
right?
could
have won every one.
But they didn't now. And you look at how they hit the Gamble. They scored 3 runs in the last 19 innings of the series.
No
so, yes,
offense.
you're right. They could have won, but they didn't. And they didn't because they didn't hit. They certainly didn't get timely hitting. And the starting pitching didn't give them what they had given them for the majority of the previous 22 starts. So now the task gets tougher. I mean, the Dodgers are really, really good. They swept them earlier in the season. The Dodgers did the D-backs. And as you mentioned succinctly and correctly about a half hour ago, if you don't at least split, you will at least lose 2 games in that division
now
race.
You're 8.5 behind the Dodgers.
Now
it
you're
starts
8.5
to get
back.
insurmountable.
And my goodness, if you get swept, you're 10.5 back. So, these are, I know it's early June, but these are games that you kind of have to, cut your teeth against and find a way to beat the good teams, because they're going to come up again, obviously, time and time again.
Yeah, and
if
you could even just play 500 baseball against these teams, I mean, you're not going to have a winning record against the best teams in baseball. You would like to, but it's hard, especially where they are right now. They're not going to end up with a winning record. They've done a great job of beating the teams they're supposed to beat. Now they've got to do a better job of competing against these teams that are better than them. They competed with the Mariners. The Mariners aren't better than them. They're 2 games over 500 right now, right? Because they swept the Diamondbacks. But they had been playing good baseball. They got great starting pitching, and they were able to squeak out close wins. It's a tough series loss. It really is a tough series loss. But now you take on a Dodgers team that, again, defending world champions. They got a great pitching staff. They got a great offense. This is the juggernaut in the division. The team's spending $450 million or whatever it is on their payroll, and the elephant in the room. Can you compete with this team? And Mike Hazen is not one to ever say no. Their goal is to compete with this team, and so that's why I'm glad they're playing them right now, coming off of the series loss. Hopefully the Diamondbacks. I'd be a little pissed off right now, coming off of that series loss, coming off of losing those 3 games. You were high on your horse. You were playing well. Then you lose those 3 games, and now here you are. You've got to take on the Dodgers. This is a good time to get the Dodgers right now. They're playing great baseball, but you should be an angry team for losing those 3 games to Seattle.
No, and if you play your game, you certainly can compete with this team. The Diamondbacks have played pretty well at home. They played 28 home games. They're 18-10. That's the best 28-game start in this ballpark in at least a half decade for the Arizona Diamondbacks. You mentioned, of course, in the opening segment of the show a few hours ago that the Dodgers are also pretty good on the road. Well,
I think they're 18-10
They're 18-10 away from home, and there's just there's so many ways this Dodger team can beat you. So the D-backs are going to have to play well across the board. Hello, Captain Obvious. We understand that. I think they have the ability to do it. I agree. I think they should be a little upset after losing not only those games, but losing all the momentum and the good karma built up in that clubhouse when you win 10 out of 11 in a stretch of 11 out of 13 against the Giants and the Rockies. And now you have an opportunity to kind of show just how good you are. Yeah. And you go out there and you lay an egg in Seattle, and you don't want that to continue here against the Dodgers in your home ballpark.
There's frustration when you saw fans kind of turn on Oklahoma City and start rooting for the Spurs in this series. Oklahoma City, it's in Oklahoma. They won 1 championship. And you get the Spurs, we're going to have a new champion. Because the Dodgers play in a big market and spend all this money, and they won those 2 championships, it's tenfold from that, right? I mean, the hatred of the Dodgers, the dislike for the Dodgers is just they spend more money than anybody else, and they're winning. And they're winning. They're finding ways to win. Yes, they can throw a lot of money at a lot of different problems to try to fix that. Their bullpen was a mess last year, and they went out there, let's go get Edwin Diaz, and we'll get the best closer in baseball. And they did that because they could throw money. Kyle Tucker, when they got Kyle Tucker, it was like, really? Come on.
You're right.
Come on. Really? You guys got Kyle Tucker?
It's going to be unfair. Well, that's the thing, Gambo. You talk about Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll. We had Carroll on just a bit ago. When those 2 guys kind of don't hit, the D-backs struggle to win. I mean, if Ohtani and Mookie Betts have a bad week, the Dodgers are okay. There's other guys that are going to pick up the slack, and they usually do. In fact, they always do. And that's why they're favored to win their 3rd consecutive World Series. So the margin for error for the D-backs, look, they need Marte and Carroll to hit the baseball. Sorry, that's the way it is. I know Carroll talked about how they trust the lineup, and he's just 1 of 9. Well, you know what? We have the data. He's not just 1 of 9. Corbin Carroll hits. The D-backs are tough to beat. He doesn't hit.
Marte hit, yeah.
They're pretty easy to beat.
Yeah,
especially the combo of those 2.
Yeah, and the offense just disappeared in that last series. I mean, they would have held to 3 hits on Saturday, 3 hits on Sunday. Top of the lineup guys, Ketel and Corbin. Ketel went 0 for 11. Corbin went 3 for 14. So those guys really struggled offensively. They couldn't really get enough runners on base to really complain about runners in scoring position because they just struggled. And when they did get guys on base, 1st and 3rd, nobody out, they get 1 run. You're looking for a little bit bigger of an inning right there, and they weren't able to get it done. And frustrating on both Friday and Sunday, having that runner on second with nobody out in the extra innings, not being able to get those runs across, that was an issue for them. They played some good baseball. I mean, Murillo was incredible in his 2 innings, coming in. You look at the huge double play, and they got in the second with the bases loaded when Waldschmidt threw out the runner at the plate. I think it was Rodriguez. He threw him out at the plate. That was a great play. So they haven't really, this is a good, fundamentally sound baseball team. You don't see them making the errors that a lot of the other teams make. But against the Dodgers, that's the one thing. You can't afford to make mistakes. You got to find a way to take first and third, nobody out. You got to make sure you get one. You try to have a big inning. The Diamondbacks have struggled with big innings. They've been okay with scratching for runs here and there, but struggled a little bit having the big innings that could really put some teams away.
Yeah, getting the clutch hit, the key hit. Sometimes it's not how many you hit, it's when you get them. In fact, when the D-backs finished up that kind of great stretch, they had a game where I think they scored 7 runs on 8 hits, and then they only mustered a few hits the next night and found a way to win the baseball game. So, again, clutch hitting is obviously critical in a game, in a series against the L.A. Dodgers. This team is chasing rare baseball history, right? I mean, they're going for 3 straight World Series titles. Nobody's done that since your Yankees.
Since the Yankees.
Back in 2000 when they won 98, 99, and 2000. So the Dodgers, and they certainly have the ability to do it. And even with a guy like Mookie Betts and this is what we're talking about with the depth, Gambo. I mean, Mookie Betts has an off 2 months, misses some time with injury, isn't really hitting the baseball the way Mookie Betts can, and they don't miss a beat.
194 batting average.
Yeah, but they don't miss a beat.
6 home runs, 16 RBIs. 194 batting average.
Wait till he starts hitting like Mookie Betts.
I know.
And that's probably going to happen at some point.
At some point the age catches up to them too, right? Freeman's getting older, Betts is getting older. Some of these guys are getting older. I have not seen Ohtani pitch in person. I have not seen that. That will be phenomenal. This place is going to be crazy just to see that, right? He's been ERA of 0.82 in 55 innings. Are you kidding me? Under 1.
I think we should come out here again on Wednesday and do the show right
I know, we probably should.
Stay and watch Ohtani pitch in person. Yeah. I haven't seen it either.
He's 12 for 38 in his last 38 at-bats, too, so starting to come on a little bit offensively. Not putting up the same numbers that he used to in the past offensively, but still, overall, 279 batting average, 10 homers and 31 RBIs, and he's pitching, and he's got a 0.82 ERA. This Cy Young race in the National League is going to be unbelievable with these 3 guys. The Milwaukee reliever throwing 103 miles an hour. He's got an ERA 0.2 something. You can't hit him. You can't hit him. And then Sanchez with the Philly and that streak that he had, and then Ohtani. You've got incredible pitchers right now battling for the Cy Young. All right, lots to come in the program. I think we're still going to be joined by a couple of D-backs players. I think we're expecting Ryan Thompson and maybe even Tommy Troy to join us here on the program. When we come back, Josh Sweat. Will the Arizona Cardinals end up trading Josh Sweat? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I look back at Kyler's stay in Arizona and the things that he didn't do. He grew as a leader, but I think the Cardinals knew that was one of the knocks on him coming out of college, that he was such a superior athlete at every stop that he didn't have to rely on that component of being a quarterback. So did it develop as much? No. Did he grow in the community? Yes. Was it at the point where you'd like to see your starting quarterback grow? Probably not. But I think you said something interesting, that you're rooting for him at this point. And I think right now, a lot of Cardinal fans would agree with you. I think that changes if he does just knock it out of the park in Minnesota.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Speed and power.
Get your Corbin Carroll 30-30 mystery bobble on Saturday, June 6th, courtesy of Chase. Visit dbacks.com for tickets.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
Hi, I'm Katie, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Daydreaming about bringing your engagement ring vision to life? As a jewelry consultant, I'm here to help. Compare ring styles side by side. They're in stock and ready to try on. Then customize it with an engraving or decorative crown. At Shane Company, there are so many ways to create your dream ring at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Summer. Sonoran hot dogs, baseball games, and triple-digit temperatures. When Phoenix turns up the heat, keep your home running smoothly with American Home Shield. An AHS home warranty can help protect your wallet from pricey breakdowns on even your oldest appliances and systems like your AC, plumbing, or fridge. If they can't repair your covered item, they'll replace it. American Home Shield. Don't worry, be warranty. Sign up today at ahs.com. See ahs.com/contracts for coverage details, including limit amounts, fees, limitations, and exclusions.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Unlock smart business buying with fast, free delivery on millions of items and practical AI innovations that automate repetitive tasks so you can make smarter decisions faster. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Kellen filling in for Dan Bickley on Bickley and Murata. We will get more in-depth on the NBA Finals. Knicks Spurs, fascinating matchup. We'll get into all the details at 6 o'clock here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube page.
I'm going to throw a curveball here because we have our outstanding baseball writer, Alex Weiner, with us. And so I'm going to...
He's got good hair. He's got way better hair than you, Gambo.
But he's young. When we were younger, we all had good hair. I'm happy that I still have some, or have enough right now, but
it's okay.
I was once. How old are you now?
27.
I was once 27 years old.
You didn't have a mullet like that.
I was 32 years ago. I was 27, so I think that was still before 2000. I think that was still before the Diamondbacks won the World Series. 66, 76, 86, 96, 93. In 1993, that's when I was your age.
What was the hair like?
You know what? I always had it would always grow out, like an afro almost. So I could never really grow it long. So I never had you probably can't grow. Can you grow yours?
No, it goes
long?
out.
It goes out. So mine was, similar to yours. It would grow out. So I could never really, everybody was growing their hair long, and I wanted to do that, and I just couldn't do it because my hair didn't grow long. My hair would just grow out.
Anyway, it's good lettuce, Alex. Really impressive.
All right,
yes.
you just met with Torey Lovello. Let's get an update from you on some of the major injuries, including Lawler, A.J. Puck. What do you have?
Yeah, Puck is on his way to Reno, so it sounds like he's going to be pitching in a game in AAA tomorrow and then again on Friday, and they'll kind of push it forward from there. Lawler's playing in some complex league games. The hope is that they get him to Reno by the end of the week.
Let's start with Lawler.
Sure.
So, not with Puck. So you're saying today, Tuesday and Friday he'll
Tuesday,
pitch.
Friday.
That'll get him to at least 4 outings, maybe 5. I don't know. It's either 4 or 5. And then the next week would be it. He'll have 2 more outings, and then he'd be ready to go.
Right, because they wanted to get him 7 or 8 outings.
They wanted to get him, 7 or 8. So you're probably talking this week, next week, and then back the following week.
Yeah, kind of like that mid-June timeline that we heard about.
Mid-June. Okay. All right. So that's good for him. Now, how about Lawler?
Yeah, Lawler, we'll hopefully they get him to Reno by the end of this week. He's eligible to come off of the 6-day IL in next couple of days here, but who knows if by the end of the week he's playing in games in AAA, and if everything goes right with him, maybe by, I don't want to speculate too much, but maybe next week, by the end of next week, he's getting pretty close though.
Let's speculate, Alex. What does this outfield look like in 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
No, it's a great question because they have a lot of guys to layer in, right? Lourdes Gurriel is, taking some at-bats and trying to work his way back as well. So you're going to have, Waldschmidt in center field. You're going to have Corbin Carroll in right field. And then, Lawler was the starting left fielder to start the season. Of course, Lourdes was injured. So now you have all these different kinds of pieces. Tommy Troy is taken on the responsibility of being the left fielder. I have to imagine when Lawler comes back, this could be somewhat of a return to play protocol for him. But once he's, physically able to do it, I'm sure you're going to want him in the lineup pretty often to kind of get him back into a rhythm offensively.
Again, when I were talking about it, Troy's a young guy. He's got to play. So if he's not going to be playing up here, he probably needs to go back down because you don't want a guy that young riding the bench.
Yeah.
That's right. So how they layer it and how they work it, I would say no matter how well he's playing right now, if Gurriel and Lawler are going to be the left fielders, Troy, he's got to play. He'll probably have to go back down.
What happens if he's just unbelievable for the next 10 days?
That's a really good problem to have, yes.
At least he gives you some positional versatility, but obviously the other positions he plays are occupied by some pretty good ball players in the infield.
Like today's move was expected, right? Pavin comes up, Tawa goes down. And I think when Lawler comes back, I mean, you can move Barossa out. He doesn't play a whole lot. The hard one's going to be Puck. Well, what do you do reliever-wise? All of these guys have been so good.
Yeah, nobody deserves to be
sent out unless you decided to put Fott in AAA and let him get some starts.
Right, but he's your long man.
He's your long guy. But you've got 7 guys that are all pitching so well. The question becomes, what do you do? Again, Pavin and Tawa, easy decision. When Lawler comes back, I think it's a relatively easy decision. When Puck comes back in 2 weeks, I mean, unless somebody gets hurt or somebody falters, I have no idea what they're going to do. Yeah. That's got to be the hardest decision because, again, unless you want to just have Brandon go to Reno and get some starts under his belt and be able to pitch 3 or 4 innings, everybody else deserves the right to be here.
Yeah, you can't really go lefty for lefty because Brandon Garcia has been
so good.
There's no real obvious solution for that other than maybe Brandon Fott. But then who's a guy who can get you, 2-3 innings if you need to?
But you could go lefty for lefty then. I mean, you're not going to get rid of Clark or Murillo or Thompson or Ginkel or. I mean,
no, those guys I wouldn't think are on the table.
Could they trade somebody? Could they trade a Loaiza or something? I could see them maybe trading one of their bullpen guys. They've got such a surplus of them.
It's an amazing problem to have after last year. You're calling up somebody new seemingly every couple of days. Can JP Fireisen gets you a couple of innings, or Taylor Scott gets you a couple of innings. So it's quite a different situation to be in. But, yeah, it's not easy to kind of pinpoint exactly what they're going to do here.
What do you see with Gallen right now? Because I think, again, that when Corbin Burns comes back, now we've got a really tough decision, too. You see, what are you seeing out of his outings?
It may not be tough by the time he comes back.
For me and you, it doesn't seem. But for a lot of people, I mean, you said Gonzo was saying that he should stay in the rotation, and maybe they should send Ryan Nelson to the bullpen. That seems a little crazy to me, but what are you seeing with Gallen's outings?
I definitely don't agree with the Nelson part of that.
No.
The Seattle start wasn't great, but otherwise he's been fantastic in May at least. With Gallen, it's just he has to kind of evolve from where he was a couple of years ago. The fastball's not missing bats the way it used to. He's now got a slider that's been pretty effective. But the curveball, the bite on it isn't maybe quite what it used to be. And he's just, not missing bats to get the key strikeout to get him out of the jams that maybe he was able to earlier in his career. And so now he's going to have to find some different solutions to be able to get out of that.
He's got to reinvent himself. You remember Frank Tanana?
Of course.
Frank Tanana reinvented himself when he couldn't strike everybody out anymore. But you know who didn't reinvent himself? Steve Carlton. Couldn't reinvent himself. His last 4 or 5 years, he couldn't get anybody out. It was terrible. You do get to a point where you've got to reinvent yourself when your best stuff isn't getting guys out anymore. And it's hard to do, and a lot of guys can't do it. Some of the greatest have not been able to do it. But then I look at a guy like Tanana who did. He reinvented himself and learned how to pitch instead of just throw. And I think that's where we probably are with Zach right now.
Yeah, it's tough, too, because it's not like he's 35 years old or anything like that. And just in 2023, he was a Cy Young finalist. And in 2024, it wasn't quite as good as 23, but he was still, pretty good. So it feels like it happened quick last year. He was able to kind of adjust some things and get back on track at the end of the year. But then, Yeah, this year he had some decent starts at the start of the season, but we're kind of seeing some similar things where, the strikeouts aren't there, and because of that, there's more traffic, and he's not being able to kind of get himself out of it as well.
And also, Alex, finishing at bats. I mean, too often, or finishing innings even. Too often he gets 2 out, and then he struggles, or he gets ahead of the hitters, and he can't finish the at bat. Torrey talked about it the other day. Is that something you see as well?
Yeah, definitely. And that goes part of the, can you make the big pitch in that big moment where there's, second and third with 2 outs and you just need to get out of there. But that can turn 6 innings, 2-run outing into 5 2/3 and 4 runs, and all of a sudden you're chasing.
It's always disappointing when you get swept. How disappointing were you in the Diamondbacks' performance through 3 games in Seattle, coming on the heels of the stretch and the style and the quality of play that they had put on the field for nearly 2 weeks?
Yeah, it's a tough thing because, obviously we make a lot about the schedule, and the Giants and the Rockies are 2 of the worst teams in the league, and they did exactly what they needed to do. And right now, the D-backs have the best record in baseball against teams under 500.
Right.
So you go up and you play a better team in Seattle. You get to face 4 really good starting pitchers in 3 games, which is a little bit quirky. And they didn't perform well against them. And so now you have a Dodgers team, obviously that's performing really well. And so this is a Diamondbacks team that, you can live off of beating the bottom dwellers and become, a wild card team or competitive at the end of the season. But if you kind of want to make the next step up, you're going to have to beat some of these better teams. And just offensively, they weren't able to come through in some really critical situations, especially in that first game and then again late in that third game.
First and third, nobody out, and they get the 1 run. It's like, oh, man, come on. This should be an opportunity to try to get some big runs. So they did struggle in some of those situations, and weren't able to get Walshman home from third base. Almost at the Fernandez line out. It wasn't deep enough. So just not taking advantage of situations where you got to get a run in, they weren't able to do it. Alex, thanks for stopping by. We're going to get to the 4 o'clock reset next. I'll see you back up at the.
Thanks,
I'll see you back up in the press box after the game is over.
Sounds good.
All
Thanks,
right,
guys.
that's Alex Weiner. He covers the D-backs for us on ArizonaSports.com, and he's got the Ain't No Fang podcast with who filled in for Bernsey on the Ain't No Fang podcast. Who was it? Steve Zinsmeister. I wasn't even asked to do it. They went with Steve Zinsmeister over me. Unbelievable. No, forget it. Now I don't even want to do it anymore.
Well, he's got talent. Yeah. I mean, I don't know why
I get it.
Shocked about that.
Some of us don't. When we come back, Mitchie Mitch, who's doing a great job handling everything with Lauren on vacation. We'll get you caught up on everything going on in the world of sports. It's the 4 o'clock reset next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and D-backs play-by-play.
And now the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was about 13, I started mowing lawns to make a few bucks. Looking back, I don't know how I survived those Arizona summers. What I didn't realize then was how much I was learning, showing up, doing the job right, and taking pride in it. That's what guides us today at Moxie Pest Control. Because reliability isn't something you say, it's something you demonstrate. Call 888-MOXIE-10.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns and John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
To learn life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text the word SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
At the UPS Store, we understand the importance of a first impression. That's why we're here to help you put your best foot forward and be unstoppable with our printing services. With high-quality paper stock options, banners, business cards, menus, and more, we make sure your small business stands out and your message reaches the masses. After all, we're the one-stop prints that pop store. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, prices, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today and get your print on.
Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, where there's big news coming from your service departments.
That's right, Bick. We have slashed prices on major repairs and 12 essential services, from oil changes to brake pads. The savings are incredible, and you don't have to take my word for it. Just go to ChapmanBMW.com, put your VIN number in, and you'll see all the money you're saving. And it doesn't matter where you purchase your BMW.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Support comes from Amazon Business. You can't rely on guesswork to run your business. With Smart Business Buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Empower your team today. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
This June 13th, boxing's pound-for-pound superstar steps into a new division with history on the line. Jesse "Ban" Rodriguez moves up in weight to hunt another world title against dangerous champion Antonio Vargas. Live at Desert Diamond Arena for the WBA World Bantamweight Championship. Fast hands, big power, one massive night of championship boxing. Saturday, June 13th in Glendale, Arizona at the Desert Diamond Arena. Final tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Don't miss Jesse "Ban" Rodriguez chasing greatness at the Desert Diamond Arena.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back home after their 6-game road trip. Prior to tonight's game, the D-backs announced the return of Pavin Smith from the 60-day injured list. Tim Tawa was sent down to AAA Reno to make room. And to make room on the 40-man roster, Carlos Santana was transferred to the 60-day injured list. Now the Diamondbacks start a 4-game set against the division rival Dodgers. Eduardo Rodriguez will get things started on the mound. Goes against right-hander Emmett Sheehan. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Mercury also in action in downtown Phoenix, so if you're headed down there, plan ahead. They also brought back Lexi Held, they announced today, after she was waived by the Tempo. So we'll see when she makes her debut. Maybe tonight. We'll see. They're taking on the Minnesota Lynx. Tip-off is at 7. And then in the NFL, 2 huge trades went down today. The LA Rams acquired the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett, from the Cleveland Browns. Browns get back Jared Verse, a 2027 first, a 28 second, and a 29 third. Meanwhile, the Patriots got wide receiver A.J. Brown from the Eagles in exchange for a 2028 first and a 27 fifth. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, home of the no-fee emergency. Want to save money on your AC or plumbing issues? It's ReadyServices.com. Saving you money since 1957. Get ready, because here we come.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Mitchy Mitch. Ryan Thompson is going to join us in 11 minutes.
I was wondering who was rumbling there behind John.
Yes, yeah. Ryan Thompson is going to join us. Outstanding reliever for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
So he just gave you a baseball.
Just gave me a baseball.
What a guy.
Hey, just give me a baseball. Wants me to catch with him, probably.
You should have him sign it, too.
No, you hear what you do. Say, can you get Ohtani to sign this for you?
Low blow, Timmy.
It's a low blow. All right, so waving to Jody Jackson over there. We're out at the ballpark today. And
JJ.
Before we get back to all the Diamondback festivities, Mitch, who's running everything, just about solo, right? And Lauren's on vacation.
I got Ryan back here with me. Ryan's doing a great job.
Good
picking
job,
up
Ryan.
some of the
Good
pieces
job,
for us.
Ryan. So why don't you get us through everything that's going on in the world of sports?
Let's do it. We haven't really talked about these NFL moves yet, so that's where we'll start. One that drastically impacts the outcome of the NFC West. The LA Rams have acquired single-season sack leader and the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, Myles Garrett, from the Cleveland Browns. The Browns, in exchange, Gambo, will get Jared Verse, a 2027 first-rounder. So essentially 2 first-round picks, a 2028 second, and a 2029 third.
Rams defense had the 8th highest pass rush rate anyway. I don't get it. I don't get this move for the Rams. I know you're all in. I know Myles Garrett is a better player than Jared Verse. But Verse is a stud, 2-time Pro Bowl player, NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year, and you got to give up a first, a second, and a third. But they're all in on winning right now. Myles Garrett is the best pass rusher in the NFL. They're all in on winning it right now.
I mean, he might be the best defensive player in the NFL. I don't get caught up in who won the trade and who didn't. I mean, there are that obviously happens quite a bit in trades.
Yes,
but there is a possibility, Mitch, and everybody listening, that both teams win this trade. Myles Garrett could help the Rams win a Super Bowl and compete for one again next year, maybe win another one. And we'll see what the Browns do ultimately with those picks, right, to see how it all shakes out.
Most important, yeah.
This is a win-win deal, I think, on the surface for both in the initial stages. And, you know, the GM's less need, and they can shake hands and move on, and that's a fair deal. I think Cleveland got a good, rightful haul. Well, when you give up the best defensive player in the NFL.
Not the only big NFL trade today. The Patriots finally, after all those months of reporting, got A.J. Brown, the wide receiver of the Eagles. Eagles are getting back a 2028 first-rounder, a 2027 fifth-rounder. It was reported, Gambo, that a big reason why A.J. Brown wanted to go to New England was to reunite with his former head coach, Mike Vrabel.
Yeah, he started, with Vrabel in Tennessee. He was with the Titans, then came over to Philly, and then to New England. When you pencil this guy in for 1,000 yards receiving every year, he's that good. But listen, they knew this was going to happen. So they went out and they drafted the Mekhi Lemon kid out of USC in the first round. They signed Hollywood Brown, Elijah Moore. They made that trade with the Packers for the Wicks kid. So they knew they were going to lose A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
So they went out and they kind of loaded up at the wide receiver position, including taking the USC kid in the first round.
Yeah, and A.J. Brown gets away from Jalen Hurts, which he's excited to do that, and gets with Drake May now, and obviously gives the Patriots another weapon for Drake May as he continues to evolve. This is a team that was in the Super Bowl last year, and I know they have designs on being back there again this year. So a good move for the Patriots, and A.J. Brown gets a fresh set of days now outside of the quarterback offense led by Jalen Hurts.
Other NFL stories, because it seems like there was a lot of NFL news today. The Giants reportedly signed a couple of receivers. Big-time reunion with Odell Beckham Jr. That's one of them. The other, Juju Smith-Schuster, who was recently with the Chiefs, Patriots, and with the Steelers in the early parts of his career. And then the other storyline, quarterback Russell Wilson, he has signed a deal, but not to play quarterback, to play analyst with CBS Sports. The reports also said he's not closing the door on playing again. So maybe this is a short stint for him.
It's amazing how quickly his career just
fell off the cliff.
Fell off the cliff.
Yeah.
From great quarterback to you can't play anymore. Like the Denver Broncos wasted how much money on him?
A lot.
Well, they made that ridiculous deal. They didn't have to give him that new contract, but they did it, and they paid dearly for it in more ways than one. Look, Gambo, you're right. There was a time where it was Rodgers, Brady, and Russell Wilson. Before Mahomes made his ascent up that list, those were the 3 best quarterbacks in the National Football League, and it was like one day Russell Wilson woke up and couldn't play anymore. He supposedly is going to replace Matt Ryan on the CBS studio show, Mitch. I don't know if that's official or not, but
it seems logical.
He's got the looks. He's got the voice. Will he have something to say? I think that's what separates these guys, the ones who make it and the ones who don't.
Ryan, of course, now in charge of football operations in Atlanta, so it would make logical sense if Matt's a little busy during the football season. Hey, Gambo, you were talking about big dollars to spend. How about if you wanted to go to an NBA Finals game? The aggregate pricing, Average ticket price to get into Game 1 in San Antonio, $3,452. That's just for one ticket. Now, how about Madison Square Garden? You have to imagine that's way more. Yeah,
$10,000.
About double, $7,887 just to get in for Game 3. The average price, I should say.
It's insanity. Like, normal fans cannot go to these games.
No, I cannot.
Like, you cannot. Like, a normal Knicks fan cannot go to the game. A normal Spurs, like, you can't go to these games. These prices are crazy. These prices.
If you're a Knicks fan and you drop almost $500,000 on a couple of courtside seats, first of all, you obviously weren't worth billions of dollars, but it's just unfathomable. I mean, the game ends in 2 hours. It's over. That's it. You got $500,000 walking out the door. I hope the Knicks win for their sake.
Okay, here's my follow-up question then. So we know that Madison Square Garden is going to be loaded with the celebs, right? Of these three, Timothy Chalamet, Ben Stiller, and Spike Lee, who gets the most TV time, do you think?
Oh, God. Please not Ben Stiller. I can't stand that guy.
Is the Jenner girl sitting next to Chalamet? Because that's an extra,
yes, Kylie will also be there.
Yeah, that's an extra benefit for the TV cameras.
Tim's thinking outside the box. I don't know.
I don't know. Spike Lee is the OG, though.
Do you go
How about
old
Patrick
school?
Ewing? How about just Patrick Ewing?
He'll get some TV time for sure.
Ewing doesn't look good.
He's old.
I mean, Spike Lee's old, too.
You want to go with Allen Houston? Want to see They got Allen Houston, a little grayer, but he looks okay.
Remember Woody Allen used to be at all the Knicks games?
What a time that was. Let's transition to College World Series regionals, because ASU took part, but I guess you could call it heartbreak in terms of ending. So they defeat South Dakota State Saturday. So now they're in a do-or-die game against the host team, Nebraska. Both of those teams are the one-loss game. Now, ASU won 11-8, but they lost star Landon Hairston to ejection, and as a result, he was suspended for that next game against Ole Miss.
He struck out, and what did he do? Threw his bat?
He threw his bat up in the air rather emphatically, and as a result, the umpires huddled. They said he was ejected. Because of the ejection, he was suspended for the second game of the doubleheader, and much like in the first game against Ole Miss, they lost in extra innings 5-4, so now ASU is done.
Good run, Willie Blue, because I watched. I didn't know where the game was, and I kept trying to find it. It wasn't on TV. I went to ESPN Plus on my computer, and I watched the 10th inning, the sac fly that won it for Ole Miss. I caught the last 5 minutes of the baseball game.
Those umpires, knowing that an ejection would lead to an automatic suspension, should have showed a little more discretion.
For the best player on the team.
I mean, right? Like, come on now.
Yeah.
That's what I got to say.
It was frustrating. I was more frustrated with the pitching, but that seems like every baseball team. We'll close with this. Tennis news. Serena Williams, she's back. Hasn't played a match in about 4 years, and her return to play is going to be sometime next week. She's going to be part of a doubles match at the WTA 500 at Queen's Club in London.
How old is she?
I think she's in her early 40s.
No, she'll still probably kick some ass.
I know. She's that good.
We'll take it. All right.
That's what you're looking at in this sports today.
All right, Mitch, we appreciate it. That's Mitch with the 4 o'clock reset. Everything going on in the world of sports. When we come back, we'll be joined by the Diamondbacks' outstanding relief pitcher, good friend Ryan Thompson, next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team. If you're looking for somebody to help you with your mortgage, nobody does it better than the great Lund Mortgage team. From Stan Lund to Lisa Lund, helping you with refinance, new home loans, getting pre-approved for a mortgage. They are easy to work with and truly the best at what they do. Give them a call at 623-889-0130 and let them take care of business for you. Refinance, new home loans, and getting your mortgage done the right way. The Lund Mortgage Team, 623-889-0130.
He's a former coach with 2 sons who played professional basketball. Satch Sullinger's a competitive individual, but his golf game was suffering because of painful joints.
Right, that's real important. The golf game, right. As we get older, we create these bad habits because we're relegated to hit a certain way.
QC Kinetics used regenerative treatments, all natural healing properties from Satch's own body, to restore those damaged joints and get his golf game back on track.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me, all natural, and that's what I'm about. I'm going to tell everybody why I'm better.
Oh, and by the way, looks like the competitive Satch is back.
We're all in the same boat, and I'm getting better, and I'm watching them stay old.
Go to QCkinetics.com. Get relief and your game back. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Okay, here we go. Let's talk diamond sourcing. Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As one of 3 diamond sourcing experts, I'm going to explain just how differently we source our diamonds and why that guarantees your engagement ring will be the most beautiful. For starters, there's no middleman. We source directly from trusted industry leaders we've partnered with for generations. We work with them in person and negotiate on our customers' behalf so they get the best prices possible. We also pay our partners in cash, and in return, they reserve the most beautiful diamonds just for us. I handpick and inspect each stone under 10 times magnification. Other jewelers use the Diamond Database to buy stones sight unseen with grainy pictures and videos. When you purchase a diamond engagement ring with Shane Company, you can trust that me and my team have personally handpicked your stone for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com to find yours. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
All right, welcome back to the show. Tim Ring filling in for Burnsy. He is finishing up his little Italian vacation. Today he's in Rome. He went to the Colosseum. I gave him a restaurant recommendation, so I think he's going to go there tonight. One of my favorite restaurants that my family always takes me to when we're there. But right now we're joined by a good friend of mine, Ryan Thompson, great outstanding relief pitcher for the Arizona
What's
Diamondbacks.
up, brother?
How are you?
Fantastic.
Now listen, I was reading something about you, knowing you were going to come on today. When you were a kid, you used to intimidate Bung Young Kim from the Diamondbacks?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, imitate him, yes.
Imitate him?
Yeah.
What did I say?
I thought you said intimidate.
Intimidate.
Yeah, no.
I hope you didn't intimidate him. He was a little guy. You used to imitate BK?
Yes.
Giving up the 3 home runs to the Yankees in the World
Not
Series?
that.
Not that part.
Not that. No, when I was a little kid, like
Yeah.
me and my neighbor kids, we used to pretend that we would be any player on any team. So
Right.
we like play wiffle ball in my backyard.
Yeah.
And we would pick teams, so we'd have all the rosters written out. But whatever team you picked, you had to use everyone's batting stance and you had to use everyone's pitching mechanics. And so you didn't have to throw lefty or whatever, but you had to hit lefty. And so I always liked the Diamondbacks because of a certain roster that they had at that time, which was around the time of the World Series. And pitching like Bung Hung Kim, none of my neighbor kids could hit it. And so I was always telling my dad, hey, I think I got some here. I think I got some here. And he always thought throwing down low would hurt my arm, never wanted me to, until I got to high school and I had a coach be like, hey, you should try this. And that was all I needed to come back to Dad and be like, hey, I could be Bung Hung Kim.
Now, you weren't a Diamondback fan.
Kind of.
At 7 years old?
Are you really? I mean, I was a Mariners fan, number one.
Okay.
So as I used to go to games like once a year with my dad, but my National League team was either the Cardinals or the Diamondbacks. And the only reason I liked the Diamondbacks is because I liked their roster. So I would like look at the players on the team and I would root for a team in the National League.
So you liked the roster from the World Series team?
I did, yeah.
I don't know if you know, you don't know this, but I'm gonna tell a story here. We were at an incredible event not too long ago, and Ryan was a part of it. And Kurt Schilling was here in town and needed a ride to the airport, to the ballpark. Schill was coming to like tape some things, so you drove him, so my wife didn't have to.
Yes.
Because my wife was going to take him here, and then she had to take Jeremy Roenick to the airport. So you ended up taking Kurt Schilling, who was a hero on that team, and you got to spend some time with him. What was that like, knowing that, he was on that World Series team, one of the great pitchers, one of the great clutch pitchers in the history of baseball?
It was kind of surreal because, I've been in this world for a while now, right? So I've been in the big leagues for 7 years. I get to talk to a lot of different players I used to idolize and all that, but it's a little different experience when you're at an event with a guy and then he's in your car and you're driving him to the field and you just have 40 minutes to just chat it up. And
right.
He's so amazing because he's so outspoken in his will to want to help me. He knew who I was, he's watched me pitch, and he wanted to give me pointers, wanted to help me out. And it's some of the stuff that he told me was pretty invaluable in the way that he would strategize, the way that he would research teams.
He was ahead of his time.
Ahead of his time.
He was.
And even in today's world, if he was in here in our clubhouse, the things that he was saying would really help probably all of our pitchers. And so it was pretty special.
First of all, Schilling and Roenick don't have Uber accounts. Okay, good to know. They need rides to and from the airport.
Unfreaking believable. Just unbelievable.
But give me a couple of things that he told you that really stuck with you from that car ride.
There's so many, but the one thing that I remember the most was he's saying of all the things that he studied, when he would get down to it, and if he had, let's say he only had a limited amount of time to study one thing, he said he would study hitters' first pitch tendencies and then their two-strike swing and miss. Everything else could be important depending, but he's like, if I had those two things down, then I was set.
He felt pretty good.
I would be good enough to figure it out in any game. And so, kind of common sense. But I think in today's game, we get a little bit carried away with the analytics and the mechanics and all this stuff. And it's sometimes these little tidbits of information kind of goes over our head. And so sitting there and thinking, okay, first pitch strikes, everyone knows that these days. There's a lot of stats out there. First pitch strike is the most important thing as a pitcher can do ever. 0-1 to 1-0 changes everything. So having him, even from his time, say how important first pitch strike was, and then seeing how do I get this guy to swing and miss when it's 0-2 and not rely on the ground ball or the pop-up.
You claim to be the funniest guy in the clubhouse, but it was Ginkle that went to the fish market and started tossing fish around in Seattle, not you.
Yeah, he needs the clout.
Oh, gotcha.
You gotta let that guy get some publicity.
He did find somebody to marry him.
Impressive to me.
Right? Did he just get engaged?
He did.
Yeah,
it's so cool.
I'm actually surprised. Tell him I'm surprised at that too.
Yeah. No, Kevin's amazing, and he found somebody that's perfect for him. Shannon, she's great. My fiance loves her, and they get to talk, and it was fun because I proposed back in February. And so me and Kevin being able to chat it up a little bit over the last couple of months of oh, what did you do? You got any advice for me? Stuff like that. And he knocked it out of the park. He did it at his uncle's house and had it all set up. He flew in her family to be there. No way. Yeah, he did it right.
Where'd you do yours?
I did mine in Longboat Key down in Florida.
Okay. All right. I did mine in the Bahamas. What about you?
Let's go.
Gainey Ranch.
Gainey Ranch.
Here in Scottsdale.
Yeah. I did mine at this at Atlantis in the Bahamas, is where I got engaged.
Very nice.
Yes.
In the suite that goes over the bridge.
No, it was on there's the little island they have, and it had this one palm tree, and they put "Will you marry me?" and candles.
Ooh, let's go.
So me and Chelsea walked out. And we did that. I met your fiance not too long ago for the first time here. Amazing woman, and you may not know. Her sister is Kayleigh McEnany.
Oh, the old press secretary.
Yeah. So you're marrying an Irish girl.
I am, yeah. Yeah, okay. So the family's very connected, so I had to get real sneaky with this proposal. I had to call up her boss. I tricked her with her boss to be she's got this big work event that he calls her and he's like, this is your time to shine. I need you to show up to this athlete's event. Yeah, and you got this big speech you got to prepare for. So for 3 weeks, she was stressing out, prepping for the speech. He's on all these Zoom calls, I don't know what I'm gonna say. I got this big athletes event, and all her coworkers is this event's fake. So all her coworkers are what event's this? And I'm in the background, I'm oh no. So I'm calling people hey, she's spoiling the thing. So it was so amazing.
Did she find out?
She didn't figure it out. So she gets there. I had a photography team there, and I had my photographer's wife pretend that she was working for the same little event, goes and grabs her, brings her to the Great Lawn where it was doing. I had a musician singer there, some flowers, drone, all that stuff.
Oh,
she comes
man.
out, and I sneak up behind the beach, and it was just awesome. But the first
Did she
thing,
want to kill you for wasting 3 weeks of her time?
yes, that was the first thing she said. She's like, I'm so happy, but I'm equally as happy I don't have to give this speech. First thing she said.
I imagine a baseball player has a December Christmas wedding. Is that the plan right now?
It'll be in January.
January,
Yeah.
okay. Destination wedding?
It'll be in Boca Raton.
Boca Raton, destination enough?
Yeah, destination enough. Her whole family's from Florida, so it'll be a little closer, but yeah.
Okay, should we talk some baseball, or you want to just talk about girlfriends and stuff?
Let's talk about this Dodger series. You guys just took it on the chin against Seattle. 3 close games.
Yeah.
Now you're facing the Dodgers. I think this is a good time to get them right now. They're playing well, and you guys are probably pissed off from losing those games against the Mariners.
Yeah, I think what's really important is, we could get complacent against bad teams. We could overglorify good teams, and that both of those can result in bad performance. So I think we just show up every single day just like we always do, and we say, look, how do we get better from the Seattle series? We don't look at the Dodgers too much. We prepare for them and whatnot, but they're just another team, and we're capable of beating them just like we have in the past.
This bullpen last year struggled. I think one of the reasons why is that you and Ginkel weren't right. You guys are both pitching outstanding right now. I think that I told Tori, I think the key to the whole bullpen, and I told Mike this too, I think the key to the whole bullpen is you two guys pitching the way you have. I think it's set up everything else. But when you look at what Seawald's done, your boy Clarkie coming in pitching well, you got Murillo, the incredible 2 innings the other day. What has been to you the success of the overall bullpen?
It's the camaraderie. It's our it's our family dynamic down there. We're having so much fun. Like that's like we're not down there. So the bullpen, like we sit down there for hours and we wait for this annoying phone to ring. And it just like you sit there and all of a sudden and everyone's like, oh God, like
is it me?
Is it me? Is it you? Everyone's stretching, doing quad stretch. And so it can be a place of really high anxiety, but the peace that we have in there with the group that we have right now is really special. And so we all have each other's backs. And I mean, like you even see it on the field. Like how many times this year have we had a reliever maybe not have their best stuff, and somebody comes in right behind them and gets them out of the jam. And it's like that's such a good feeling coming in and being like, I got you out of that jam. You're my brother. And that guy being like, dude, I can go to bed tonight and be like, I didn't give up any runs. I didn't have my best stuff. I didn't give up any runs. And I can show up tomorrow and I can give my best. It's like I don't have to try to do too much to overcome a bad outing.
When the phone rings in the 9th inning and you win, it's Paul if you got a 3-run or less lead. In the 6th and the 7th and the 8th, could it be anybody?
Pretty much.
Because usually the best bullpens have defined roles.
Right.
You guys don't really have defined roles.
And that's what's so special about us is that we're in this situation where we don't have defined roles. We don't really know what to expect in a lot of situations. And we're still going out there and we're still having a really good season. And I think a lot of that is the communication that we have. We can sit down there and we're not playing coach by any means, but we're sitting down there and being like, hey, make sure you're ready because I'm expecting that with this situation, these batters coming up, maybe these pinch hitters, whatever, it could be you, could be you, could be you. And because it's hard being down there and being ready all the time. It's a mental fatigue. How many times are you throwing plyo balls? How many times are you running back and forth? Are you going to tire yourself for you out there? And so just having a group of guys that are all in it together, and we could say, I think it's going to be you here, and maybe I'm wrong, but at least we're over-prepared and not under-prepared.
So camaraderie, that's cool. I wouldn't have thought that. That's awesome.
Yeah, and especially any great bullpen, really, when roles are defined and guys are stars in those roles, it's a really effective bullpen, and teams tend to win a lot of games. Break out your crystal ball. How do you see the bullpen maybe evolving as the season goes on? Because guys are going to get healthy. You don't know who's going to be effective. You also don't know who's going to arrive maybe at the trade deadline. When you came in, you changed the entire calculus of what Torrey could do in the late innings. So there could be a guy that you don't even know is going to be on the team. How do you see, how fascinating will it be to see it evolve over the next 4 months here?
Well, the cool thing is that not only do we have a good group here, not only do we have guys like Puck and Martinez who are going to be coming back, and to your point, not only is there going to be opportunities at the deadline, but our guys in AAA are studs too. We have a really good group of guys in AAA who can help us at any time. We just haven't needed them yet because we're all healthy. And so, number one, that's such a big testament to our training staff here that I will go to my grave saying they're the best training staff in baseball. They are so good at what they do, and they keep us so healthy. And so that's something that is going to be interesting to see, is what's going to happen when Puck and Martinez come back. How are things going to shift? We have two young guys, Murillo and Garcia, who, in my opinion, are some of the best relievers in the game. And so how did their roles shift, if they even do? And they're going to have a lot of weapons to deal with.
I used to pretend I was Tommy John in wiffle ball. But wiffle ball taught me to bat lefty, so when I got to high school and even beyond that, I batted lefty. So I was a switch hitter. But I used to pretend I was Tommy John in wiffle ball when we used to throw.
I was Tony Armas. Remember Armas?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I liked him. That was Tony Armas.
Great stuff, my friend. I got Torey Lovello coming up next. We'll talk to the skipper. That's Ryan Thompson from your Arizona Diamondbacks. Torey Lovello will join us next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This has been the Clubhouse Call-In with Burns and Gambo.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Game on the line as the 1-0. And Robles swings and grounds it towards short. Perdomo dives to knock it down, but he can't get to it fast enough. And the Mariners have walked off the Diamondbacks by a final score of 3-2. And they sweep Arizona in a 3-game weekend set.
D-backs start up a 4-game series with the Dodgers tonight. So we discuss what happened in the Mariners series and preview what's next for the D-backs on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
It's Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, a lot of people expect their taxes to go down in retirement, sure, but that's not always the case.
It's not, and for most people, it's the opposite. Every dollar coming out of a 401k or an IRA is taxed at ordinary income. Now you add in Social Security, required distributions, and you've got a serious tax problem.
And worse, people don't see it coming.
Not until it's too late to do much about it. The window to reduce your lifetime tax bill is before retirement or early in it. After that, your options are limited.
All right, so what's the move then?
Roth conversions, smart planning, bracket management, real strategies that actually reduce what you owe, but you need a plan, not guesswork.
And Bright Wealth puts that all together?
That's exactly what we do. Call 844-726-9116 for a complimentary tax review. Call now, 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Tom Chambers with my friend Harold Perkins, president of Galaxy Lending Group. If he told you you could pay off your mortgage decades faster without changing your lifestyle, you'd think he was crazy.
I've heard worse, Tom. Galaxy's Ownership Accelerator Loan does exactly that, and it helps most of our clients to pay off their mortgages in 5 years or less without changing their lifestyle.
Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's home selling season, and the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home is settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard, though. The whole buying and selling process can be a grind. Lowball offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. Don't do that, though. It's your home we're talking about, and you don't have to settle when you sell with an Orchard agent. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale. Their local agents help you sell on the market for top dollar. They're some of the most experienced agents around town, and here's how they do it. First, Orchard will give you cash up front to buy and move into your new home. Get that part done. Do it on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then, once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent will help sell your home on market for top dollar. One Orchard customer recently said, I went under contract within 24 hours of my home listing, which was amazing. That is amazing. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're curious how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance. And right now, if you spend $100 or more at Waltz, you'll get a free Gemini boombox.
That's the same one you've got, right, Bick?
Yep, and I love it. It's portable, super loud, great bass, and it even floats. Perfect for the pool or backyard hangouts.
Free? floats, and ready for summer? That's a win.
Everybody wins when shopping at Waltz, which you can find off the I-10 in Warner and online at waltz.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people.
Injured? Dial pound law.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks are back home after a 6-game road trip. Prior to tonight's game, the Diamondbacks announced the return of Pavin Smith from the 60-day injured list. He's back in the starting lineup, hitting 5th in designated hitting. Tim Tawa was sent down to AAA Reno to make room on the active roster. And Carlos Santana was transferred to the 60-day injured list to make room on the 40-man roster. 4-game set against the division rival Dodgers starts tonight. Eduardo Rodriguez will get things going on the mound. He'll go against right-hander Emmett Sheehan. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. Mercury are also in action downtown tonight, so plan ahead if you are going to Phoenix. They also brought back Lexi Held, they announced today. She was recently waived by the Tempo. Now she's back here in the Valley after a great year last year. We'll see when she makes her team debut this year. Maybe it's tonight against the Minnesota Lynx. Tip-off will be at 7. And then 2 huge trades took place in the NFL. The Rams acquired Myles Garrett, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year from the Browns. And then the Patriots, after all that reporting, finally got their man, wide receiver A.J. Brown from the Eagles in exchange for 2 picks. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com.
Burns and Gambo with Tim Ring in for Burnsy. Live at Chase Field on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
At Burns and Gambo, 4:35 on a Monday. D-backs and Dodgers coming up. Game 1 of a 4-game set at Chase Field. First pitch for 6:40. Erod on the mound for the D-backs. Sheehan on the mound for the L.A. Dodgers. Dodgers come in absolutely piping hot. No surprise there. They've won 14 of their last 17. D-backs had a roll in winning 10 of 11, but they go into Seattle and all the momentum built from that stretch. Hit a dead end. Hit a wall, in fact. Crashed and burned. The D-backs swept by the Seattle Mariners. In a game on Sunday that they could have won in extra innings, and a game on Friday night they could have won in extra innings, couldn't get the runner home in the top of the 10th. Mariners doing the bottom of the 10th, and you lose 2 games in extra innings, and just like that, you've lost 3 games in a row, but you come back home tonight now against the Dodgers, looking to make a statement. A little bit of a litmus test series, I think, for the D-backs. Just how good is this baseball team? How good can they be? And what can they do against the Dodgers? Obviously, the Dodgers not only hitting the ball well, but they're throwing it as well in the season so far. Yamamoto will not pitch in the series. He went 5 1/3 on Sunday, struck out 10 in another Dodgers win. So they'll miss him, but they will catch Ohtani coming up on Wednesday night in Game 3. Ohtani will go up against Zach Gallen. As Gambo has rejoined the party.
Georges, I had to chat with Kevin Ginkel a little bit about some stuff that was going on. So Kevin Ginkel just talked with. How great was Ryan Thompson? How awesome was that? Got 40 minutes in that car with Kurt Schilling and picked his brain and learned so much just by talking to a guy like Schill.
Yeah, and you know what? Listen, we've done this for a long time, and a lot of times you get a guy on the phone or you get a guy in front of his locker, and the talk is all baseball. But one of the great things about doing this show out here and having a little extra time and actually being able to look at these guys face-to-face, and I know you and Ryan have a pretty good relationship, but for these guys to be able to open up here in the ballpark while we're sitting here live doing the show live, you get interesting things about their lives, about getting married, when you get married, where are you getting married, and and I know a lot of Diamondbacks fans, they like the baseball talk, but getting to know these guys as players and a reminder that they are human beings doesn't hurt as well every once in a while.
Yeah, so he's going to get married in January, and then I was showing him like the picture of the dog mushing, and he's like, oh my God, I got to do that. Send that to me. I'm going to send it to my fiance, and we'll do that. But yeah, good guy, Ryan. That bullpen's been unbelievable for them. It really has. Like, truly amazing. I think Torey Lovello's going to come over now, so we should have Lovello as he's sitting there and talking to Mookie Betts, and maybe saying, hey, listen, take it easy on us. Try not to get too many hits. I think he's batting like 194 this year anyway. So this will be a big series. I love being out here at the ballpark for this.
Well, it's the biggest series of the year to date for the D-backs, Campbell.
Yeah.
I don't think that's hyperbole. I don't think you're overstating the situation.
And I think you're going to have a very angry D-backs baseball team right now. A very angry. Have a seat, Skip. You got a minute? Yeah.
We're live.
You're out there chatting with Mookie Betts. Working the Dodgers over a little bit.
Yeah, you gotta
butter them up before the kill.
You gotta look for any edge possible. So
yeah, what'd you find out? Anything? What'd Mookie say?
Mookie just said he hasn't gotten a hit since he came back, and he's hitting under 200. I said that's good.
194. Yeah.
I said just take it easy for a good friend. Take it easy for 4 more days, and you can do whatever the hell you want.
Listen, one for 15 in your next 16 at bats in the next 4 days will be fine. We'll take that.
That's good.
Do you guys get more up for a game against the Dodgers than you do other teams?
Hard to say. I mean, I'd probably lie to you if I said we didn't know the Dodgers were in town today. But I want us to have a day one mentality. I want us to just go out there and play our best game today, no matter who we're playing. But the Dodgers walk in here, they probably have 5 or 6 of the best players in the world on one team, depending on who you're talking to. But it's great. I love watching good baseball games. I love watching good baseball teams, and I put us into that bucket. We're a good baseball team. We've got to go do our thing, focus on our dugout. I think a lot of teams walk in against the Dodgers, and they're all taking a deep breath, and they're like, oh, boy, what's getting ready to happen? I tell our guys, let's just play our game. We're going to be fine.
Torey, it's a long season, as you know, and I think one of the things that you've done a really great job at is kind of keeping things even keel, never getting too high, never getting too low. The fans' perspective, the media is, all that momentum is lost in Seattle, but you wake up today, like, how would you combat that when somebody says, the Diamondbacks took a step back after all everything they built in the 13-game stretch?
Yeah, we worked hard, right? We got to 7 or 8 games over 500, and now we kind of dumped it. And that the reality is we are where we are. But I'm pissed. I don't like what happened up in Seattle. We didn't situationally hit the right way. We built innings. We had some tough pitching that we were facing. But to get to where we got to get to, we got to be good pitching, that good starting pitching that they have up there. So, yeah, I'm pissed. I'm mad it happened, but we got to learn from it, and we can't do a darn thing about it. We're going to win baseball games. We're a good baseball team. We're going to start to layer in like A.J. Puck and J. Mart and Corbin Burns. And when those boys start coming around, I told them, we're going to hold serve until you get here. When you get here, this thing's going to be really special. But I try not to put too much stock in other than what's happening right now in front of us, because the game is so high and so low. And I'm bald and I'm gray, and I don't want to go more bald and more gray. I'm like, I've had enough of worrying about things I can't control.
welcome to 60, Torey. I mean, this is going to happen.
My kid was at UCLA yesterday, toured the campus. He bought a shirt, a UCLA shirt, and he says to the guy, he goes, I'm buying this for Torey because of Torey Lovello.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. That's good.
It was cute. He said, I'm going to buy this because of Torey Lovello. He bought himself a UCLA shirt.
Did they give him a discount? No, they probably charged double.
No, I think they charged us double. Yeah, it was incredible. Yeah, so I just saw the credit card bill. I got $98 for a shirt? Come on.
Oh, my God. That's unbelievable. I will say it's an unbelievable campus. The baseball field is across the 405. I don't know if Q got a chance to go see the baseball field, but
he did.
The campus is spectacular. I try to guide you guys into the right, like the heartbeat of where everything happens.
And she went exactly there. I wasn't
good.
there. My wife was. And I said, hey, here's where you got to go. Tori says right. So I sent her with the pin, and she went right there. And she was perfect because they got to go everywhere right from there.
Yeah, it's perfect.
When I see the Seattle series, 3 close games, could have won all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that first game Friday probably bothered me the most. Not that you didn't get the run in the 10th inning, but there was some opportunity. Like Fernandez had these 2 incredible at-bats, and then that one at-bat, he's swinging the balls in the dirt. And Then the other day, I think it was yesterday, couldn't get the run in. We couldn't get Waldschmidt in from third because it just wasn't hit deep enough. Man, I know you only had 3 hits in 2 of those games, but I still look at like, wow, there were some real chances there to win a game in which you only have 3, 4, 5 hits, and you guys weren't able to do it.
Yeah, I looked up there and saw the same thing. They had 10 or 11. We had 2 or 3 hits, and we're grinding. We're gonna win this ball game. I think that's what good teams are able to do. They beat you in a variety of ways. You walk, you get a big base hit, you advance somebody via the bunt, and I I feel the same way. Day one, we should have scored 8 or 9 runs. If we situationally hit the way we're trained to do and the way they've done it over the past, however many games that we played, we're gonna put up some points and win that ball game. And then it's totally different day 2 when we're facing Wu. But yesterday was one that I felt like got away from us. And in Jose Fernandez's defense, he's a young player. He's 22 years old. He's stepping into that box and he's seeing slider. He's always had
going to Friday against the closer.
Yeah, he's always had a vulnerability to secondary stuff like that, and he's going to be fine. He's going to be an excellent player. It's just going to take a little bit of time for us to get him there. When he gets that at bat right there, he learns from it. He's going to grow. He's going to figure this out.
I had frustrations with you guys last year not being able to get that runner in from second in extra innings, and you did the right thing. You bunt the runner over, but you can't get him in. What has to change for you guys to be more successful in that situation?
Get a big hit.
Yeah, right.
It sounds so simple, but you guys struggled with that last year quite a bit.
Yeah, Mike was just all over me today about an hour and a half ago talking about the same thing. Yeah, all over me. And it's my job to figure it out. I gotta figure out those answers. We gotta
tell Mike to go get you somebody that's batting better than 200 to be able to pinch hit off the bench.
You said it. I didn't.
I said it. Can you give me a better pinch hitting option?
So hire Gibbo as your agent.
I mean, come on. Can I get somebody?
Tori says. Yeah.
That's my opinion. But go ahead.
I feel like getting the boys out there, prior to the 9th inning, prior to the 10th inning. I'm sorry. Get him on base. Somebody's going to slug. When you get a guy at second base, that runner should be over and in. But book it, done. We talk about that and work on it all spring training. There's 10 things that we do that we really hammer on, and that's one of them. Defensive positioning, defensive plays, et cetera, et cetera. But I think to be successful, you got to give up a little bit of your swing. You can't go up there looking for jackpot every single time. The pitcher is not going to throw you strikes. I think young players, and this is what I said to Mike, Jose Fernandez in AAA knows that he's going to probably get a 4-heater right down the middle because the pitcher in AAA doesn't know how to execute and get him out. He needs to get ahead of him before he can start to finesse the baseball up there. A big league pitcher with a 2-0 count still feels like he's in control of the count. He has count leverage, and I can spin you. I can do anything I need. 2-1, same thing. So that's where we got to dial back some of our aggressiveness. We got to be patient. We got to have an all-field approach and give up a little bit of our swing. That's my answer that I said to Mike, and that's my answer right now.
Is the offense right now too reliant on Marte and Carroll being hot?
Probably. Marte got pitched to a little bit up in Seattle, and it was a grinding series for us. But the best players, and I put it on them. I told the big three, the top three, I said, I'm putting this on you guys, and I know you can handle it. If you can't, let me know, because I'll move you in this lineup. You guys got to go. For us to get where we're going to, you got to be the best players on the team, on the field on that day. And they accept that responsibility. But I'm looking for guys like Waldschmidt and Arenado and Moreno to continue to grow and learn and take those next steps so they can take the pressure off the big three. It's hard to carry an entire team, and that's what I end up telling these guys. Be great. Do your thing the way you know how. You got 9 guys that are built, 8 other guys that are built around you. And let's make this team function as one big unit. But I want them to walk into this ballpark when we come here at 12 o'clock thinking, this is my day, this is my team. I know for a fact that when the Dodgers are walking in here, the face I see is Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, and Mookie Betts. Every team should see those 3 guys the same way. Like, they're the boys, they're the dudes, accept it, go out there and do it.
When I look at the this series right here, and I look at where you guys did against San Francisco and Colorado, 11-2, those 13 games, got you 7 games above 500, got you in the top wild card spot.
Yeah.
You created a little margin for error. You didn't have a great series against Seattle, but it's okay because you played so well against those teams. The one knock on the Diamondbacks nationally is that you guys have done a great job of beating the teams that are 500 and below, but not good enough job of beating teams that are 500 or better.
Yeah.
What can you do with that situation?
Yeah, that pisses me off. I see that. I know that. I'm well aware of it. Part one is we're taking care of the business against teams we're supposed to. I've been a part of this organization where we were getting our butt kicked by every team. The teams we're supposed to beat, we're beating. Now we just got to go out there and play the same game the same way and say we can handle anybody at any time. Goes back to me saying to get to where we got to get to, we got to beat those 3 starting pitchers in Seattle. They're good, but our hitters are better.
That Dodger lineup they can wear you out, man.
Yeah.
It never stops.
Yeah, you got a great bullpen now. This is the best bullpen I've seen here in a while.
Yeah, it functions well. There's a lot of velo. We got RT who's down low, the low 3/4. I know Mookie Betts doesn't like to hit off Ryan Thompson, so you'll probably see him match up against Mookie Betts.
So you did learn something out there.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure. But, yeah, the Dodgers are the Dodgers for a reason. We got to play our best baseball. We're looking forward to this.
All right, Skip.
Thanks, boys.
Appreciate it. Thanks. We'll see you after the game.
Yeah, you will.
All
See you
right,
later.
that's Troy Lavello,
See you,
skipper
buddy.
for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Big series. We're even out here on the field getting you ready for the Dodgers and the D-backs. There are some limited tickets available, dbacks.com, if you want to go online. Ohtani pitching on Wednesday. I'm sure that's going to be sold out. So, but a big series here. Let's get you out to the ballpark. When we come back, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he was great in Game 7, but not great overall in the series. And what is Oklahoma City's future? We'll talk about that next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta morning.
The golf outing that me, Dan Bickley, and Vince Marotta had, I take a step, and all of a sudden the bottom of my shoe comes off. Like in a Charlie Chaplin movie where I'm a hobo of some sort. Then I got a delicious turkey sandwich, and I'm eating it. Oh, what a tasty treat this is. My turn to hit. I put it down on the seat, go out and line up my shot. All of a sudden, a blackbird swarms in and starts eating my sandwich. I chase after it with a club, and it flies away with half of my turkey sandwich in its mouth. A bird stole my sandwich.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan.
And Gina Bryan.
Owners of Precision Air and Plumbing.
When we talk about precision, we're not just talking about business. We're talking about our name and reputation.
A lot of companies claim they're local, but they're not. They've been bought out, answering to shareholders.
Homes turn into numbers and priorities turn into profits, not customers.
Not here. We'll be here long after the job is done. Make the precision decision. Call 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh, no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hi, it's Wayne from AMCO, stopping by the station to check in with Roller. Hey, Wayne, what's going on today? Well, the biggest question I hear lately is, do you have to go back to the dealer where you bought your car to get service or repairs? Wayne, that's a good question. Do you? No, Roller. If you bought a new or a new used car and you have an extended warranty contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there and that you can use it at any AMCO.
Oh, I thought you had to go to the dealer to keep your warranty valid.
Yes, most people do, but that's not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies.
Wow, that's great. It's so nice to have other options.
I'll say AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service.
Wayne, that's great. And just to make sure, AMCO does more than transmissions, right?
That's right. If you need your vehicle repaired or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first or for a second opinion.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO,
MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
The garage door springs that come standard with most homes don't last. And when they fail, it's not just inconvenient, it's dangerous. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello at A1 Garage Door Service. Our springs are the toughest in the industry, backed by our lifetime warranty. That's right. Fix them once and you're covered for life. Don't risk your family's safety or your peace of mind. Let A1 replace your springs before they become a problem. From repairs to upgrades, it's A1 from day one.
A1 from day one.
Burns and Gambo with Tim Ring in for Burnsy. Live at Chase Field on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he was outstanding. By the way, Tommy Troy, the rookie sensation for the D-backs, coming up at 5 o'clock. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 35 points, 9 assists, 4 rebounds, 3 steals, a block, 12 of 21 from the field. The kid did everything he could to get Oklahoma City past Wemby and the Spurs, but it wasn't enough. And the reason why, Chet Holmgren, 4 points in 33 minutes. They got nothing out of Chet Holmgren. Two-time MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I love this kid. I root for this kid. I'm a fan of his. He gave it everything he had in that Game 7. His supporting cast just could not do anything. He just didn't get much out of that supporting cast, and especially Chet Holmgren. And in the end, they lose a Game 7 at home in Oklahoma City. Tough for them, no question about it. There was one guy knocking down some shots. I think it was Wallace. Wallace was the only guy that was coming through in that fourth quarter. That wasn't Shai. But outside of that, he had very little help in
Well, you lose Jalen Williams, and they could lose Jalen Williams against the Suns. At times, they could lose Jalen Williams against the Spurs. But ultimately, in a 7-game series, they felt the loss of Jalen Williams, who is not just a good player, Gambo. He's a great player. He's an all-NBA player. And with Wembanyama completely neutralizing Holmgren, now SGA's out there without Williams, who's in street clothes, and essentially without Holmgren, who's not even shooting the basketball. And it was too much to overcome, ultimately, in a 7-game series. And you need suddenly, like, SGA is looking to the likes of Alex Caruso to
score
big shots as like a second banana in the fourth quarter of her Game 7. And as good as Caruso is as a role player and certainly is capable of having 25-point games, that's really not his role either, right? Especially like in the final 6 minutes of the fourth quarter of a high-leverage game like that. They ultimately needed their 5-star players in Williams and Holmgren, and Jai Mitchell had been a great player for them so far this season in this series. He got hurt in Game 3, and he didn't play again either. So they did not have enough, and SGA actually admitted after Game 7, like, I wasn't myself this series. I was myself in Game 7.
You couldn't be because, Jalen Williams missed 10 out of 15 playoff games. The Mitchell kid missed, I think, the last 4 games. So your depth has been as good as your depth is. The depth gets challenged, and now you're not really able to do anything. I thought Shai was outstanding, and I don't root against that kid. I like him. I think he's great for the NBA. We'll talk about the Luke Cornett block tomorrow on Hartenstein. I wanted to do something on that today, but I've got a little angle on a topic that I want to talk about. But we've had so many D-backs guests as they get set for the Dodgers series. We'll save that.
Well, SGA, I don't know if he's great for the NBA. I know what you're saying. He's a great player. He is. Of course he is. But the flopping has got to stop. That's a conversation for a different day. Yeah. But he's too good of a player.
Too good
to be falling down 20% of the time when he shoots it.
I get it. I'm just a fan of his game, and I love his game, and I love what he brings to the NBA. And he didn't start that fourth quarter, but they got him in pretty early. They got him back pretty early. Tried to give him a little bit of a break to get it going. But down the stretch, the other Williams misses a 3, and then Caruso misses a 3, and then Wallace misses a 3, and that was all in the last 40 seconds of a basketball game. Like Caruso, Shai drives in, and he's got Wemby there. I got to kick it out. He kicks it out, and Caruso misses a 3. Like, he was trying to get other guys involved and rely on them, but he wasn't able to get it done. When we come back, Tommy Troy, rookie sensation for the Arizona Diamondbacks, will join us next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
the Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
How long? More than a century. That's how long Ford has been here for those who build America. For those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. If that's who you are, Ford believes that you should pay what Ford employees pay. Yep, American value, literally for American values. Hey, Paul Calvi's here. It's here at our Desert Ford dealers, the Memorial Day sales event with employee pricing across a full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2026 Ford Explorer SUV. We love the Explorer ST. We bought it at our Desert Ford dealers. Now there's a new Tremor model. Even better, we pay what Ford employees pay, plus $2,000 cash back on a 2026 Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco when you trade. Yep, employee pricing plus $2,000 cash back on a 2026 Explorer and 2025 Ford Bronco when you trade during the Ford Memorial Day sales event at buyfordnow.com.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-895-1414. That's 800-895-1414.
Ready! Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. If you ever find yourself in need of any help in your home as it pertains to your plumbing or air conditioning, there's only one name to think of, and that's Ready Services. At Ready Services, we treat our customers fairly, we give honest pricing, and honest assessments of your issues. We'll never leave your home without you feeling satisfied with the job that was done and your experience with our technicians. To learn more about how we can help you at Ready Services, reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back home after their 6-game road trip. Prior to tonight's game, the Diamondbacks announced the return of Pavin Smith from the 60-day injured list. Tim Tawa was sent down to AAA Reno to make room on the active roster, and Carlos Santana was transferred to the 60-day injured list to make room on the 40-man roster. First of a 4-game series against the Dodgers tonight. Eduardo Rodriguez will get things started on the mound. He'll go against right-hander Emmett Sheehan. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage will start at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And if you're planning on headed downtown, plan ahead or get going now, because there's also a Mercury game tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Mercury also announced they brought back Lexi Held after she was recently waived by the Toronto Tempo. We'll see when she makes her team debut this year, but a big part of last year's squad that went all the way to the W Finals is back with the Merc. Tip-off against the Minnesota Lynx will be at 7. When the temperature, I should say, exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure could cause permanent damage. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select the UPS store locations or by donating today.
It's D-backs Dodgers at Chase Field, and the Burns and Gambo Show is live on location ahead of tonight's series opener on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
All right, welcome back to the show. Tim Ring, John Gambadoro, taking you up till 6 o'clock out here on the field. Dodgers 4 games against the D-backs. Corbin Carroll stopped by to say hello and spend some time with us. So did Ryan Thompson, Torey Lovello, and now we're joined by the rookie sensation Tommy Troy on the program. Tommy, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm doing good. You grew up a California kid. Was this your team, the Dodgers?
No, it was actually the Giants.
Okay, thank goodness, because we
Northern California.
We hate the Dodgers. Some people up there.
So does he.
Did you hate the Dodgers?
I never hated the Dodgers.
Never hated them?
No, I didn't. I appreciated watching them too. That was just
so. Like, I grew up a Yankee fan, but I appreciated the Mets when they won it in '86 with Doc Gooden and those guys. So I kind of get where you're coming from.
Right.
But what's your first memories of rooting for the Giants?
the long. If anything, honestly, my earliest memories watching baseball was honestly watching the Yankees play at the A's. Like, that was like my first time ever playing or watching baseball. And then maybe when I was like 9 years old, 10 years old, I went to my first Giants game.
And you became a Giants fan?
Yeah. Well, it was Yankees as well because my dad's side's from New York City.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. So I grew up a Yankee fan.
There you go.
So were you like, you're so young, it's so hard to go back. Like, what, do you remember Jeter playing?
Yeah.
A little bit?
Like Jeter, Teixeira, Rodriguez, that lineup. Yeah, that was a good one.
When the Giants won the World Series in 2010, he was 8 years old. I mean, put that in perspective, right? I mean, that's how.
Yeah,
we're getting old and they're getting younger.
Yeah, no, we were talking off air, like, to Kurt Schilling, like when they won the World Series here, like what year were you born?
2002.
Yeah.
Right. So that was after they had won the World Series here. So it was a long time ago. Let's talk about the call up. We all saw the video with the call up. Tell me what it was like afterwards. How you were able to let your family in on the fact that you were called up to the major leagues.
I've called my dad right away. He was pretty pumped. Keep in mind it's like 1:30 in the morning. I was in Oklahoma City, so it was a little bit better of a time for them in Arizona. So letting them know, they were super pumped. My girlfriend was currently on a night shift. She's a nurse, so she was currently on her shift, and I let her know. She was freaking out. And then I then I called my mom, sister, all of that. And then I pretty much got no sleep for the rest of the night until my flight at 9 in the morning. Just was so pumped.
And that's why you didn't play the next day, right?
I don't know. I mean, I was ready to go either way.
So you found out at what time did you find out?
Like 1 in the morning.
In the morning?
Yeah.
So it's a good thing your parents don't have you on, Do Not Disturb when they go to sleep or
right,
something like
right,
that.
Yeah.
So you're able to reach your father at 1:30 in the morning?
His time it would be 11:30.
Okay. Still, it's late.
Right, yeah, it was late. Yeah.
And then so what was the excitement level like? Like how hard was it to figure out within a few hours how to get out here?
It wasn't too bad. I mean, I got at least a little sleep that I could on the plane. But like that night, just packed all my stuff up, was lying in bed thinking about just the next day, super excited. But I mean, once you get on the plane, you get over here, everyone was super welcoming and felt like at home.
Are you surprised in some ways how quickly you got here? You were a first-round pick in 2023. You kind of jettisoned through. I think you only had 44 at-bats in AAA. A lot of times they want to give you more seasoning. Are you somewhat surprised at how quickly it happened?
It felt like, honestly, it felt like a long time.
Really?
The minor leagues is long, dude. It was a grind. I mean, especially in 2024 where I was hurt for most of the year. Like that felt like a really long year where I hurt my hamstring and I was rehabbing here for almost 3 months. So it has felt like a long time, to be honest, even though it hasn't been that long.
Hey, in the last year, if I'm not mistaken, this time a year ago you were playing for the Amarillo Sod Poodles, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I was.
So here, 12 months later, you're at Chase Field. You're facing the L.A. Dodgers. You got Ohtani in a couple of nights.
He wanted it to happen faster. We look at it like he jettisoned through the city. He's like, it took so freaking long.
But part of you, you knew you always were going to be here. You knew you belonged, but it's also got to be cool. I mean, you're a young player. You're a young guy, and all of a sudden, bam, it's like you're sitting here on the radio. And
Right.
man, what a year. What a difference a year makes.
It's nuts. It really is nuts. I mean, I worked really hard for this, and now I'm just going to try to stay here as long as I can.
What did you've got a Japanese tattoo that you told me means, what does it mean again?
Focus.
Focus.
Right.
Your family heritage, you have family from Japan?
I do on my mom's side. Yeah.
So
Hawaii and Japan.
What is your family meant to you in getting you to this point?
Everything and beyond. I mean, they have been there for me through thick and thin. My struggles, my ups and my downs, they've always supported me and pushed me forward. My dad's been the biggest mentor of my life. Just he's been through a lot too. Like, he's been in law enforcement for over 25 years. He's retired now, but he's seen everything. And
all the trips, all the club baseball trips, the long weekends, the crazy. So my son, he plays for Corona del Sol. He just finished his junior year. His team won the state championship 6A last year, lost in the championship game this year. But same thing, like he was in California this weekend. My wife had to take him. Then he's in California next weekend. And the weekend, then he got to go to Georgia. All those club baseball tournaments, there's a lot of them.
It's a lot.
So when you sit there, the parents play such a big role for that. So you have a lot to owe your parents for all the time they put into it.
A lot.
Tommy, how did you chose to go to Stanford? How did that decision to play at Stanford impact your journey in terms of who you became, not only as a player, but as a person? Because a lot of guys don't go the college route these days.
Yeah, I felt like that was something I needed early on. Like in high school, I didn't have like the most discipline. I worked hard with baseball, but like on the school side of things, I was kind of, not like strict. But I mean, my parents really pushed me to go to a school that would, help with my, have good education and stuff like that. So.
Oh yeah, that's the.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. No, that's the one. And I'll never forget my first AP class that I took in high school, and it was AP European history, and I was struggling deep in that. And I remember the teacher wanted to transfer me out. But I stuck through with it. I needed to get a certain GPA to even get an offer from Stanford for baseball, and I finally did it. I was super proud of myself, and then it just kept going on from there. Challenged myself.
What were classes like for? You just admitted maybe you weren't, you didn't do the school work in high school that you probably should have done. What were classes like at Stanford? Were you reeling for a while?
No, it was not bad because the second half of high school I took a lot more AP classes, and that's where it really I turned myself around and got a lot better with the books. And
so you kicked it in before the end of high school.
I did. And once I got to Stanford, it's a lot I feel like getting into Stanford's harder than actually being there because there's just so much support systems and a lot of tutoring available. It's great.
What were you studying?
It's called Science, Technology, and Society.
So what career path would that have taken you down?
It's data analysis. It's a pretty broad degree. I would have to eventually specialize.
Boring.
Something, I guess, boring. I don't have my degree yet either. So. Because they only do in-person classes. I can't do online school, so.
Do you think you'll ever go back and get it?
Yeah, I want to.
You do?
Yeah.
Let's talk about your first hit. You get called up, you're playing against Colorado. You got 2 doubles in your first game. Tell me about the ball. Where is it? What are you going to do with it? That first ball you got.
The ball is in my locker right now. It's going straight to my dad.
So your dad's going to get that one?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your positional versatility is something that this organization always liked. Your ability to just come in and play a lot of positions. Where are you most comfortable?
I would say I'm most comfortable at second base. That's probably the most amount of reps I've had in professional baseball. But, I'm loving left field so far, and I'll play wherever they need me to play. Yeah.
So were you always a versatile player? Did you usually you don't – you see an outfielder that can play left, center, or right, maybe some first base. Right. You don't see a lot of second basemen that can go out and play the outfield. Yeah, usually a second baseman, I can move over to short a little bit. So where did the versatility come from?
I guess it started in college even because I wasn't an everyday guy right away. Like I had to earn my spot based off of where I could play too. It was a little second base. It was a little bit of outfield, and then even my junior year at Stanford, I played third base. So I've kind of moved around a little bit starting in college.
Yeah, because that infield versatility, right? If you could play third, then you could probably play anywhere else. But just so do you like the outfield?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah,
I love it.
It's so different than being a second baseman.
It is a lot different.
Left field, the views from the ball coming off the bat from a lefty on left field compared to second base is just totally different.
Yeah, it is a lot different.
Have you had the welcome to the big league moment yet? Whether at bat or any kind of, even in the clubhouse, anything?
Yeah, no, but the stuff in the clubhouse is great, and then even out here, it's definitely different. I've definitely a couple of moments where I'm like, damn, like this is it, yeah.
Well, listen, we're going to let you get to the clubhouse. I know you got a game. I don't want Casey Wilcox yelling at me. Thanks so much for joining us.
He's coming down to yell at you right now.
To meet you. Good luck against the Dodgers. Try to beat their ass. We really don't like this baseball team.
Sounds good.
All right, Tommy. We'll see you
Appreciate
later
guys.
after the game.
Thank
All right, that is Tommy Troy, the rookie sensation for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Off to a tremendous start. Had 2 doubles in that first game, and he's a big part of the Diamondbacks' future. So we are excited to have him on. Good kid.
Good-looking kid.
Yeah, good.
Well-spoken.
Good, between him and Waldschmidt and Fernandez and the young guys that they've got coming up, they've got this incredible youth movement going on right now to giving these guys an opportunity to play, and they're doing a fantastic job. When we come back, the San Antonio Spurs are in the NBA Finals. How did they get there? We'll talk about that next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's the president of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Derek Hall talks D-backs baseball with Bickley and Murata. Thursday mornings at 7:45. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Watch it on YouTube. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. America's most awarded Ford dealership for customer service is Sanderson Ford. They've got employee pricing going on right now. You pay what they pay with employee pricing. So if you're looking for a new F-150 truck, an Explorer, a Mustang, I got a great selection of vehicles at Sanderson Ford. We also got employee pricing going on at Sanderson Lincoln, just east of the I-17 on Bell Road. If you're looking for the Navigator, the Aviator, the Corsair, or the Lincoln Nautilus, they've got a great selection over at the Bell Road location for Sanderson Lincoln. My family, just like Luis Gonzalez's, we shop Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale. I got my Mustang Mach-E from Sanderson Ford. Love the vehicle, and they do a great job of making sure that you get the right vehicle at the right price at Sanderson Ford. Go online at sandersonford.com or visit them for more information on 51st Avenue in Glendale.
Hi, I'm Amanda, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As director of bridal design, I travel the world for inspiration so that your engagement ring stands out from the rest. My team of in-house designers and I work alongside skilled artisans to curate the most beautiful collection of exclusive engagement rings. At Shane Company, you'll find the ring that's a reflection of your unique style. No cookie-cutter designs here. See our selection in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Murata. I had LASIK performed about 25 years ago, but with age and time, my vision has changed a little bit. So I met with Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein at K2 Vision and received a thorough examination, complete with great information about my eyes and my vision, and more importantly, what options I have should I choose to address my changing vision. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have combined to perform over 300,000 procedures, and I know from my personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you, whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com, K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
D-backs Dodgers tonight from Chase Field. Coverage begins at 6 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7 FM.
All right, a lot of baseball talk today with the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers. 4-game series here at Chase. It is gates are open. The fans are coming in.
Fans are pouring in,
We see a lot of those pathetic Dodger fans already in the building.
Should be good energy in the building, though, Gambo. With the Dodger fans or not, it should be a great 4 nights.
And the Diamondbacks have struggled a little bit with attendance, so this will be a great series for them. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, all night games, no day games. Get out to the ballpark and try to be louder than the Dodger fans. One of the things that you look at in this series, the series that just ended with the Spurs and the Thunder, and we'll get a lot more into the NBA Finals tomorrow, and the Spurs and the Knicks Game 1 will happen on Wednesday in San Antonio, is you look at the way the Spurs were built and how they got here. And it's incredible because in Wembanyama's rookie season, they lost 60 basketball games. They lost 60 games. And then the next, and they had an 18-game losing streak. With Victor Wembanyama on the team, they lost 18 games.
They started out like 4-28 or something.
It was incredible. Then the second season, they improved to 34 wins, but he had his season cut short because he had some issues with his shoulder. And then this season, they win 62 games. He's the Defensive Player of the Year. He's third in MVP. So you went from 22 wins to 34 wins to 62 wins. The jump is incredible what they were able to do. Now, he doesn't do it on his own. The Harper pick was incredible. Castle's development was great. And they resisted the temptation to trade for Kevin Durant. And that's something that's important because I tweeted out on June 22nd of 2025, so almost a year ago, I tweeted out, while the Spurs were a preferred destination for Kevin Durant, they like their young core. They never made an offer. They never made an offer. They looked at themselves and they said, we won 22 games and then 34. No, we don't want to go get Kevin Durant. Let's just they, in their wildest dreams, they never thought that path would happen so quickly and they would get where they were. You saw the Rockets, they went in on Kate, not all in. They didn't, they gave up a couple of good players and a draft pick, but they didn't go all in giving up 5 picks. But the Spurs didn't make an offer for Kevin Durant, even though that is a place that he wanted to play. The Rockets got him. San Antonio stayed the course with their young players, and a lot of times you got to go through growing pains, right? You got to lose in the playoffs and then lose in the playoffs, and then that didn't happen to them. The first year they get to the playoffs, they go through everybody, and they beat Oklahoma City on the road in Game 7 or in the NBA Finals. It's incredible.
The Suns did it. 2021, same
the Suns
deal.
did it, but it doesn't happen often.
No, you're right. And look, they hung on to Castle. I mean, if they did make an offer, I'm sure if you're Brian Gregory and Matt Ishbia, you're like, well, if we're going to trade you Durant, let's start with Castle. You're not sure you're going to get him, but that's who you're looking to acquire right now. The Rockets were willing to give up their young guy in Jalen Green, but the Spurs said no. This guy's a rookie of the year. He's a young kid. We believe in him. We're not going to sell the farm for Durant to try to win in the next year or two.
Yeah.
You acquire Kevin Durant, at his age,
you're trying to win right away.
It's a win now.
But they weren't in that, you wouldn't have thought that coming off of last year, they felt like we're in a win now mode. Everybody was so young, ride it out for a little bit. Yeah, everybody was so young. Like the Suns, they had a young DeAndre Ayton, a young Mikal Bridges, a young Devin Booker, a young Cam Johnson. and they decided to go all in for Durant. Let's try to win this thing. Like, we got there. Let's try to win this thing. Now, they had been to the finals. They had been to the finals where the Spurs were coming off of, two not so good seasons. So, a different situation.
Different situation, though, Gambo. And remember, when they made the Durant trade, a lot of the faces were the same. But that team in February of 2023 was a far cry
from the team that made it to the finals.
From the team that went to the finals. Right. Chris Paul was not the same player. DeAndre Ayton wasn't the same player.
Jay Crowder.
So it wasn't like Jay Crowder was gone. So you hear a lot of, Matt Ishbia blew up a finals team. It's like, that team was going nowhere in February of 2023. Now, it turned out to be the wrong move. It didn't work. They gave up too much for Durant, and it backfired. That's fine. Don't need to revisit that. But the Spurs, to their credit, and now they're built, it's scary to think about this team, and the Thunder for that matter, over the next 10 years. Harper's young. Castle's young. Wembanyama's young. De'Aaron Fox is the elder statesman. He's like 28 years old.
That was their move. That was their, and it was a good move for them, right. That trade. That was a good trade for them.
And now they actually could move off of Fox and improve maybe something on the front line, because that backcourt looks awfully good and set for the next decade plus. I
like Fox's. Now, he didn't have, he had some rough games in the series, and he was hurt and coming off of injury. But you're probably right. When you look at, they got, all of those guys are 6'5", 6'6". The size that they have at the guard spot, they don't have a bunch of 6'1" and 6'2" guards.
No.
They got size. So, their defensive ability is just incredible with the size that they have, and their roster's good. First-year head coach.
First-year head coach. Yeah, we even talked about that.
First-year head coach.
With Popovich stepping down and Johnson stepping in and did what he did. And I can't say enough. Champagne in the fourth quarter, in the second half of Game 7 on the road, was absolutely nails. You don't hit – role players don't come up big like that. On the road in Game 7 in the history of the NBA.
Yeah. Role players usually play much better at home than they do on the road. Role players. And that's why you need your stars to step up.
And you could say that about games in January, let alone Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals.
Well, Wembanyama was in foul trouble. When he picked up that fifth foul, they sent him to the bench for a minute, and then they came back, and he was just his presence was there. But he wasn't going to, they weren't going to risk him getting fouled out of that game. They weren't going to risk it. None of the offense went through him in the final 5 or 6 minutes. None of it. He didn't score any baskets. It was, and I'm telling you,
I know it was Vassell, it was Harper, it was Champagne. I know and they were fantastic. But
Castle hits a mid-range shot. Champagne hits a 3. Harper has a putback of a Champagne miss. Harper hits a 3. Castle has a putback of a Champagne. They ran. I charted the whole freaking thing. They ran none of their offense through Wembanyama when he came back in that game. None of it. No step-back threes from Wembanyama. No, he wasn't aggressive trying to get the rebound. The guys getting the rebounds and the putbacks were Castle and Harper, because they needed to make sure that he didn't foul out. So they couldn't even have him be aggressive on the offensive glass.
And that's what makes him so scary. Not only in the NBA Finals, but over the next several years, that these guys all stepped up and delivered against the defending world champs. That arena had to be stunned. That arena had to be stunned as that game unfolded. A lot of people watching on television were no doubt stunned. So they're back in the NBA Finals for the first time. They haven't won since 2014. That was the last time they won a championship. It's amazing, to go from David Robinson essentially to Tim Duncan to Victor Wembanyama. They're blessed. They're blessed from the ways of the lottery. There's no question about it. And to their credit, though, they hit on Harper, and Harper was kind of a no-brainer at that pick, but they hit on Castle. We talked about it. There was not that long ago, the Suns had 3 top 5 picks in a row, and they really didn't hit on any of them, including the number 1 pick in the draft. When you go DeAndre Ayton, and then you had a Dragan Bender and a Josh Jackson. Those are colossal whiffs. Colossal whiffs. Spurs didn't whiff. Spurs did not miss.
When we come back, the Arizona Diamondbacks offense was a little missing in action in Seattle. They're going to have to be much better against this Dodger team. That's next, right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Myles Garrett's going to the Rams.
This is not great for the Cardinals in any way.
because obviously Myles Garrett twice a year. That affects them this year, but it also doesn't. It affects them those 2 weeks. Nobody's looking at this and be like, oh, now the Rams have passed the Cardinals in the division. The problem, the part that really bothers me, John, is Cleveland is going to want a quarterback in that 2027 loaded quarterback class, and they just got another first-round pick.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and do you struggle raising your arms, climbing stairs, kneeling down? That means you can't play with the kids, golf with the guys, or get through a workday without that exhausting pain. So let's celebrate what you can do, and that's exactly what QC Kinetics patients are doing. Not bracing for the next jolt of pain, it's gone, and they're back to living their lives. So many of you have been through QC Kinetics, game-changing regenerative treatments done right in their office, no missing work, no surgery, no long recovery, the inflammation calms down, and the pain backs off. Hearing about these life-changing treatments on Arizona Sports helped a lot of you dig out from under that long list of can'ts and get back to living your best life. So let's get rid of that pain starting now. Call QC Kinetics for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Here's the number, 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Diamondbacks back home after their 6-game road trip. Prior to tonight's game, the D-backs announced the return of Pavin Smith, activated off the 60-day injured list. He's back in the lineup, hitting 5th. Tim Towell was sent down to AAA Reno to make room on the active roster, and Carlos Santana was transferred to the 60-day injured list to make room on the 40-man roster. For first, I should say, of a 4-game set against the division rival Dodgers, Eduardo Rodriguez will start things on the mound. He'll go against right-hander Emmett Sheehan. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and on the Arizona Sports app. And if you're heading downtown, make sure you plan ahead, or you might have already run out of planning time. But anyway, Mercury are also in action tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center, so it's going to be busy over there on Jefferson. They've also announced the return of Lexi Held after she was recently waived by the Tempo, so she's back in a Merc uniform after a great 25 with Phoenix. Maybe she makes her debut tonight. We will see. They're taking on the Minnesota Lynx. Tip-off is at 7. Hey, just a heads up, Jesse Bam Rodriguez will chase history at a new weight. Takes on Antonio Vargas for the World Bantamweight Championship on June 13th at Desert Diamond Arena. Tickets at Ticketmaster.com, or you can text BOXING to 620-620 for your chance to win.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, it is time to tell you what is on tonight, and it's brought to you by our great friends at Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Well, one of the big things on tonight is the setting of where you guys are.
Oh, yes.
Gambo and Tim Ring, you're live at Chase Field getting ready for Game 1 of Diamondbacks and Dodgers, first of a 4-game set. And you pointed out earlier, I find this kind of quirky. All-night games, especially
games.
for a 4-game series. Kind of quirky.
No getaway day game on Thursday, so great time to get out to the ballpark and support the D-backs. But, yes, I like that, all late games. I'm going to try to get to as many as I can, Mitch. This is a great series.
I think I'm going to try and make my way out tomorrow. I'm going to avoid the Ohtani crowd Wednesday, but for those of you that want to go see him on the mound as well as at the plate, there you go.
But don't you want to see him pitch?
I do, but I also don't want to be claustrophobic, you know.
Yeah, I get it.
So that's at 6:40 tonight. We'll have D-backs on deck coming up next, and then pregame will start at 7 p.m. tonight. Just down the street, the Lynx and the Mercury. Merc have had it rough, Gambo. They've lost 5 in a row. They're trying to end that losing streak tonight against Minnesota. 7 p.m. tip.
Such a great year last year under Nate Tippett. Such a great year, so exciting, and then it just... You know, I mean, and they've lost a lot of close basketball games too. Just can't get over the hump in some of these games.
It's very early, like you said, Ringer, but you just don't want to fall behind super early. I think that would be my bigger concern. No playoffs as far as national games are concerned. There are some college softball and some college baseball games going on today, but if you're looking for Stanley Cup Finals, that'll start tomorrow, Vegas and Carolina, and then the NBA Finals. It's a rematch of 1999 with the Spurs and the Knicks. That'll start on Wednesday, but that is what's on tonight.
Yeah, Spurs and the Knicks with no Ewing in that one back in '99.
Yeah,
so,
he's
all right,
hurt.
that's what's going on tonight. We are going to have D-backs on deck in just a couple minutes as we'll get you prepared for the game. In the meantime, the Diamondbacks trying to find that offense after the struggles in Seattle. That was a tough series. 3 hits on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. Cattell 0 for 11, Corbin 3 for 14. Troy Lovello said it when we had him on. Like, this organization needs those guys. Those guys carry the offense. If they're not getting it done, it has a big effect on the whole rest of the lineup.
There's no question, but he also, in that interview, said that we're also relying too much on them to be hot. They need more lineup balance. Corbin Carroll touched on it when he joined us earlier this afternoon. Like, yeah, I understand. I'm just one of 9, and if that's the case, well, then, you know, the other 8, and if you include Marte, it's the other 7, you know, have to perform again. Well, they have to get clutch hits. They have to hit for power. They have to drive in runs. And when they were winning 11-13 in that stretch, they were getting that. Yeah, Marte and Carroll were red hot. But if those guys have an off few days, the offense shouldn't go in the tank, and that's exactly what happened in Seattle.
You know, you're relying on a lot of, you look at the lineup and how they're playing. You just, you know, Nolan Arenado's been good for them. Pavin Smith, you'll see him tonight as a designated hitter. You know, Gabby Marino's come on a little bit. Vargas has come down to earth after that torrid start. You know, I still think they're missing like one more big bop in the middle of the lineup. I wouldn't be surprised if they look at a first baseman somehow, some way. I'm going to continue to say this. I think they've got their eyes out on trying to find a first baseman with a little bit of pop. It's the easiest position to field in Major League Baseball. It really is. Because that's the one thing when you look at the line, you're like, they went to a pinch hitter yesterday. It was Adrian Del Castillo. He's batting like 190. Like, that's your pinch hitter in a tough situation, is Adrian Del Castillo. Like, you would like that they had a better guy. When the old Diamondbacks had Greg Colburn, and you want somebody that comes up that's a threat. And I think they lack that in certain situations in games. So that's the one thing I think they're missing. But they're very, very reliant on the guys at the top of the order with Carroll and Marte. If those guys have an off series, it's tough for them to win a series.
Well, they scored 3 runs in the last 19 innings of the Mariners series, and Troy was just lamenting about not getting the critical hit at the critical time, and that's something that can divine an offense. You don't need to get 17 hits in a game to win a game. It's when you get them so much as how many you get.
Sure.
When it's all said and done, the D-backs didn't get them, or they didn't get big hits in Seattle. It's just a shame. I think a lot of D-backs fans had an eye on the Dodgers series, them coming into Chase Field. They've been playing so well. You win 11 of those 13 games. I think Diamondbacks fans were expecting the momentum to continue through the Seattle series, and then you ride it right through to the biggest series of the year, which is about to commence tonight here at Chase Field. But the D-backs hit a wall. All that momentum, hit a dead end, and now you have to start from ground zero again here against the Dodgers. And look, we can go back and forth, gamble about whether or not the D-backs are really in a division race. Technically they are, but you and I talked last week like, hey, look, it's probably not going to happen. The players can't think that way, but we can talk that way. But it doesn't mean you can't win enough games to get yourself into the playoffs. And I think, tonight, if you can't, in this series, I should say, if you can't split, you could find yourself, 8.5 back of the Dodgers or more in that division race, if you are, in fact, keeping an eye on the possibilities of catching this team in the West.
Well, you need to, listen, you want to play 500 for a certain amount of time, but then you need to make a run. They made that run against San Francisco and Colorado, and they got 7 games over 500. Well, now they're 4 games over 500. Now you don't want to, you don't want to lose 3 out of 4 here, and then all of a sudden now you're 2 games over 500, and you did all this work to get the 7 over. You want to kind of stay there. If listen, the wild card's going to be tough too. There's a lot of teams that are playing really good baseball right now. The Phillies are coming on ever since they made the move to Don Mattingly. We saw the Cubs drop back to earth a little bit. The Cardinals are playing good. There's just the Padres. There's a lot of teams that are going to be in it for the wild card. So Torey Lovullo said it when we had him on. They've done a great job of beating the teams they're supposed to beat, but they're really struggling against teams that are 500 or better. That pisses him off, and that's something that's got to change. They've got to play better against the teams, and no better time for him to start than right now against the Dodgers.
Well, Torey said it. He goes, I'm pissed. That was his word.
Yep.
I'm pissed about the way we played in Seattle. We lost 2 games in 10 innings. These are my words now. But you had certainly, you really had 3 winnable games. You certainly had 2 winnable games. You come all the way back from 5-1 down on a Friday. You got the momentum kicking in that game, and then you couldn't get that run home in the 10th. To finish the game, and the Mariners did. Same thing happened on Sunday. But now you flushed what happened in Seattle. There's nothing you can do about it. This is what every coach or manager would say. And now you got a chance to kind of see where you stack up against, arguably the best team in the National League. Not the best record right now. The Atlanta Braves still have that. But but come on,
such a tear, the Braves.
They are, but really, gun to head, who's the team to beat in the National League? I think it's the team across the field in blue
I would say
right
they're
now.
Still the World Series favorites, right? I still think, the pedigree, the 2 championships they've had. You said it earlier, like Mookie Betts is batting 194. And
it doesn't matter to them.
And it doesn't matter. They're still
look at this
in
lineup.
First place.
Ohtani, Pages, Freeman, Betts, Tucker. I
know.
There are no at bats where the pitcher can take a breath and say, okay. It's relentless and it never stops. You look at the D-backs lineup at the top. Really good, Marte and Carroll, but everybody else.
224 for Perdomo, 167 for Pavin Smith. Barosa's not hitting very well.
Matt Muncy's at the bottom of that order, hitting, 6? He's leading the team.
And he got 14 home runs.
And home runs with 14.
And the kid playing left field with Teoscar Hernandez out is raking in a couple of starts, a couple opportunities as well, the call kid. So Rojas, the lineup is really, really difficult. It's a terrific lineup, and, you got to be very careful because – and look, we'll see how they deploy the bullpen because they're not going to – even with Erod. Erod's had some struggles against the Dodgers. We'll talk about that next on D-backs on Deck. But that third time through the lineup, that's when they can really take it. A lineup like this could really take advantage. So I'm going to be very curious to see The Diamondbacks didn't get any quality starts in the last go-around. They were able to get them against bad teams. It's difficult to get a quality start against the Dodgers because now you're asking your starter to go through the top of that lineup, to go through these guys, Ohtani and Freeman and Betts, a third time. And so it'll be interesting to see if Lovello goes to the bullpen early in these games or he tries to get more of his starters if they're pitching well.
You know, talking to Ryan Thompson, Gambo, he really, I mean, and some of this is based on the fact that Martinez and Puck are coming back, but Thompson he's pretty giddy about the strength of this bullpen and how, not only how they can perform on the mound, but their chemistry, defining roles, which is always big for any bullpen. But listening to Ryan Thompson, I think he likes where the bullpen is right now. I think he might be a little worried about who's going to be here and who's not, maybe after the trade deadline. I mean, because they have a lot of arms down there,
I think you just
and a lot of arms could be coming in.
When AJ Puck comes back, is like, what do you? They just have so many guys that are pitching so well right now. I think the only logical move would be like the one guy not pitching well is Fott. Send him to the minors and let him get some work in because there's nobody else that you could move out there. Bullpen has been that good. When we come back, we'll get you set for this 4-game series. D-backs on deck coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I look back at Kyler's stay in Arizona and the things that he didn't do. He grew as a leader, but I think the Cardinals knew that was one of the knocks on him coming out of college, that he was such a superior athlete at every stop that he didn't have to rely on that component of being a quarterback. So did it develop as much? No. Did he grow in the community? Yes. Was it at the point where you'd like to see your starting quarterback grow? Probably not. But I think you said something interesting, that you're rooting for him at this point. And I think right now, a lot of Cardinal fans would agree with you. I think that changes if he does just knock it out of the park in Minnesota.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyles of Arizonans along with economic development in our communities. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Many of the businesses that have relocated their operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support business and production. Southwest Gas provides affordable, safe, and reliable natural gas service and helps provide a sustainable energy source our state needs for continued economic development. To learn more about the Southwest Gas commitment to community growth and economic development, please visit swgas.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. If you find the new home you want, that's a big deal. So buy it now, then sell the old one later. And here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do any showings. You don't have to do any double moves. If you ever tried to do a double move before, you know you don't want to do it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home, and they make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar, and they can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town with smart tools and products to help you attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a diamond sourcing expert, I'll tell you just how differently we source our diamonds so your engagement ring can be the most beautiful. We work directly with our diamond partners who reserve the best stones just for us. We handpick and inspect each diamond, then negotiate the best price. At Shane Company, we believe this is the only way to properly buy a diamond, because a friend goes the extra mile to make sure you get your dream diamond at your dream price. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who owns and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, where sports fans find everything they need.
We've even got something new at Waltz. Computer gear, like the Samsung 32-inch Odyssey smart gaming monitor.
And that's normally a $1,250 value, but for our listeners, it's only $730. Huge savings for gamers or anyone upgrading their setup.
We also carry Logitech gaming accessories, everything you need to level up your setup. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Support comes from Amazon Business. Free your team from time-consuming procurement tasks. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Take your taste buds on vacation this summer at Sonic. Heat things up with the Tropical Heat Sonic Smasher. 2 hand smash patties made with Angus beef drizzled with jalapeno pineapple glaze. Then cool down with the Tropical Cream Slush with coconut, pineapple, and creamy vanilla soft serve. It's like a tropical vacation, minus the flight delays. Try the Tropical Duo for a limited time this summer at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, welcome back. John Gambadoro. Now, Mitch Vareldis. Mitch is going to help me with D-backs on deck. He's doing a great job back there today, organizing everything.
Thank you.
The D-backs and the Dodgers, yeah. And you're going to come down tomorrow, Mitch. Me and you probably be at the ballpark tomorrow. Great series, Dodgers and the Diamondbacks. Crowd's starting to fill in right now. We still got a little bit of time to go before the game. But we always do D-backs on deck to get you ready for it. So for that, I will turn it over to Mitchy Mitch.
Let's get right to it. We'll start with the pitching matchup, which is brought to you by the Window Depot. Did you know the Window Depot is more than just windows? We've got doors, skylights, cabinets, countertops, even flooring. They're a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Check them out at thewindowdepot.com. It's a fun one if you look deeper into some of the metrics on some of these guys. Eduardo Rodriguez going for Arizona, who's put together a spectacular season to this point. A 5-1 record, a 2.31 ERA, 49 strikeouts. He's going against a young righty, Emmett Sheehan, 3-1 record, a 4.70 ERA, but 59 strikeouts on the year, Gambo.
Yeah, Sheehan is making his 11th start of the season tonight, his second start against the Arizona Diamondbacks after going just 3 1/3 innings on March 27th. That was the opening series. The Dodgers swept the Diamondbacks, but Sheehan struggled. He gave up 5 hits, 4 runs, 2 walks, and a home run while striking out 6. And that was his first career outing against the Diamondbacks. Now, his last start, May 25th, 6 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 runs, 1 walk, struck out 8. He is 13-5 overall in 38 career games with a 4.03 ERA. Erod, against the Dodgers, has had his share of struggles, especially at home. In 2 starts at Chase Field, get this, Mitch, he's got an ERA of 12.15. 2-4 overall against them with a 5.26 ERA in 8 starts. But he's had some major struggles against them when it comes to the starts at Chase Field.
At least at Chase Field, because he had the 1 start against the Dodgers already, and it went rather well, even though it came in a no decision. 5 innings, 4 hits, and 1 unearned run allowed, along with 5 Ks and 2 walks. I'm curious to see how Erod can continue this up, especially against this month, Gambo. They're going to have the Nationals coming up in the next set, and they're slightly above 500 right now. Some of the other teams they're going to see this month in general are really going to put some pressure on the Diamondbacks to really emphasize how much of a struggle that they've had against the above 500 teams this year. You've got the Reds that will be on the road a couple weeks from now. The Cardinals have been a surprise of the year. Tampa Bay towards the end of the month. So there's going to be some tough teams that they're going to have to face, and Erod is going to be getting a bulk of those outings.
Yeah, there's no question. I think he's been one of their best pitchers all year long. He's been steady. One of the keys to the game might be some of his numbers against some of these guys. You know, he's had Mookie Betts. I will say this. Mookie Betts is batting 194 this year. He's had good success against Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts is 3 for 13 against them with a 231 batting average. Interesting notes on the Dodgers. When they lead after 6 innings, even though like Edwin Diaz isn't on this team, they're 31-4.
Yeah.
When they lead after 7 innings, they're 32-2. And when they lead after 8 innings, Mitch, they have not lost a single baseball game when they lead after 8 innings. They are 36-0 when they lead after 8 innings.
A lot of those back-end guys pitching exceptionally well. Tanner Scott, who Katie Wu highlighted earlier in the show, has had a stronger season in return. Today's injury report is brought to you by the Barrow Neurological Institute. You can learn more at barrowneuro.org. The headlining injury update is Pavin Smith has been activated off the 60-day injured list, back in the lineup, hitting fifth tonight. Tim Tawa sent down to AAA Reno to make room, and then Carlos Santana transferred to the 60-day injured list. That's the headlining stuff. As far as stuff that Torrey said in his pregame availability, I'm seeing this courtesy of Jody Jackson's account. AJ Puck is scheduled to pitch in Reno tomorrow and Friday, so it seems like he's ramping up to making a return. Jordan Lawler is going to play tonight and tomorrow in the Arizona Complex League, and he could end up in Reno later this week. Those are two significant guys that will make a difference for this team, not only in the back end of the rotation, but in the lineup and the outfield as well, Gambo.
My guess would be two outings for Puck this week, 2 next week, and then he's back. Because that'll put him at that right around that 7 mark. They wanted to get him 7 or 8 outings. So I would say this week and then next week you'll see him get a total of 4 outings. And then after that, I think they'll probably be ready to bring him up.
And that's something that can make a difference this month, is just having a guy like Lawler and, more importantly, Puck, having him back in the bullpen that it's been rather stellar to start the year, Gambo. Having another steady body, another steady force, and more importantly, just a power lefty in the back end of your pen. I think that's going to make a massive difference this month.
Yeah, you saw Murillo the other night with just an outstanding 2 innings.
Oh, he was
striking
stellar.
out the side, and that's what you want. You want some guys that can throw some heat. You got 2 guys on, and you need a strikeout, and you or a double play. You like those guys that can miss bats.
Yeah.
And AJ Puck is a guy that misses bats.
The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC, where the deals are a home run, and nowhere can you buy a new GMC for less. Well, we went into the Mariners series with the Padres and Diamondbacks tied. The Padres didn't do too well. They lost 2 out of 3 in their series against the Nationals, but because the Diamondbacks got swept, the Padres got a game back. So now at 31-27, Diamondbacks are a game back of San Diego at 32-26. 6.5 back is Arizona from the Dodgers at 38-21. If you're looking at it from a wild card standpoint, because I think we're getting to the point in time where we could at least watch this with a much more intentful eye. Diamondbacks have the last spot in the wild card race, but they're tied with 2 other teams in terms of games back and games ahead. That would be the Pirates at 32-28 and the Cubs, who have the identical record as Pittsburgh. Let's get you a key to tonight's game.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
D-backs keys to the game. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
This is pretty simple. There are 2 guys in this lineup that have had a lot of success against Eduardo Rodriguez, and I'm going to start it with Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman's numbers against Eduardo Rodriguez, I hope you're sitting down for this, .588 batting average, 10 for 17, 3 doubles, a home run, and 2 walks. And then when you get to the end of the lineup, when you get towards the bottom of the lineup, Miguel Rojas, 750 batting average, 6 for 8 against Erod with a double and a walk.